my flow? Would he walk past if he saw cops arresting me if he was pressed? Yo. If God was one of us and you didn't even know it, would he be a musician, artist or poet? Would he drink Dragon Stout, Hennessy or Moet? If he made mad dough, would he stack it or blow it on fast cars and gold? I wanna know, would he smoke crack, high grade or hydro? Would he be an outlaw, running from the 5-0? Would he listen to rap? Would he feel my flow? Would he walk past if he saw cops arresting me if he was pressed? Would he look up shots that make cash with me? And if I went jail, would he pay my bill, send me milk, or would he try and sex my girl? Would he cry at the loss of lives on 9/11? Would he believe he could achieve eternal life in heaven? If he was one of us and someone else was in charge, would he look up at the stars wondering if there's life on Mars? Would he dream of leaving the atmosphere in a space shuttle? Would he still love his mum when she beat him with a belt buckle? If he was just a fun and life was a struggle, would he work 9 to 5 for life, or would he hustle? I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare in my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What would God do with me? One of us, that's a good life. One of us, God was made of flesh and he bled like me, and he was hungry, but he said didn't get fed like me. Take that info to bed like me. Refuse to give info to the feds like me. If I was his son, would he let my enemies harm me? Support the war on terror and join the army? Buckle at the pressure that turns black men balmy. Buy a gap for self-defense or learn karate. Spend his spare time studying or love to party.
Big up family tree, yeah, we in the building, man.
Listen to mixtapes, take chicks on dates. Would he believe that we all evolved from apes? If all you wanted was a slice, would he share his pie? Live in fear and hide or be prepared to write? I stare at my own reflection through teary eyes. I know the answer to my questions cause he's here inside. I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare in my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What we gotta do with me? One of us, that's a good life. One of us, one of us. In my community, let the truth be known, God exists within you and me. I don't usually spit about unity, but the kids are dying before they see puberty. Truthfully, there's not enough said about the bloodshed. You pull your gut, I pull my strap, now another fuck's dead. The only thing promised in life is that it must end. When they say you'll never amount to shit, baby, don't trust them. We're all gods surviving against all odds. Don't let them pollute your mind with lies like men are all dogs. They're trying to stop the love making, so we can stop creating a nation of soldiers to raise against Satan. Refuse to believe in the lies they tell. Break the Bible spell. Don't live in fear of a heaven and hell. They say a fiery pit underground is where the devil dwells, and he's a red guy with a pitchfork, horns of the tail. I say the real devil's the one behind every crack cell, encouraging a life for street pharmacy for every black male. They despise you cause God's inside you. Find the power from within and let your conscience guide you. I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare in my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What we gotta do with me? One of us, that's a good life. One of us, one of us.
Yes, family tree. You don't know, we in the building.
This book can change us.
We're in the building. And yeah, late start. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make this shit happen, man. Give me a minute.
Yeah, it's JEDI, your local scumbag. I'm still here. Bulletproof wig for these bitch boys. All kinds of stories on this one. Yeah. I'm too grimy for grime, I've been grinding for time, putting mad work, I ain't got a lie when I rhyme. Scrutinize every word I write in my lines. Pass the polygraph test 99 different times. Supercalifragilistic, expialidocious, every part's ferocious. I'm overly focused, too dope for owners. Harder than a witch's soldier with culture. Filled with the most potent of potions, no joking, I only go in, I'm zoning. I think about bark when I'm bowling, bark when I'm strolling, bars on my mind when I'm loading, I'm smoking. If man thinks I'm just a syllabus I can write in, I hit him with a fucking lightning, King Taki frightening. I'm not saying nothing, my king, but he fall asleep when the 4 or 5 lullaby sings. On a Columbine king, I'll be rolling with a sword like I got a Viking. Can't slice in, no apologizing. I'm usually humble, but just the beast when I'm on the acting. I show you what Miller is. No weave, I lace cats like Brazilian wigs. I ride out like Billy the Kid. I'm just to show these niggas who city is. But I'm in the booth spitting brilliant shit. Trying to make limits first £1,000,000. My work rate stays up like silicon tip. So I'm spitting on the rhythm about chilling where the villains make billions and don't give a fuck where civilians live. Plus these blocks are killing the kids and cops put me in a box like chicken and chips. And I catch me with a thing on my hip so I can't be pissed. Sitting in the prison with 6 and left there. I should have never left it out. That's my bitch, I got a pum pum spread out. Taking pictures on a Blackberry torch. If you're a hater, I'll be catching you corn you deserve. Clap it, snap back, put your force in the curve. Every time I snap back and let stores hit a verse. Yeah, I really hustle, have to hustle just to get back. Know the cheese is crazy, they can see it in my red eyes. Keep on pushing, yeah, I keep it moving with my head high. Dark force, but I still be kicking it with Jedi. Don't make me bring my lightsaber up. Never wanna holler, now they holler me for favors now. Couple views and a couple bangers put the haters up. Couple tools and a couple bangers put the haters down. Call me Super Randy Blemish. If you want the paper, then brother, just go and get it. Hungry for the money, my brother, I got a fetish. Got a big fucking truck and my brother's dying to test.
Go on then.
Push my buttons, I double dare you to press it. Go on, street pharmacist, I'm a certified paramedic. Do some operations and damage you where you're headed. We'll do a horrid Henry and leave the pussy beheaded. Told me reach for the stars, hit him with the ball club, yeah, that's a pass. Wait, did you get that? Wordplay, play with the words in my bars. Light work, shut down the roads with a big whip diver. Fools will play like Dennis and Cliver. Yeah. And I won't stop looking till both of my eyes hurt.
Yeah, family. Big up, big up, big up. In the building. Yeah, man. So the gym session, man. Oh my God. That was difficult. That was so difficult, man. I swear to God. I felt that. My legs are mash up. So I did try like a little live stream thing earlier. Sorry, I don't know. You don't can't see me talking. Yeah, I did start a live stream thing earlier. Who drank all my guava fucking juice? Fucking hell. Right, boom. I'm gonna put some some CMOS. Got some CMOS that was made earlier. Oh, yesterday. Put some CMOS in this bitch. Yeah. Apparently, what is it they say about CMOS? I think they say CMOS contains 99 point whatever, 99% of all the, is it all the nutrients or all the minerals or something that we need. So it's hella powerful, basically. You know what? Because I always do that. Always forget to put the fucking thing on, you know. Always. Forget to put the blade back in. Cool. So yeah. What else am I gonna put in there? I'm gonna put some spirulina, a bit of chlorella. You know, that's my everyday go-to. Today we got wheatgrass up in this bitch. Maca. You know. Oh shit. You know about maca powder. Chlorella. This is the one that I got a re-up on. Chlorella is expensive. Like this pack here. Oh, it's not that bad actually. This pack here is $14.99 for 200 grams. What do you lot think about that? I don't know. You don't last that long, I'll be real. You really don't. So yeah. What, no one ain't jumped on yet? What the fuck are you not doing? Watching me, yeah? Good luck with that. Yeah, family tree, man. Let me play another tune for you while I wait for you lot to come in. You know what? I like that, man. I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change that. Yeah, sorry, family. Yeah, man, we're here, man. We're in the building. Let me play another tune. I'll make my smoothie, man. Yes, Jada, you finished all your chicken bones. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out.
Yo. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never pushed. With a bush, I could jump out a bush and get you smushed, better shush. On the wrong one to push, I get you hooked. If I give the young drillers the look, you're getting cooked. With a gang, who you smell in the air, is hella push. You know the fam, stay ever prepared. We're never shook, connect with man. From everywhere, every hood, feds brand. They fill up a fair, cause we ain't hooked on their false narratives. Poison and their additives. They paint us as the bad guys, they're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers. Descendant of Dracula, infiltrated Africa. Colluded with coons, instigated massacres. If goons fall platoons, we can flip it like a spatula. Now my thoughts are accurate, my mission is immaculate. I don't need a jewelry, sage or an amulet. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer. I jump out the shrubbery on bare skullduggery. Manners on some antics and fuckeries. Free the people, fuck the monarchies, my policy. I don't even want no reparations or apology. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The vaccines, the poisons, taxes are robbery. Fat cats relax and leave us trapped in the poverty. Pigs on the pavement, rats in the pocket. Help an old lady cross the road, cause that's how I act. He's your bro, he's my bro. I treat him like his fan. If I got it and you need it, holler me. I'm the man, ever double cost me. I leave you bleeding where you stand, leave you bleeding where you sit, leave you bleeding where you lay. Know some greasy geezers that don't need a reason anyway. Maybe beating heaters any season. Man, I let it spray. Beating for my freedom. So the heathen, I would never change. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer.
Dog, I'm good with these books and I'm good with the crooks. I smoke weed with shush and count peas with shush. So if I lean to the side then I jump on my phone, it could be to get at my knowledge or getting hit with the whoosh. We don't part with them faggots cause they wuss. Never been hit with a package I could've pushed. If we couldn't make it then me and my talks. Come from a manner where you can then overlook. Close my eyes and I see heaven. Trap house to me is earned, they keep dog, they put in more than the tenants. Tenants spend on smokes and tenants. They consume more petrol than this whip do petrol, dog. Life's no bitch, she's the queen, she'll test you. Blessed everywhere, my energy's ancestral. But my path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do, couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, give me whoosh with a mad hammer.
Hey. Look, books, bro. One. Mug. Yeah.
No, man, pick up my books. I'll pick up my books, bro.
The police dog, I told them that already. Poverty's got the man, them I ain't moving ready. I know we scream unity, peace, 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 but I'm under no illusion about how sticky these streets are. AM to the AM, I was out there, beating them. Now more time, I'm getting waved up with clearing them. Me and some pussy old youth can't friend, cause I'm looking for a type of real that I just don't see in them. Cause they claim they heavy, but they not. Yo, them boys tell you we ain't talking buckshot. The young boys, they chase re-up. They don't wanna be no cleaner, but they'll run through the yard with a mop like Anwar. Cause they been to have lots, now they tryna have lots. You won't get that time back if they put hands on your watch. Ryan here's been wild for a while. Back up, young boy been wild from a while, screaming peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Tell the wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Tell the wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Hella wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is fuck the police. And where's the queen? Tell them free up little peace. Help me find inner peace while I'm in her trying to kill her with my peace. Rolling in a car full of G's with no keys in a section where they squeeze for the peas. We used to roll typhoons, NRGs. Now we gotta watch for negative NRGs. Poverty's trying to kill me. And that's the reason why we blow hella trees, but it's a gangster's party. Even when we chillin', bumming splits. So if you in the ride, know the risk card, we won't have to slide. From them pigs, dog is sticky in the bits and justice don't exist. We want peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Hella wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is fuck the police. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Hella wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is fuck the police. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Hella wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is fuck the police. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. We want freedom, we want peace. Hella wicked in these streets, gotta roll with your peace. The only thing we agree on is fuck the police.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. We're in there trying to kill her with my piece. Yeah, family. So what we saying, man? All right. So you lot just trying to look upon me. Oh no, just me. I feel better. Everyone talk about sunshine. It's great where I am. No, it's hot. It's not sunshiny. It's hot. It's warm weather. You know what I mean? It is quite warm, 26 degrees, but it's mad grey. But I don't even know if you can see how grey it is. It looks bright because it's sunlight, but it's not. So anyway, what's going on, family tree? I've had a late start, but productive morning, same way. You know, did the legs. I'm tired, man. I'm just in to charge my phones up and my chargers. I'm gonna go step outside for a bit because it's just like a sauna in here. Seriously, so hot. Well, big up all the likers though. Let me get to the liking crew and that. See what everyone's saying over here. Big up man like Randy, like number 2 on this beautiful day. Enjoy the heat. 26C today. Old type John BBBB. Who else we got in the building with the like number? Trillo G, like number 9. I hate them. That bitch moan and whine. Old type Shakur, like 13. Stop Zilla is like number 12. MJ is like 15. Harge Trill. Old type 77 Soldier. Old type Somali Flame. Good Deep. What else we got? Blue Red Trill. Like 20. Jez is killing it with these thumbnails. Oh yeah, I forgot about my thumbnail. Trill Music, big up your chest, like 23. Old tight, Bibi Nana, like 24. Old tight, General Sniper TV. Moringa powder, good to dash in a smoothie. Yeah. Old type Mills Turk, like 25. Give yourself a high five. Check the pool before you go for a dive. If you haven't, you must try it. Make you feel alive. Big up yourself. Yeah, I think Jada's good. Old type. Dublin Shillers, big up. Much love going out to MD Gold. 29, you only get peace once you fight the inner war of your mind in pieces. Okay. That's like philosophical. Yeah, man, keep these likes coming. 32, JD, big up Jedi in the chat. Unique Diamond is 33. Big up Jeds and everyone. Return of the King is 34. Yeah, man. Okay, that's all the likes. Keep the likes forwarding. We got 43 people in the building. Seems like a slow day today, man. Yeah, someone's got to jump on and say, well, go on to me. Let me just eat my smoothie and build my spliff. All right. Yeah, Nige Clark Tell. Nige Clark Tell, that's me today. Old type man like Khan in the building as well. Like number 38. Let's get the likes up. Keep the likes going. Don't worry, man. I know you lot not used to the afternoon. It's like if you don't start with me in the morning. You don't have to be an ex. Okay, let me delete that. Let me delete this. Let me take you through something. Come, let's go. You could do a little watch along with me. Tell me what you think about this. I've been invited to another podcast as well. I gotta respond to the people. Someone else wants me to do a podcast. Someone that you lot. Some of you have seen this lady. You've seen her. So they want me to do a podcast with her. We're gonna see how it goes. Right, boom. Haters call into the show. Yada yada yada. I don't know what this is about. Let's have a listen.
I didn't like the way that I just felt some type of way about the fact that like the civil rights movement made it possible for Bajans and Sudanese to, you know, become great in this country. And then in the process of that sacrifice, it's like African Americans start getting shitted on by the same people that they sacrificed for them to get here.
Yo, you're funny, bro.
When did we ever make fun of the civil rights movement or anybody that helped?
First things first, big up, Khan.
Yes, broski.
What's going on? What's going on?
Bruv. How much was on that bar? Me and the Unique was discussing it. I estimated about 70 kg. What was it? 2 15s and 2 10s on each. No, 4 10s. So that's...
No. 20s.
So there were 2 20s, and then what? The other ones were 10s.
The green ones are 10s.
So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So that was 100 kgs.
I don't know, but it was quite. I would call it moderate. I did a moderate weight. No, it wasn't heavy, but boy, man, that just like there was no energy.
Draining,
oh,
isn't it?
God, yo, it's just draining. It just went from bad to worse. The rest of the workout was just like a job. I didn't even bother fling my camera back on. I was dying. I was like,
it's the low carbs though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It takes some getting used to, man.
It does. No carb.
Yeah. Do you take coconut oil or something like that?
No, I don't take.
I think if you're cutting the carbs out, it's good to kind of like, you know, bring something like that in as well.
Quality United States.
Sorry. If I'm cutting the carbs out, it's what?
It's good to bring in some coconut oil.
Why?
MCT oil. Well, obviously, our energy, like leaving the protein out of it, our energy comes from fat and carbohydrate. So when you tweak the ratio from one to the other, some people, what they do, they cut the carbs, but they forget to top up their fats to balance out the energy. So you still got the energy. Do you get me? It's good to do that. Especially if you're heavy lifting like that, you got to like drop a little bit of olive oil, MCT oil, just not fully replacing the carbs, but a little bit.
Okay, now I know. I know this now. So
you know MCT oil, they reckon that because it's medium chain triglyceride, MCT, they're saying that your body burns it like carbs.
Okay. Makes sense.
Get me? But obviously it doesn't spike your insulin because there's no sugar in it, so it doesn't allow weight gain. Because it's the insulin in it that, because obviously insulin is like a switch. Whatever you eat is going to go into fat storage.
So
when you eat any kind of carbs.
You went gym today. Your gym's open now.
I ain't been yet, man. Do you know what? I was getting ready to go. I thought, let me lick back one black coffee, hit down there and do some cardio. And my mum was like, let's order something. I'm like, you're ruining my diet, man. But I thought, you know what? I'm due a thing in it. I'm due a refeed because I've done 2 days of like really low calories on like cross trainer. So I thought, let me have a little refeed today, jump in there, do like one full body workout, just maybe cables or something, or just like a barbell, I don't know, just do like shoulder press, chest press, lat pull down, some lunges and some squats. Get me? And then a little bit of cardio just to lactate flush out all the lactates. I thought, yeah, let me do that instead.
What did you order?
Oh, mate. There's a cafe down the road from my house, yeah.
Wait, hold on,
burger and chips, mate.
Hold on, Khan. Come on, let's get the likes. New people joining the chat. I want to hear what number your like is. You know the tradition, so just put your number in the chat and keep the likes going. Yeah, so what did you order, man?
I ordered the burger and chips, cuz. Half panda with mushrooms and cheese and chips.
From where? From what kind of shop?
Just like a greasy calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Boy. All right. I mean, it's you're gonna have to talk to mummy, man, and let her know. Look, mum.
I know she done it to me the other day with the fish and chips. Ordering fish and chips, going, come down and eat. I was like, what?
Ooh, lovely.
Fish and chips just sitting on the table. I was like, you're ruining my diet, man. She's like, I didn't know you started dieting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but this is all part of it. The psychological part of it is important. The discipline's all part of it. You know what
Chill
it is though,
music-
Jeds? With me,
chill-
yeah, I personally, I rely on.
Chill music is saying that coconut oil in coffee is dangerous. Why would that be dangerous?
I don't know, fam. There's all these things in it. There's all. I was on thingies the other day, Jordan M's. I'm telling someone about creatine. Everyone's going on like it's steroids. Creatine, creatine. Is that hello? You're supposed to be taking. I don't advise creatine. I don't advise steroids. I was like, wait a minute. How are you putting steroids and creatine in the same conversation, bro? But anyway, a lot of people do think creatine steroids. They get worried about it.
People like to hate on creatine still. They do
Yeah.
they don't understand it or they're not using it properly. It can help some people, man. It can be a great help. For some people, it can fill them up with too much water.
Yeah.
You know, well, this is the rumor. I don't know if it's been proven.
But that you get bloaty.
Yeah.
I think some people do. I've never got it like that from it. I've never had the effect of it. Like they say that whey gives you stomach problems as well. I haven't had that either. Some people they reckon that they get like wind from taking whey. I've never had that. I think it's an individual thing.
Yeah. I had that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a highly individual thing.
Mm.
Even with the roids, like people are, oh, you get roid rage, you go this like that. No, I don't believe that, bro. I don't think that's true.
Big up Money T. Big up. Who else is there? 00007K.
What's the next workout, Jets? What are you doing next? Rest day.
You know, it should be a rest day, but it's gonna be chest, shoulders, and tricep again. Then back.
So push day. So you do what? Push day, pull day, leg day,
and then legs again, and then break for the weekend, which is quite hardcore, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you know what though? Out of all the different splits, that split that you're doing fits in nicely with the week pattern.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm just in the gym for kind of long, which I'm not really liking. I want to get out of the gym quicker.
Yeah.
Kind of cut everything down.
How long you been in there now? I swear it's been about 4 weeks now, isn't it?
What consistently? I don't know. Maybe it's been a bit longer.
Yeah.
But I've lost some decent weight though. Do you know what I mean? And I don't look completely sucked out. Like I still got like
way to go.
A muscular look, you know what I mean? I got way to go, and I'm quite happy that there's still fat in certain places, so that I know that I'm trimming down slowly.
Mm.
I don't want to
rebound.
Yeah, a lot of people saying, "Right, you've lost bare weight." Like they put in like extra E's on the end of bare.
What, like used to be so fat or something?
Yeah, must have been. I must have been.
Nah, he wasn't.
Well, compared, I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know. But I've had man stop me like, "Yo, bro, like you lost bare weight." My auntie, on the market still said, "Are you okay? You're getting slim." I said, "Yeah, man, I'm all right, auntie, man. I'm good." Okay, as long as you're not sick. I'm not sick. Like Africans, if you lose weight, you're sick, innit?
Yeah, same with us, obviously.
Yeah.
That's how I got to this condition.
I'm not sick, auntie, man. Good. You get me? And then you get that gym guy that's like, "Ooh, you lost bare weight, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, that was the plan." Ooh, I don't know.
Do you know what?
Man.
Do you know what? One thing I've noticed, Jets,
right
I never ever, like, obviously online is different, but in real life, I never tell anyone the truth. I keep it Arnold style. You know Arnold, when they used to say to him, "Oh, how did you get so big?" And he's like, "Yeah, I drink lots of milk." Yeah, like he used to do things like that because there's no point telling people anything. Like, I don't do that no more. I don't tell people my secrets because if you tell people what you're on, they're gonna criticize it, and then you're gonna come home thinking like, "What the fuck, man?" Like you're gonna have some doubt in it. You're giving them an opportunity to criticize you, and it's the same when people come up to you and comment on how you look. Like you haven't invited them to come and give you their opinion on how you're looking, but they feel that they can do that. Like I don't thingy that, man. I don't rate that no more. Like they think they're giving you a compliment. Like, yeah, you lost weight. Oh, you're looking good. Like, but in my mind, it's like you're saying I was looking bad before.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just take it, man. Maybe you was looking bad. Fuck it. Enjoy the compliments, man. Enjoy it. Once they start coming and you start getting that, you know, "Oh, right, you've lost bare weight. You're looking good. It's this and rare," you know.
I lost over 2 stone now, you know, since we've been online together. I went from 22 something down to like 20 and a half now. And that's without really even trying. So now I'm going to step it up a gear.
So are you going to the gym today, or are you going to make
Yeah, definitely. I'm doing my thing today, man. My contractions.
So what's your best time for going to the gym?
You know what? Because it's a new gym, I ain't really worked out the good times to go yet. So I just go randomly whenever.
But I mean, like, when do you enjoy? When do you think you get the most out of your workouts?
It depends on my eating, innit? So my eating's dictating when I train.
Right.
Because obviously I'm trying to go low calories, hardly eating anything. So if I can manage to go an extra day without eating and not go gym, I'll prefer to do that than actually go gym and then think, oh, I've got to eat something now. I'd rather not eat and not train. Or the ideal is to eat the minimum and still train low impact. So like a cross trainer, some cables, like keeping it like low impact. So there's less recovery from it. Do you get me? Yeah. So the danger of that, you couldn't do that because obviously you'd be in danger of actually losing muscle. Whereas with me, that's not really a priority. My overwhelming priority is to actually drop the weight, not to hold on to the muscle. So I'm holding on to the minimum amount of muscle just through doing contractions of the full body workout.
But what? Can't you? You're not going to look good after that, though. You don't. Why do you want that?
What I'm saying is, if you're trying to maintain the muscle that you have,
yeah, but why
rather
are you
than
not
build more muscle?
But why are you not trying to maintain the muscle you have?
I am.
Right.
But I'm not trying to gain more muscle.
Yeah, I mean, neither am I at this moment in time.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good.
I'm not like, to be honest, I personally think
you got enough muscle.
It's kind of impossible to build muscle and burn significant fat at the same time. I just don't
definitely
do the same at the same, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So right now, my interest is seeing what I look like under all the layers of fat. I want to see what's I know I'm not gonna like it when I see it. I'm gonna look sucked out, innit? I know. But then I'm gonna be like, okay, so yeah, because I realized like I lost a lot of my rear delts are gone, my traps are gone. Like I could see that I've got less muscle. I was wondering where I was losing muscle from, and my chest. So it's like, yo, let me get this fat down, see it. I'm not gonna like it, but then I'm gonna know what to build on when I go back in. I'm not really I'm not gonna be doing this bulking cutting thing either. I ain't doing it. I'm not feeling it. So
what are you gonna do?
I seen like, you know, diet wise kind of thing, them phases. I'm not gonna do that. Exercise wise, yeah, I'm gonna switch to a workout to a workout that promotes the muscle growth rather than fat burning. I'm gonna cut my cardio down, but not completely gone, and I'm gonna stay eating clean. I might increase like the size of some of my meals, but I'm staying eating clean. I'm not gonna do no dirty bulking. I'm not interested in any of that.
Yeah. I've never done that anyway.
Yeah, you just go crazy, eat what you want, do this, rare. I'm not interested because I don't want to do this whole weight loss journey again. Like this whole I'm cutting again.
Because you think that you went too far with the weight gain.
It's not even that. I just didn't train, so it's not even too far. I just didn't train. But
yeah, but when you've got to lose anything more than 2 stone, it just becomes arduous, man. It becomes like stressful.
Whatever.
Do that much fucking weight loss. It's long.
What am I trying to lose now? I weighed myself on my 120. I think it's pounds. Must be pounds. So I've lost some more weight. Yeah.
No, man. That leg day was impressive. Like obviously, just from your skeletal structure, your bone structure, your size, you're gonna be able to move more weight than the average person, isn't it? Obviously, you're blessed with good genetics in terms of muscle bellies as well. You can see that you're quite a swole guy. So really, you're in a good position. Do you know what I'm saying? To move some heavy weight and just like get big. You could do it. You obviously done it in the past as well. So, you know, you're in a better position than most people to be able to tweak your metabolism to basically to drop the fat quite easily. I think it's not going to be hard for you to drop that fat, because no matter how much muscle you really going to lose, really and truly, like you're not going to lose that much. Like you're saying, oh, I lost my rear delts, but you know, like 6 weeks of training, you could get that back.
Yeah.
You get
Sorry,
me?
yeah, I mean kilos.
Yeah, you're all right, bro. You're all right.
I'm 18 stone right now, right? And honestly, I'd like to be closer to 17. 17 stone would be good. 17 stone, 16 and a half would be probably the lowest I could get. But I don't know what I'd look like at 16 and a half. But 17 stone would be good. I lose another stone, I think I'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I got a high body fat percentage that I'm trying to shift. So I'm just trying to change the composition of my body, man.
No, but you know what? It's good though that you picked one goal and you're committing yourself to that. Because a lot of people, they're trying to do two things at once and they never fully commit to one goal and they never achieve it. You know? So putting that fat loss thing first and foremost in your mind, I think it's psychologically shows that you're about it. You're just going to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like you said, then once it's out of the way, then you don't need to worry about that no more. And then you're good. I think psychologically, it's a good way of doing it. You know, I think most athletes, like even bodybuilders, once a year, like whatever it is, their Olympia show or whatever, they're at their lowest body fat percentage, very low, like 5%, whatever, 2%, 3%, whatever it is. But for the rest of the year, majority of the time, they're not nowhere near that. Do you know what I mean? And I think once a year, you've got to kind of like hit that rock bottom number to kind of like keep those metabolic pathways in check, to make sure that fat burning mechanism, the machinery that aids fat burning is fully utilized, that the pathways are fully woken up. That once a year, I think it's good to get down to your lowest number in terms of body fat percentage, even if like you're going to sacrifice a little bit of muscle, don't really matter, because no one's trying to be Arnold out here, bro. We're just trying to be healthy, fit, and functional.
Yeah. Oh shit!
You know
I gotta go be ultra. Yo, ouch. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'm coming up.
I jumped on to talk about something else, you know. And you're saying about podcasts. I see Sarah Garvey's done a little podcast and he put a bit of it on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen it. He's saying to some woman, you've got 3 kids, he goes to her, you split up with your man who fully committed himself to you, and now you're on a dating scene. What do you think your life's going to be like dating with 3 kids in tow? And then his mate is commenting, going, yeah, it's going to be non-existent. And he's saying to the woman, why would you even do that? Why would you put yourself in that position? And I was thinking to myself, this guy doesn't realize that a lot of these women nowadays are literally having the time of their lives. They got the freedom to basically go from dick to dick to dick to dick. They're not telling you about it. It's their private life, isn't it? They're not advertising it or broadcasting it. They might talk about it when it's just the girls, but a lot of them got like quite a few guys on the go. I'm not even talking about 2 or 3 guys, like maybe 10 guys on the go. Like, I think a lot of men can't really get their head around the extent of hoism, how far these hoes are taking it. Like, even men who claim to know about women and claim to be gallis can't get their head around the numbers that's going around these days, that social media is facilitating this high level of body count turnover. And he ain't really getting it. So I was telling the woman, oh, you're not really going to be good at dating with 3 kids. I'm thinking, does he even know really what he's saying? Like, I can't agree with what he's saying. I thought, let me jump on and ask you what you think. Like, is 3 kids going to stop a woman from dating when she's paying for them kids? The kids are covered. She's working. She's got money. She's got her car. She goes out with her girls. She's got a few guys on the go. Like, even some of her kids might be old enough to look after the little ones. Like, the kids ain't really holding her back.
Let me be honest. I would hope that having 3 kids would hinder you to some degree in dating. I would hope. I think it's a good thing that having 3 kids would slow you down in dating. Now, not stop you, but slow you down. I'd hope that 3 kids would slow you down finding man.
Slowing you down compared to a 22-year-old, because she don't need to worry about where to find childminders and things like that.
I would say it should slow you down compared to anybody who had 3 kids. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully. I think that's a good thing.
But he's saying that why would you get rid of a partner who's fully committed to you, in favor of the single scene at the moment? And I'm like, is he fully getting his head around the current single scene where people are having the time of their lives that they never had before?
They're not. Why are you guessing it like that, Khan?
Because they are.
No, they're not, man. Listen, hold on. Give me a minute, because I've literally got Ultra on the roads. So let me go and check him real quick. He's literally around the corner. I'll be back.
Go for it, Jeds. I've got this. I'm here for the ladies.
I can't be here. I'm literally gonna be 5 minutes.
Yeah. Obviously, I need my things to digest still. My steroids.
You mean your cheeseburger and chips?
Well, that's natural steroids, man. Once you eat that, you're ready to lift up the whole gym. Yeah, MJ, did you watch that Sarah podcast?
No, I didn't, and I missed a bit of what you said, but I basically caught the bit where you're saying
basically he's berating some woman. He's berating some woman for trying to be single and saying in this day and age, you've basically got rid of a man who is fully supportive of you, and now you're going to be single, but you've got 3 kids in tow.
But
don't you realize that you're saying that your dating experience is going to be
you see when you say that got rid of the man that was committed to you and was taking
she basically gave him the boot. I got the feeling
for no reason or
no obviously there must be a reason in it.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason. All of these circumstances, I think, to what Jeds was saying a minute ago about how having 3 kids should sort of hinder or slow someone down from kind of being on the dating scene. I think that's true in the sense of you're not so available, do you know what I mean? Because obviously if you've
got responsibilities.
Yeah, that's it. You're a single parent now, you
but
look after your kids and prioritize
having
them.
3 kids is good training for somebody who wants to learn how to be responsible, juggle their life, have a work-play balance. All these things comes from having kids. A lot of young people who ain't got kids, they might not be so organized with their time or with their life. They might not be so committed to get more out of their life. They just have low ambition. It's people that got kids and now maybe the kids are a little bit grown. They're going back into work and they've got this kind of second lease on life. And they're like, I'm going to fully grab this opportunity to have as much fun as I want when I'm out.
I know, I hear you, Khan, but you got to think, as a human being, even as a man, how much time do you have to devote to certain things in your life? Now, if you're looking after your children full time, and you know what it's like to have your kids there all day long, morning to night, and wake up with them again the next day, do you know what I mean? And in between that, you might have to go to do your job, you might have to go shopping, you might have to go drop the kids off here to this class, that class, school. You might have to go run some errands, And in between that, do you know what I mean? You got to take care of yourself as well. So how much time do you actually have to continuously be thinking about going out dating different men, let alone going out dating one man? Do you know what I mean?
All right. When we was watching the Thingy podcast, what's his name, Castillo or whatever, I was talking to the girl. He was saying that at one point he had up to 16 girls on the go. Right now, he's a man. He's having to kind of chirps girls, as well as maintain the relationships that he's currently got and his full-time relationship with his girl. Right. Some people motivated and have the time and energy to do that. Some people might not.
But that's
be
different.
Remember,
he wasn't stepping up for his children, so he didn't have the same responsibilities that a single mother of 3 is going to have. He was a gallus, innit? He fully admitted that, I was just out there, just, basically using and abusing women. That's what he was doing. He was living life as a man.
Okay, but what I'm saying from a woman's point of view, she doesn't need to put that much effort in as him, because basically all she's got to do is put herself on a couple of dating sites and she's going to get 20 hits a night from guys saying, can I come round and hit it? Like,
Yeah,
no
so I
long
think
thing, innit?
right. So
No
Khan, what
long
I
thing.
would say in terms of this is you got a different type of women in it. So there's women like myself who obviously became a single parent, already had my children, and didn't completely rule out the prospect of moving on and having a long-term relationship with someone else or growing old with someone else or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I still wanted to have a partner in my life. And then you have some women who, I don't know, it's like, I've seen this from a young age. I remember seeing this, like maybe moms who have had their kids young, then
Yeah,
become single parents, feel like they've
yeah,
missed out on life, get
yeah,
to late 20s, become an actual single parent, and then go
yeah,
back into like the raving scene, this
yeah,
and that,
yeah.
trying to relive their youth
They
that
missed
they
their youth. Yeah,
believe that they missed out on. Do you know
yeah,
what I mean? Like
yeah,
before they get too old and it's too late for them.
yeah.
And I think obviously the way that that's changed now with the modern times and the social media and the dating apps, etc., means everything is easily accessible. So
Mm.
again, it goes back to the different type of women. You're going to have some
But
single
here's the
parent.
thing,
You're
though.
gonna, but hold on,
You're
hold on.
saying
You're going
that
to have
from
some single women who don't give a shit, prioritize themselves, will probably take any and any man back to their house with their children around, be sexing them with their kids in the room next door, all of this shit. You have some single women who won't entertain that kind of bullshit, might be looking for a man to live the rest of their life with, but they're always going to prioritize their children, and they will keep that relationship separate until they believe
what
that.
I'm saying, MJ, what I'm saying is from a
Mm,
man's point of view, you can't start categorizing the women into types like that. Yeah, maybe on your side of the fence, you can sit there and
you
go,
can. There's
well,
different
I've
kinds
got
of
some
women.
friends
You
who
know
are a
this,
little
can.
bit
There's
more
hoes
into
out there,
their
and there's real
dating.
women.
I know, but what I'm saying is you can never fully speculate as a man what a woman's love life is, because it's very much her private, personal business, like her body count. She's never going to ever tell
Mm,
you the real number. Yeah. Who she's currently seeing, you can never fully know. Unless you're with her 24
yeah, I
hours a
get
day,
that.
7 days a
Body count,
week,
like
with
she
her
could lie to
handcuffed
you
to your
about
wrist,
body count, but
you
the
ain't
thing
going to
is,
fully
if
know.
you to observe, you need to observe and watch behavior, and then you're going to understand what type of woman
Yeah, but
she is.
even then, MJ, you're just getting a hint. You're getting a hint of her
Yeah,
hoish
those
behavior.
hints. You're 50 years old, can those hints should be enough to tell
What I
you what
mean
type
is,
of human being you're
I'm not
dealing
saying the
with.
hints aren't enough, but I'm saying unless you're actually catching someone in the act, you can never fully chalk that up to, yeah, that's another one of your lovers. You can't do it.
Hang on. What are you so concerned about a
Big up,
woman's
Randy.
body count? Big up, Mary J. Are you so concerned about a woman's body count, Con? What's going on here?
No, I'm giving examples of things that women mysteriously keep as a secret that a man can't fully know. But obviously, like MJ said, the hints are good enough. We go by the hints, innit? If a woman's acting hoish and I get the hint that she's kind of a whole type woman, in my mind, I can put her in that category and say, all right, maybe I won't invest too much emotions into this person because she's like.
Why is it so important to you, Con?
I think, but
I
hold
don't
on, I
know. I
don't
don't know
think
why
Khan's
you're
talking
guessing
about
that.
previous body
I
count.
don't know
I
why
think
he's
he's
trying to
talking
say it's
about current
important.
body count. Like, is she dealing with different men as well as him at the same time? Am I
Yeah,
correct?
even that you can't fully know. You can never know.
Right.
You can never know unless you catch someone in the act. Yeah, how you ever gonna fully know? Because like
You know what the thing is, you
you could be
won't,
with
but you
someone
got to
and their
lay
phone
down your
rings and she's like,
boundaries,
"Oh,
innit? Like you got the thing
that's
is,
Jim
Khan,
from
if you're
work."
no, listen. If you're interested in that person and you're serious, then you got to say from the beginning, like, look, if you're talking to anyone else, whatever, then you know, like, you got to put your feelings or whatever across, your stance across, innit, and say that, look, I want something to run between us, but like, I want us to be exclusive to
Exclusive.
each other, innit? Like, I don't want you entertaining anyone else at the same time. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I
I
don't
never
expect
asked
you
All
you
right.
to be
that.
speaking
I
So
to
never
anyone
asked you
else.
that.
my point, MJ, quickly. My
Mm.
point is this: even if you're in a relationship with someone, you can't fully know. So for Sarah to sit in a studio and tell a woman that he don't live with her 24 hours a day, yeah, how her single life is based on his preconceived notions of what a woman with 3 kids can actually
Right.
have the time and energy to get up to, I think it's a little bit dumb.
Yeah. But he does this all the time. That's one of the things that he does, Khan, is he just categorizes all women as the same, and that's based off his experience. Remember, he's
Exactly.
damaged. Like, remember, we've heard his story and the emotions and all that's in that, and he's carrying this on. Like, he is a broken man right now. He is
Exactly.
like, what do you call it? A man scorned. That's what he is.
Yeah, sure. But why?
I forget what comment I put on the TikTok, but if everyone wants to go on
Why
there
are you
and
so
see it,
on the
Carnito
public?
888, my comments at the top, I think, and I said something like, Poor Sarah, always the last to know.
It's all right, mate. Keep it moving.
And I
On your bike.
put saying like, these women ain't really telling you the amount of D they're getting while they're single. They're not gonna tell you, bruv. Like, I'm single. I'm seeing a few guys. I'm dating. She's not telling you about the other guy that comes around on Wednesday just to hit it and quit it. And she might even have 4 guys turn up on Wednesday, one at 3 o'clock, one at 5 o'clock, one at 10 o'clock. They don't see each other. They don't know each other.
No. But Khan,
It
as
can
much as
happen.
I hear and I agree to a degree what you're saying, that you know, women could be doing anything. Same with any human being in it, they could be doing anything. They're not necessarily gonna be fully honest about it. But let's not put the narrative out there that all single parents or all single women are entertaining multiple men at the same time.
That. I'm never saying that. That's not my point at all. I'm not saying let's judge the majority by the outliers. I
wouldn't even say the majority.
These outliers, if they sat down and told you what they really get up to, your mind would be blown. You'd be shocked. Because
you're thinking about it too much. Why are you thinking
No, it's because people aren't recognizing the impact of social social media and all these like Snapchat, Mapchat, Facebook, this, that. People ain't realizing the impact of this on making people available to each other.
No. But look, I do hear what you're saying. And obviously, maybe I'm not privy to everything that goes on in other people's lives and on the internet. However, even someone in the comment just said, like, I think that it sounds a bit exaggerated, 4 different men in one day. And what I'm saying is,
it sounds
in my experience, but like, I've got friends who are single parents or whatever, you know, in and out relationships and all of this. And obviously, I've seen different things occur over the years. And I've seen some of my single friends do things that I kind of scratch my head and think, oh my God, like, what's wrong with this person? But I've never seen any of my friends or any women, any single women parents that I know of, like, entertaining multiple men on the same day, ever.
You know what it is though, MJ? Like, the more whorish and slutty and bad the behavior is generally socially like unacceptable behavior, the less likely a female is to expose that to other people that might judge her, especially to women who would sit in judgment on her and be like, oh, thing up the road, oh, what a slag. Like,
no, but I'm talking about my friends that I know are real with me. That's what I'm saying. I've seen them getting into certain situations because obviously they're honest with me. That I've even, you know, held their hand through certain situations sometimes because I'll be that supportive friend, innit? So I know things are not being hidden, and I know the depths that some people can go to. But I'm saying I've never personally seen or heard of women that are entertaining multiple men on the same day unless they're a fucking prostitute.
Average prostitute, I think, can do about 10 clients a day. So for a woman to be sitting at home on her own with nothing better to do, and who's on about 4 or 5 different dating apps where she's got on average 20 men offering to come around and hit it on a daily basis, for her to say, I'm going to do more than one man on a day because I've managed to get my dad to look after the kids, I've got the flat to myself, and I want to have some fun, and these guys are offering me fun. They're not really going to be jealous of each other.
When is this happening in your head, Cole?
Exactly, because to be honest, most single mums, if they get their flat to themselves, what they're going to do is tidy up, run a hot bath, put some soap, some bubbles in there, and chill the fuck out. Because that most of the time, that's all you want as a single parent, is a bit of peace and quiet. Not a flipping man to come and ruin it. What the fuck?
Yeah, no. I don't know where this is coming from, Con. You're projecting in your fantasy.
Randy, it's not projecting. Randy.
Yeah, Randy. No, you're acting like every single woman out there is just desperate to get a bit of dick. Like,
let me just ring you. Let me answer you one at a time. Randy, for you to project onto me and say I'm projecting, that's basically showing your lack of experience, especially in this social media 2022 settings where even me, who I'm like 20 years younger than you, can't fully get my head around what these youths are up to when it comes to dating. Yeah. So for you to know, and me not to know, Randy, would be a surprise.
No, let me put.
Like, you don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just about, Randy, I'm just about touching the tip of the iceberg. Where, as an older person, for these younger lot to show me what they're up to, and that it's like they're sort of like letting me into their little secret world where they don't tell other people what they get up to.
No, I'm not saying that.
Single women don't go around telling men what they get up to.
Know is because I'm renting rooms out and I see who's coming and going. It's not because I know, because I've read something, I know something. It's only because I'm renting rooms.
No, you're saying I'm
going.
projecting, but I'm not. I'm showing to you it's real life experience from being on the dating scene. That there are women now who are in their 40s who are dating men who are in their 20s, 25. These cougar type women who are reliving their youthful days. And not only are they doing that, but they're doing that with the added help of social media. So like back in the day, there might have been cougars, right?
That. But the way you're portraying it, like I've got one guy who used to stay here, but he's in my other property now, and I know what's come and gone in that property, and he's gone through 5 or 6 women in the last 8 months. So I know what's going on.
But how many other people than women sleeping with?
He had 6 women in the last 8 months. So, you know,
yeah, he's a man who's roughly having 1 woman every 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's
right. Right, but that's a man. He's living a completely different life. I'm telling you, a man's got to put effort in to chirp women and to maintain the women that he's got, and to hide the.
No, men can just do the same and go on Tinder, and this is what Sarah Garvey says himself. You can go on Tinder, and there's going to be 50 women within a mile's radius that you can meet up on the same night. So it's just as easy for men as it is for women.
It's not.
It is. It is. The social media, the internet has made it just as easy for both of us.
I understand that. Like, let's say, for example, back in the day, if a man was sleeping with 2 women and a woman was sleeping with 10 men, now the same amount of help has come to them from social media. So the man who's sleeping with 2 women could now be sleeping with 4 women, but the woman who was sleeping with 10 men
could be. But why would he be?
20 men,
the internet hasn't given us more time. It hasn't. If a man desired to have 4 women on the go 20 years ago, then he could have had 4 women on the go. Just go to a different pub down the road and meet another one on a Friday night, and go to the Saturday night and meet one there. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't hard to meet women.
Let's go 1 point at a time, yeah, because you're stretching me from pillar to post. If you want to talk about how much time it goes into for a man to meet a woman, let's start from you got to go work, earn money. You got to get that money, go shopping, buy yourself some clothes, meet up with your mates, all go out for a drink, and while you're out, yeah, meet a woman.
Yeah.
That's assuming
so you're going out, maybe one day.
Coffee, you can pick up at lunch.
Brother, if I'm saying to you, let's go. If I'm saying to you, let's go 1 point at a time, you got to let me land my point, because we're going 1 point at a time, right? So if you're going out once a week, right, you got 1 shot. If you're a party animal, and you're going out all weekend on a weekend bender, yeah, that's possible as well. But either way, yeah, you got once a week where you're going out and you can come back with something, and that something might turn into a relationship, it might not. Right? Now, likelihood is if you hit something as a man, you traps a girl, bring her back to yours and hit it, right? If it's not working out, you're not hearing from her again.
Right.
So that's gone onto the scrap heap. That's another whole week wasted, where all you've got is a shag out of it. Now, if we flip it, reverse it, and look at it from a woman's point of view, right? A woman can sleep with a man, right, and still keep it on good terms with him, where he keeps coming around and hitting it whenever possible. So she's got a little black book, and every time she goes out with her girls, even if it is 1 day a week, the gains that she's getting from that 1 day a week excursion can be maintained. You can keep them. Do you get me? Because them men keep coming back. Whereas with a man, if you go out and you hit it and it's not really a keeper, you're just moving on to the next one,
Okay, but you think that so you think that women are basically collecting men that they're sleeping with then?
No, I'm not saying they're collecting men. I'm just saying it's easier for them to turn their 1 day a week out into a reoccurring like booty call.
But it's the same. I don't see what the difference is.
Why is it called the booty call? Why is it called the booty call? Because the booty that's calling you.
But don't men have booty calls as well? Men have women that they can call up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
But man ain't got a booty to make a booty call.
What are we doing?
Listen, a man ain't got a booty. How can he make a booty call?
Oh, all right,
the
Randy.
Booty call is when the booty's
hold on. Randy, have you got someone that you can call in the AMs if you know you're feeling a little needy?
Sure. If I want to hit it, yeah, sure.
Okay.
What? But you got to pay to play, though, Randy.
I don't pay for it. No.
You don't pay for it, but you turn up with vodka, whiskey, cocaine, whatever.
No, I don't.
Well, you show up with donuts and sausage.
This is London.
The sausage comes with the deal, MJ.
This is
To be honest,
lovely.
donuts are not bad. To be honest, like it's nice. Donuts are nice. It depends what type of donut.
Oh,
Jam donut is
typical
nice.
One with the
Eunice
hole in the
wakes up
middle.
and we talk about foods. Go back asleep,
This
will
guy
you?
loves food more than me, man. Big up
I know.
thingy,
I
Eunice.
quite like a donut right now.
Loves food more than sex. I don't know
Anyway,
why
back
it's
to
so
my
silly.
original point, yeah?
Yeah.
In my experience, a woman, right, not saying my ex, but it might have been, yeah, who works Monday to Friday and has got 2 kids and basically gets family members to look after the kid from time to time, so she's got evening to herself, can easily go on social thingy dating apps and whatever and have men come round to basically see if there's something that might pan out, might not pan out, right? So this list of men, right, that have come round in here are on a rotation. And
Right. Sorry,
that's what
sorry,
we
Khan.
call-
Sorry. Can I stop you
can
for
I just
1
finish my
second?
sentence? 1 sec. That is what we call the cock carousel. So you're going around all these cocks basically
Right.
until one of them decides, well, I've hit it about 3-4 times and we get on well and we've got shared interests. I think I'll kind of like, put an effort in with this woman now.
Sorry, what did you call that? The cock carousel? Where did
Cock
you get that
carousel.
from?
Cock carousel.
Right. So sorry. I just need to address the point that you made of like, oh, okay, so if a woman drops the kids off and then she's just like inviting different men round from dating apps or something, I don't rate women like that. Any
Nor do
woman that
I.
invites a man that she does not know, unknown, into the family home is a waste. Like typical,
Right.
like she's just a pure waste. Like I don't rate
Right.
that.
I
at
agree
all.
with you.
You should,
That's
because
why
you
that's
don't
why
know
when
who
you're
that
walking down
man
the road
is.
with her, MJ, and neighbours are looking at her and spitting on the floor, and you're like, why is your neighbours treating you like shit? And she's like, oh, I don't know.
Because
But
you
the
got
neighbours know, innit?
different man coming in and out of your house all the time.
Yeah,
Because
the
what you're
neighbours know,
doing there is
innit?
you're
That's why
putting.
they're
Because the
treating you
thing
like
is,
shit,
let's
flicking bad butts at your doorstep.
say you choose the wrong man and he happens to be some kind of psychopath, and then you're trying to
Right.
lock him off now, and he wants to start
Yeah.
doing stalker
And then you got to move
and
house, innit?
psycho business and shit, and then he wants to come and smash up your house. No, allow
can
all of
happen.
that kind of stuff. I don't rate that. So no woman, like we've spoken about this on here before, if you're a single parent and you want to date, go out and date, and go and book an Airbnb, a flipping Travelodge, Holiday Inn, whatever you got to do. Like, don't be bringing men that you do not know and trust into your flipping family home, which is your kids' security. That is waste woman business.
But here's the
Yeah.
thing,
By the
MJ.
way,
If you've
every-
got
she's
people that can
irresponsible.
look after your kids for you while you pop over to Travelodge, then that's all right. But if you haven't, and everyone else is living this life and coming back and telling you, oh, I see 3 guys last week, and you're sitting there going, shit, man, my mum and dad don't even want to look after my kids. How am I going to get time away from them?
Do you know?
Then
Do you
what
know
you gotta
what?
do-
Yeah,
Well, it's
Khan, do you
tough,
know
innit?
what?
You have to prioritize your kids. It's what you got to do.
Right,
You
but
make
what I'm saying is-
sacrifices when you
Yes.
have children. There
Yeah.
is some sacrifices that has to be made, and that's usually yourself. Do you know what I mean? Things
Right.
that you will
But
prioritize for
what I'm
yourself.
saying is, rather than forego her whole life, the woman's saying, I'm entitled to a life as well. No one's helping me taking his kids off my hands. The dad's not around. My mum and dad's not helping. What I've got to do is just basically screen these men a little bit closer, make sure they're not psychos, and then take a little risk by letting them come around and hit it while the kids are sleeping.
But are there like 2 different guys?
Nobody's doing that.
What do you mean
You
nobody's
know
doing
what? There
that?
is women. There is women
What
that
does
are
he mean
doing
there's
that.
nobody doing that? This
But
is what
Randy,
I mean.
like this is the thing. I'm not saying all women are doing it or all single women are doing it at all, or parents are doing it. But there definitely is some women out there that are doing that bullshit. I've seen it for
maybe,
myself.
but most of them try and get a babysitter and play away. From my
What they do, Randy, let's say Aisha and Susan are best mates, yeah, or their mums at school that drop their kids off together, they will basically have a relationship where we can drop our kids off to Dawn when we got something going on, and Dawn will drop off her kids to Susan.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Like they
Usually
basically
kids-
they
usually
can work
kids
out
is-
something like that.
They're smuggled out the way, so it's not like some girls coming round or some guys coming round the kids in their house. That's been already planned, so the kids are just having a play day away, and then he or she comes in and bangs it.
Brother, if I'm telling you that 22-year-old women are saying that thanks to Insta and things like that, they got a body count of like 70 to 80 men a year. A woman saying, I'm 22 years old, last year I banged 80 men, right?
But you're
Now,
following me.
now
Hang on,
that's
hang
a
on,
22-year-old.
pause,
1 minute, Randy.
pause, 1
Please, can I
minute.
make my point,
You're
Randy?
following
Please,
Instagram
Randy, can I
that
please make my point,
closely.
Randy?
Let me make my
That's
point. Just a
Randy,
little point. Are you
Randy.
following Instagram?
Randy, those women are young women who are learning their way in life. When we're talking about a woman who's had 3 kids and she knows the ropes, she knows life, she's having a second bite of the cherry, right? Now, she might not be young enough and fit enough to rack up 80 men, right? But trust me, if she's going for 40 men, which is half of that, yeah, how many is that a week, Randy? If there's 52 weeks in a year, right? 40 men.
That's less than one a week.
It's like one a week, let's call it.
All right, one a week.
So for a 40-year-old woman with 3 kids, one man a week, a different man every week for a whole year, right? If I told you this,
52 men.
No, but hold on. You said she's 22. So are we saying that they're going from 22 to 40, having 40 men a year?
I'm saying that
because we've got to address the fact that they've obviously had 3 kids at some point. So that was at least 27 months when
I'm saying,
they was
MJ,
pregnant.
I'm not
where's the
talking
father in all of this? Where's the relationships
MJ,
in order to produce these children?
Look,
let's be real about it. No, but you did a lot of talking and you're stating a lot of things.
I'm being very clear with what I'm trying to show you, and you're diverting me with all this subterfuge, which I'm finding difficult.
Yeah, but
let me just make my point clear. If somebody happens to have 3 kids,
bring the receipts. Bring the receipts, man.
What do you want me to do? Bring my girlfriend's pussy with a fucking ruler and show you how much fucking dick she's had in 1 year? You fucking old fool. What are you chatting about? Bring the receipts.
No one's talking
you ain't
about
seen
your
pussy
ex.
in 5 years. Man's chatting to me. You fucking old fool. Shut up. Let me just say my point, bro. What I'm saying is, what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about people who end up being, I'm not talking about people who end up being single through no fault of their own. Their relationship broke up and they're single now. I'm talking about someone who's committing to a single lifestyle, yeah, in 2022, who's saying, I want to be single and I want to take that single life to the max. I want to see how many men I can fuck in a week. I want to see how many men I can fuck in a year. I'm doing this because I'm having a time of my life. There's no comeback to it. My kids are old, but we can't call her a slag for that.
Okay, no, but hold on. You're saying 22, but then you're saying with 3 kids. So are we talking about a 22-year-old with 3 kids?
No, I never said that.
Are we talking about a 22-year-old? Hold on.
I said it's the year 2022. I said it's in the year 2022.
I have got an argument which supports.
You know, I heard that the woman's 40 years old.
I did meet a woman who.
Listen. If I was a 40-year-old woman with 3 kids in 2022 and I wanted to dump my boyfriend who's following me around every 2 minutes going, who are you with? Where was you? And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't need your money because I'm working. The kids are grown. They're looking after themselves. Why am I fucking this same old fucking droopy ball bag geezer? Yeah, when I could be out there fucking 25-year-old men giving me the time of my life, spending money on me. I'm fully committed to being single. I don't want this guy. See you later. Bye.
Okay, well, then if they want to choose a single life, let them choose the single slag life, because that's what it is. It's just the whole your life by the sounds.
Okay, it's the woman divorce.
Not all single parents.
1 minute. What I'm saying, MJ, is if a woman's fully committed to having a second bite of the cherry and reliving her childhood, maybe she's lost a lot of weight since she had her babies or whatever, and now she's thinking, I'm looking so good right now. Why am I wasting it on this guy that I had when I was fucking 30 stone? I'm 15 stone now. Let me get rid of this guy and I can just live this, like, I can dress up nice, I can buy nice clothes, I can do my makeup, I can pull men of a higher caliber than this fucking layabout.
What was this?
Get rid of this guy. Now, if that woman chooses to commit herself to a single lifestyle, fully commit herself to being single, right? Who the fuck is Sarah to tell her how successful she's going to be?
Look, can I just say something?
Well, he ain't no one, innit? He should just stay away from those kind of women. Simple.
Look, can I just say something?
My only point is that a man can never fully know what a woman's doing. So for you to even try to judge something that's so mysterious.
That's been all my lifetime. You never know what your woman's doing.
Exactly.
Look, can I just say
you
something?
You never know what the men are doing. Go on, Eunice.
Look, it sounds to me, yeah, like, does the woman have like 3 different baby daddies or something like that, or is she just divorced?
Yeah, some of them do, some of them don't.
Look, what I'm saying is, yeah, she comes across as a person, you know, with a high mileage and all that, innit? Like,
yeah, some of them are.
Yeah,
you
know,
some of them. You when know, it comes to high mileage before they got married and had 3 kids, they already fucked about 100 men. To them, that's what being young, free, and single is all about. There's no side effect to it because as long as they're on protection, as long as they're not getting pregnant, as long as they're on the pill, to them, there's no shame in it. It's just normal life. Enjoying.
But she shouldn't be on the thing. She shouldn't be on the pill, should she? Like she should be using. She should make sure the guy is wearing condom, right?
What happened to you? Something happened to you. You're very angry about this.
I don't know why you're trying to be some sort of psychological thingy, Randy. Like, first of all, you need to have a brain to do that. Secondly, you need to have a little bit of understanding of how the human brain works. I'm telling you that Sarah Garvey is telling a woman how her sex life's going to be just because she's got 3 kids.
Okay,
like,
so
I find that the
what
most
did he?
stupid
Sorry,
thing I've heard
can't
of
just
in my life.
remind us what he said about it.
It's a 2-minute clip of a podcast, yeah, that's on what's it called, TikTok, and he's saying to her basically, you got rid of a man, right, that you was with, I think he said 8 years, right? You was with for 8 years, fully committed to you, yeah, and you got 3 kids by, and you got rid of him to be single. Do you think it's easy being single out here? Do you know how your single life's gonna be? And someone else commented, your single life's gonna be shit. It's gonna be like a desert. And Sarah said, yeah, you're basically gonna have nothing going on out here in your single life because everyone's gonna go for women who ain't got 3 kids. And I'm saying, you're talking shit, bruv.
Only desperate guys,
there's enough dudes going around, yeah, to facilitate for all the women. Even ugly women, yeah, are getting 100 guys messaging them on Plenty of Fish going, I'm happy to come round and hit it. You don't know what you're talking about.
She should, she doesn't have any options left. She should be very realistic. Like, she should humble herself, right? She's a woman who's 40 years old with 3 kids and all that, No guy is going to go out with her.
There's no such thing as no guy's going to go out.
I mean, like, no guy.
No woman that can't get.
You have to remember that Sarah Garvey is going to be speaking from the perspective of the high value man, right? So he's probably
the high value man. The high value man.
You're not going to get a decent man. You're not going to get a man who's looking to have more kids or looking to, have a woman that doesn't have the extra baggage that comes along with already having kids and a baby father and da 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 da.
Okay.
So to a degree, he's right, but it's obviously the way he's saying it sounds a bit. Do you know what I mean? What he should say is that her options are going to be more limited.
Exactly.
Than a woman who doesn't have children. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. This is his whole stick, though, isn't it? This is Sarah's whole fucking. This is how.
And I do agree with
Can I ask a question, right? Now that MJ's brought us to the point, right, that I was trying to make, let me ask you a question. Tell me if you think this is right or wrong, right? Because this is just me asking a question now, right?
Okay.
What if the woman's saying, my man at home, he ain't shit. I'm keeping the door open for a high value man, right? Maybe a lot of these women that are saying this really is just an excuse to be able to cheat on their man and be justified about it, where their friends are going to tell them, do you know what, your man ain't shit, like, you need to kind of like be looking on.
But then they're a waste woman that doesn't rate their man. Simple.
All I'm going to say
they don't rate their man, but that's basically the best man.
If they clearly don't rate their man, if they're thinking like that, then they don't rate him, innit? And then you've got to start looking at the man and asking why.
What I'm saying is, can I just say something? Sorry. What I'm saying is,
that's why they're having kids from them.
All right, can I just say something? All right, in regards to the woman wants a high value man and all that, and and she has 3 kids and she's.
Where are you gonna meet a high value man in the ghetto?
Let him land.
Look, all I'm gonna say is is that okay? High value men are not baggage men, in it. Baggage men, work in Heathrow, in it. So she should get the Heathrow man.
Man trying to crack jokes out here. Listen to what I'm saying to you. For you to have a high value man, you have to at least put yourself in a close proximity to them. A lot of these women don't even cross the street on the same street as the high value man. So for them to say, my man ain't shit, I'm looking for a high value man, really, that's just an excuse to cheat on your man because you probably think he's cheating on you as well.
But then, these are probably the kind of women that are wrapped up in social media. They're probably the women that wake up and go on Instagram before they've even gotten up and washed their backside. Do you know what I mean? So they live in some delusional kind of lifestyle. Like they want to live. What did that girl call it?
I don't like
doing up lifestyle. They want to be doing up lifestyle.
Can you shut up and let the woman speep, bro?
The actual woman, yeah. If their man ain't facilitating them to live lifestyle and be up all up on Instagram and YouTube doing couple videos and all of this shit, they're not satisfied in life because those women, those kind of women can't.
Listen to me, bear with me, follow this line of logic. I beg you.
I'll try.
We, as people of a certain generation and a certain upbringing and a certain background, are labeling these people as waste women, sluts, slags, insta whores, whatever. What if, for their generation, that's normal? They see themselves as normal. Then what? It's just us calling them slags, but they're not slags.
Okay, but just because they see it as normal doesn't mean that we can't question why it's now become their normality. And I'm going to say it's because of the influences around them on social media.
But what I'm saying to you is their normality. Sorry, their normality has become our normality. They've taken over. They've become the dominant
But
force.
it's not our normality because,
has.
well, I don't know about you, can speak for yourself, but I'm not living like them. And I'm not even 40, and I'm a single parent with children.
I don't want to bring it to a personal level, but are you currently dating?
Yes.
Is it possible that even though you are resilient to this young culture, that the person that you're with might be influenced by it?
No.
Even a small percentage of it, of his life? No. Right, so he's not on social media seeing all young girls.
No, he's not on social media like that.
All right, so then, yeah, you found someone who's like on your level, and you two are both living the Randy lifestyle. That's fine. That's fine.
I don't know what the Randy lifestyle is.
He's like no social media, no, just basically just the people who you see in your daily life. They're the ones you know.
Well, yeah, real life people, yeah.
Yeah,
and obviously I'm on social media, but he's not on social media like me, isn't it? So
no, but I don't think you're on social media to the extent that we're currently talking about, like 3-4 dating apps, Snapchat,
no,
Insta. You get me?
Mary's a TikTok type of woman.
Not even, you know. Insta's the only thing that I've got, but I don't even go on it like that. Like once a week or something, I might check it and scroll, and that's about it.
This is what I'm saying, man. So I don't think Sarah's got a clue about what the fuck he's chatting about, as usual. He's telling a woman with 3 kids, why are you kicking out your baby father and going on a dating scene when there's nothing for you on the dating scene? You've made a big mistake. Now, she can't turn around and say to him, shut up, Sarah. I get about 4 dicks a day, every day, Monday to Friday, and I take Saturday and Sunday off because I'm religious. Yeah. She can't say that to him in public or on his podcast or wherever. So she has to sit there and take it and put her head down. And Sarah's sitting there telling her, you ain't going to get nothing. You ain't going to get nothing.
No, what she could have done was she could have said, well, actually, Sarah, it's possible for me to get X amount of D every day. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it is. Like, and he's used those same lines himself, talking about, oh, I can easily get 50 women on Tinder within a mile's radius.
But can you?
Yes, if you live in London, of course you can.
You can get to go on a date with 50 women, but you can't actually get to bed 50 women when you're Sarah. He's not that good looking. He's bald. He's got no personality. He ain't got the money to even facilitate that lifestyle.
Listen, there's plenty of desperate women out there. He could bed at least 5 of them. Come on.
Yeah, but you said 50 though.
And I think Sarah kind of has a point though. Like, you're gonna leave your man that you was with for 8 years and go out on a dating scene and then realize that it's not much on the dating scene. That's what.
But there is though.
But the women are. But I mean, I'm on social media, so the women that's in my age range, that's single, that's on social media, are saying it's not much out here on the dating scene. That's what I'm saying.
You don't come across as the kind of guy that would just hit it and quit it, a one night here and a one night there, turn up, leave your shoes at the door, go in, do what you need to do, come out, and then you're gone. And you're, if she don't phone you, you don't phone her. You don't seem to be that shallow kind of person to me. Yeah. So I don't really see you like that, like you're that kind of person. And I don't think Sarah is either. But what as men we don't realize is women can be like that and not really even bat an eyelid about it. Women could be like that if they want to. I'm not saying a lot of them are. I'm not saying bad about women, yeah? I'm just saying that men can never really get their head around the secret love life of a woman. For you to even think you can think like a... Do you agree with me, Bourne?
Yeah, I do get that. We never know, like, especially when it comes to them being sneaky and cheating and shit like that. We could never know exactly how to do that.
Bourne, I don't want to be crude about it, but there was a porno where a woman slept with 350 men back to back, and at the end of it, the pussy was the same as when she started.
What are you saying? It was a pornography movie?
I'm saying pussy's like elastic, bro. You stretch it and it goes back again.
You're taking those from Eunice now. What's going on?
Brother, what I'm saying to you is this. If a woman wanted to, well, I've known girls that's done 10 men a day. You get me? Like working girls that's done 10 minute a day, Monday to Friday.
Yeah, but exactly, Khan, that's different. They're doing it for a job. That's going to be different
I'm
from a
saying the
normal woman
emotional,
who's living
but
day-to-day life.
But MJ, the emotional aspect of it ain't there, right? The emotional aspect of it ain't there, but that
No.
pussy still has to go through that much dick, right? So it's possible.
Wait, say that again?
I said the emotional connection ain't there for them, but that pussy still got to go through that much dick a week in, week out. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
but a woman that's not doing it for money is not gonna I don't know. I can only speak for myself, innit?
Listen, I had 3 prostitutes living next door to me. Yeah, so I got to know about what was going on from various neighbours and stuff like this. Yeah,
second-hand information.
No, but a good friend who I've been friends with 20 years. Yeah, a good neighbour. And they got Manor House, the Bulgarians, and they, go to these hotels and rent the rooms by the hour. So I only found out about this weeks after and stuff.
I bet you was pissed off.
But I'm not interested in that. It's much more complicated and interesting than this. But it's like that's what they're doing, just trying to earn some peace to get on. And now they're not doing it, and they moved on.
Randy, I don't know if you know, but prostitutes are human beings as well. There's prostitutes that fuck all day and come home and they don't want to see another dick. There's prostitutes that fuck all day, come home and they want to fuck all day and all night and then go to work looking for more dick. Just because they're not orgasming, don't mean they're not enjoying it. They're human beings as well. Like they're various and varied, right? And they're individuals. Like you can't just say, "Well, I know 3 prostitutes from Bulgaria that did this and that." Like, what does that even mean?
Well, because it means I have close information of a neighbour who was doing this shit, so I was able to observe it. I haven't never been in that situation before, so it was just interesting as a sort of field study, if you like, to see what went on. I didn't know what was going on until I got told about it, and then I watched it.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that a man can't be telling a woman, "You got 3 kids, your dating life's over." I find that you don't know about women then, innit? Either you don't understand the full dating scene of 2022, what's going on out there right now. Either you don't fully understand that, or you just don't know women in general.
And you're the expert here, Con. How are you the expert?
Brother, have I said anything on this panel that makes you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. I don't know where you're getting all
right, so if you don't know, shut up then, innit?
Randy, let me say this though, Randy. Now I will say this, Randy. Hold on, Randy. Now, if we do really just think about the people in your family, right? A lot of our aunties, they had 3 kids and divorced from my uncle and never remarried.
Right.
Some of them remarried. When I really look at my family, it may be 50-50, Con. So he's not really far off when he's telling that woman, you divorced. You have 3 kids. You're probably not going to remarry or get anybody else. I mean, he's not far off. But I think the numbers are really close to 50-50.
Look, Born, historically speaking, when it comes to dating, right, in the UK, they said that the advent or the introduction of the bicycle, where men could ride from village to village, increased the genetic diversity of the British population. In other words, originally, people only shagging or marrying from their own local area, and the genetics of each place was determined by the town. So people wouldn't really be related. So if you lived in Leicester and the next man lived in Brighton, you wouldn't have much ties with each other.
I get
right?
you.
Now they're saying that as soon as the bicycle was invented as a standard form of travel, right, where one man can travel from town to town, immediately the genetics become more diverse because men are traveling and facilitating women on a much wider area. So before you could only walk to the end of your road, now you can travel for 4 villages in each direction. So your access to women has gone up by, let's say, 1,000% even. Like, it's just gone up astronomically, right? So compare that, right, to now with social media, right, and this liberal lifestyle we're living where it's not the men that's got to look for women. It's the women that are picking the men. A woman can sit down swiping with her thumb and pick out 20 men at the top, just like that. Just pick out 20 men that she would like to see. Do you see what I mean? And because the social settings ain't in a way where people see her in McDonald's, let's say, having a milkshake with a guy and go, oh, we saw Sarah in McDonald's with some strange guy, yeah? No one knows who he is. Oh, it's a mystery. Let's carry out a big investigation. Does anyone know who it is? And the gossip circle starts going around. Now, we don't have that anymore. We don't have gossip. We don't have slut shaming. We don't watch. We don't. We don't
have gossip.
We don't.
We do.
No, you oldies do. Young people ain't got time for that.
Everyone's making it more liberal.
Actually, you know, slut shaming is considered to be misogynist. It's considered to be misogynist nowadays. You can't slut shame people.
I'm not sure why you're so passionate about this. I can't get it.
Brother, I don't know what you mean. I don't know why you're trying to bring it to a personal thing. I'm showing you that a man, is telling a woman that because you got 3 kids in 2022, that makes a difference to your love life. It doesn't. If you're a woman and you're working and you're earning money and you're feeding your kids and no one else is taking on responsibility for them children, any man that comes and takes you on a date, them 3 kids ain't got nothing to do with him. It's like that geezer with the cheeseburger situation. He's saying, when I met you, you had 3 kids, but they're not from me. Like the one that's from me, I'm feeding that one, innit? So this is the situation now. When women are choosing to have men, different men, and children from different men, right? They're not charging you for all the free. Like this ain't 1920 where you're meeting a woman and she's got a kid and you're like, oh, you know what? If I take you on, that means I'm taking on your kid as well. No, the woman's working. She's paying for her own kid. That's her kid. They ain't nothing to do with you when you start dating her. That's no added responsibility to you. Doesn't make a difference. If she's got 3 kids or 5 kids, you're not paying for them kids. So it don't make no difference to you.
But isn't this empowering for women so they can do a little bit of research into a guy rather than meeting some random at a bar, which they used to do? So at least they've got a few photos. They can let somebody know it's a bit safer at the end of the day. That's the way I look at it.
What I'm saying is, if you meet a woman and she's got 3 kids, 5 kids, 25 kids, I'm not paying for none of them kids anyway. What difference does it make to me? Why is it going to put me off her? If she's a nice woman, I have nice conversations with her. We have common interests. We do stuff together. We're having fun together. And she's my sexual partner, which is basically a relationship, right? Why do I give a shit if she's got 3 kids at home? I'm phoning her up. I'm like, you coming out, babe? Yeah, I'm coming out. Cool. I pull up outside. She jumps in the car. We go out. Who's babysitting the kids? Oh, the next door neighbor. Cool. We're out. We're having fun. Why do I give a shit? You got 3 kids. You're paying for them. I'm not paying for them. It don't make sense what Sarah's saying, bruv.
Khan, big up, Khan, big up you, man.
My brother.
What's up, Blue Red?
Yeah, big up, man. But Khan, hear what he's saying. Hear what I'm taking from what he's saying. Yeah, he's saying, okay, so Khan, asking you from a man's point of view, what is a high demand woman? What's in demand? What's the most desirable kind of woman out there on the market? Would you say?
Well, obviously you can't bring it down to one thing, but with women, obviously,
okay. But what's the main 3 things?
How attractive they are.
Yeah. So for me, it would be how attractive they are, the body count, and whether they got kids or not, innit? So for me, and I feel like my preference is what most men are looking for from what I spoke to, innit?
But let's look at your situation that's making you think that. Have you got kids of your own?
No.
Right, see, there you go already.
So I wouldn't date a woman who's got kids already, because for me, it's like I'm coming in halfway in to like their life.
But someone like me who's got kids already, I'm actually looking for women who got kids, who know how to deal with kids. I can leave my kids with you. You can leave your kids with me. Like we're on a whole other level of maturity.
Yeah.
You get me? Because I ain't looking to have kids with you anyway. So the fact that you got your kids ain't putting me off you. If anything, I'm glad that you got kids, because then you ain't going to try and have kids with me, right? Whereas if you met the same woman, she's going to want to have kids with you, and you're like, I don't want to be daddy number 4. I want to be daddy number 1.
Exactly. So what I'm saying, so for you, that woman is viable, innit? For you, innit? But I'm saying most men who don't have kids
and Sarah.
Yeah, possibly Sarah as well. Yeah, possibly.
Right, so he's got kids
I don't know for him,
right?
but possibly most from what I know, most men who don't have kids with a woman will not go and chase a woman who has kids. For for most men, that's a disqualifier. So Sarah's saying that her value in the market, quote unquote, is not going to be very high. So she will struggle. You know, women have high standards, innit? They'll turn you away for having a funny laugh, or they'll
Right,
turn you
right.
away for dressing weird, innit? So
Okay.
her standards are gonna be high. So she's gonna struggle. So she's gonna have 20 guys in her DM, but she's probably gonna pick 2 to go on a date with. From those 2, they might do some weird shit on a date and then be disqualified. So she's gonna have a lot of like struggle, is what he's saying. She's not gonna. She'll get dick. Dick is gonna be no problem in it. Dick is gonna be no problem. But getting dick and having a relationship are 2 different things, innit?
Exactly. This is my point. Now, back in the day, a woman wouldn't forego a normal relationship with a man where she's got dick lying around anytime she fancies dick. After EastEnders, before breakfast, whenever she wants it, she's got dick
Yeah.
on tap, right?
Mm-hmm.
She wouldn't forego that for, like we were saying earlier, you go out one night a week with your girls and hopefully you meet somebody. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you're going from having loads of dick to having maybe a difficulty replacing that dick that you threw away, right? But what I'm saying to you is today, in today's day and age, that's not the case. A woman can survive by getting stray dicks, and loose dicks can satisfy her in terms of dick, right? Because there's so much of it out there now because of social media that she's not saying to herself, well, if I give up my husband and I go a dating scene, it might be about 6 months before I get laid again, or 2 years before I get laid again. No, within the week, she'll be getting next man.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what I've realised from speaking to like quite a few girls don't like that shit. From what they told me on face value.
They say that. This is the mystery. This is the mysterious part about it.
What is it?
They prefer, from what I've heard, rumours I've heard, they prefer to have one solid man rather than having dick here, dick there, innit?
Yeah,
like,
they're telling you that because they're duping you into wanting to be that man.
So I'm getting played, yeah?
100%
I think, majority of women do prefer a consistent partner.
100%.
But also, what Khan was saying about it not being the be all and end all is more of a reality now as well, because it's just like, well, if you ain't got one, then kind of you can just go on dates, innit? So the ones that don't want to just say I'm gonna be a slagger, they go on dates, right? And like when they go on dates, then things happen, but they keep that to themselves and they're looking for a relationship, and there's no good men out here. How long you been single? I've been single for 4 years. Okay, so in that 4 years, have you been sexual? See? So they will tell you, I'm dating. I've been single for 6 years and I've been dating the dating scene of shit. What that means is I've not had a man to claim me for 6 years and I've been fucking. And because that is more of a attainable reality for women, I think more women are in that type of situation. I still believe women would like to find, majority of women would like to find someone, but I think it's becoming less important, less attainable. It's harder to find that person to settle down with now, for men and women, for young and old, just in general, because there's a lot of people that don't even want to, like, they don't want a relationship, like like me, like I love female company and all that, but you know, to meet someone new and compromise on all the things that you need to compromise in a relationship, and to focus on that other person and like not everybody's in that place all the time. So I think there's a lot more people that's kind of just more willing to not give up what they describe as their peace or their independence or whatnot for a relationship. So there's more single people out there. There's bare excuses. Half the people out here are gay now. Half the women are gay. Half the men hate women now. Half the women hate men now. Like they're not even gay. Like they're not even gay, but they hate women. Do you know what I mean? So they go down the incel route.
Yeah.
They just spend time chatting with guys, bitching about girls.
Yeah. And then they become the women that they hate.
That's eventually going to lead you to gayness. I just feel like this. Where else is it going to lead you? all these guys that get how you feel. Listen, all these guys that violence, brother. You're right. All these guys that get how you feel. They know exactly what you're going through. They're relatable. You're sitting there. You're talking with them.
Tell me your pain.
Eventually, once you've all established that all these chicks are bitches, and all these bitches are hoes, and all these hoes are gold diggers, and all these gold diggers are fucking whatever, low value, this and that. You start looking at the dudes in your MGTOW group, right? And you start thinking, yo, you ain't got no one. I ain't got no one. You get me? You like Star Wars. I like Star Wars.
Yeah.
And you like Minecraft. Fortnite. You get me? You play Fortnite. I play Fortnite. Like, yo.
I think how it would start would be like, they'll all get together, have their little forums, their little chats. Then they'd be like, okay, we should do business together. Then business becomes, let me stay around yours. Let's go away for a bit.
You're just around men all the time. That's just men.
Jeds, let me say this.
Your phone list is men.
I know a woman, right? I know a woman who pulled a man from a chess website where they were playing chess, and there was like a live chat on the side where they can talk about their moves. It's not even designed for them to flirt with each other. She managed to marry the guy for 8 years. She stayed married with him. I goes, how did you meet this guy? She goes to me off a chess website.
I got 8-year-old trainers. No word of a lie. I got 8-year-old trainers.
Meaning what?
What do you think it means? She
they
was
got holes in
only
them?
married for 8 years. I've got 8-year-old trainers. So, maybe it didn't work out that well for her. She bought herself...
the woman is different class. If she can check man on a chess website, what do you think she could do when she goes shopping in Morrison's for half hour?
Sorry, I get you, I hear you, but I only rate women that can keep man.
She could keep him as well.
But she didn't. It was 8 years, you said, bro.
Yeah, she kept him for 8 years. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's not keeping, man. I got 8-year-old trainers. Is what I'm trying to say to you. That's not keeping.
Of course it is, man. Anything over 2 years.
8 years, bro. For real, you rating 8 years?
Yeah, I'm rating 2 years.
Nah, don't be easily pleased, Khan, because of how society is now. 2 years is fuck all. 2 years is boyfriend.
2 years is 24 months. 24 months, bro.
2 years is boyfriend, man. What is that?
That's a phone contract.
Anyway, that's a different.
I can lead a woman on for 2 years. I think I could.
You play hard to get though, boy.
I think I can get away with it for 2 years if I just keep saying I'm not ready yet. I'm just not ready for it.
Take me out for dinner a few more times. I'll think about it. You're one of them. Big up, porn anyway.
Yeah, I could pull it up.
Hey, what, Boy, did you cut off that woman? You know the woman you're talking about
no.
a while ago?
We're still friends, Blue Red.
She's paying
still friends, Blue Red. That's my friend. I'm having vehicle difficulties right now, so my friend is helping me. She's helping me.
You got the mute button on, man.
She's helping me. Blue
She's
Red.
paying you the £2.
Pay the money. Pay the money. We've got 100 people watching, 64 likes. Just like it up, people. Bob.
Like it up.
Yeah, be like Randy, man.
Yeah, be like Randy, man. Like up the show. Show a little love in the PayPal, the Cash App, however you can, man. However you get it, man. Spread that wealth, spread that love, and you see it comes back.
I got a couple of nice bookings in today, and I thought, yeah, cool.
Cheers.
And I thought, let me just throw Jed's a cup of coffee, whatever he wants.
Yeah. Randy, I was going to ask you a question, if I can, Randy, quickly.
Okay, man.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you, okay, if I was on like a night out, in Hackney, right, around your area, and I met a girl.
Yeah.
I met a girl, and obviously we're having a good time, and she was like, "Oh, let's go back to yours," but mine's like really far away.
I'm leaving.
So it's like, but then could if I wanted to use one of your rooms for like say 3 hours, how much would you charge?
No. Unfortunately, we're blocked out to the end of August now, man. We're not doing the sort of love plan.
Yeah, Blu-ray. You've got to look at Airbnbs really for that now.
Yeah,
no, but Randy does one.
Randy, when you say the end of August, Have you got anything for the weekend of the 30th?
No, August. We're booked up till the end of August now. I'm looking at September.
You're looking at September now.
I'm into
Okay.
September now.
Okay, so
Randy, how much do you charge an hour for the mix?
What the
I get 60 quid an hour.
60 quid
a night.
I need some context.
I need more context. Yes, I need context to the question you was asking. Like what was you asking when she booked up to the 30th? Like what was that?
I'm just wondering.
Me.
Yeah,
I wanted to know when he was saying August, like the end of August. Did he say August is available or does he mean September?
No, it's all booked up. We're all booked up. We're into September now. I just put some prices up.
Okay.
What you was thinking about taking a little vacation, Jez? What are you thinking about?
I'm gonna take a vacation 20 minutes up the road.
We're like, I've just put the prices up. We're doing £70. It's advertised at 70. I get 60 from Airbnb, and we're into September. I'm looking to get some longer bookings so I can take myself a holiday. Because I've been grinding it. I know you don't think I'm working, but I do clean and do shit. And
you got to pick up all the condoms, hoover the floor.
No. Like today, I've got 3 Swedish women at the moment. In the back room.
Nice.
Jeez.
3 Swedish women. So I just have to chat to them.
One of these days, one of them's gonna fuck you. Like one of them will.
One of them has been flirting with me, but I don't mix business and pleasure. You know me.
Oh yeah.
Standards.
I don't know, Jez, because I did lawn work for 8 years, and I was thinking one day it was gonna happen.
He's definitely gonna pop up soon.
Yeah,
it's like do lawn work more than it, and he has like those housewives.
I never got lucky.
Like those like sexually staffed housewives, isn't it?
No. One of them's walking around with a bra top all day, and I'm just like, yeah, you're a guest. I'm a host. We're moving on. You're 27 or whatever you are. I just keep it moving.
I think you should just go full creepy old guy, Randy. Fuck it, man.
No.
Nice rack, baby.
Old saying. We have an old saying in England: "Don't shit on your doorstep."
That's right.
Exactly. You can't.
It's hit me back, so I don't shit on my doorstep.
Yep.
Exactly. You can't put your sausage in where you make your bread and honey in it.
What?
Oh yeah,
that's the saying goes.
I
little fag.
I get you, Eunice. I get you.
Eunice, man, come on, man. You got better analogies than that, man. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, like,
Are you thinking about putting your sausage in someone's bread, man? Allow it.
No, man, it doesn't mix, does it? Like, leave out
sausage sandwiches.
No, like, what do you call it? Bread. The place where you make bread and honey, like, you can't mix business with pleasure.
You make honey. What are you, a bee? How are you making honey, bro? Are you an insect?
You can't, you can't use a sausage where you make bread and honey in it.
Don't say it again.
I feel you.
You can't mix business with pleasure.
Never sell crack where you live at. You know what I mean, Eunice?
Yeah.
Where you rest at.
Don't piss in the shower.
Yeah.
Get those likes up, people, though. You've got 100 people watching and there's only 64 likes. What the F is going on?
Yeah.
Oh, Jed, are you there?
Yeah.
Do you want to play this TikTok of Sarah giving some woman advice on her dating life?
Put the link in the chat, man.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, man. So I'm sitting here watching tennis on TV. Why do y'all think black people don't play tennis?
I mean, obviously, black people play tennis, and you got the Williams sisters, isn't it? They play tennis.
Okay. But tennis is kind of like a privileged sport, to be fair. It's like golf, and it's like privilege. You got to be part of a tennis club from young, and all that stuff, and it's like it's not really. There's like a barrier to entry normally with tennis.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. I would like to see a tennis game, or go to Twickenham to see rugby, or go to the Arsenal game one day.
Just do it, man.
Yeah.
Because this tennis courts all in the hood, but they're empty. Nobody's never.
Yeah, it's a very posh area. It's like Wimbledon, isn't it? So it's like near Wandsworth.
Nobody plays tennis.
It's a very, very posh area. I thought it was like a place where it has like estates and stuff like that, but it's like right next to Putney Bridge.
Putney Bridge,
Putney.
Southwest.
Yeah.
Did anybody figure out why Khan has so much passion about women having a lot of partners these days? I didn't get it.
I think what Khan was saying is, like there's a generational difference. So like in Khan's generation, probably the Gen Xers, when they see a woman that, you know, that's sleeping with multiple men and all that, they would, you know, you guys would consider it as, you know, that woman's a slag, right? But the man, you know, is considered to be a stud. Okay, but like in this generation, you can't, you know, slut shame women who, you know, have multiple men. See what I'm trying to say? Like, there's like a generation.
I understand that, and I did enjoy. Can I just say I enjoyed Pogu yesterday? It was funny. I waited for you to dash the stream off.
What? So Randy, what bit about him did you like? Was it the bit where he said?
I didn't realise what his get-up was, but he stayed on for hours, and I was just like, I was just waiting for him, and then because I've been to Vegas a few times, so I was like, they said about the shooting, so I looked that up, and it is Fremont's had a few shootings recently. And it's become a bed of iniquity around Fremont, which is the old, basically it's the old strip, yeah. So this is where the original Las Vegas was, and then he's saying, "Oh right, I'm going to judge all black people on because I got ripped off from 3 black people."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And interestingly, I've got an interesting scenario, right? So I took Goddess out for breakfast or brunch on Monday, yeah.
Right.
And it was, I don't know, it's 22 degrees, and she's putting her coat on, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know a few people in the place where we're having breakfast. I said, "Oh, it's because she's black. She, you know, she feels the cold more." And it's like suddenly I get, "Oh, you're racist. You're racist." I said, "No, because."
He's saying because, you know, she's wearing a jacket and she feels cold is because she's black.
Yeah, because I used to have to heat my flat to 25 degrees when she's round. When I'm in my bed, I had to buy an electric blanket because she feels the cold more. And that's,
Do you know what? Yeah, like
Randy, is
like 22 Celsius for me. Yeah, it's cold. You know that? Like I have to wear a jumper outside if it's 22 Celsius.
Big up, Eunice. No, Randy, I think
I do feel cold.
Yeah, Randy might got a point, man.
No, but I think what Randy's not realizing, yeah, is that that is, for me, that's like a woman thing. Women seem to get colder easier than men. Like, you making it, because it seems like you're making a black woman thing now,
yeah,
or black thing. So that's why people might have an issue with the way you're saying it. The thing
so
you're talking about,
basically, you know, black people can't adapt to the English weather.
No. I've got other examples. Like I used to sit with a Nigerian brother at work for 6 years, and he would always, like, if it's 26 day in London, he would always bring his coat in, and so we used to just banter with him.
Perhaps it's going to be raining.
Cold more, so it's not based on just.
Perhaps it's going to be raining, right?
No. Well, it's forecast to be sunny all day, but he's still wearing his coat.
Well, you can't trust the British weather, can you?
All right, give your excuses. Those were my 2 examples. Please discuss.
I tend to agree with you, Randy. I think white people deal with cold better than black people. I do. I agree with you, Randy, because it can be freezing cold outside, and I'll see white people in their shorts.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You know what I'm saying?
But I feel like it just sometimes it's not appropriate to bring race in. I think so race shouldn't be determining factor. Like, if you know what I mean.
I was just saying it for.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Randy. I'm not saying you're wrong. You probably are right, but making it like the forefront is like, it's not really an icebreaker. So it's not really...
These are people I know around here. So I was just, sometimes I like to just shock the audience to get a reaction. You know me, by
which is fine. But then don't be shocked when you get the reaction that you want. Don't be shocked.
Yeah.
No, of course. But I just thought I'd bring it as a subject into the panel.
Randy, you came to other conclusions. Like, it might not be, you know, it might not be that she's black and all that. It could be that, you know, she's genuinely feeling cold, or she might be slightly under the weather. You never know.
No, she's.
Do you explore other possibilities of, you know, her being black?
Feeling cold. I know she's feeling cold. There's no discussion about that. It was just I just throw it in, and then, you know, It's like almost like, you know, when that thing where he throws.
Was she a skinny woman? If you want to
where he
like
throws in the bomb. Sometimes I do that just to get a fucking audience, you know. Sometimes.
Randy, was she like a slim woman?
She's a slim woman. Yeah, God, this is a slim woman.
There you go, then, innit? Because she was slim, yeah. Perhaps, you know, she could feel the cold, innit? A lot of slim people, you know, get cold very easily.
You get cold very easily, Don.
I do get cold, innit? Like I wear like loads of layers of clothes when it comes to winter and all that.
So today's going to be 26 degrees, yeah?
Yeah.
Now I'm sat here in shorts and a t-shirt, and I've got every window open in the house, and I might even use my cooler. I've got an air conditioning unit here, so I might even use that just to, because I'm 54, I might have a drink, just to feel comfortable, because I am not fighting the heat anymore. I just like being comfortable. I don't need to sweat. I haven't got anything to prove. I've been up to 47 degrees. So I just like to feel, as a middle-class person, comfortable. So I'll put the cooler on. I'll make myself comfortable. I might go for a cold shower, whatever. So I don't need to prove anything.
Okay. Yeah, you know, 26 Celsius, not even that hot.
For me, it's hot. I'm from Sheffield. 26 Celsius is like 1976. You know, I've had a few years of this in London, but growing up, I never saw 26 Celsius. The hottest summer we had was 1976, when it got up to 27 or something. So this is a whole new thing, and I've had to get used to it. So I've got my ice making in the freezer, and I'm sorting it out. And if it gets really bad, I go down into a dungeon because it's chilled down there.
In a dungeon, you just said? What do you do in a dungeon?
I've got a dungeon downstairs. Yeah, I've got 2 floors here, man. I've got a 2-floor flat.
Do you want to go to the dungeon, Eunice?
No, thank you. Would you like to go to the dungeon, like?
I'm going to be kitting that out as a specialty room, so I'll let you know how that goes.
Okay. Pause.
Wow. So Randy, what? So 3 hours? What for one of these 3 hours in one of your Airbnbs? How much would that cost?
No, we're not doing 3 hours. What I normally do is minimum 5 days. I can't be bothered cleaning everything.
Really?
Yeah, a minimum 5 days. No, I'm not. Listen, if I'm cleaning, I'm going to get money in, and it's got to be worthwhile for me cleaning. So I minimum 5 days. I'm not cleaning every day or every other day. I've just done a 2-day, and I don't think it was worth it. So I'm minimum 5 days.
Oh, fair. That's fair.
Market is so good right now. It's the best I've seen in 5 years. I'm just like, let me pick off the spoils. Let me pick off the
Yeah.
You know, I'm just like marketing. I'm watching what's going on. Anyway, what was this? I didn't actually see the video of Sarah before Khan got all in his emotions and whatever. I don't even know what we were fucking talking about.
Oh, where's he gone?
He's gonna have a snack. He'll be back.
I was wondering that if he had lunch. He sounded hungry.
Yeah. No, he did. He flipping. What did he say? He had like cheeseburger and chips.
What for breakfast?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about, Khan?
Yeah.
That's rude, man.
He had a pizza for a snack.
I'm not even joking. He told us today.
I want to say big up to Ultra as well, because he came and linked me and got me like a really expensive looking champagne. What's done? The Rothschild collection, you know.
What?
Yeah,
Rothschild.
That sounds Illuminati. What are you drinking, Jed? Have you checked the ingredients in that?
What a waste, man. Yeah, man. I mean,
that can just stay on the shelf.
Yeah, let's have a look what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
I've not seen that, man. We might have to Google that shit.
I bet it's red as well.
Is that no?
Is that red vodka and shit?
Champagne,
man.
Champagne, exactly, man.
Little bubbly. Mix that with some OJ, man. Make a mimosa.
Mimosa, yeah, man. Big up mimosa as well.
What, does it taste like lemonade? Champagne.
Good little breakfast drink.
Yeah, that's exactly what it tastes like, lemonade. How did you know?
I'm just saying, like, you know, like, I had the non-alcohol version of champagne in it, like.
It tastes like lemonade, right? Yeah, that's what it is.
A lot of things.
Basically, lemonade. It's basically just lemonade, man.
Eunice, why did you know about guns and why did you know about all these obscure parts of California yesterday?
Well, I know those.
It's full of shit, man.
Look. What I'm saying is that I just highlighted that, you know, he said he's from San Bernardino, so it's obviously like it's in San Bernardino County, innit? Right.
Yeah,
so I mentioned about the suburbs of San Bernardino. I said that place called Victorville, right?
Yeah?
Or Chino Hills, right?
I've
It's a
had an
suburb
around
of San
California. I
Bernardino.
didn't know this detail.
This is, let me tell you this, Randy. This is what Eunice did when I talked to him. I told him I was from Nashville. I guess he Googled 10 facts about Nashville. So
nah, that's not true, man. I knew Nashville was in Davidson
County.
County.
About Nashville. I was like, okay.
I knew Nashville was in Davidson County.
See,
counties, yeah.
He just knows
The
weird
counties.
things. Nah, like, I don't know. You know what, bro?
It's
It
so
does
it's
sound
like
he's Googling, but I don't know if he's Googling.
no, I'm not Googling anything like that.
I don't know. I just think he reveals.
It's like right next to
weird
Murfreesboro,
facts that he
right?
knows. Like me and you might know a weird fact, but
Nashville's
when
right
it
next to
comes to him,
Murfreesboro.
it
Like it's in the
sounds
same
like-
metropolitan area.
Look, this guy's weird, bro. He's weird, boy. That's
I
what you're
think-
hearing. He's weird. That's why he knows shit he shouldn't know.
Yeah.
I definitely get Rain Man vibes from Eunice sometimes.
Funny, bruv.
See, you see that bum town, like they man calling out my county and everything. Like, there's a guy in the UK know what county I live in. I like it though. You know that shit. Just you know, irrelevant facts in
Just
your head.
irrelevant shit. He just knows it.
That's dope.
That's the type of information that are getting killed. Because people think he's a police or something.
No. Honestly, no, it's just general knowledge. Like,
you just say something weird. People still gonna be like, "How the fuck do you know that?" Nah. He 5-0, yo.
Then he was bringing up the holster stuff. Is this a third?
Right.
Yeah, it's
third
like
grade
I
holster.
saw on YouTube,
More
like,
good gun when you bring it out. Now, I've heard of this. I don't remember the name.
Yeah, so what I was saying is the holsters, isn't it? Like in the movies here, like you know, a holster is very easy. You know, to get a gun out here, like a person can actually take out a gun from a person's holster, right? And it's usually like a leather coating and all that, and it has like a little Velcro, like one of those like Velcro clips that Velcro clips that you know that secures the gun and all that. But that's a level 1 holster, isn't it? Like, that's not even level 1 holster. It's just a leather. It's just a leather. It's just a leather thing in it. But like a level 3 holster, it has like a retention, and it has like a hood guard and all that. And it has like a cover, so like it covers the trigger as well. In it, like so, if someone's trying to take your gun out and all that from your holster, person doesn't take the gun out from the holster and all that, because it has all the mechanisms in place.
I want to see your internet history. I need.
No, you don't. You don't really. You don't.
You're right.
I can imagine Eunice undercover on in like some mistake, like being undercover.
I can imagine.
Nah, man, I wouldn't do that.
You guys know where I can get a box of yo-yo?
I'm not fine
with I could imagine Eunice and Randy swapping images.
Oh shit!
Nah, man. Pause.
What you
I agree.
Can I buy a box of yo-yo?
Ass naked with nothing but a holster on. Hey,
go on.
It was, man.
Go on, I got something for you. Let's go, man. Watch this.
All right.
I just got a disagreement.
Go ahead.
I didn't like the way that I just felt some type of way about the fact that like the civil rights movement made it possible for Bajans and Sudanese to, become great in this country. And then in the process of that sacrifice, it's like African Americans start getting shitted on by the same people that they sacrificed for them to get here.
Yo, you're funny, bro.
When did we ever make fun of the civil rights movement or anybody that helped
He's trolling.
black people achieve equality in the United States?
You trolling, right? Are you serious, bro?
No, I'm not trolling at all. I'm not trolling at all. I mean, the narrative is y'all don't talk about. You have said that Black Americans are lazy, that they're soft, that they're pussy, and they're bitches. To put it in verbatim.
Well, that is not verbatim because I never said all black people are like that. I just said I said the black community likes to take on the victim mindset a lot of the times as to, civil injustices and use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. Which is true.
Okay.
You can't sit there and blame systematic racism and all these other stupid ass social buzzwords for why you're not where you want to be. You can't. When you have people that come into this country that don't even speak a lick of English, that end up owning businesses, end up making that money, end up becoming millionaires, etc., and people over here crying about, oh, systematic racism. Oh my God, no, this is fucked up. I don't get the same opportunities. You got people coming here from China, from Africa, from foreign countries that can't even speak the language, and they figure it out. What's your excuse? That's all I'm saying. But what I am saying is that we can't sit here and cry about the past, about what happened. We got to become better and understand that we got to look at the opportunities that we do have versus what we don't have. And people like to use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. And I'm here to say that's fucking bullshit, bro. That's bullshit.
I'm a victim.
Like, we really got to get out of this victim mindset, because here's the thing. I'm telling y'all what the other races think about us, and they laugh behind the scenes. They ain't going to tell you that, though. But if someone's got to tell the uncomfortable truth, it ain't going to be white people. I'll tell y'all right fucking now. White people in the background, they laughing. Yo, these fucking black guys, man. Oh, these black people, all they do is cry and complain. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more Jordans. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more designer. Ho, 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 ho. They're laughing at you niggas, bro. Because they look at it like, yo, these fucking guys, all they do is cry and complain about their situation, and they don't necessarily want to be better, blah, blah, blah. And they just laugh about it. They'll never say it out in public, of course, because they don't want to be called racist or bigots or whatever. But I'll call it out because, yo, too many people have a victim fucking mindset. I'm saying what a lot of people wish they could say, but they can't because they're not colored, so they can't say this shit. You can't talk on black community situations because you ain't black. Okay, if I'm not a mathematician, I can't say 1 + 1 is 2? No. We got to operate in objective reality here and pull our fucking feelings out of it. A lot of people are living in poverty.
All right, yeah. That's enough. That's enough of that. Because we had this conversation about race consciousness, right? Race consciousness, first and foremost. That's what you have to think. So a lot of immigrants that come over here, that's come from a majority black place, they don't really have a sense of race consciousness. And I am a person who believes in post-traumatic stress can be passed down. You understand what I'm saying? So, of course, an American is going to feel like that, and Black Americans are always going to speak about the past, because that past that people come over here and think is so far away is not as far as you guys think. Like, my grandmother was alive when Harriet Tubman was alive. So this mystery long time ago narrative, and that you guys should just get over it. That's a disconnect between Black Americans and Black people from other places that come to America. And I'm not even saying that's a reason, but that's why Black people are going to say, listen, look, we are still suffering from the victimization that we suffered in this country for 600-700 years. Before you even thought about coming over here, we were being victimized. So when you say we have a victim mentality, you damn right we do. You see what I'm saying? You damn right we do. We spent 500 years. Let me say this. We spent 500 years in slavery, and we haven't even been out of slavery for 200.
Right. Yeah.
Really barely 100. If they say slavery ended in 1865, 1965 is 100 years.
That's why you guys need to get out of the past and stop having that mindset.
No, it's
1 minute. Let me ask a question.
It's easy to say that. It's easy to say that.
It's not easy as
I don't think that mindset. I don't think that mindset. Let me say this.
And Black people do have that victim mentality.
Let me finish. I'm really talking, guys. I'll let
Blacks, but the majority.
I'll let all the guys and girls go when I get done. But
yeah, go on, Born.
So what we have is, when we say this victim mindset, the victimization is still going on. It's still going on. So we can't say that shit was a long time ago. Jim Crow. Black people were still
No, because most of the time the
Wait, man. We're doing it in order,
who
man.
is
Relax.
this talking? Who the fuck is this talking? So listen, when I say
And who are you?
Jim
Wait,
Crow,
man.
Jim Crow wasn't even that long ago. So for somebody to come over here and say, "Hey, man, you guys need to forget about that shit," that to me that sounds crazy. And
No,
what
you
is that?
sound
What is
crazy.
that?
You
What
sound
is
crazy
that?
as fuck.
Come on,
And is that my way of thinking that's
Come
gonna
on,
keep this
Jez. Come on,
continuing?
Jez. Take that
It's
off
like
the
we're
screen,
in
brother.
different times. We're
Take
like
that
in the
off the
same
screen,
old
Jez.
times,
What
but
is it?
modern
One minute.
times.
Can I ask Bornrich a question? Bornrich, brother, if I put £1,000 in your bank account and we don't take no money out of it, and I come back 100 years later, that £1,000 still gonna be there, isn't it? So what's this about forgetting when nothing ain't been done from then till now? Nothing ain't happened. Nothing ain't changed.
It's
How's man
like
gonna
black
forget
people want to play.
anything?
Black people want to use
And
that
we
black
didn't
card.
flee. This is another thing. Let me say this, Rico. We don't flee.
You
Let me
said enough.
Let me tell y'all the difference. Let me tell y'all the difference,
You
guys.
said enough.
If black Americans
You
left
sound
America,
ignorant.
right? If we fled, right? Because we can honestly say that guy Myron, he's an immigrant.
You always have an excuse for
His
everything.
parents came over here, and his co-hosts, their parents came over here, right? So just imagine if we said fuck this racism in America, and we left. And we made it successfully in hypothetically Nigeria. And we sit back and said, well, what the fuck are these Igbos complaining about? Why are the Igbos complaining? They have it good over here. If they get off their ass and bust their ass, they can make it over here. Then it's gonna sound crazy to me. Because my thing is, if you made it, right? If you can come over here and barely
Let me
speak
go on
English,
mute while I
and
like
you
my
can
blunt.
make it, and you can make it and make it and make it, why didn't you make it in your home country? I think that's a reasonable question.
Can I just say something? Boom.
Right, wait. Before we get into that was a good thing.
Go ahead,
But you got anything to say about Mezzo's comment? Mezzo, jump up. You got anything to say about Mezzo's comment?
You're born in the wealthiest country on the planet, and an immigrant with no English can make it further than you. You are the issue. I mean, that's cool. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't care what Mezzo thinks. You know what I'm saying? That's his opinion. So
But I'm saying, what's your
holds,
opinion on his opinion?
I don't really have an opinion. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't. But only thing I say to it, I will say to this though, is like I said, man, the number of years we were victimized, it is going to cause some sort of trauma. And black people in America are just suffering from trauma. It's not
Black people in America just have a lot of excuses and never want to take accountability for their actions as well.
You know what I can
probably don't even realize that black people own slaves as well.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with everything that you're saying.
No, Con. Please get this brother explain it, because people always like to just throw shit out there. But go ahead, explain it. Go ahead. You got the floor. Okay. Explain it.
Go and explain it then, bro.
I'm explaining. I just pretty much said it. Long story short, that black people have a lot of excuses for everything. And then want to bring up the black card whenever they commit a crime or something, and then say somebody's out to get them, that they're harassing them. But the majority of the time that black people are really targeted because they're doing something illegal.
Let's have a conversation. One second. What you're calling excuses, maybe there's survival skills that people had to use to get through 500 years of bullshit.
Exactly 500 years.
That's a survival skill, brother.
And they are still
stuck in the
past.
Con, let me tell you this, Con. We play the black card because we were victimized by the American government, bro. And an immigrant has never been victimized by the American government, so they come.
You can't blame it.
America.
You can't blame it on immigrants.
Hold on, let me explain. Y'all hear me out when I say this, right? Black Americans have been victimized for hundreds and hundreds of years by the American government.
Hundreds of years.
Now you get immigrants, they come over here, right?
Yeah.
They've never been victimized by the American government. So when black people are saying, hey, we have been victimized and we're still being victimized by this government.
But what do you have to say? It's not even the other races victimizing black people.
That's what the immigrants are saying.
Black people victimize themselves.
Man, you niggas are victims, man. You niggas just complaining and complaining. Man, we don't see no victimizing. Bro, do you know I had black people tell me, man, there's no white supremacy in America. What are you talking
If you ask me, it's that Black Lives Matter. That's the white supremacy right
Who said
there.
that, Born? Who said that?
I was talking to a Nigerian brother that came to America about 10 years ago. And he literally told me on my panel, bro, I've never experienced racism. Racism doesn't exist, and white supremacy doesn't exist in America.
Mad.
I'm like, what?
Well, I'm saying, let me make 2 points now, Paul. Number one, you put an immigrant into any situation, he's going to fight harder than the indigenous people, whether they be black or white. So to measure the struggle of an immigrant compared to an indigenous American, whether they're a black American or a white American, to me, that's a stupid thing. Because most immigrants, whether they be in England or America, are outperforming the indigenous anyway. So to say they got a harder work ethic don't make sense. Because that's the whole point of being an immigrant, right? But we're not counting Born as an immigrant. He ain't an immigrant. Why are you comparing him to other immigrants? Don't make sense. He's actually an American.
And Con, let me say this too, because the guy Myron said something. He said something key. Black people are lazy, right? Now we know that's a white supremacist talking point, right?
Black people are lazy.
But how can the same people who built this country, who worked hundreds of years for free, all of a sudden be lazy in less than 150?
Once y'all start getting stimulus checks, y'all became extremely lazy.
You see what I'm saying, Con? You see what I'm saying, Con? How can these same people 100 years later become lazy?
But you know how it's Born. As soon as you start asking for your rights, all of a sudden you're the enemy. But when you was the one being victimized, then you was the flavor of the month then.
And you know what, Jess? Me and Jess had the conversation. We was having a good conversation yesterday, Jess, about what is the disconnect between Black Americans and other Black people that come, that come to America.
Your mindset.
This is what it is. We have not only do we have different cultures, we in a sense, Jess, we have a different enemy, right? Remember you were saying we have the same enemy. In a sense, we have a different enemy because the immigrant is not going to see the American government as the enemy. They feel like the American government gave them a second chance at life.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It felt like, oh 100%. Shit, they allowed me to come to their country. I fled my war-torn country or whatever country, poverty-stricken country, and now I'm here in the land of quote-unquote milk and honey, and I don't know why these niggas is complaining. And we like, bro, because this has been our enemy. We were kidnapped and brought over here. So we were at war with these people from the inception of Black Americans. You see what I'm saying?
You wasn't kidnapped yourself, Born Rich, right? So you were born there, and you've only known.
My great grandfather was I'm a descendant of a kidnapped victim.
You've been born into a society that's got good infrastructure. Hold on.
I've been born. Hold on, let me say this, guys. I've been born in my kidnapper's home. Right?
Yeah.
If someone kidnaps your great grandmother and never let you guys leave, I was born in my kidnapper's home.
You were born in your kidnapper's home. You were you inherited documentation that entitles you to go back to your home, but you choose to stay in your kidnapper's home.
Tell me what documentation you speak about, Reggie.
I'm talking about your American passport. It entitles you to go back to Africa if you do so choose to, but you've decided to stay in your kidnapper's home.
Well, you know what I wish, because we know, right, that some immigrants have came over here from poverty and war-torn countries, right? I don't really.
You're assuming,
right? Man. I don't want Born to be bombarded with all these dumbness, bro. You're saying he's got the right to leave, but why should he leave until he gets what's owed to him? Why do you expect a man to leave with nothing?
It might never happen in his lifetime.
It doesn't matter. He's still fighting for that. When you give him his money, it's up to him whether he wants to take it back to Africa, take it to Gibraltar, take it to the bloody Cayman Islands. He can do what he wants once he gets his money, innit?
You're missing the point.
No, you're missing the point. That why can someone leave with nothing? Explain that.
What do you mean with nothing?
What do you mean? The man's got a case where he's saying, I'm owed this money. Why should he leave before he gets his dues? What's due to him?
You're not guaranteed to get the money.
It's not guaranteed, but he's got a claim. Why
let's
you
don't talk about the money.
I
Let's
need
don't
to
talk
answer
about the
them.
money. No, guys. Let's don't talk about the money. Let's talk
Exactly. I don't know
about
what Khan's
war.
on about.
Let's talk about war.
You know, if we
Reggie.
really want to touch
Reggie,
on,
let's talk
you
about
know,
war.
War.
Yeah, I want to talk about war and being
What
a
about war?
prisoner of
Sorry,
war.
hold on 1 second, Bun.
There we
1 second, Bun. Rico wants to touch on something.
if you guys really want to touch on money or anything, ask Patrice Cullors, where did that $90 million go that she collected off of the lives of Black people dying?
Yeah, but Rico,
Who's that?
that was yesterday. Like, we can't now just focus on a Black woman that stole and
I'm not just focusing on her. I'm focusing on the whole group itself.
Yeah, but BLM was yesterday, bro. We're not gonna focus on that. We can't focus.
Oh, I'm not focusing on that. I'm just using that as part of my
As the
example.
And I don't
I
want
get
to
the
say,
example, but like I said, I'm not knocking the example. I'm just saying, is it fair to bring up an example from like what the last 6 years, when you know, like, the history of Black people in America stems back a lot further. So, you know, I don't know if it's fair to be like, oh well, what about the Black people that stole money and da, da, da.
Oh no, I'm not just looking at it.
Do you not think that Black Americans are owed anything?
I feel to a certain extent. To an extent.
What extent is that?
Until they stop killing each other, you know, then we can talk about it.
It's always, see, people always
let him finish. Let him go. Let him
no,
go.
but I'm trying to make my point without actually going too deep, because like if Black people was really, you know, for the right thing, I'm not saying all Blacks, but I'm saying the majority of Blacks who like to use the Black card thing. But I'm saying if they meant what was right, they would start within the community first and then go to the others.
Can I ask, Rico, are you Black?
I'm Puerto Rican, but I'm considered Black. I'm not white.
You keep on referring to Black people like you're not Black. Anyway,
I'm indigenous at the end of the day.
You're indigenous
to America.
So let me say this, Reggie. Right. So, and I want y'all to people really pay attention to what's going on. Right. We got a Puerto Rican guy, a Nigerian guy.
See, a Puerto Rican.
I know. I'm gonna say this
because
I have to say it, right? Because these are people from the outside looking in, but telling Black people. Let me tell you what Black Americans never do. You'll never hear a Black American on a live,
and you'll never take accountability to what I'm saying. You'll have 101 million excuses.
I wish I could. All I want to do is
man. I just want
to. I just want to finish. Look, I just wish that you'll never hear Black Americans sit around and say, man,
here come the victim.
If Puerto Ricans would do this, and this, then they would get their shit together, man, and they would stop all that complaining and shit. It's people who are not us, and this is what the white supremacists do.
See, that's you causing the separation right there.
The white supremacists will do this. The white
Hold up,
supremacists.
Gordon Rich. Isn't Rico a Black American?
Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
No, Rico said himself, right? What did Rico say? What's the first thing Rico said when Reggie asked him? I'm Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican. Let me tell you, no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, Jess. I know you're gonna say, well, they technically own them. I'm gonna say no.
They are. They are. Hold on.
I'm gonna tell you why we're different.
Hold on 1 second.
We're different, Jess.
Here come the excuses. Here it comes. Here it comes.
1 second. Like, from my understanding, the Puerto Ricans will be double American, because not only are they indigenous to the
we're also African.
Not only is America, not only is Puerto Rico in America or the Americas, they're also an American colony. So they're double American.
Let me tell
you. But they never got slaves as hard. They never got worked to death.
Please, Con. Wait. I got you, Con. But let me tell you this. This is why we would never claim Rico, because Rico has another flag. Rico has another flag, Jedi, right? So if Reggie asked,
I didn't even bring up flag or anything. I'm just trying to make my point, and you're making my point each and every time that you speak. So
that's cool, Rico. But let me make it. Let me make the point, please, brother. But
yeah, you gotta be patient, Rico.
When Reggie asked Rico went straight to Puerto Rican, right? If I say, Reggie, are you British? He's gonna say, well, yeah, but I'm Nigerian too. Like he has another flag he can hold up. We don't have another flag. We don't have a Black American.
That doesn't stop Rico from being American because Puerto
He's not
Rico,
foundational.
Puerto Rico is in the Americas. That
Yeah,
makes him an American.
Yeah, but he's not foundational. We'll just say that he's not foundational.
Actually, you're not foundational. You're not
No.
foundational. Okay.
We'll say that.
If you want to put it like that.
So if you want to say, yeah,
And you
he's
sound
he's
ignorant.
Black American,
And that's
he's
why
just
I'm
not-
kind of coming on a little spicy because I hear
Pause.
his type of
Please don't come anywhere around me.
don't come anywhere. Matter of fact, you wouldn't even be anywhere around my vicinity at that. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near
Let's
you.
have the conversation. Let's
The
not turn it
ignorance.
into- Go on, Rico. So what have you? Sorry, Born Rich. You was gonna.
Oh,
make
and I'm
another
sorry.
point.
I'm sorry. You ought to come on so spicy. I'm all like, I'm just.
I don't
sipping.
mind that. I don't mind that. Just let's not talk over each other. I don't really care about the spiciness. Just don't talk over each other, so we can have a conversation. Do you know what I mean? Because there's a good conversation to have here. Yeah, Born. So please,
I mean, I
brother,
guess
know.
it is, Jess, and for the respect of your panel, I'll have it, but it's tedious, brother. Like I've had these conversations, like we don't consider Rico a part of us in the Black American community. We don't.
Do you consider Rico to be black?
I don't know. I guess, yeah, he's black. Everybody's like it's a uniform, right? I think I said it
I don't
yesterday.
know.
I know.
You
I
tell
said it
me.
yesterday. I said it
Yeah.
yesterday. Black is more of a uniform. So when I see Rico with this complexion, is yeah.
See,
black.
there you go with the complexion.
Because it's a uniform to me. You know what I'm saying? I spoke on that yesterday. Khan
Yeah,
has
but
a
he's
different
saying
uniform.
Rico that he's saying Rico that he thinks your complexion makes you black.
My complexion has nothing to do with how people perceive me.
Okay.
Yes, it does, Rico.
Okay,
It does,
but hold on, Rico. One stop.
And I can
Stop.
tell, and I could just tell.
Make it make
one-
sense, fam. Make it
Rico,
make sense.
that honestly, that's not making sense because you earlier said that you're Puerto Rican but considered to be black. So that shows that.
Which means I
why-
embrace my black side. That's why I said I am indigenous. Because at
What
the
you
end of the
mean?
day, we're all a mixture of everything. And then since he's trying to say that I'm not black, the majority of Puerto Ricans, like our ancestors, are from Africa
Both
and Haiti.
both your parents are Puerto Rican.
My mother's Puerto Rican, my dad's Dominican.
Okay. Cool.
Black.
And to us, that's not Black American, right? To black inside the walls of America.
I don't even consider black even to be a color.
Are
Just
you
say
are you
indigenous.
American? Are you American, Rico?
Yeah, I do consider myself an American. Yeah.
Based on what? What makes you American?
Based to I'm from the west side of the globe. If you look at it that way.
You're from the Americas.
Yes.
Right. So, like I said, Born Rich, it's hard to tell a man that is from the Americas and has the complexion that he has that he's not a black American. Explain this to me.
Mate, listen,
Because any white person or any lighter person is gonna still see me as black at the end of the day.
Let me give you this example, brother. It don't matter what a person can consider himself or herself whatever they want to. It's 2022. So if Rico wants
2022, but yet we still have the same mentality
then
like
Rico
you.
If Rico wants to be a woman, Rico's allowed to be a woman. If Rico wants to be a fish, in 2022, Rico can be a fish. It's 2022.
Look.
If you guys are on later, I'll be back up later. I'm about to hit the gym, and if he's really if he's up here and want to have a conversation instead of talking in circles, I'm willing to talk with him.
Listen. There's a difference between being a black American and being black and American, because you're just an American who happens to be black. That's all.
No. The fact is, yeah,
you ain't a black American,
bro. Hang on, Khan.
You're not foundational.
All right. The thing is, yeah, let me just make something clear.
Big up. I'll be up later.
Hang on. I said to Born before, he is an African American. Everyone is including
Black American, African American. You know what I mean?
Hang on. Even Rico is a black American.
No, he's an American citizen who happens to be black.
Nah,
he's still a black American.
Like, to be fair, I get where man's coming from. Maybe he could be seen as being more of a black American than Born, and Born might be considered African American.
All right, but either way, you look at it,
are y'all African? Are y'all African British? Hold on. Are you Reggie? Are you Reggie and Jedi? Are y'all African British?
I'm not British.
No, they're black British.
Exactly.
I'm not.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not British. I don't consider myself to be British.
But that's a different thing.
I'm classified as British because of my citizen status. Status, should I say? Yeah, but I don't identify as a British person.
So there we go. We got two issues there. People want to identify themselves, and then we got something where the government identifies
you. Exactly.
Yeah. So
I think that's what we're dealing with now. That's what this conversation is really
on
about.
these panels, you're going down a slippery slope if everybody has their own definition of what they perceive to be black or perceive to be American or perceive to be British, and it's best to use the government definition. But it's up to everyone else. You know what I mean?
All right, Reggie. From a government point of view, do you think the government puts people like Born Rich and people like Rico in the same category?
100%. They're both.
Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know that? You're speculating.
No, I.
Well, you asked me a question. You didn't ask me. You asked me, do I think? And I said, and I asked you what I think, and then you're saying I'm speculating.
All right, you caught me out. But what I meant was, what's your decision informed by? Have you know that little form we got where it's like, are you white? Are you white other? Are you black? Are you this? Are you that? On their form, did they tick the same box?
Yeah, he probably tick. He would tick African American just like I would. I give him.
Well,
that.
then he'd be lying, innit?
But that's why when it comes to this lawsuit, and I think that's why now a lot of Black Americans are trying to reclassify ourselves as something different.
Distinct.
Something distinct. There you go, Con. We're trying to.
Yeah, but that's for claim purposes.
Because for the last 80, 90 years, we've all been thrown in this box. And now you can hear by the conversation that Rico and Myron on that video is having is just saying, yeah, I know we clicked the same box, but we not like you niggas. You niggas is lazy and you victims and always complain. So we like, you know what? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That's how
you know what I noticed? He said black people, and then he said black people continuously talking about the group, him and everyone else, and then he said, you niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Who said that?
This guy Myron on the screen. He said you niggas, and I did notice that when I watched it earlier. Oh, so it's you niggas when there's a negative connotation to it. Before it was black people, us black people. Then when he was saying you niggas, he was being negative. So I noticed him differentiating, and it's easy for this guy to say he's black, black, rare, but then you want to tell us that you're Arab or half Arab or something else and speak Arab and rare. So like, you're not black. You are black and something.
And then I'll go
and this is why I feel like either we're gonna recognize the differentiate the distinctive differences, or we're not, and we're going to do the homogenized group. We can't do both because both is now getting confusing. I personally feel like there's nothing wrong with having your individual distinction honored while accepting your similarities with your kin and your cousins around the world. Like, for instance, we don't have to all apply black as a suffix, as a descriptive term for ourselves, but we can all have a fellowship and a camaraderie, a solidarity based on common goals, similarities, cultural similarities, geographic similarities, even appearance, even based on how others treat you, whatever. That can all still exist. We don't have to say that I'm black. If Rico wants to be Puerto Rican, he could be Puerto Rican, and he shouldn't make Born Rich seem as less of a comrade, even though I know Rico is not trying to be a comrade to Born Rich from what he's saying. But I'm saying, like, if somebody was, the fact that he saw himself different, the fact that ML Reggie sees himself as Black British or African British, and I see myself as Nigerian, shouldn't matter.
No.
It shouldn't matter that Paul sees himself as foundationally a foundational Black American. He's still my brother. I don't give a fuck if his ancestors never came from the same continent that mine did. We still have an affinity.
Let me tell you what. All right, now let me tell you where it's starting to get tricky, Jess. And I think this is why this conversation, even that caller that called in the Myron, he's probably been listening to a couple other Black Americans. It's like, yeah, they're right. Myron does shit on us, and that's what Black Americans are starting to wake up to. Because God of Jacob done told you before, man. We were on the Pan African, all Black is Black. We're all brothers and sisters. And now with the internet, we're starting to hear people like Myron, people like Rico.
Nah, but
I know, but listen, Jess, we never know. Let me say this, Jess. We never know Black people that's not quote unquote Black Americans felt like this about Black Americans, brother.
Born rich. Born
Born
rich. Let's be real. Between us in our little circle, yeah. Who did we first hear with the separation
dynamic?
Yeah.
If I'm honest, can I be honest? Be honest.
What group? Like there might be one or two individuals.
The Somalis. This person told me I was a slave baby. I didn't have any culture, and that blew my mind, Jess. That blew my fucking mind, bro.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, yeah, I'll tell you my observation. As soon as there's a disagreement as to maybe a historical event or a way going forward, or a perception of how things may have been or should have been, people start to start doing this thing whereby they don't identify with this group, or they claim they're not really with these people, or there was never this part of this group, and then it just gets messy. But in the eyes of the so-called oppressor or the governments, there's no movement in terms of like categorizing us. It's only amongst ourselves we're starting to like hear these people trying to say, oh, but you're not. Oh, I'm not Black, or I'm not British, or I'm not. I'm not belonging to. Yeah, it's like we're coming with all this rhetoric that I'm not part of them. I'm different from them. But in the eyes of the government, we're just all the same group. So
I agree. Now I agree. But let me tell you this, Reggie. You have to admit we have different cultures and we are different. And for years and years and years, Black Americans, we did not think that we were different. Of course, we have a different dialect, and we come from different places and different continents. But you're Black, you're Nigerian. I'm Black American. We're the same. But Black Nigerian will say, well, no, we're really not like you guys. You guys are lazy, and you guys are victims.
But we do that amongst ourselves, though. You're not getting it. We do it amongst ourselves. Even within Nigeria, we got groups that we will call lazy. Even within Africa, we got a Nigerian might call a Ghanaian lazy. We might call a Somalian lazier than a Nigerian. It's tribal. It doesn't mean that we're not.
Let me say this.
All...
Go ahead, Reggie. Reggie, I'm gonna tell you this. See, we never we never looked at ourselves as a distinct tribe. This is like a new phenomenon where Black Americans are saying, hold up, guys. Nobody went through hundreds of years of slavery like our ancestors did. Inside America. Nobody went through Jim Crow inside of America. So it's about time for us to realize that we are part of a special tribe. So just like the Igbo, the Yorubas, just like all these different tribes. You guys got the history of tribalism. You guys have the history of having these tribes these tribes been around forever.
So because you experienced slavery in America, therefore you're no longer like us, because you've got a different history.
No, brother. No, Reggie. I'm not saying that, Reggie, but we have to admit that our experiences are different.
Well, yeah,
that's all. And I think it was never a problem until Black Americans start saying, hold up, guys, our experiences are different. We are different than now that Black Americans are saying it. Every Black person around the world is like, hold on, man. Hold on, what are you talking about? We're like, no, we have to.
Are you having a laugh? They've been saying that in Africa for time, bro. Have you seen any unification within African circles? The only when you come on here and you hear the diasporan African Pan-Africanists that come on here and tell you that we're all the same. Have you not heard the pushback?
Yeah, but that was prevalent. But let me tell you, Reggie, in America, that Pan-African talk, that unified Africa talk, was prevalent growing up.
Well, you guys are delusional there, man, because I've not seen any circles of Africans where we're trying to act like we're all the same, like, and we're one people and stuff like that. Is just Never been the sensibilities.
So Reggie, what is the point if you're not united? What is the point of saying my tribe
Yeah,
is better
I
than
have
your
to agree
tribe?
with Reggie on that as well.
So let me ask you this, Reggie. What is the point of people saying my tribe is better than your tribe? Who
Well,
wins? What's the point of it?
don't British people think that they're better than the Germans, and don't Americans think that they're better than the British?
I don't
know. Does that not mean
Americans
that
think they're better than everyone?
Yeah, but they're really not, are they?
Yeah. Is it just unique to
It's
the
just
black
it's
people
just
that
all
they're right?
it's really all tribalism. It's tribalism.
Yeah.
You hear me? Because like even a young person like Eunice is sitting there saying, you know,
Do,
Americans aren't
do,
better than anyone. So,
do
you know what I'm
India
saying?
not think that they're better than Pakistan, and Pakistan not think that they're better than India?
I don't know.
Does that make them
All the
different
time.
people because they think that they're better than each other? Like this is just
I'd like
ridiculous.
to say greetings and salutations to all, or as you
Yeah.
mandams would say, big up.
Since when I was part of the Mandams, Banksy.
There you go.
I noticed everyone
Banksy,
dropped off as I came on the panel. It was just something I said.
Yeah, I was
good.
gonna drop off, but my phone's a bit
Go ahead.
shit. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Blue Red. Though you was trying to make a point earlier. What do you think about all this, Blue Red? Talk
No,
to me.
I was gonna say with the Myron thing. I think Myron's doing the kind of the Chris Rock skit where it's like there's black people and there's niggers. I think he's doing that kind of premise. It seems like he's saying you guys do this, but you certain kind of people who look like me do this as well. So he's trying to separate himself from people that look like him. I don't know. That's how I see it. That's how I kind of saw it. And it's kind of.
I've heard this kind of rhetoric many times. People think that there are black people that are that just think, why are you
that fit
moaning?
the
Like,
stereotype kind of thing. That
what do you mean fit the stereotype?
And you see what I'm gonna tell you something. Myron and Rico said, lazy, right? And you get that.
Yeah, that's
narrative.
what the racists say.
You get
Yeah.
that. You know,
It's
no,
not
you get.
racist. What do you mean
Let me.
racist?
No. Slow down, Reggie. Slow down. Let me tell you where that narrative comes from. Right? That narrative came from. Okay, we got these black people in slavery. Now they don't want to be slaves anymore, so they're trying to get their rights. The government said, okay, we're going to abolish slavery. So the next step is, oh, you Negroes don't want to work for free because you're lazy. It's like, wait, what? Like, and that narrative stuck. The narrative was, oh, since you Negroes don't want to work for free, you're lazy. And now we're in 2022 to where people can still say you Negroes are lazy. It's just a white
No, my
supremacy.
brother. I think you are getting the wrong end. I mean, even within the British, African British community, I've heard that rhetoric before. And I'm sure you played it on your show as well, probably. I think, Bobby. A lot of Africans come here and they say the same thing about the Black British or whatever ethnic people that are born here. That you guys are lazy, you guys don't take your opportunities. That kind of rhetoric. It doesn't mean to say they're just
Where
saying.
did it come from in the UK?
Where did it come from? From people that come from abroad. They think that you don't take advantage of your opportunities. And we were never born into slavery. We don't have the history of you lot where we were enslaved and.
The thing is, 90% of foreigners that come here call the English lazy. That's why they say the English don't want to do, the white I'm talking about, they don't want to do all the dirty jobs that all the foreigners come and do because they don't want to do it, because they'd rather sit on the dole.
Yeah. We're on. That's what I was going to talk about as well. Maybe some other time, but we're on the verge of having maybe an Asian prime minister. Like the odds are shortening every day. You know what I'm saying?
Have y'all ever tried to look into the history or the dynamics of why those people don't want to do those jobs anymore? Or is it that they're lazy? Or
No. The fact is that the social safety net has allowed people to effectively elevate themselves above menial labor jobs. So an English person who's grown up in this country says, I can speak perfect English. I've been to school in this country. I've got qualifications. Why would I go and clean toilets or take out bins or clean hospital? I can do better than that. So they will not settle for those jobs. While someone who comes from Middle East or Africa, they're like, look, I can't speak the language. I don't really know you know, I don't have maybe qualifications, or I've never, you know.
Yeah, it could be a stepping stone for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take this job because not only I have to take this job, I need the money. I've got maybe sometimes, quite often, they have wives and kids that they have to support. So they're not they haven't developed a mentality of the social safety net will take care of me. They've come from a
Plus, they
place
need
where
to
there
send
was no
money
social
back
safety
home
net.
as well, innit?
Yeah.
Some of them will do those jobs, and then they'll go to.
Yeah, okay,
I
but
mean,
then is that not? But then is that not a different perception of life? Then, if they're from the point where back home I've got nothing, so anything is better than nothing, and then
Yeah.
you got someone who's had something, and they're like, well, I can do better. It's a different perception of life, isn't it? In a way.
Exactly. So this is why what I mean. Those who were raised in this country, and I'm not even talking about necessarily white English, but any of anyone of any ethnicity that's been raised in this country that can speak perfect English are like, I'm not going to clean bins. I'm not going to clean toilets. I can do better than that. I can, you know, there are better options for me. They feel that they have options, and quite often they quite honestly do have better options, or at least they did for a long time. But now it's coming to a point where the economy has changed, and quite often they don't have better options. Things are becoming quite bad. Those posh office jobs are not as lucrative and as often available as they used to be.
Yeah. That's why,
So
like, a lot of them will say, all these foreigners coming over taking our jobs. They're basically doing the jobs that you don't want to do half the time. I would
most
say.
of the time, I'll be honest, that is true. But the thing is, I'll be honest with you, the immigrants that are coming to this country have savvied up as well. I know a lot of foreigners, especially Middle Easterners, who have considered who come to this country with their intent to be on social services, and they consider that part of their life strategy. So they're like, okay, I'm going to come here, I've got 2 kids or 3 kids, and I've got a wife, and they're going to get a house, they're going to get a housing benefit, they're going to get child benefit for at least 3 kids. My wife will you know, not be working. She'll probably have some kind of inner ear mental injury, so she'll be disabled. She'll be on disability. I'll work part-time or cash in hand doing, you know, plastering or in a cafe somewhere, and then we'll get X amount from the government, and I'll make X amount, and we'll be able to live off that. They literally have the government social services as part of their life strategy.
Sounds like you know too much about all this.
Let me
bro.
ask you a question.
You know a lot about this shit.
If you don't know about it, then you're not fucking living in a foreign fucking community.
That's why there needs to be an
I got a question for
immigration, like
Khan.
a merit system in place,
And
point-based
Blue Red.
system in place in
Well,
regards to immigration.
there's different sides to it, because what you have as well is there's some that take, like, I know what Banks is talking about. There are some that are like learning the system and they're playing the system, but then there are those that really they go to work and then they study, and they appreciate the opportunity to be able to study and be able to work. And as I was saying, we're on the verge of possibly having an Asian Prime Minister very soon. When this David Cameron goes,
He quit it, didn't he? He stepped down.
He hasn't quit. So
Then he stepped down. Richie Sunak stepped down from Chancellor position.
Yeah, that's different.
But that doesn't mean he can't be prime minister.
Yeah,
that's
that don't
his
mean he can't be
strategy.
prime
Is
minister.
to separate. It's his strategy. In fact, that is political
If
sort
anyone's
of
going to be prime minister,
strategic
it's Richie
maneuver.
Sunak, bruv. Do you know how Richie's
So
wife is?
So we've got a load of Asian people, you know, very high in the political spectrum and on the brink possibly of becoming the next prime minister due to their promotion of education. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that most of them are born abroad. You know what I mean?
But I mean, as far as Rishi Sunak is concerned, I think right now he made this was political jostling. I mean, right now this is like Caesar with the what do you call, with all the knives of all his enemies coming out. The knives are out for Boris Johnson. They will stab him soon. They already started. That referendum or that vote or whatever vote of no confidence they took, that's just the beginning of the end. Remember what happened to Theresa May? This is the beginning of the end for Boris. This is just simply, he's just running down the clock. I don't think he'll make it to the end of the year. Most likely not. And Rishi has separated himself. He's distanced himself from Boris, and so has the other guy, Sajid Khan.
Is there a way of them forcing him out? Because they're saying that unless he's forced out,
No.
he doesn't seem
They
the
can't
type of
force
person
him out.
I don't
to
think.
leave.
they will put him in such a precarious position where he will have literally no respect in the country or the government, and eventually he will be forced to resign. This isn't about forcing him out. They can't even do a vote of no confidence again. I think that's not for another year. But they can put Boris under so much pressure that he will be forced to resign, because he will literally have no respectable anyone in his cabinet will be of low quality, because all the high value quality politicians that would normally work in that position will not want to work in his cabinet. And so the whip will force him to resign. This is what they're pushing for. They're pushing
and
him
also his
to
rating,
resign.
particularly amongst voters.
Oh, they're buying more Jordans. Oh, they're buying more designer. Like, they're laughing at you niggas, bro, because they look at it like, yo, these fucking guys, all they do is cry and complain about their situation, and they don't necessarily want to be better, blah blah blah, and they just laugh about it. They'll never say it out in public, of course, because they don't want to be called racists or bigots or whatever. But I'll call it out because, yo, too many people have a victim fucking mindset. I'm saying what a lot of people wish they could say, but they can't, because they're not colored, so they can't say this shit. You can't talk on black community situations because you ain't black. Okay, if I'm not a mathematician, I can't say 1 + 1 is 2. No, we got to operate in objective reality here and pull our fucking feelings out of it. A lot of people are living in poverty that happen to be colored because of their own fucking choices, not because of the color of their skin or where they grew up socioeconomically or anything else like that. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all niggas. I dealt with all the same shit you did, and I'm not gonna sit here and cry about systematic oppression, this other fuck shit. Stop being a fucking pussy, man. That's what it comes down to, because I've suffered the same shit you guys have, and I chose not to. Matter of fact, I have even more excuses, because not only did I get it for being black, I also got it for being Muslim. I also got it from speaking Arabic. I also got it because the way I look. So I was being made fun of, being called a fucking terrorist on one end, and then also being called a fucking black guy on the other end, and being made fun of for being both. So I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. Okay? Because if the KKK comes after me, they get like a double kill.
Can you pause it a minute?
Some niggas over here crying. Oh my God.
I just want to make a comment.
You're not even black. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. No, and let me say this.
Can I just say something though? I've got a lot of friends like this. Yeah, they look black when they got a shaved head, but when they grow their hair, he looks Arab. But like, he's saying he's black. He's black. He's black. Yeah, with a shaved head, you look like a black man. But really, growing up, did you really look like a black man? Or did you have hair like Jesus? That's
a bit mad though. I can't in it. That's very racist, isn't it?
No, I'm just saying that that's very racist. He looks more black with a shaved head.
That's out of order, man. You
right.
have to retract that statement.
Yunus, Khan is right. To me, this is not a black man. This is either an Asian or an Arab man. I don't see a black man when I look at this guy. I see an Asian or a Middle Eastern. So Asian as in Indian or Middle Eastern.
Related to Born Rich.
Well, not African.
No, he doesn't look like maybe Egyptian, maybe Moroccan,
can be African,
maybe Libyan, but certainly not sub-Saharan African.
He's definitely not related to Born Rich, and that's all we need to really
but
say.
That's the weird thing. This is like, I guess, a perspective thing, because I see Iranians that look like him. I know Iranians that look like him.
He could be Mezzo.
In America, he's black, man. When we say, especially when it comes to, like he just said,
he doesn't look like a black man. So does he look like a black man?
No, it looks like a white boy.
Mixed race, maybe at best.
Yeah, he looks
very light
mixed
mixed race.
You could tell by his beard, isn't it? You could tell by his beard.
He looks mixed to me, though.
At most, yeah. But I mean,
So
I
you
would say
wouldn't class
most of
this
the
guy
time
as
there are
black?
white dudes that look like him as well. Again, Middle Easterners all
You
look like him.
wouldn't class this guy as black.
He looks Polish, if anything.
Oh, I would.
Not,
hasn't he?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't put him as sub-Saharan African immediately. I would have 5 other guesses
Probably like
before
North
I go
African,
there.
like North African.
Interesting.
I'm not lying. He looks like my cousin.
Polish, man. It's Polish.
Interesting.
That's Polish.
Yeah, Polish, I would say. Yeah.
Obviously, they have some mixes over there too. There's been some what does the milkman look like? Because that
Big up Radar. Big up Radar, man. Big up Radar.
Yeah, sure. Shout out Radar, man. That's my but he identifies as blacks too. He's black. He'll say mixed.
Who?
He'll tell you his mixed
This
race,
guy. No, look. The thing is, I've been told I look, well, not black, but certainly not white English. Immediately, I mean, I'm too dark for some white people in this country, and I'm too white for Middle Easterners in this country. And my complexion, most people call me Polish or Romanian or Ukrainian or some shit. But it all depends
by that
on your
statement, are you
perspective.
saying that Romanians aren't white?
No, but what I mean is, this is what I mean. It's like weird sort of perspectives.
They're
Some
saying
people,
you look like an immigrant, basically.
well, no,
You don't look indigenous.
Of course,
Right.
that's what I
I
mean.
agree with
But what
that,
I mean
but I'm
is,
saying
in
Romanians
some
are still
circumstances,
European, they're still white.
in some circles, I'm too white. In especially Middle Eastern Iranian circles, I'm freaking lily white in comparison, and in English circles, I'm actually quite dark.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying still.
You know what I mean? It's the perspective of the people that you're around. But for me, this guy, he is Middle Eastern at best. I would never put him sub-Saharan African. Maybe North African, maybe Egyptian, Moroccan,
I'd
Libyan,
like
that
to see
type
him
of
with
thing.
his natural hair, because I bet you he's got straight hair.
Most likely.
He does struggle to grow his hair out. I think he's got.
Oh, he's balding. He's actually got a patch at the back. That's why he
If someone
shaves
wants
it.
to Google image him and see how he looks with hair, like, I think.
One thing I wanted to say
It'll be
about these fresh
interesting.
and fit guys, I mean, I don't know if you guys know any other details about these two, but I would highly recommend for you guys to watch Abe and Preach and Abe.
Abra and
I don't know if
Preach.
you. Sorry.
Abra and Preach.
Abra and Preach. That's right. Watch those guys grill these two badly, and also 21 Studios. They've gone after these two as well. To be honest with you, these guys are kind of hustlers.
Big up. Bagsy.
Big up.
Hey, this is funny, that you lot are trying to say that he isn't an African because he's from the
No
Horn.
one said he's not African accent. What we're
No, but
asking,
he doesn't
do
look
you
like
have
an
straight
African.
hair?
You lot don't
Axel, do
even
you have
know
straight
what
hair?
African looks like,
Do
yeah?
you have
It's
straight hair?
jokes. It's
Axel,
jokes.
do you have straight hair?
Let me say
No, I
this,
don't.
Carl. Let me.
I don't. No, this is jokes, man. This is fully jokes. Like this is
Oh, no, that's what I mean.
nah.
I said he looks Middle Eastern or Indian. I never said he actually. To me, he would be Middle Eastern or Indian at best. As I say, if I were
Nah,
to
he
put him
really looks
in
like
Africa.
a person from the Horn. To be honest.
Oh,
He
you
does.
mean it could be
Somalia.
not Somalian or
No,
Eritrean.
I'm not talking about some. Yeah, he could be.
Could be
He could be.
Djibouti.
Could be
Could be
Eritrean.
He could be Eritrean. He could be Sudani. He could be Ethiopian. What's
Sudani,
wrong?
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Ethiopian, yeah. But I said, you see, Ethiopia. See, I put him in North Africa. Ethiopia is North Africa, so I would put him in that region of
They
Egypt,
consider.
Morocco, Libya,
No,
maybe
listen,
even Ethiopia.
But he's
nah,
black.
but
He's black though.
Ethiopia is
For
classed
a
as
black person,
sub-Saharan too. So
yeah,
when
me
you
as a
guys say
black
he's not
person.
sub-Saharan, I'm like, what?
Well, let
Come
me
on
say
now.
this, Axel. Me as a black person, I would say he's black. He looks black. Of course,
Yeah.
Khan and Banksy. They're
Yeah, but this is it.
not
Yeah,
black.
the
So it's
Asian
kinda
man are
crazy.
saying
It's
something
kinda
else. That's
crazy.
what I'm
Yeah, it's
noticing.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. That's how he sounds right now, right? He's not black Americans or quote unquote you niggas, but he's on here on this microphone telling people what niggas should be doing. And it's like, I hear you.
Yeah, I think that's very disrespectful.
I
wouldn't
hear
use
you,
that
but
term.
we don't really take you serious because you're not us.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
sound
it's
like
very
a white
disrespectful.
Yeah, because you don't class him as a black person, really, then Born,
Well,
don't
to be
you?
honest,
I do. Hell yeah, Axel.
Nah,
Axel,
but because
the thing
it
that he
feels
said
like
wrong
he doesn't.
there, I think.
I class
The
him
thing
as a
that-
black person. He's not a black American or ADOS. Maybe I should start using ADOS again.
Yeah,
he's not ADOS. But looking at him, he's a black man.
But look, what I'm gonna say is that he used the N word in it. Like I don't agree with using the N word and all that, like in any context. But he used it. Like, I think that's a bit disrespectful.
Where is he actually from?
Sudan.
He's from Sudan.
Sudan, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I made a mistake. I meant Tunisian instead of Ethiopian. I apologize for those.
So hang on, Born
I'm
Rich,
getting grilled in the text for getting the map wrong.
He shares a similar experience to you.
Well, I wouldn't know that. I don't know. Well, let me tell you what I do. Well, let me tell you what I don't do, Reggie. I don't tell the Sudanese what they should. I didn't get a chance to flee to Sudan, right? I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say America, these cops are killing white people. So let me see if the Sudanese government will open the doors and I'll come over there and then tell the Sudanese, hey man, I've been over here for 8 years and these Sudanese people are lazy as shit. They run around, they complain, they're mad at the government, and the government feeds me good. The government feeds them good. I don't understand why they mad. Do you understand what I'm saying, bro? That's how it sounds to me. This is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a guy that fled his country. He fled his country, came to this country, and now he's telling me why I shouldn't
My
continue
brother,
to live
you
in this
keep
country.
using that word. You keep using that word fled. I'll just let it slide. But at the end of the day, you don't know.
Yeah, they
whether he
fled. You fled,
You
Reggie.
don't know
Nothing
whether
wrong with it.
you don't know
You
whether he
fled.
You don't
You
know whether
fled, brother. You fled. You're not
Reggie
Nigerian.
never fled, bro.
Your
Reggie
family's
never
from
fled.
Nigeria. You're not
Reggie
in
never fled.
Nigeria
Born. Why
anymore.
are you saying that? Reggie never fled, bro.
or not.
Like
At the
we
end of
was
the day,
invited over here as part of the
at the end of the day,
Commonwealth. There was an
Yeah,
invitation
we've
sent
at
never
the end
been
of
out.
the day,
invited
can I
We
anywhere,
was
Con.
invited.
Con.
can I just finish my point?
That's true. That's the
Hold on, hold
Can I
on,
just
hold
finish
on,
my
hold on.
was
I
point?
love
Turkey
Con
part
said
of the
that.
Commonwealth, though?
Can I
No,
just
stop
finish my
it, stop
point?
it.
Cyprus
I
is you
love
dumb
Con said
idiot.
that.
Can
I
I
love
just finish
Con
my
said
point?
that.
Is that okay?
Reggie, what
At the end,
country have Black Americans ever been invited to in large numbers?
my
Somebody
brother, at the end of the day,
talk
you
to
know
me, family.
that's a rhetorical question. The
Talk to
context
me,
is
family.
very
Yeah,
simple.
yeah.
The
Pause,
context
The
is very
pause.
Windrush,
simple.
Born rich.
the
Are you
Windrush were
listening?
invited to Britain.
Our
The fact of the
grandparents
matter
had
is,
British passports before they came here.
he has gone
Before our
from
parents
Sudan.
came here, our grandparents were born British with British passports. We were invited to come here, bro.
Yeah, there was the
Reggie never fled
Windrush.
from nothing, bro.
The fact of the matter is, this Sudanese has potentially been his what do you call it? His ancestors they've been through Arabic slave trade, and they've not also received reparations. But he's obviously moved to America for a better opportunity. That's probably one thing that we can
Yeah,
kind
he
of
fled.
assume.
He fled.
It's not
All
whether
right,
he
so
fled.
No,
hold on, hold
whatever.
on, hold
You
Even
on.
don't
though
know, Zaka.
if
Not
he
every
fled, though, Born, what's the
Hold
issue?
on, Reggie. Reggie,
Even
that's where
though,
there are
it
Sudanese
cuts
people
off
that
at
are doing.
Reggie. No,
yeah,
Reggie,
no,
stop.
Born. What's the problem? Even though he fled,
He don't know
He
whether he fled.
fled. I didn't
He
have
just
the
likes to say.
luxury of fleeing. I didn't
He
have the
presumes that
luxury of
every.
fleeing.
I mean, he was following.
you think it's a
He
luxury
was the
to
American
flee
dream,
your
innit?
fucking country,
I
Born? Are
wasn't
you mad?
invited. Ask him. I've never been invited in large numbers or anything. Yes,
My
he
brother,
fled
you had the
Invited,
himself.
opportunity to flee as well.
fleeing.
You
You're
had the
It
talking
don't
about
matter
opportunity.
why he
fleeing.
left.
What's the?
Ask him. Ask him. It doesn't matter why he left. Ask him. He left. What are we
Yeah, but
doing?
you keep saying fleeing as a is this
No,
like
he
a issue or
fled.
whatever.
He fled.
Nah,
I'm not saying.
he
I'm
came
not
to the
saying he
Okay,
US
so
for
even
better
though
opportunities.
okay, Born, he fled. He came to America, did his thing, worked his ass off,
Yeah.
and now telling you off too. Yeah, and you have a problem with it. Why?
Well, just what he's saying is, yeah, because he's an
absolutely.
immigrant.
Yeah, but why?
Hold on, let me tell you why, Axum. It's not only
Mm-hmm.
that. He said that we're lazy, and I'm gonna tell you where we differ. Because he came over here. Number one, he was invited. Khan even said it. He was invited over here, right? You have to get the approval from the American government to come over here. So he was allowed and invited over here.
Well, he didn't get invited out of the blue.
I wish I could finish. Man,
Sorry.
sis, I really wish I could finish. But he came over here, right? And then the thing is, you come over here, and I said this earlier. Black Americans have an enemy. We are at war over here, guys. It's not guns in our hands. I shoot your building, you shoot my building. No, it is a war. It's a war. When you take a person from slavery to Jim Crow to denying them housing and all of that, that's a war tactic. These are war strategies. So a person who comes over here and his people and he's never had to deal with the war, then he's going to look at us, the people that's at war, prisoners of war, and say, why can't these fucking prisoners?
My brother, but you claim that white supremacy is international and it affects everybody. So he's been at war as well with the Americans for God knows how long, or the white supremacy as long as you.
He wouldn't have came here. He wouldn't have come here. Why?
Reggie, white supremacy.
Reggie, if you're not a spy, Reggie, I wish I could talk, bro. Listen, if you're not a spy, why would you ever go to a country that you're at war with?
What do you mean?
So
you said
who's at war? Who's at war?
You said he's at war with the American government, just like I am, but he came over here. So I'm saying, Reggie,
I'm saying that the white supremacy has transcended. It's an international ideology, right? As you lot can continuously remind us. You can't go to Africa and escape it. It's affected them in Sudan. It's affected their ancestors in Sudan. So really, I don't know why you're saying that he shouldn't be able to come over here because you've somehow experienced it in a different way.
look, all I'm saying is, you know, just what he was saying is right. Is he didn't say it in a way that, you know, he didn't say it as he didn't refer to people as you know, didn't refer to African Americans as lazy. He's saying the people who are not black, they would refer to African Americans as lazy. You know? That's what he was trying to. That's what I understand in terms of what he was trying to say. He didn't say it personally, like, you know, he didn't say, you know, I think they are, you know, such and such. He's saying people who are not black, you know, have that view. Some people who are not black that have that view.
He
Like,
said
you
it
know,
first though.
but what I'm trying to say is like, the gist what he's trying to say as well, yeah, is he's an immigrant. You know, he's Arab and he happens to be black and he happens to be Muslim, right?
And he's saying
Yeah,
that he's been
and he, you know, he's saying that
impacted.
he has far
He's Arab.
more
Did he say he's
difficulties
Arab?
navigating through, you know, American society and all that, given the fact that, you know, we live in an era, you know, post 9/11 era, you know, Muslims, you know, being looked at suspicious. You know, people speaking Arabic are looked upon as suspicious. You know, you have to take that into consideration as well. There's a load of bigotry pertaining to Muslims and stuff like that, right? And not just being black and stuff.
Can I
So
say
you have to
something?
take that into
Can I
factors.
say
You know, he has
thing?
difficulties.
One
in
minute,
that.
man. What's his name? What's his kid's name again? Yunus.
What?
Imagine your dad, yeah, is oppressing your mum, right? But the next door neighbor, she comes round for a cup of tea, and while she's there, your mum's saying, "Listen, this man, he's very oppressive. He's rude. He's horrible to me." And the neighbor, who's only been there for 2 minutes, turns around, starts saying, "He seems like a very nice man to me."
Thank you, Khan. Good analogy.
Well, that, you know, to be honest, all right, look.
The fact of the matter
Majority,
is,
okay,
the
look,
fact of the matter is,
those men here who do it like, in the privacy of their home here, obviously, I'm not going to expose the same behavior outside.
Hang on,
you don't understand.
So they do have like a Jekyll and Hyde mentality. But look, all I'm saying,
you, I ain't seen no racism in this country, bro. How many
he didn't say that. Hold on a minute, he didn't say that.
Have you been there?
He didn't say that.
If he said that would be stupid, then of course there's racism. There's racism in every society.
He has said that he is also experiencing oppression in different
exactly.
forms.
That's what I'm trying to say is that he has, you know, he has those identities, you know, like, you know, and a lot of people, and some people have a problem with that, those identities and all that. And there's a lot of bigotry when it comes to Muslims, people who speak Arabic, or people who have to be black.
If you listen to,
that's what I'm trying to say. Is please don't misrepresent what I'm trying to say.
If you listen to a lot of the rhetoric that has come from the Pan-Africanists that have come onto this panel and Born Rich, they have said that white supremacy, you can't escape it. It's international, it's everywhere. So they also, this guy that you've brought up in the video, has also been experiencing white supremacy even within Sudan. But he's saying that even though he's experienced it, that he still sees the opportunities and he still sees that there are good aspects of America and you need to take advantage of it. But Born Rich is saying that no, you can't tell us that.
No, I'm not saying, Reggie, come on, Reggie. You heard what he said. He's saying you niggas. He's specifically calling us you niggas. So what I'm saying is
that's the language you understand.
I wish I could finish.
Oh,
Reggie,
no.
You always gotta cut me out. So he left one wing of white supremacists. He left one white supremacist controlled nation, came to another white supremacist controlled nation. And we're both victims of white supremacy, but he's one victim that comes to America and looks at the other victims and say, you niggas is lazy. Like, does that even make sense, bro?
To be fair, it's not a victim of white supremacy.
It's one victim telling it's one victim who left. That not only did he leave, he fucking fled. He fled his country, come to this country. We're both victims, and he's looking at me like I'm a worser victim than he is. Get the fuck out of here.
No, the reason why he fled Sudan is because he wants to have opportunities in the US.
His observation is that,
like many other
white supremacy that he has encountered in Sudan, is not as detrimental as the white supremacy that you're experiencing in America.
Exactly. Even the people in power, there's no white supremacy there.
He said that you can do a lot better where you are than what he was experiencing in Sudan, which is a lot of people would.
I mean, we appreciate it. We appreciate it, but we don't really need your opinion. We don't need you to come over here because you can't even tell us about, you're quick to say I'm from Sudan, but when we really want to sit down and have a real conversation with you about Sudan, you don't know because you've been over here the last 33 years. So
you might not need his opinion, but they invite you
that's
on
what I'm saying. So that's why your opinion really don't matter to us because we can't even. Let me pause before I even say this. We can't even bounce off ideas off one another because you don't even know what it's like to be in Sudan, but you want to be over here telling the Americans how we bullshit. And
he lived in America for a fixed amount of time, and he probably has a rounded view of American society to some extent. But he has a view in regards to American society because he lived.
Like I said, like me and Jedi was talking yesterday, and Jedi said we have the same enemy. Maybe in Jedi's eyes, right? Because Jedi is gonna say something about the Freemasons. So in Jedi's eyes, we have the same enemy. But you can see right here that me and this brother don't have the same enemy. Because my enemy is the American government. I've been fighting. My ancestors have been fighting this American government ever since they said that we were free. Really, ever since they fucking kidnapped us and brought us over here and named us Americans. We've always been fighting against this government. So for a person to come over here and say, "Oh my gosh, why are you guys fighting this government? They're great." Like when Khan used that analogy, we look at people like that like you're foolish.
Well, to be honest,
and eventually it's gonna bite you. I'm gonna be honest. Eventually, it's going to bite you. You know what I'm saying? I think so. Eventually, it's going to bite you.
You're strawmanning the guy.
To be fair, also the government, also incorporated, legislations and all that in order for, to stop discrimination taking place in certain section of American society.
Eunice, look, the guy has been.
So the government's not all that bad, to be honest.
I don't know why they're strawmanning him. The guy has not mentioned the government. The guy has been very clear that you need to take advantage of your opportunities that you have. That's all that he's saying. He's not saying
by doing what he did, joining the FBI. He joined the FBI. So what we should do? Go to a foreign country and join the FBI and take advantage of those benefits. Like, hold on, where can a Black American do that at? First and foremost, guys, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, people will leave their country because it's that bullshit, right? But
it's the American dream, right?
We've never been able to leave any country and go work as an FBI agent.
I don't know about his FBI. I don't know about his FBI.
And my ancestors fought for him. And it's another thing about this, man. And damn, y'all making me get in this bag, and I hate to get in this bag, but let me get into it, right? So we Black Americans actually fought for Africans, Caribbeans, and other Black people to come over here when we were fighting for our Civil Rights Act.
Which is a 1965 Immigration Act. Yeah.
We were fighting for our civil rights, and we noticed that white Americans were letting the Irish, the Germans, everybody in. And we like, yo, if you guys are going to open the borders, how about we start letting some people in that look like us?
So you should blame your ancestors then.
And now we look back, it's like, damn, this shit backfired on us. Now it seems like it backfired, right?
What I'm saying, Born, I personally think that all immigrants have this sort of relationship with each other that when the new lot come in, they're a threat, the freshies that come in, they're always going to be a threat to the immigrants that's there because the immigrants are looking to maintain their relationship with the powers that be. So when the new lot come in who are more hungry, more aggressive, they're going to be a threat to you. And what you're going to try and do is take them under your wing and control them into basically having the same relationship with the powers that be that you have. But now the younger lot, the new lot, they're always going to be like the little brother that you got who will sell you out to mum and dad. Like, that's how they are, because they're like, no, I want to have my own relationship with the powers that be. I don't want to follow in your footsteps because that would be an extra hindrance to my progress. And you're like, no, but I can tell you the ropes. I can tell you like where it's all gone wrong for us, and you can benefit from that. And they're like, nah. We'll make our own deal with the bosses, right? And that's the problem with immigrants. We always hate each other more than everyone else because really we're no use to each other. Really, an Irish immigrant and a Turkish immigrant in England, they can't give each other work or support each other in their cause. Like, it's just, you're just not used to me, innit? If anything, you're just like competing for the same spot that I'm trying to go for. So this is the problem.
It's
And it will
not
never be
even
resolved.
they're competing. The fact is that, like you just said, Con, different generations of immigrants. So second generation immigrant is not going to have the same goal as a first generation immigrant
Yeah.
who comes in. Like you just said, someone like Born Rich or others who've been like maybe 10 generations in, they have an entirely different relationship with the powers and the government than a first
Right.
generation who's just come in, because the one who just came in wants to work within the system and use the system to its benefit, whilst someone like Born Rich wants to work outside the system, or in fact break the system, because the system has been generationally wrong to him. So they've got total opposite goals as far as the life strategy is concerned.
I mean, to some extent, like, when it comes to the system, like, as people benefit from it, like, we all benefit from it, but we all complain about the system. Like, many people complain about a system, but the thing is, I think many people to some extent benefit from the system.
You know what? Yeah.
If the system wasn't there, then we won't be benefiting, perhaps.
At the end of the day, some people can still blame and have a grievance with the system, but still be doing well around the system. It doesn't mean because you're doing well, then you therefore are in agreement with the system. That's not the way it is. At the end of the day, they're saying the system exists. You can still do well, and you can still try and influence policy and change.
Exactly. It's better to have a system than no system.
Yeah,
because if you have a system, you can make adjustments.
They're coming from a place where the system is just not working at all. Like in terms of law, in terms of building an infrastructure, in terms of policy and adhering to policy, it's just not working.
But Reggie,
and they're telling you that
you've made good points here. But what I'm saying is, your point comes with a kind of prejudice that you're saying that the people that came before you haven't tried all them routes. And if they're telling you, listen, these lot have got an inbuilt secret mechanism called racism, where they're going to call you things like lazy, and they're going to make you look bad to everyone, and that's just part of their scam. Yeah, and you're turning around and, nah, I don't believe you. Why would they do that? Nah. Do you see what I mean?
This guy in particular wasn't saying that, they are calling you lazy, and I agree. He's saying that his observation is that you guys are lazy.
Those people, who are not black.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, guys. Listen, that's
cool. Some people who happen not to
let that man have his opinion. This is what I said when y'all first said, Born, what do you think? I think that man is allowed to have his opinion. America makes it where you're allowed to have your opinion. It's just, I'm a guy that said, I'm telling you, this same government that you work for and you're fighting for, in the same system that makes it where you can get to the top really quick, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass.
Can I ask a question? Like, can I ask a genuine question?
That's what history shows me. Yeah. So,
can I ask a genuine question? Yeah. Do you know, in regards to the victim mentality and all that, I do understand where the victim mentality comes from, but do you think there are some people might exploit it for their own political expediency?
Give me an example.
They could be doing it in order to, do some next up, could be like, gun control or some type of, legislation or something like that, so-called progressive legislation.
You have to give me an example.
Okay, all right.
What I was just think about it for a minute.
Well, look, what I'm trying to say is that, do you think there are people out there, like, for whatever reason, might use that legitimate, grievance for their own expediency, in order to self-serve themselves?
To serve themselves, like what? Make some money? Well, of course.
Like to make money as well, but also for for their own agenda. Like, there are people out there that are going to exploit it for their own agenda.
I think people on the left, right? So if we go the political route, absolutely. I think black people on the left do it a lot. They do it a lot. That's how shit.
Look,
the cops killed another black man. We should be outraged. Hit PayPal, family.
Yeah. But the thing is, Rich, like whenever I see, one of those, like, do you know CNN, one of those, like, what do you call it? Like it's like city hall meeting or like town hall meeting, innit? And they talk about presidency and stuff like that and all that. they always talk about, you know, the race issue and all that, you know, and I always hear, you know, usually, you know, a black person would say, you know, well, I'm 28 more times like to get stopped, you know, like I got pulled over and all that, or you know, microaggression or stuff like that. And it's, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, hold on a minute, like I always think to myself
When
that
you
there
said
are
they should
people
be
out there.
quiet, you
There are
thinking about, you know, hold on, Eunice, because I think I know where you're going. So you're saying when
Yeah.
you hear black people in America say that, you're thinking they should just shut up and deal with
No,
that shit.
no. All I'm saying, no, I didn't say
Everybody
no,
gets
no,
pulled
no.
over.
Okay,
Everybody
look,
gets
look, look, look.
traffic
No, no.
stops.
All I'm
They
saying,
should
no,
just
look.
shut up and deal with
Okay,
it. That's
no,
what
it's not
you're
true.
saying.
No, that's not what I'm
What are
trying
you
to
saying?
say. Is look, all I'm saying is, okay, is people use the race issue for their own agenda. They don't really care about it. I think, you know, look, I think, all right, that there needs to be, what do you call it? There needs to have, like, there needs to be anti-racism initiative in place and all that. I think that people shouldn't be judged based on their names. I don't think people should be judged based on their appearances and all that. But what I'm trying to say is, okay, I think there are people out there, particularly in the political arena, that use the, you know, the race issue for their own agenda. And I think I think the question in regards to, you know, you know, like racism and what do you call it, you know, victimhood mentality and stuff like that, and you know, people talking about microaggression racism, you know, it's nothing to a person that lived through Jim Crow, right?
You said it's nothing.
But it's nothing compared to someone that lived through Jim Crow.
Why would we compare
Jim
it?
Crow, okay,
Why would we
it had
compare it though?
overt
But
racism.
why would we compare it? It's all injustice, man. Don't you want, if you
A
can never
person
No, no.
that
Eunice is
hold
saying
on,
microaggression.
hold on. If you can go from, hold on, and this is the thing, this is where we fuck up at, Eunice. We
Yeah,
go
okay.
from slavery to Jim Crow to the Housing Act to racism to microaggressions, but it's all the same shit. Like all of that shit is connected. But now that we've come to the point where we're just calling it microaggressions, the shit looks so minimum that a black
the
guy
thing is,
hold on.
Yeah.
It looks so minimal that a black guy just got shot by the cops 60 fucking times. But that's so far removed from slavery and lynching that we just call that a microaggression. No, that's a fucking lynching, bro.
What
are
was
we
the
doing?
circumstances of that guy who just got shot? What happened?
You have to look it up. You have to look it up. But I mean,
So you want the context?
Yeah, I would like to look it up.
Come on.
The police don't just shoot someone 67 times for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So let me ask you, what is worth getting shot? Give me an example of what a person has to do to be shot 60 times by the cops. What does he have to do? Right, murder. Right, we would say murder. We agree with murder.
Trying to shoot the cops, trying to run away from the cops.
60 times, Banksy. 60 times, Banksy.
Hey,
What
look,
time? Yeah.
for me, the fact is, I've seen videos of training sort of procedures, and the guy just shooting once has not been enough to stop the guy. I mean, if someone's charging at you, sometimes a single shot to the body just doesn't do it. Sometimes you have to empty a clip.
Hold on, Eunice. I want to ask Banksy a genuine question. If one shot doesn't drop a man, could you see yourself shooting 50 more at him?
Yeah, I'll empty the clip and I'll get another clip.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be multiple officers in the scene, and
shooting
at the same time.
Enough said, right?
The thing is, it all depends on how. This is the thing. Like if the guy's lying on the floor and he's slowly bleeding out, and then they run up to him and then start emptying their guns into him, no, that's some psycho shit. But if he's still running, if he's still moving, if he's still in, creating danger, then yeah, you can't afford to just shoot once. You're not counting bullets at that point.
You shoot to stop the threat, innit? And particularly, it has to be in a center mass area.
If he's running away from you, you should still shoot him 60 times.
Well, I don't know the circumstances of this particular thing.
I'm giving hypotheticals because you said.
Yeah, you're giving hypotheticals. Hypotheticals are nonsensical.
The situation,
I think this is crazy when we say this out loud, guys. Well, hold on, Banksy. What would it take, y'all? What if I said
the Walter Scott situation?
Eunice, what's up with you today, brother?
Sorry, man.
God damn, buddy. This is what I'm saying, Banksy. I want to know this, Banksy. If I said that brother was shot by a rocket, Would you ask me what did he do? You'd probably ask me.
Well,
He was hit with a grenade.
Dude, I've seen an Apache helicopter take out some ISIS or terrorists, Al Qaeda. No, it was, I think, maybe Taliban around a truck. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's a night vision shot. That Apache helicopter with, I don't know, 50 caliber bullets literally turned a human being into a grease spot. But I don't think that pilot was worried about one shot or two shots. He made them into a fucking jello. He turned those people into jello, and he didn't give a shit about whether it was one shot warranted or not. The fact was he was going to take these people out. They took him out with an Apache helicopter. You think that's better than a guy getting shot 67 times?
So are you saying they're both wrong, or one's wrong and one's right?
No, all I'm saying is that when you're killing a human being, you're not counting bullets. You're not, being penny pinching with the number of bullets you're going to put in them. You're going to put as many as you think is necessary in order to get the guy down.
Well, it has to be within reason, doesn't it? It has to be within reason.
Well, exactly. That's why it matters. That's why context matters. Because
do you know what I heard?
I heard
it could be two police officers, that involved in an officer-involved shooting. One police officer can be acting within policy. Another officer could be acting outside department policy.
Outside, But what I mean is, if you want to set up a scenario where this guy got shot in the back, he fell to the floor, and then the police ran up with M16s and just emptied clips into him, that's messed up. But if he's running away, if he's still resisting, and they're just emptying clips, their guns into him, then
and he
it is what
poses a
it
threat
is.
to media public as well. Then the officer has to take action, innit? Or he turns around with a gun in it or something like that.
Okay, so I'm reading the article. I'm reading an article about what they are saying. The guy was unarmed, okay, but he was running away during a high-speed chase, and they're saying, hold on, Eunice, they're saying that he attempted, it seems, from their viewpoint, to reach for his waist, okay, and they're saying the 60 shots, 60 wounds. They're not sure which ones are entrance wounds and which wounds are exit wounds. So there's a lot of things that need to be determined, and it was 8 officers as well chasing him as well. So
that's what I mean. 8 people, each of them with like a semi-automatic, let's say even handgun with what is it, like 12 bullets in each gun?
Yeah, Glock.
What was the point? What was the point of this particular example that Born Rich seemed to bring forward?
This was unnecessary, putting 60-odd bullets in a person. But what I mean is, it may be unnecessary depending on what happened. If they were shooting at a car, and the guy was in the car, then
just to clarify, it wasn't necessarily 60 bullets; it's 60 wounds, and they're trying to specify what is the entrance wound and what's the exit wound, because the bullet's going to come out you, isn't it? So it could be 30 or it could be 25. So that's what I'm just trying to make it work. Whatever as well.
So if all is trying to bring out the point that sometimes the police act overzealously, and sometimes they overdo it when it comes to black people in America. I
agree with that.
I agree with that. So I don't know. This particular example is a hard one to actually. On my side, I'd lean more towards they've gone over the mark, but I don't know all the facts of the case. So.
In America, the thing is, an average person in America, I don't even live in America. I don't even live in America, and I know that if you get stopped by a police, I mean, Chris Rock literally did a whole little comedy sketch about it. Don't fucking be an idiot and be antagonistic or suspicious to the police. If you want to get your ass kicked by the police, then do these things. He did a whole comedy sketch about it. Turn your music off. Be polite. Don't be an idiot. Don't run away, and don't reach for your fucking hips. I mean, it's insane that you're living in a country where the police will gun you down in a heartbeat.
Hey, that's terrorism. That's terrorism, innit? All them rules to not get shot. That is terrorism, innit? At the end of the day, white people in America have been genocide. They've been on genocide. They don't need an excuse. Banksy, they do not need an excuse to kill another fucking member of public. You fucking idiot.
Dude, it is what it is. There's your fantasy. And
obviously, it's what it is. White people have been genocide. America has been in war ever since fucking World War II. You can't.
It's fact though. It's actually
Obviously, they don't mind killing people. You fucking dummy.
Many white men go into schools, go into churches, killing off people, killing off children, and they have not been shot to death.
Sorry,
like
which
black
ones?
man running away.
Yes, some of them haven't, and some of them have.
Thank you, sister.
Where have the
Some
ones
of them
that's
have
been
been
Don't
shot
fucking
to
try and
death.
justify genocide, you cunt. Do not justify murder, you fucking pussy hole. The people are murderous, innit? And that's
police
that.
in America are allowed
That's that,
to
you
shoot
fucking
you
cunt.
if you disobey them.
Don't defend.
disobey
Do not
the
defend
police.
murder. Don't defend
No, it's
blatant
not
murder, you
it's
fucking
not
cunt.
murder. It's not murder.
That's what I'm
It's only
saying.
murder in
It
your
is
fucking
murder.
stupid brain.
The man's
It's
not.
not murder
If
when
someone's
the
not causing
police
affection you and you
shoot
kill them,
because
you've
you're an
murdered them.
idiot.
You fucking dumb
Because if a
bastard.
person doesn't have a gun, what are they really defending themselves from? There's
The
no
fact is,
defense there,
if you live in
bro.
America and you live in a country where you know that there are more guns than human beings available in all corners of society, everybody has a gun at some in some stage. The police are running. The police are extremely trigger happy. I've spoken to police officers in the United States, but I've never been in any kind of trouble. But I didn't act like an idiot. I've never acted like a fucking moron to get shot by the police. If you have a police officer pull a gun on you,
You are not the right colour to get shot by the police. There's fucking historic. There's been historic murder. Did you hear what he said? It's a modern day lynching. Did you hear what he said? Has Iranians been lynched by Americans yet? Is there any history that Iranians have been lynched by Americans? So why the fuck are you chatting shit?
That has nothing to do with police
Idiot,
shooting.
man.
You lot, please try and stay in the on the panel, please. All this on and off thing is long because I'm gonna step out and take the dog for a walk. Obviously, I'm gonna be here, but you know what I mean. Try to stay in. Like, are you not having issues?
It's true I'm driving. I might not even be coming across clear.
I just joined.
Yeah. I know that you lot, but I'm saying like Born and Don Eunice and all. Like, are you lot having issues? No? Is it kicking
No, we're
you
not
out?
having issues. We just
No,
having a
it
discussion.
didn't kick me. I didn't kick me out. My little daughter, my daughter is here, so I jumped out.
Say
for
no.
a minute.
Okay, say no more, brother. Cool.
Everybody take a deep breath. Calm down. We're just having a conversation here. I don't know why everybody's like going to
Trill, man. You're getting too passionate.
No, it's a serious conversation.
I can't stand man trying to chat shit. But you know what? It's all good, innit? I'm not even feeding into it, innit? I just know man's fucking laughing at the fucking expense of a black murder, innit? That's basically what you're doing. Because for you to come across with that dumb rhetoric, I spoke to them before. One fucking case. One case after all of that.
The term
Bro,
murder.
are you gonna let me talk or what, fucker? Are you gonna let me talk?
Because you're an idiot and you're talking shit. It's not
all
murder.
Right, then, whatever, man. You chat, innit? Because you're just a fucking racist pussy or what?
No, it's nothing to do with being racist. The fact is that the term murder is a legal term. And if it's found to be murder, then you will go to jail for it. And since literally virtually none of these police officers in these shootings have ever been prosecuted, it is not murder.
Of course they haven't been prosecuted. Of course they haven't been prosecuted because why are they going to prosecute each other, you fucking dumb cunt?
To know what is
What are you on about?
So it has to be
then it's not murder.
It has to be defined
you're so
by the
dumb,
law.
man. You're so dumb and racist.
Are you okay? So you don't have a moral compass in your body to know, like, Rod, this is what it is. It has to be defined by the law or by a fucking dictionary for you to understand what murder is.
Yeah, because it matters. Words matter.
Banksy,
Words matter.
If a policeman shot your mum in the head, shot your mother in the face, for no.
So if you kill an unarmed man, and he poses no threat to you,
other people talking. You can't keep doing that, Freddie.
Sorry, man. Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna come back when I finish because this lorry's loud, innit? That's why I'm shouting. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I'll come back when I finish driving. Yeah.
All right, big up, man.
You shouldn't even be fucking talking on the internet when you're driving, you idiot.
It's hands free, man.
If a police, you're funny. I give you that. But yeah, if a policeman shot your mother in the head, she was like arguing with your dad. They came in the house. They wasn't satisfied with her anger levels, and they decided to shoot your mother in the head. Wouldn't you call that murder?
Depending on what my mother was doing. If my mother was attacking the police officer with a kitchen knife,
This is the
then
thing.
no, I wouldn't be calling it
Something has to
murder.
happen to Banksy himself or somebody that he really cares about for him to believe that
No,
there's
circumstances
police
matter.
officers out there. Well, the circumstances, man was running away. Did he deserve to? Did he deserve
No, the man
to
was in
die?
a high-speed
Because I'm
chase
sure.
in
Hold
a
up. I am
car.
sure. Hold on. When they
He was
shot
in a
him, when they
high-speed
shot,
chase,
hello, when
and
they
then they
shot him,
asked
he was
him.
running
No,
away.
they
When
when
they
the
shot
police when the
him,
no
he
the
was
police said
running
the report.
away.
The man
When
just read
they
the
Yes,
shot
police.
true, true.
him,
The man
he
just read
was
the police.
running
The
away,
man just read the
Banksy.
report. He said the police asked him, and he reached for his waist,
No,
and then they
Banksy.
shot him.
I'll say it again. I'll say
Man,
it
when
again. The
man
guy's
got
name.
shot,
Hold on,
man,
Chefs.
the
Hold on,
man was
hold
running
on.
away. They could have
Chefs,
used a
hold on.
phaser on man. They could have used
Chefs,
all
hold
other
on.
Was this
tools
in a
they've got,
car?
but they chose
Hold
to
on.
shoot man. When man
Right.
was running away, that's when they shot him. After he left the car and
Blue.
started running
What?
away
Let
from
me
him.
read it
From
again,
them.
Chefs.
What are you
Let me read it
doing?
again. Chefs, let me read it again.
I
Yeah.
saw the video.
Chef, can you hear
Blueprint.
me or not? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a video with it. It's a video with it that I
Okay. So
haven't
yeah,
watched.
What are you doing
the
there?
guy's called Jalen Walker. Yeah. Okay. He was running away after a high-speed chase. They're saying from their side that he looked as though he was turning around and reaching for his waist. There was 8 officers chasing him, and then they shot him. They're saying there's 60 wounds, but they're not sure how many bullets actually went through him or whatever in it.
Yeah,
Blueprint,
blue. Don't worry about the wounds. The fact is, he was in a
when you're
high-speed
watching the
car
actual
chase.
video,
Then he
shut
stopped,
up,
and then he
Banksy, 'cause
was
you
running
actually don't
away,
know nothing.
reaching for his
You
waist.
actually don't
And
know
you
nothing.
expect the
But they
police
didn't
not to
find a
shoot
gun,
him.
Banksy.
The video because
They didn't find a gun.
got
Yeah.
They didn't.
footage.
They didn't
They've
find a
got
gun,
No,
Banksy.
it doesn't matter whether they found the gun. The police
footage.
didn't know that before they shot him.
So 60 fucking. They actually shot like 90 rounds. So 90 rounds, Banksy. Come on, brother. 90 rounds because one man reached
I
for
don't
his
give a
waist.
shit if they shot him 1,000,000 rounds.
Yeah,
The
I know.
fact is that the
justifying
events
murder,
prior to
man.
the shooting, the man was in a high-speed car chase with the police. Then he stopped and he started running away, reaching for his waist. What do
And
you
we
think
don't
the
even
police
know
in
if he
America are
reached.
going to do
And
to
we don't
you?
even know because the video, the people are telling me the video, it doesn't look like he reached for his waist. So
This is what the report is saying.
But
This
that's
is
a
what
report,
at the
Banksy. I
moment
can make up
is.
a report.
But what I
Banksy,
mean is, this is the evidence you have to go
Banksy,
with.
let me tell you something about a report, Banksy. A report is a written statement from the people who's alive. A dead man can't tell you if he reached for his waist or not. He's dead, Banksy.
Dude.
So it's a report. Of course, it's a report, Banksy.
Born. You're not even like absorbing the scenario. You know when this idiot should have actually stopped, not before he reached for his waist, not before he was fucking running away. When he was being chased with the fucking car, he should have pulled over, put his fucking hand out, and say, "Officers, I am not armed. Please do whatever it is you need to do, but don't shoot me."
So this is why I tell you. This is why I tell
You're
you we are
ignoring
at
the
war.
fact that he was clearly a
I
criminal
know,
running
but
away from the
listen, Banksy,
police.
Banksy, I know. So let me tell you, this is why I say people who don't come from our same past and history, they will never understand this, right? Because Banksy, the way Banksy sounds, Banksy would say, "Why was that slave trying to run away from the slave catcher?"
This is
Right?
not a fucking slave running
Right?
away from the
I'm being
slave
honest.
catcher, you
Hold on, let's
fool.
be honest.
This is such a
Banksy would have the
ridiculous
same narrative.
comparison.
Banksy would say, "Hey, the law says you cannot run away from the fucking
My brother, he
slave
wasn't
master.
running away. My
You
brother, he
can.
wasn't.
You.
My
That's what
brother,
Banksy said.
Can someone send me the article
What's
for
quite
this?
concerning?
hang on.
What's
Hang
quite
on. He wasn't
concerning
running.
is
He
Banksy.
wasn't
You
running
seem to
away.
believe everything the police say. You seem to believe
No. He
everything.
wasn't
No,
running.
I'm just telling you, this is the
Reggie was
report that
running
we
away,
have.
Reggie, man.
This is the
Can I
evidence
respond?
that we have available to us. So I'm not shocked that he's shot. If you present me with evidence contrary to this, then I will say, okay, it was unfair and it was unrighteous that they shot him. But right now,
So you
the
believe
fact
that
that this
you
man
believe
got
You lot weren't
shot
trying to
was
hear
perfectly
what I was
legitimate.
saying. So now I should be a lot clearer. Do you understand? The man was running away and he got shot
Speeding
60
away.
times
Why
by
was
8
Sped
why
away.
was he
officers.
why was
was
he
not
in a high
speeding
speed
away
chase to begin with?
High speed it is.
That's the
Exactly.
hold up,
Mhm.
that's not the
That's the
point.
You want
question.
to
That's not the
ignore
point.
the fact that he was in a
That is not the
high-speed
point,
chase in
though.
the first
He could have
place.
killed someone.
There's no
He could have
defense.
killed
Then it's
someone.
not like they needed to defend themselves from that man. Do you understand? You use your gun in order to defend your fucking self, not to just attack, man. Do you understand?
No, to
So
stop
regardless of what
criminals.
the man's
They
done,
have a gun to
regardless of
stop
what the man's done,
criminals.
they don't need to kill the man in in order to
That's
stop
how
it.
it is in
They had
America.
tasers. and I'm sure they could have used their fucking taser. So that
Chief,
argument is
you are
dead.
so ridiculously naive. There was a guy literally recently on the news. It was a viral video. The guy was on London Bridge and
we
he had
all
a
watched
knife and they tased him and it didn't work and the man threw himself off the fucking bridge. So tasers don't always work. This is why you're so naive and stupid who thinks that tasers work.
Thank you.
And so are you. Don't be getting at me, bro.
No, because you're stupid and naive. You know yourself. Tasers don't always work. Tasers do not always work.
Because
it's not racist to know that tasers don't always work.
If he's not black, then we need to find a reason
to kill him. A reason to kill him, and then justify the murder.
And then
like
justify it.
what
was the person doing? What was the
we're wasting our time with this conversation because it's gonna continue to go in circles because nobody's gonna agree to anything.
What were they doing when the
Or
mass shooters were
answer
out
the
there
key points of
shooting
the
up
conversation
churches,
instead of going
schools,
around.
shooting up little children? You understand? And teachers and so on. What were they doing then?
You know, in that case,
They didn't try and kill the person. They didn't try and murder them.
On that case,
all of a sudden,
the police are going to have to answer because there's an inquiry.
But can we just answer this? Why to begin with? Why was he in a high-speed chase?
So
why couldn't he just pull over normally like any regular person?
Rico, in England, we don't have high speed.
We've been running from the slave catcher.
We don't have high speed chases in England because
this is traditional and it's generational. We've been running from the slave catcher since slave catcher.
Who's been running from the slave catcher?
Yes, this is slave catchers. This is a slave catcher situation.
Absolutely,
putting the whole population at risk.
Such a fucking load of shit.
Chase someone at high speed, bro.
Absolutely.
What if one of them was
running?
What if one of them was from ADOS? You're saying it's a slave catcher. What if one of them was ADOS? You don't even know who the police were. You're saying that
it don't matter. It don't matter. Why do you keep saying that? Why do y'all keep saying that? Why do y'all keep saying just because a person has a black face that he cannot work for the system? So that doesn't even make sense. Of course,
you always thinking the system is out to get you.
If it was 8 cops, hold on, Reggie. Yeah, look this up. If it was 8 cops, tell me how many of those 8
and
cops.
an excuse for everything, like I said.
We don't know, but all I do know is that guy.
Y'all like to do that. Man, you can't say it's the white man. You can't say it's the white.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
From the narrative that you're putting now, you probably asked the same question. Why didn't they prevent him from carrying on his high-speed chase, or whatever you want to call it? You know what I mean? It's only because he seemed to get away or seemed to be apprehended. Now we're asking, why did they kill him? Of course, in the first instance, you're going to wonder why he didn't stop.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't he stop?
So why couldn't they have used No, but why couldn't they have used the taser? That's what I'm trying. There's 8 officers.
The taser didn't work.
Wait, hold
because
on,
you're an idiot and you don't know how tasers work.
Because there's 8 officers, 8 of them.
Thanks, you be quiet, man.
If all 8 of them, had used their taser, you're telling me that wouldn't do nothing to the man? Are you okay?
Look,
that is not the
situation. We don't know. We don't know the distance.
One person.
These fucking Sunday night armchair quarterbacks who sit and go, "Why couldn't the police do this?" You have never been a police officer in your whole fucking life, and you think that you can. This is why. This is why I'm not. No, this is why I'm leaving it to the judgment of those officers, and I'm not questioning their actions. I'm saying they did the right thing, whatever it is that they thought that it was the right action at the time. I'm not the one questioning their actions. You're the one questioning their actions, and you're the one who's saying that they're wrong. Because I don't know the situation.
So wait, hold on, Banksy. You're saying you don't know the situation. But yet you're saying that they're correct. That don't really sound right to me.
I'm saying that those police officers, used the correct judgment, given the circumstances, given the fact that they are the ones who are experienced in these matters.
No, Banksy, I understand what you're saying.
Saying that they're wrong. You're the one who's saying that they're wrong. I'm not the one who's saying that they're wrong.
I understand what you're saying to a certain extent, but it just seems like you have no empathy. It seems like you believe everything that somebody tells you.
Hang on, he believes
what Banksy, bro.
You believe everything. So now you're
Hang on,
using
can I ask?
you're
Can I ask?
you're
All of a
using
sudden, the
cognitive
police can't be
dissonance.
corrupt.
Alright,
The
can I ask
police
that
can't be
what I'm
corrupt.
trying to
They
tell
You're
you.
can't
using
have their own
cognitive
agendas
dissonance.
Listen,
and so on,
That's what
so
he's
on.
doing.
vibe,
All of a
vibe.
sudden,
All
Banksy,
I'm trying
yeah.
to
Banksy,
say
Yes.
is that all I'm trying to say is if you live in the United States and the police stop you, you put your fucking hands on either on your steering wheel or out the fucking window and say,
I
yes, officer,
understand.
I will do whatever it is that you need me to do, officer.
I
Just please don't shoot
understand.
me, officer.
I understand. I
Because it's
understand.
a fucking dangerous country where the police are trigger happy. If you live in a society like that, you have to
Especially with a lot of
establish
confrontational people.
Right.
strategies in order to survive that shit. My ass would not be shot. That idiot's ass is now dead.
Banksy, would you say the same would apply for George Floyd in the George Floyd incident?
The George Floyd incident, George Floyd died of fentanyl overdose.
Exactly.
That's what he died of. He swallowed a shitload of fentanyl,
And had
he would have been
counterfeit
dead
money.
later that night
But did
if
he
he
die
didn't
in
die
police
on that floor.
custody? Did he die in cuffs?
Rico, you just sound like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
hater.
that
You're
was
not
the
a
thing
nice
is
people.
what the police
Yeah,
officers
thank you.
did.
Thank
What
you,
the police
Blue Red.
officers did by
Like,
holding him
can't
down
make
the way
this
they
shit
did,
up, Blue
they
Red.
were
Chefs,
wrong.
Chefs, you can't make this shit up, man. You
Look,
can't.
the
Come on,
fact is, the
Banksy.
fact
What's
is,
the,
the
the
way
guys.
no, look,
so
the
the
way
whole
I'm
knee in
not
the
saying.
neck?
That's okay.
What I'm trying to tell you is
so
that the
the
way the
fixation.
police officers
That's
held
fair.
him was not right, but he would have been he was a dead man that evening. It wouldn't have made any
Okay.
difference to George Floyd's life. George Floyd was
Banksy, if
already
I'm on
going
the
to die.
airplane that's
He
crashing and
put
I'm gonna
himself in that
die,
predicament
and
to
before
begin
the
with.
plane
Long
crashes, you
story
get a
short.
gun and shoot me, who killed me?
What?
If I'm on
Answer
an
it, bro.
airplane that's crashing and I'm gonna die, and you pull out a gun and shoot me before I hit the ground, who killed me?
No, the fact is he didn't die of that of the knee on the throat. He
A
died of
fixation.
a
It was
fentanyl
asphyxiation.
overdose. No, it
Banksy,
wasn't
are you serious,
asphyxiation.
Banksy?
The
Banksy.
coroner
He
report
was on
actually
multiple.
said. Have you guys read the fucking coroner report? The
They
coroner
didn't.
report reported he died of
Oh
fentanyl
my
overdose.
God.
He did
Banksy, let
not
me ask
die
you
of
this.
Whilst having a knee on his
asphyxiation.
neck.
You
The
know what
neck,
it
the
is,
knee on the
Vaughn?
neck did
You know
not
what
kill
it is,
him.
Vaughn?
Fentanyl
Nobody could
overdose.
ever
Yeah.
do wrong as
Oh
long
my
as
god.
there's some type of documentation of it from the same
Yeah,
fucked up
yeah,
people that
exactly,
do
But
the
exactly.
this is the
wrongdoing.
thing, you
But you
guys are
gotta
now
look
in
at
the
it like this.
conspiracy fucking
Okay,
Look at
theories.
okay,
what's
but
So I'm
being
when
shown
they
on
sorry, I
one
don't
document
share your
intelligence.
it
Yo,
conspiracy
and
theories.
people
You're
see
in
it
the
yeah, allow it,
happen,
conspiracy.
man. You're
because
moving
they
mad.
wrote it
You're actually
down,
moving
they
like a
wrote it
donut
down
right
on a
now, bro.
fucking piece of paper with a header on it that makes it
Yeah.
You're
fucking
moving like a
legit.
That
donut,
makes it
bro.
I'm
official.
sorry, I don't
It's a
Weirdo.
fact.
support
Yeah,
your
that's a
conspiracy
fact.
theories.
That's a
The
fact.
real report, the
And
coroner's
then he
report, is
calls
that
it
he
a
died of a
Real
conspiracy.
fentanyl
report.
overdose.
Report.
The
Then
knee
he'll
on the
say,
neck did not kill him. The
Banksy,
knee
who
on the
needs a
neck was
coroner's
not
report when
right,
there's
but
live
that
footage of the
didn't
geezer
kill
being
him.
killed in front of everyone? Why do you need the
He
coroner's report for
didn't.
what?
He didn't fucking die of the knee on the neck. That's the point. The point is the knee on the neck wasn't the reason he
Brother,
died.
did the man
It
die
was.
there in front of everyone?
What? Banksy, Banksy,
Okay,
Banksy. He
long
would have
story
He
short,
been.
didn't
the man
die because
died.
of
The
the knee
man
on the
died or
neck.
whatever. But are
Let me
you
ask
The
you
looking
knee
at
on
it
the
from
neck
the
looked
conservative
bad.
to what's
Banksy.
being
Let's
shown to the
say
public?
let's say he was dying of the fentanyl overdose. Yeah. Did the policeman with his knee on his neck actually notice that he was passing away at all?
But that's what I'm saying. That whole thing was badly handled. But George Floyd, even if George Floyd had sat in the
George
car
Floyd
and
was a
went to the
criminal.
jail, he would have died
Banksy,
in
you're
jail that
accusing
night.
people of
If
not
he'd
being
gone
police,
home,
yeah?
he
But
would have
let me
died
tell
at
you,
home.
Banksy,
I'm
when you put
not talking. I'm
somebody
not talking
in
about.
handcuffs, Banksy, when you put someone in handcuffs, you're responsible for their life. If they're dying of an overdose, it's your responsibility to make sure they don't.
Yeah, and I agree, Con. That was badly handled, but he didn't die because they held him his neck on the floor. He
that is what it
died
is.
because he took a
Manslaughter.
shitload of fentanyl. Because when he saw the police come for him
Yes,
and they were
yes,
going
yeah.
to strip search him,
We've gotten
he
that. We've
swallowed a
gotten that.
shitload of fentanyl.
We've gotten that. We've gotten that. Fine, fine. If you're saying it was fentanyl overdose, fine. But we're saying like normally when people are overdosing, you can see their eyes rolling back.
Well,
they stuff like that. Do you know what I'm saying? And then those,
Look,
even,
dude,
bruv.
I agree with you. The police badly handled that.
Yeah,
It was
so just
terribly
take
handled.
Take
So
that L.
I'm not saying,
Take that
but
L.
no,
Just
but
take
no,
that
I'm
L.
not taking the
Just take
L
the L.
that they killed him. him. They did not kill him.
We're not saying we
George
killed him.
Floyd killed George Floyd.
Can I just
The
say
only
something
person that
to you,
killed
Banksy?
George Floyd
Banksy,
was George
if
Floyd.
I put you in a headlock,
Just take that
and you
out,
die,
Banksy, take that out.
Banksy, if I put you in a headlock and you die of a heart attack, who killed you?
Nobody, because it's
What do you
considered
mean?
manslaughter.
Brother, if I never
Even in
touch the
Britain,
hair
it
on
would be
your head,
considered manslaughter.
there's no
Even
guarantee
in
that you're
Britain,
gonna
it would be
die.
considered. If the fact is, if you put someone in a headlock and you're choking them, I don't know if you've actually put anyone in a chokehold. I have. I've done jujitsu, and the person who's in a chokehold can't talk. You can't breathe, and you're out within
Yeah, but they can
seconds.
die.
No, the fact is, yes, they can die if it's a proper chokehold. That wasn't what George Floyd was under. George Floyd was talking. You can't talk when you're on a fucking chokehold.
Oh my God!
And you can't talk, and you can't talk when you're overdosing from fentanyl too.
Banksy, it says on the report that he died of a lack of oxygen, and it's homicide.
Yeah, come on, Banksy, man.
It's been ruled as a homicide.
Bruv, this guy's using cognitive dissonance to the max.
If you go and read the coroner's report,
fucking
coroner's report reported he had an excessive amount of fentanyl in his system.
So why is
George
it
Floyd
ruled
would have died at home that night. The fact, the ruling
you
was
can't say that someone's gonna die. Are you God?
It was
How
this
do you
time
know
to
that
go
they
long
literally said, the coroners literally, the doctors literally said, if he had gone home that night, he would have died later on that night. With the amount of
That's not the
fentanyl in his
coroner's job to
system.
say that. The coroner's not predicting the weather. The coroner's not predicting tomorrow's lottery results.
we can
They can't
detect
tell you
the
who's
level
gonna
of
die.
chemicals in a person's body and how that would
So
affect
why
them.
didn't he die on the spot then?
Because it's not going to kill you immediately. It literally, what did I say, Con? I said if he'd gone home, he would have died later on that night.
It don't make sense what you're saying, bro.
It's not fucking
wait,
cyanide, you idiot.
Let's
You're an
humor him.
idiot. You're just
Let's
an
humor
idiot.
him. Let's humor it. Yeah. Either way, okay, cool. Say it was the fentanyl that killed this man. Yeah.
That's what
but
I'm saying.
was it right? Was it still right for the man to have his knee on his neck? Because if anything, that probably aided his death a lot quicker than it would have been.
That's
Again,
a fact.
I told you that
So-
the handling
so-
of George
so
Floyd, the
if-
way they held him down and all of that was badly handled. I'm not
Yes.
saying that was
It ain't
correct.
about badly
You guys are
handled.
mixing
Are
up
they
synopsis.
legally-
No, that's fine, Banksy.
Are they
Would you
legally
also
responsible for
say-
his death?
Wait, would you
Are they
also
liable?
say that they aided towards his death? Would you
No, they're
add that
liable
in?
for his
Because
death.
if a man's
The
on
only
his neck,
time,
They're
you
liable.
understand? And
no,
your
the
airways
knee on the
are
neck
clogged
didn't
up.
aid
There's
towards
no
his
way you
death.
can breathe.
Putting him under a stressful scenario would have accelerated his heart rate, which would have ran the fentanyl through his body even quicker. That
Right,
may
but
have
they aided towards his
accelerated his
death.
death, but not
They
whether he
aided
was
towards his
on the
death.
knee on the neck
They
wasn't
aided
a
towards his
killing
death.
blow.
They did.
So everything but the knee on the neck was adding to his death. Everything
The whole
but.
scenario, the fact that he took that much fentanyl was because the police were going to strip search him, and he knew that, and that's why he swallowed all that shit. So yes, but that was George Floyd's fault for carrying fentanyl, illegal drugs with
He
him,
put
and
himself in a
swallowing his own
situation.
illegal drugs because he didn't want to be caught with them. That
fair
wasn't the
enough,
police's fault.
Fair enough, Banksy. Fair enough, Banksy. But you just said
you
just said out of your own mouth, him being in a stressful situation is gonna add towards the death. You just said that out of your own
Yes, but
mouth.
the police didn't
Stressful
know that he
situation.
swallowed
No,
a
I'm
shitload
not.
of
Wait,
fentanyl a
can you let
second
me
ago.
finish? Can you let me finish, bro? Can you let me finish? So
This
anyway,
is why
you
they
just
didn't
said,
need to handle him that way then.
yeah.
They
So
actually
so
didn't
obviously,
need to handle him that way at all then.
No, the fact is that they didn't know. Have you seen the body
So
cam videos
regardless
where
of them knowing
George
or
Floyd
not
refused to get to
knowing,
the back of the car?
regardless of knowing and not knowing, they still should have never handled that man the way they did. Simple. And
They
that's
tried
it.
to get him in the back of the car 2-3 times. You've seen the body cam videos, right? When they were trying to get him into the back of the car, and George didn't want to go into the back of the car. He kept complaining about being claustrophobic. If he had got into the back of the car like a normal human being, he wouldn't have been on the floor. There was so many stages in which George himself forced himself in that position. He didn't have to be there, but he ended up there because he didn't want to get into the back of the fucking car. If he got into the back of the car, he may have actually still been alive. Who knows?
Don't say point taken, bro. Look. Okay, so Banksy, you were saying earlier with the guy who got shot 60 times that you trust the police to do investigations and get things right.
I'm not even trusting the police. Blue, I'm trusting you with the report you've read. I'm looking for the report right now.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just trusting your reporting.
Yeah, so based on what I said, do you believe the police done their due diligence on that occasion? Okay, so the guy the officer who was involved in George Floyd, he's actually in prison right now. Okay, so you're saying the police got that wrong, even though you trust them most of the time to do the right thing, is what you're saying.
I personally see two scenarios here. Number one, I see that man is in jail for a political aim. That is a miscarriage of injustice.
No.
I don't think he deserved to be in prison. I personally don't think he deserved to be in prison.
Go around the corner and
He made a mistake, but he didn't kill George Floyd. He made a
You heard
mistake,
that,
but
Chef?
he didn't kill
You heard
George
that,
Floyd.
Chef?
He was put in prison
You got
because of a
criminals.
political
You got
scenario, because they
criminals.
knew that the African Americans would burn down cities in America if they didn't put that man in jail.
Hey, Chefs, you have
That to me is a
criminals.
miscarriage of
Yeah.
justice, because
It just
politically,
sounds like
those people were politically motivated in order to make sure someone goes down for this.
This guy has an
So be
alibi
it.
for
it just sounds like
everything.
you think. It just sounds like you think the police
This
is
guy has an alibi for
I
everything.
honestly don't think that officer should go to jail for what he did. He should maybe be fired for what he did, but he didn't
Fired.
kill George Floyd.
He's trolling.
Okay,
But that's fine. That's the
it sounds like
political
you're saying
landscape that
it
we
sounds-
have.
Okay, from me listening to you for a while now, it sounds like you say police are infallibles. What you're coming across as a little bit. Are police
definitely.
can police ever do anything wrong? Can they do anything wrong in your eyes?
They're
Apparently
good
not.
customers.
Apparently not.
Stupid
Apparently
things
not.
all the
If you want
time.
to talk about
No,
it,
they do
Apparently
we can
stupid
talk
things
about
all
Breonna
the time.
Taylor.
Apparently
We
they
can talk
don't.
about Brianna and how they just
Oh,
rolled up
don't
to her
get
yard,
me started
was
on
given the
Breonna
wrong
Taylor.
Apparently they never
rolled
do.
up and then shot her dead for no reason whatsoever.
Again,
What do you think
I
about that?
reiterate, the police do 100 things wrong, but it all
Police
depends
reports.
on the scenario and the circumstances. That's all I'm
Police
saying
reports
is
are never fabricated. Apparently, police reports are never fabricated.
Right,
Apparently,
right.
They're fabricated.
I am
for
going on the
unique
report
situations.
when it comes to this last killing of this guy with 60 odd bullets. I'm going on the report of what Blue has told me. I haven't even confirmed that myself, but I'm saying that given that circumstance, you live in America where the police are trigger happy, your ass is going to get shot. If you're not aware of this living in America, then you're a fucking idiot.
I agree. I agree. And
you know what? Yeah, I know it's a bit sad, yeah, but I kind of agree to a certain extent.
Hang on, people. Hang on, people. Hang on, people. Hang on,
in the
Chevelle.
morning, and you got a
Hold on,
squad
Chevelle.
rolling up on you and shooting you dead in the middle of the night, and it's because we were given the wrong address. Mad thing.
Hold on, Chevelle.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Banksy, you yourself have been arrested by police or escorted by police out. Was that justified?
Unjustly, yeah.
Have I been arrested by the police?
You have been on
No,
camera. Yeah.
I've never been arrested by the police.
You've not been questioned by police when someone decked you on the head or something like that.
No, I was the victim. I wasn't questioned by the police. I was the victim because someone jumped and attacked me. So being interviewed by the police about being attacked at the speaker's corner, I wasn't under arrest. I was the victim. So I was giving a statement of how I was attacked. I wasn't arrested by the police. My attackers were arrested by the police.
Banksy, did it go through the procedure, or was it disregarded?
Another occasion,
it went through some procedure. They interviewed them.
They got a child to assault you as well, and then you grabbed the child or something, right?
Again, I wasn't the one who was arrested. I was the one who was a victim of someone stealing my property. So again, I was the victim. I wasn't the perpetrator. I've never been.
You've seen his speaker's corner.
Yeah, that was that same time. But the fact is, the police. I had to report to the police what's happened and who was trying to steal my hat. Again, I was the victim. I wasn't the perpetrator.
And were you happy?
Did you
with
press
the
charges?
Were you happy with their
No,
conduct?
not for the fucking hat thing.
You wasn't happy.
Sorry.
Was you happy with the way they conducted their investigations?
Well, they took some details, but to be honest, the British police are useless. They don't do anything about it. They don't punish anyone. They just let these Muslims go and they carry on. Hatun has been knifed in the face at Speaker's Corner. A woman was literally stabbed in the face and hand, and they still haven't caught the guy who did it. So getting punched in the head in Speaker's Corner is like a daily thing when it comes to these Muslims, because they're fucking savages.
The investigation is still being investigated, right? The case is still being investigated.
So you don't have confidence.
Hatuns, yeah, but it's been a year. They haven't even come close to catching someone, and the woman was stabbed, for crying out loud. Let alone me getting punched or anyone else getting punched. Several people have been punched and kicked at Speaker's Corner, and the police have done nothing about it.
So you don't have confidence in their integrity investigating these matters, but you have confidence in their integrity when it comes to...
This is the British police. This is the... Look, dude, you're saying to me that I 100% trust the police. I'm not trying to tell you that. I'm saying to you that if you live in America, and you know that the police are trigger happy, then if you're a moron who's going to do a high-speed chase running away from the police and then stop and then start running away from the police. A police system which has guns and you know that they're happy to shoot your ass down, then obviously you're an idiot, you're a moron, and this world is probably better off without you.
Yeah,
And you know what, Bansky? You know what, Bansky? Yeah, to a certain to a certain extent. To a certain extent.
Vibe, I got something. Vibe, please, Vibe.
Nobody deserves to die because they're running away. Even if they're doing a car speed chase, they still don't deserve to fucking die. Simple. The people that deserve to die are the people that's doing the mass shootings, the people that's shooting up churches and going to places and supermarkets. And that's
Yeah, but chefs, at the same time,
90 bullets in at them backside. You understand?
but the
Those
black
are people
community
that's
though,
prepared.
the black
Simple.
community though, the gangs, the black community and all that, yeah, they need to stop killing each other before they start pointing fingers at the police, man.
But
And
that's not the conversation right now. That's
but
actually
it
not the
it needs to be part of it. It needs to be part of it.
I understand that. I mean, I understand all of that, but really and truly, I think that's a given. When you're going against somebody like Banksy, that's actually like it's blatant in your face, a man saying no, like I believe that they were right for doing what they did. It's just like, we're far beyond that. Understand? Like, but cool.
Fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shotgun.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to get my audio.
Fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Walking a party, looking all starish. I'm trying to introduce you to carnage.
I don't know, man. And the conversation tends to get weird when people just keep saying that. Like we're talking about an interaction between let's just say hypothetically a white cop and a black suspect, and then somebody just jumps in the way and say, well, black people need to stop killing black people. And
they do.
It's true though.
I think Reggie jumped in.
Reggie jumped right.
Reggie did it earlier.
I agree with what you're saying.
No, we agree with that, but I mean,
it's the outrage. Like, it's the outrage.
It's the outrage. Selective outrage.
Fuck the outrage, Vibe, because the outrage is orchestrated. Like that's the outrage. Like the news story is gonna pick up whatever story they want to pick up. I'm in Tennessee, so why would I ever hear about this brother being shot 60 times unless the news and the media wants me to hear about it? So I'm not. Fuck the outrage. Fuck all of that. My question is, why do people always want to throw in that conversation when it has nothing to do with anything? We was having a conversation earlier and somebody just jumped on the panel and said, well, you do know it was black slaves too. And then when I said, hey, explain what
it was black slave owners.
Yeah, black slave owners.
Not
and I
just
said,
white.
And when I said explain that, they were like, well, I just want you to know. It's like, why do people always jump in? This is something I'm asking to my black people.
You're just talking in a circle with all these excuses, an excuse on top of an excuse.
So that makes you jump in and say, well, there's a black president too, right?
Actually, I didn't jump in. I jump in on ignorant people like you.
Okay, I'll take it. Come on, man. That's cool. I'm not worried. I'm just asking you a genuine question.
Who believe they ancestors were all slaves and
what makes
not gods and goddesses?
Why do people jump into a conversation and try to misdirect it in that direction?
I'm not misdirecting anything.
It's not a misdirection. It's more. It's like an outrage.
To me, I understand. We all know that fighting against our own people is wrong. We also have an understanding that yes, it was orchestrated that way to some degree, and I do understand that yes, we need to take back power and stop going against our own. I do get that, but at the moment,
are we looking at the bigger picture though?
What's the bigger picture, Rico?
I'm saying the stuff that they meaningfully show on the news. You guys aren't looking at that. They want it to come off a particular way. But yet people are falling for what they're putting out there. And people is not looking at that. They're just looking at it from a race aspect.
But do you know what, Rico?
Divide and conquer.
At the end of the day, another black man has died. Like when
can I say this?
But another black man, regardless of the bigger picture, it's like they're taking people's lives in order to create this fucking bigger picture.
But people are putting themselves in the situations for them.
Let's just say it like this: it's not necessarily the black people killing each other; it's the outrage. It's more
The
so the
selective
outrage.
outrage at the end of the day.
It's more so like, okay, this white man's killed a black person, and then we're all gonna outrage, but we should outrage the same amount. Basically, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
It's
let
not
me
really
okay, all right,
black people are killing each other.
but let me say this though, Vibe, because now when we say outrage, we know that it's constructed, right? Like I said, I know about that brother. I'm in Tennessee. Only reason I know about that brother that's way far away in another state is because it was orchestrated for me to see it. It was
Furthermore, in
constructed
another
for me to see it.
country, you're
So
right.
let
It
me
was
say this again.
orchestrated for us to see it. Yeah.
So if we know that's orchestrated, all right, we know that these people are going to give us our own orchestrated things. Then Vibe, you're in the UK, brother. You're only going to see the outrage when it's orchestrated for you to see it. So when Tyrone kills Quantez, you don't think the black people, the black preachers and the black Muslims and the black people are uniting and going to the hood
and
saying we're
outrage
outraged,
is
Vibe?
just as
We're
much.
outraged, Vibe.
Right.
Yes, we know our ills of our community,
It's
bro.
just
I
that
know it.
it doesn't get televised and it
Yeah,
doesn't get
we don't,
pushed,
bro.
and you don't see
Yeah.
you don't see it on the news, and you don't see like, I'm not being funny, but we've got a perfect example of this taking place right here in England. Do you understand? When Jedi and the Mandem went round to the block, that was not televised. That wasn't going everywhere. That didn't go viral to different countries. That type of shit where people are actually doing something good for the community does not pick up. So we're not gonna
That's
get to
true.
see all the good that's actually taking place and all the
That's true.
outrage
It's
that's
true.
taking place because we're killing ourselves. There's people out there that care. So
Do you
that's
know
what
what?
I'm
Yeah,
saying. When you
I
brought up
retract that statement.
that
So
right, when you brought up that statement, I felt like, why are you doing? Because it's like you're going against your own self. I just feel like, why are we fighting? It's like, don't air out your dirty laundry, innit? Especially
Yeah,
like in front of somebody like Banksy, bro. Do you get what
and
I'm
I think,
yeah,
saying?
definitely.
Like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I
that
think the
food
issue as
from
well.
that street, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that because
Yeah,
it did allow him to escape as well. I've noticed that.
yeah,
So yeah.
and I think and I think as well the vibe. The reason why Bourne was a bit
Not true.
like shocked
Sorry,
by the
sorry.
responses is because it's not really. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I was saying that's not true because at the end of the day, you have to face up to your wherever your wrongdoings are. If you take your
Yeah,
wrongdoings and
You're
put in
cutting
that
out, Ted.
argument,
Probably it was just me.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
a
Go
little
on.
bit.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Little bit. Can you hear me or not?
Are you on the phone? Sounds like
Yeah,
you're on
we
the
can
phone.
hear you. We
No,
can
can
hear
you
you,
hear
man.
me or not, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. We can hear
you
you.
can hear you. Yeah,
It's
it's
just the
different though.
quality.
It's different.
It
Yeah,
cut
yeah.
for a second, but
Yeah,
it's
that's what it
cool now.
is. It's different. It's different than go ahead. How you normally sound. Go ahead
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
bro. We
All
hear
right,
you.
cool. I'll try to do something about that if I can. But yeah. Anyway, we gotta be able to deal with that kind of criticism. Yo, for instance, I was thinking when they was talking about, oh, how come there's no you react differently when white people kill you? I feel like it's not necessarily when white people kill a black person. It's when a white person in a position of authority that should be that has supposedly taken an oath to uphold the peace or serve and protect and serve when they kill black people. Because, for instance, if they in schools, there's fights every day or whatever, school fight. Everyone's been in a school fight. Everyone's seen a school fight. So you wouldn't be that concerned by hearing two students are fighting. But if you heard that two teachers are fighting, you would be. If you heard that a teacher or two teachers jumped a student, you'd
Yeah,
be concerned because you're like, yo, you're in a position of authority. You're in a position of privilege. You're in a position where you're supposed to be taking care of people. And I think this is why it becomes so outrageous to black people who have a history also of being mistreated on that very land by white people in authority, whether it be lawmakers. So somebody that doesn't understand the easy comparison between a slave catcher or an overseer and a policeman or a man is just simply being naive to the full historical context of what's happening over there.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. I gotta say, man, that was kind of a stupid comment to make, but it's something I hear now and then, and I guess I let it get into my head a little bit. And yeah, like I said, I do see that it allowed Banksy to kind of disappear. So
Yeah.
yeah,
It
definitely.
wasn't no what you're saying isn't incorrect, and it's just it feels like you're not responding to the argument. It's like you just kind of like
Right,
Yeah,
deflecting the
we
yeah.
argument
already
because
identified that.
you saying that is not a response to these police officers are killing us. It's not a direct response. If that makes sense.
I feel you. I feel you.
What it
Yeah.
kind of does is
So
it takes away from the argument. But as Blue Red said, you're not wrong.
no, it's not wrong.
Not wrong, but obviously it deviates from the actual
Point we're
situation.
making.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
I've labeled it. Maybe you guys will think I mislabeled it, but I've labeled that as a white supremacist talking point. I have to be
Yeah.
honest.
It's a
I
bit
hear that I hear that
unsynchronized.
more from I hear that more from white people than I do
Guys, I'm
anything.
gonna
So
I've got a call. I already enjoyed it.
my antennas really
I'm
go
gonna
up
turn off
pause
my
when
phone.
I hear a black person say that. You know what I mean? I really hear it when it's amplified when they say it. But
Yeah.
to me, that's a white supremacist talking point. It's like
Yeah.
he was a criminal. He was a criminal, so the cops should kill him. Well, I've heard white people say that my whole life.
He
You know what I mean?
he was a drug dealer. All that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he was running. You know,
Bunch of criminals.
Yeah.
when I hear that, it's just like okay, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Vibe. Try and be more synchronized, brother.
Yeah, for real. That's my brother Kel. What you doing, Kel? Brother Bourne been talking that shit today, man.
Yeah, just listening to the panel. We got the panel. We got Brother Jay. Yeah, man. Synchronization is very important, man. It's I can't emphasize it. It's very important, man.
Yeah.
Very
All right, I'm
important.
synced up. I'm synced up.
Yeah, what are you saying, Kel? Shout out to Khan. Is the black community? It was the black tribunal gonna let me
Notice how I jump off you. I jump off, man.
Invite Khan in, Blue Red.
Even when I go on mute, it's just like I get cussed off in the chat. I have to jump off.
Yeah, please, can all the non-Africans go on mute, please?
No,
Yeah, I'm
jump off, go in
surprised
the chat.
I didn't hear Khan's version of events as well. Yeah, that's cool.
That's all right.
I am very.
Chevelle said it
surprising.
properly. Like,
She
big
did,
up
didn't
Chevelle.
she? Yeah.
I'm very
I really love
interesting,
Chevelle,
though.
man. I think that if there was more people like Chevelle in the world, it would be a better place. Like and Banksy, we don't need Banksy. Like Hunkin.
He's moving mad.
Banksy's just
He's
like
moving mad. The cognitive dissonance is on 1,000. On 1,000.
I do wonder why do non-African people feel like they need to speak on black people's issues.
Yeah, it's true.
When they should be doing it with their community to stop the racism. I've always found it fascinating. Like for example, there was something that happened yesterday, and big up to Brother Jay. And
Big up man like Big J.
There was a white supremacist, and he automatically he's from America, and then non-African people were saying, well, Brother Bourne, you need to take an L for this. And I was thinking to myself, why does Brother Bourne have to take an L when he's not a European? I found it very interesting. Like, instead of blaming themselves, they want to blame the African descendant, So I don't believe they should be speaking on our issues. Speak in your own community. Don't feel the need. You need to speak it when black people speak about the issue.
Thing is, though, Kale,
Yeah.
is there enough black people really to speak up for themselves? Because the
There's
percentage
loads.
of black people in the UK is very low. What can they ever solve on their own as being 3% or 5%? They're doing well. I'm not saying they're not trying or they're not being successful. I'm just saying in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
Surely we need to kind of like stand together on certain things.
Oh no, we can't, because here's the thing, right? There's racism, and it's not just from Europeans; it's from Asians and Middle Eastern. So,
yeah,
what would make sense is that to a non-African goes into their community, and they speak and collectively say, you know what, we need to dispute economics fairly. We need to allow this and to allow that, and stop oppressing African people. But they always do it with black people when you should do it in your own community. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Kale, may I retort your stupid comments about black people? You shouldn't involve other people. Shouldn't be talking about our issues. I wouldn't give a fuck about what your community does. If your community hadn't rallied up a bunch of fucking thugs who went around London screaming BLM and then graffitiing everything and burning shit down. You see, nobody would give a fuck about your community if your community isn't burning down the shit that the rest of us use, or create riots, or run around in fucking streets harassing and breaking windows and shops and burning shit down. If you weren't actually rioting, or if you're, in fact, the very BLM people who said silence is violent, that every white person has to be now an ally to the BLM cause, if you weren't making these claims, I wouldn't give a fuck. But you are. And you do, and you burn shit down, and you graffiti shit. So I'm sorry, but your problem becomes my problem when your BLM rioters fuck shit up. Tell them to batten down, tell them to shut the fuck up first and sit the fuck down and stay in their lane before you come to the rest of us and say, why are you getting in on the black issue? The black issue becomes my issue when you break down my fucking shop window, when you destroy public property. That's why we get involved.
Wow.
This is very interesting. This is
It's interesting to say the least.
A non-African is getting very emotional and angry about situations where the black people historically hasn't done anything to Iranian people, Turkish people, Europeans and Asian, but he feels the need to get angry and emotional.
I don't agree with that. I
say,
don't agree with that statement. I think black people have gone all around the world, setting up civilizations and interacting with Iranians and Turkish people. Sometimes it was warlike. The Egyptians, they warred with our ancestors. There was wars between us and Africans. So for you to say that you haven't done anything, I think it's not exactly 100% true.
Was the Turks subjugated to slavery? By the
obviously we won the war.
Now, brother, hold on.
We kicked you lot out of.
You see, when we keep going on to subjects that doesn't make any sense, then you have to.
I think it's quite obvious.
The highlight. No, because we haven't enslaved or anything like that.
We didn't let you
enslaved the Turks, and we haven't done. Whether you didn't let or not, the fact of the matter is, it's still.
Was you likely to slave them? Yes.
So
slavery part of your culture? Yes. Did you slave anyone like maybe the Hebrews? Yes. So
So by the Hebrews being enslaved.
By the Egyptians, right? The Africans.
Because that's what you're talking about now. By the Hebrews being enslaved, right?
By Africans.
Yeah. Did that benefit all of Africa, or did it benefit the Egyptians?
What's the relevance of that?
No, because you mentioned we enslaved the Hebrews, Israelites.
I said, was you capable of slaving people?
No, but you mentioned
the Hittites had lost the war to the Egyptians, would they have been enslaved?
You made a claim. You made a claim, right? So I said to you, by the Egyptians enslaving the Israelites, did it benefit the whole of Africa? And you says, what did you say?
I'm allowing you to build your point because I don't see the relevance, but go ahead.
No, because you said that it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is,
I'm saying to me it don't matter. But if you want to build the point, feel free to do that.
What the point is when it comes to our enslavement, the whole ethnicity united together and enslaved African people. You see the difference of your mention?
It's not true. See, there wasn't a global conspiracy.
Hold on. Why is it not true? Give me the proof that it's not true.
You can't blame every single country on earth because a lot of these countries didn't even exist at the time. You're blaming everyone. Like you're blaming the Eskimos. You're blaming the North American Indians. You're blaming the whole world for conspiring.
So when slavery happened, right, the European slavery and that, right, and etc. Nobody. So you're trying to tell me that the whole ethnicity didn't participate in that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying to you that the Europeans all got together and started, taking funds and money and resources out of Africa. Yeah, they brought their little underlings like, what's it called? Belgium and whatever in. Yeah, they might not have even had the army, but they managed to get some money out of Africa thanks to the English and the French that brought them in, right?
But
So
it
yeah,
weren't just
they
the, it weren't just
conspired
the
amongst
Europeans
themselves.
though.
But
It
to
weren't
make
just the
to make out
Europeans.
that it was a
Didn't Indians
global
participate?
to make out it was a global conspiracy is a little
Right.
bit far fetched, bro.
Well, I can give you the proof. It weren't just the Europe. It was the East Indians. It
Indians
was
as
the
well,
Arabs.
bruv.
It was the
Arabs
Roman
as well,
Catholic.
fam.
It was the Church of England. It was also the Ottomans. And should I keep going on?
I don't
Should I
think the
keep going
Ottomans
on?
participated in chattel
Okay,
slavery. I
I'll
don't
say
think
the
you can
Turks
put that
then.
on our doorstep.
I'll say the Turks then. If you want to use the
Yeah, the
word,
Turks.
I'll
You
say
can't
the
say the
Turks.
Turks
I
did
wouldn't
that.
be surprised, bruv. I wouldn't be
Now
surprised.
The
we
Turks
have
didn't participate in European slavery or
okay.
transatlantic slavery.
So that means that all the ethnicity participated in subjugating African people. Now, for those non-African people that like to say, well, the Africans enslaved each other as well, did it benefit all of Africa or did it benefit Europe? That's my question. For those who like to say black people slave black people, did it benefit Europeans or did it benefit the whole of Africa? Someone answer me.
Someone who made that point previously can answer that. I've never made that argument.
So we know already, right, that non-African people should not be speaking on our issues. Now, I don't know this Banksy and that. I don't have an issue with him. But the fact of the matter is that if there is problems with the, burning things down, etc., well, we have to go back to the economics. You see, if economics is disputed correctly and justice and equality correctly, there won't be none of this burning down and etc. But because there's not, and there's a certain ethnicity who's subjugated to oppression, there's going to be burning down, like that song, London's Burning. You will get that. But instead of focusing on the core of the economics, you want to focus on those who are subjugated. It makes no sense.
They don't care about. They
In
don't
all
care about
respect
that,
to you,
bruv.
I'm not
They
trying
don't
to
care
speak
about
for you or your community, but your argument really should have been, does BLM even represent black people? So if Banksy's blaming something on BLM, he needs to take that up with BLM as an organization and institution, which is nothing really to do with anyone else apart from them. So I don't know why he's laying BLM's actions at the feet of black people. That doesn't make sense.
Did Black Lives Matter tell people to go and riot? I don't think they did.
But his objections with them, right? So he needs to take it up with them, innit?
Yeah, but Khan, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I do not believe any African person should unite in any organization with non-African people. I don't believe in it. As what the Honorable Marcus Garvey says, non-African people participant in a black organization is like cancer. So for me to talk about BML and whatever it's called, right, I don't believe in that at all. I think it's
that's what I mean. That's what should have been your first port of call.
So
you should have gone straight to that point.
But I don't need to in that because I don't believe in it. As I said, right, here's the thing, right, whatever the group's called, it doesn't take away the fact that if economics is disputed correctly and justice is disputed correctly, then there'll be no burning down things, stuff, right? The Irish used to burn things down when they didn't get their rights. So did the Italians. Everyone used to burn it down. They used to kill one another in the UK. You know what I'm saying? The Crays and the Blinky Blind, all those gangs, but nobody says anything. When the black people fighting each other over economics, which non-African people do, is the black people that's the one that's the terrorist.
But he doesn't care. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about that. He don't even care if he don't even care if we're breathing or not, bro. It's just the fact that,
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you can be over there struggling. Just don't touch our shit. Just don't burn our stores down. Like,
which explains why in the rule in 11 laws of white supremacy that one of it is that the racist is narcissistic. All non-African people are very narcissistic. If it's happening to them, we have to advocate for them. If it's not happening to them, then they don't care. Which is why I always say they shouldn't speak on our issues. Go into your community and speak on the issues. Don't speak with us. It don't make any sense.
The point wasn't about whether it's whether it affects me. Whether we should interfere or not. The point was that when you encroach upon things that are in the public sphere that we all use, then it does give me the right to say whatever I want to say about your community. So when you say you shouldn't say something about your community, it's because you've encroached upon my life and my community and my society as a whole. So if you didn't encroach upon it,
Bro, if you
then
don't like it, take it up with your people, innit? Because your
the fact
people are the
is,
one that's
when
causing the
it comes
problem.
to Chinese issues, you notice nobody really talks about Chinese issues in China, because Chinese people are doing whatever the fuckeries they're doing in China. They're not doing it in my front door, whilst the BLM lot are
how
doing
did
it
we
in
catch
my
COVID
front
then?
door.
How did we catch COVID then, bro? The Chinese people
Dude,
ain't spreading germs and
that's
bacteria.
such a red herring. Is unbelievable. What
But
I'm
it's true though. They're
trying to tell
costing us a
you
lot of money.
is
Are they
that
gonna
when
cough up for that?
Kale, the day your
Economically.
community doesn't impact my community or my life, then that's the day you can say stay in your lane and don't talk about our shit. But as
Then I got
long
a
as
question
your
for you,
community or your BLM or whoever the black community groups are vandalizing and burning shit down that I use the facilities in my city, then it is my problem, and you don't have a right to say don't talk about it.
Well, here's
But
the
when
thing.
you
Here's the
stay in your
thing, Banks.
lane, no one
Yeah,
will give a shit.
yeah. Well, here's the thing, Banks, in that, right? Has
But I swear,
African people discriminated and denied you wealth and livelihood in the Justice Department and economic? Have they done that? Have they?
Dude,
Have
I
they
don't give a
restricted it?
shit. I
No,
don't
but
give a
no,
shit.
no.
I'm
The
not
reason,
worried about the
Banksy,
discrimination in the system. I'm
no,
worried about
But you made a
the
statement,
corner
though. You
shop
made a
that is
statement.
now
Yeah.
smashed, and I can't get
Right.
my honey nut crunchies because
Yeah.
some fucker went in there with black
Yeah.
masks on and burned the shit down. So
Okay.
I'm now having to eat fucking honey nut Fruit Loops
Yeah.
because my Kellogg's Honey Nut Crunch is no longer available. That's all I
Okay.
give a shit about. I give no fucks about your historical grievances or your how you were hard done
Sounds like
by the
white
white man.
privilege
I
to me. Sounds
honestly
like
don't
white
give a
privilege.
shit about those things
Your white
because
privilege
it's
is
not
showing, my
my
brother.
problem. It's your
That's your white
problem.
privilege right there.
And
Yes,
I,
it's no, it's
and
my
you,
Iranian
and I,
privilege. It's the fact that I
Yeah,
don't fucking
this is why people
go on
smash it
high
up.
speed chases with
This
cars
is the
with
very
cops
reason why.
and get
Because
60
this is why
bullets
they
put
have
in my
no.
ass.
This is why they take no consideration to the corner shop or whatever. Is because they realize and they know inherently that no one gives a fuck about their plight or what they're going through. So sometimes I feel like they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna inconvenience everyone. If we're gonna feel it, everyone else is gonna feel it.
Inconvenience
It
thing.
might not be the most smartest technique or whatever. Might even be self-destructive, but at the same time, I like that sentiment that you've just spouted or you've just aired. I think a lot of people feel like that inherently. They don't give a fuck about what you've been through historically, what your circumstances are, what the factors are that make you
That's
behave
right.
the way you do. All they know is, as long as it doesn't inconvenience me, I don't give a fuck. And this
That's
is what
right.
this
But
is what we
Jedi,
call systematic racism.
That's right.
Nobody
Jedi,
cares. No
the
one
problem is you
cares
can't then
about.
turn
No one.
around
Hold on.
and
No one
That's
cares who's
right.
being fucked over. One second. No one cares who's being fucked over as long as it's not them.
That's
And
right. That's right.
that lack of empathy.
look, Jedi.
Boy.
After so you either you got to take one or the other. You either tell us like Cal did, stay out of our business, has nothing to do with you, or you then turn around and say, no, we're going to burn your shit down, so it is something to do with you. So which is it? Do we stay the fuck out, or do we get
Because
involved?
basically, people are supposed to be active against injustice when they see it. There's some injustice that people don't care about, and because of that, the victims don't care about those people that don't care about them. So it's like a vicious cycle.
Well, then tell your brethren
There was more.
Claudia that
There was
it
more
is our
genuine
problem
compassion.
then.
There was more genuine. If there was more genuine compassion, if there was more genuine empathy, then I think that you might find that people being way more conscientious about you when they're venting their issues. They care more about you because they know, oh, this is a sympathetic brother. This is someone that actually is taking the time to, look at our plight or study it and blah blah blah. Or he's like chipped in, or you know what I mean. He's vocal when he can be. So yeah, let's listen to this guy. But somebody like you that seems to be anytime it's a black issue, it's basically get
Shut it
over
down.
it. The black people are in the wrong.
Minimize
It becomes a pattern, and then like society is a bit like that. In fact, huh? What's them dog? No. Yeah. Big up. No. I know that stupid dog. Yeah, that's silly. That's what I tell him. Don't bring your fucking dog near me, man. What is he moved to? Fuck. This dog bullied me for a stroke, and then when I stroked him, growled at me. I was like, "You pussy! I'm never touching you again."
He didn't like his spirit, fam.
You like, I'll be back.
Even there's dogs that got mental health issues, man. Come on.
I think it's amazing that when the Iranians are getting the press, when the women are getting the press, the men and etc., we have to show empathy. We have to,
But you don't though. Africans don't do nothing.
No.
When the fuck has a single African given a shit about what's going on in Iran?
Last time Africans sent troops to protect anyone from
come
oppression.
on. He's talking, yes, when the Iranian men are being oppressed.
Let him answer. When was the last time Africans sent troops to protect anyone from anything?
When was the last time Africa sent aid to Iran? When they had an earthquake, when they had famine, when they were short on water right now? Which African nations are running over helping out fucking Iran right now? People are literally protesting because they don't have water in Iran. Did you even know about that fucking protest? Did you even see a fucking article about that protest? You haven't got a clue what the fuck. If I showed you a map of the world, you wouldn't be able to point to me where fucking Iran is.
That type of political
I
movement.
would, because Iran is an extension of Turkey.
What I'm saying is, is that when you're being mistreated, you know, the whole world has to stand still and, you know, oh, we have to advocate and we have to show kindness and mercy to the Iranian people.
You don't have to though.
The Palestinians and etc. And all these other.
You don't have to. You don't have to. There's a lot of. We've been on these panels for a long time, Kale. There's a lot of black people. There's a lot of Africans.
I need to.
They've got no sympathy for Muslims or anything.
When it's the other way round,
they don't have to.
I'm not saying that I have to, but what I'm saying is when it's the other way round, is a different story. That's what.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Well, if you listen, then you'll get it instead of jumping over.
No, you're right.
Doing gymnastics, and you're not even winning the gold.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay? What I'm saying is that when mistreatment is done to other ethnicities, right, we have to show kindness and all these types of things and empathy, which African people do anyway, and that, right? But then when things are happening to us, right, there's no empathy, there's no help, and etc. So me, as an African descendant, a Pan-Africanist, understand that it'd be better for non-African people to not.
I think, sorry, Kill, I know you cut out, your internet's cut out now. Let me quickly jump in and make a point. I think for a Pan-Africanist to say this is ridiculous. A Pan-Africanist should not be asking outside people to intervene or help or send aid or anything like that. A Pan-Africanist should be, you know what, take your fucking We Are the World, take your fucking charity and stick it up your ass. We can sort out our own problem. Now, legitimate, proper Pan-Africanist, that would be their position. Someone like Shakara would be telling you, we do not need your aid. Your aid is a sly way of you getting involved in our business that we don't even want you here with your aid. But I don't know, Brother Kale comes out with some weird points like sometimes.
Okay, so when did I ever say that I want non-African people to help? Because you're making statements that came from your mind, that never came from my mind, which I find very interesting. I've never said that non-African people should be helping African people. What I said is that because the rule of racism by non-African people, they're very narcissistic. If it's not happening to them, they don't care. So I gave an example that when there's oppression unto them, right, that we have to stand still and we have to advocate and show empathy, right? But you're talking about, as a Pan-Africanist, you should never ask non-African people for help. I don't understand where that statement comes from and where you're going with it. It doesn't make any sense.
Brother, my whole life's been spent listening to.
So for you to explain Pan-Africanism to me,
we are the
is
world.
a joke in itself.
We are the world. Let's free Nelson Mandela. Like Europeans are so into African shit. It's unbelievable, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Europe, like, I'm not European. I don't count myself as European. I'm not really in with them. But being born and bred in England, I can tell you that what goes on in Africa, white people or Europeans, we can call them, are very much engrossed by that. And all these kind of like sending money to Ethiopia and whatever. We've had a lifetime of it. And Pan-Africanists that I know will tell you that's all media hype. It's all bullshit. It's all engineered by Europeans who want to make Africans look bad. And I agree with them. So for you to say that Europeans don't have sympathy for Africans, I wouldn't really agree with that. But the point is, their sympathy is a way of them, like you said, being narcissistic. It's a narcissistic trait. Oh, the poor Africans. What do you mean, poor Africans, bro? I don't understand that concept.
Look, the fact is, this is the classic white savior complex that these Europeans have when it comes to Africa. Now, I don't know whether it comes from some sort of sense of innate guilt through their colonial history or what, but it is classic white savior fucking attitude
to get money out of Africa. That's a sly way.
Well,
it could be that run their own shit. We need to help them.
Shading, yeah, they could be that they're actually disguising these charities, disguising their using these charities to disguise their actual fuckeries behind the scenes.
In Africa, right, we're raping children. These people are not what you think they are.
Half the aid that these countries, by the way, this is the other fucked up thing. Half the aid that these white countries give to hold on. Half the aid that these white countries or the European countries give to African and third world nations is only to prop up their it's literally to prop up their dictators and the proxy sort of despots. It's not actually to help the country itself. It is to keep those dictators in place so that those dictators then meet the needs or give the natural resources of that nation to the European nations. That's 90% of foreign aid is used for those sort of purposes. This concept of these countries give so much foreign aid to these nations because they're just fucking, golden hearted is absolute bullshit.
We're going off topic now. We're going off topic completely.
Sorry.
First, you're talking about the non-Africans, talking about aid to Africa, and then you're saying things like you don't think all Europeans you're going off topic. The fact of the matter is, it's clearly and simple that black people have no friends. So
not true, bro. Why are they making Marvel films?
Hold on. Can you
Black Panther if they don't love you? They got no love for you. Why are they doing that?
Okay, give me a proof collectively that black people have friends collectively and systematically.
Africa, for me, from a non-European, non-African point of view, Africa and Europe are one in the same. They're together on everything.
I want to give me the proof about that black people collective.
What country other than a European could invade Africa right now without the whole of Europe rallying to fight them off? If China invaded, if Turkey invaded, if Iran invaded, if aliens invaded, the whole world, the whole European army would be on standby to protect Africa. That's a fact. That's why they don't let you lot have weapons, because they are ready to fight for you.
Okay, now this is very deceptive what's coming out your mouth now.
It's true though.
I'm not surprised what's coming out your mouth as well, because you just said that the whole of the Europe. I'm not, to be fair in that. You're non-African and that, so I
I'm non-European as well.
Cyprus is in Europe.
This is just very much similar, man. Very much similar.
It's like Haiti and Dominican Republics, two countries.
I know, but no. Because when you're backflipping at Europe, I have to push you back in Europe. Cyprus is in Europe, so you can't backflip.
Well, geographically, but not politically.
Well, you're still part of that region, and that region is Europe.
Regionally.
He's trying to desperately separate himself from his European ancestry. I mean, there was a time he was indistinguishable between the Turks and the Greeks. You guys have been fucking each other for centuries.
But politically, politically.
Politically, you're divided, but
they're not part of Europe, really.
Is that by choice or
practicing deception?
No, Turks have been begging to join Europe, as Raj will tell you.
They are.
They don't want to give them that status of being able to just come into Europe, because too many Muslims.
Greece is the only country. Well, it's not that they're Muslim; it's human rights issues. But Greece has been a major blocker for Turkey's joining Europe.
Well, anyway,
but they are in the Eurovision Song Contest.
Don't let him off the hook, Banksy. He's trying to get away.
Remember, you said that we have friends, and then you start to talk about if the Europe or the country will defend Africa. That's why they don't want Africans have weapons. So that don't make no sense, by the way, and that, because if you want,
Why don't Africa have a thingy there, nukes?
No. I want to get back to what you said. You said we have friends systematically. So give me the proof that we have friends systematically. And you brought Europe and they help, and that's what Africa.
I find it amazing the way you guys
Right.
talk about Africa as if it's a single nation. Africa is as divided amongst the countries as any European country is, any Southeast Asian country is.
Banksy, why do Africans speak French? Well, how many African
Some Africans
like
speak
half
French.
of them. No, half of them speak French. Why?
Man, you're getting away with
half of them.
You're getting out with it. I asked you a question. You said black people are friends. Give me the proof. Black people are friends systematically.
Yeah, I think Africa and Europe are in a friendship type relationship. It's just that the white people are actually abusing that friendship.
I believe that
if anything, it's an abusive relationship where one guy's beating the shit out of the other.
Abusive relationship.
You're not qualified.
Not a friendship, though.
Issues. You're not.
It's like a marriage. It's like a marriage. You're their wife.
Yeah, a very, very toxic and bad marriage that should have been divorced years ago.
Yeah, basically.
It's not like a marriage. It's more like a divorce. See?
Well, the divorce hasn't happened.
No, divorce at least has a settlement. There is no fucking settlement. It's continuous.
There is a settlement. There's IMF loans. That's the settlement. You see, in divorce, someone has the upper hand. You see?
This is true.
Now, the thing though, Khan, give me the proof that black people have friends systematically. Give me that proof that we have friends.
Look, no country has
any
particular friends. They have allies.
That black people have no friends. I can give you the proof.
No, this nonsense about black people have no friends is ridiculous.
When was the last time all the African countries or all the black African countries got together and wrote America a letter and said, listen, all those slaves we sold you, yeah, why are you treating them like shit right now? Can you please give them their human rights? When has that ever happened?
No, when they send them back.
They can't do that because they're friends.
Come back home, baby.
Africa are friends.
Look, the fact is, Africa is as complex
start abusing America.
and has a plethora of nations with different history, different cultures and backgrounds as any European nation does. This is nonsense. The way you guys, this is colonialism. When you talk about Africa as if it's a one fucking homogenous thing. It's a massive continent with dozens. I forgot exactly how many countries there are in Africa, with multitudes of cultures and languages. You guys are talking about it just like a white colonial Englishman would.
You're not listening. There is the African Union, bro.
I want the African family to understand.
A forum where they sit down together. You're saying countries are the be all and end all.
There are two non-African members who are speaking on the issue of African people. Neither one of them and their communities done anything to help African people, but they're speaking on that issues.
Well, I don't know what you mean by help. Like, what help do you need? You got all the natural resources in the world, yeah. You got all the beautiful
I don't even understand this mentality of
what help do you need though?
The continent of Africa could be 100% self-sufficient if they wanted to. Literally, if all of the different nations in Africa united, they would be 100% self-sufficient. They wouldn't need one single thing from outside, unless it's education or some kind of discovery and knowledge, which if they send their students or their young people out into the world and study at the top universities, which they themselves could fund their education in these top universities and bring them back to Africa and the various nations.
You're asking for help.
If we Africans send our kids into other nations, and that's going to get rid of the IMF loan.
No. The fact is that yes, those fuckeries have all been set up by the European nations with putting you in those sort of debts. But the fact is that you can become self-sufficient and then start paying back those loans, which I know they're shackles, and those dictators and despots are the ones who put those shackles around those nations. And if you read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you'll know exactly why they would put how the IMF works. The IMF is the ball and chain of the Americans and the Europeans in order to put around the neck of any developing nation in order to make sure that they're subservient to the corporations in the United States and Europe. So yes, you will have to somehow unshackle yourselves from the IMF But whilst you're trying to do that, you
somehow
have
we
to
have
be
to
able to become self-sufficient.
ourselves. So we have to somehow unshackle ourselves from the IMF loan. We've just established that studying is not going to get rid of the IMF loan. So what is the somehow we're going to have to do then, Banksy? Because you seem to know.
Well, give examples of
this is
where
the
that's
million.
happened.
Well, dude, that's the $1 million
Turkey paid off
question.
their IMF loan. It took them 100
Yeah,
years.
but you got to realize Khan, you got to realize
Russia don't
every
fuck with
time.
them.
No, but Khan, you got to realize this is not a simple. It's not like the European and Americans are just going to let African nations with their surplus of natural resources just off the hook.
No
They
way.
will kill and they will reinstall despots and dictators in order to make sure that those nations are further deeper into the IMF debt and so on and so forth. They're not just going to let them become self-sufficient.
But you're
Khan
making his
said
point for him.
African people are friends. So bearing in mind, Khan, did you hear what Banksy just said there? They're not going to allow the Africans. So that means we don't have any friends. But carry on, Banksy.
I don't know what you mean by friends. I'm saying you got relationships with people, right?
No. Use the word friends and you're on about relationship. Now, you're flipping out of political science. It's not going to work. We don't have no friends.
As I stated, no nation has friends. Nations have allies, and some of them are temporary, some of them are long-term, but they're just people who are self-serving. No nation has friends, quote unquote. They are all self-serving. As long as these nations, the allies help each other to prosper, then those nations remain allies. Russia was an ally of Britain for a very long time until just recently. Suddenly, they're not allies anymore. Germany, at one point, was the most deadliest enemy of United Kingdom, but it's been a friend of United Kingdom for the last
worse than that,
50 years.
If you look at Turkey and Russia, in Syria, they're allies, but in Libya, they're enemies.
Hey, there you go.
How
The
can you work
same
that out?
scenario. So
How
there
can
is
you work
no,
that out?
there is
we can
no
agree on one thing,
friends.
We can agree on one thing, that it seems like the allies seems to be permanent amongst Middle Easterns, Asian, Europeans against Africans. You see, I hear where you're coming from. In political science, you do suppose to have temporary alliance. I agree with you, but it seems to be permanent when it comes to African people. Why is that?
As in against African.
Yeah, why is that?
It could. I mean, I don't. The other thing is, like, for example, when you say the Middle Easterners, which Middle Eastern countries have been permanent allies? Which ones do you consider permanent allies?
With each other.
Yeah, with each other. Which ones? Give me some names of nations in the Middle East that are permanent allies.
Well, here's the thing, right? What I've noticed,
dude, you're completely diverting my conversation.
No, I'm not, because
my question
really relevant to what you're saying.
Oh, okay,
because wherever African people go, there seems to be a code of conduct of you must mistreat them and you must deny them their human rights. You see, now that code of conduct by non-African people, that is a coalition as well as an agreement and a fellow friendship in that code of conduct, which no,
that's not true. That's not true.
I don't.
The truth of the matter is, if I'm sending my population to you, if I'm sending my population to you, it's up to me to make sure that you don't abuse them. Yeah. Now, if Africans can't be organized enough to look after their people home and abroad, that's no one else's fault.
But you said we have friends, though. You says African people friends.
Yeah, of course you have friends.
I don't.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Why
Hold on,
bro.
Khan. Mr. Khan, right? Here's the thing, right? I can tell you, living on the African continent, right, as a child and etc., when non-African people come to Africa, they are welcomed, they are looked after, everything. I've seen it. But
right, what's that got to do with what we're talking about, though?
Hold on. You said, right, African people are friends. So you said now, but if Africans can't look after their people when they go abroad and stuff, like things happen to them, then it's not the non-African people's fault. But you said we have friends, though.
Yeah, you do have friends. That's why you got a big amount of Africans living in America, in England, in Germany, and they're relatively, respected and loved. Their music, their culture.
I disagree with
you
that.
got things like Marvel, Wakanda, like your culture, hip hop, Motown.
Are you serious? Are you telling me
Black
Panther
Now, 1
The
minute,
Black
1 minute, 1
Panther
minute.
movie is a sign of friendship to the Africans. You
Of course
must
it
be
is.
joking me.
Of course
That
it
is.
is. What
Are
do
you
you mean?
taking the piss now?
What do
Is
you
this like?
mean?
Is this a
Brother,
song?
are you
He's
nuts,
definitely
bro?
taking the
Are you
piss,
nuts,
and he's
bro?
practicing
Are
racism
you
as well.
nuts?
Those
You
who
are
know,
fucking
know.
Man, you're
joking me.
crazy.
If
Ain't
you know, you
Pakistanis got
know.
fucking
Well, let me say
film
this.
made for them, have they?
You know the Wakanda. You know
I
the
just
What
say
Wakanda.
this.
film have we
What
got for
what
us, bro? Fucking
Kale,
Khan, you know the
Guantanamo
Wakanda.
Bay.
What civilization is the Wakanda based upon? What's it based upon?
Oh,
'Cause you know what's it based upon? The Wakanda civilization.
it's not Afghanistan, is it?
No, but you seem to know in it. So what is it? What
What do you mean?
civilization
Seems
is
to know
based on?
what? I'm not claiming nothing, bro. I'm saying to you, it's
No,
African.
but you use the Wakanda and you're saying the relationship and etc. So I'm asking you which civilization is based upon.
Africa.
It's an American civilization actually.
It's based upon the Lesotho civilization in South Africa when Shaka Zulu told the whole South Africans that the Europeans are coming to colonize, and that Lesotho empire was so powerful that it warded off the Europeans. This is why it's called Wakanda. Here's the thing though, Banksy and Khan, we've just established that we don't have friends. Studying
No, I don't think you
for
made
our
that point.
children to
You
go
haven't
to
established
different
that
countries
point.
and
You haven't.
study, it's not going to get rid of the IMF loan. That's the facts. And number two, the fact that Khan says that if we do go out of Africa and we go into other countries and the African leaders cannot be bothered to look after the African people, whatever happens to them is not an African people's fault. That tells me that we have no friends.
But you're living
Dude,
fine everywhere, bro. You're all right. There's not
Kale.
like ethnic cleansing going on of Africans throughout Europe or Africa or even in America. Now, no one's
that's not the-
ethnically cleansing your people, but other
That's
people
not
are being
the
ethnically
point.
cleansed in their own countries.
Who?
Banksy, do you remember when
Who's been
the
ethnically cleansed? Look, Kale, I agree with you. There are no friends. There are no friends amongst nations. There are just allies and temporary allies at that. That's Khan's thing, but the friend thing, I don't subscribe to that. But what I will say is that it's not easy. It is going to be exceedingly hard, and the leaders of the various African nations, if they truly want to have some kind of utopian Pan-African thing, which I think is another pipe dream. I don't actually ever think that it will ever be feasible. But if they wish to unite on some level in order to unshackle themselves from the ball and chain that the Americans and the Europeans have put around various African nations for their resources, then they have to. It's not about a single government or a single leader. It has to be a consensus of the people. The people of Africa have to liberate Africa, not this guy or that guy or this dictator or that dictator. As long as you have dictators, as long as you have despots running African nations, Africa will never be unshackled from these.
I don't agree with that. I think some dictators do a very good job.
No, none of them will,
I
because the
don't agree
thing
with
is
that. I don't
because
agree with
Khan,
this democracy is
dictators
the
and
only
despots,
way bullshit, man.
but dictators and a single individual has a single lifetime, and these matters are going to take more than a single lifetime of a human being to be resolved. And Africa needs to have a system which will not depend on any single individual, but it will depend on all the
I
people of
don't
Africa
think that's up to you
working
to
together
decide. I think
in order to
Africans can,
get themselves out.
not just Africans, any country can decide how they want to run themselves.
Yeah, but
I don't
these
think it's
issues
some
are generational issues.
hierarchical
They're not going to
thing
solve
where
it in a no. But
nah,
the thing
I
is,
don't
these
agree.
issues
Don't agree.
are going to span generations. They're not going to
But
span a
how long do
single
governments last,
lifetime of
bro?
a
Do
person.
governments last generations? Does democracy last generations?
Yes, but
No,
not
it
a
doesn't.
dictator. A dictator
Boris Johnson's getting
dies.
kicked out now.
Yes, but that's what I mean. A democracy or a system like a republic, like the American style, can last hundreds of years, span hundreds of different lifetimes.
No.
But
There's no
a
responsibility
single
there.
dictator
Every 4
can't
years, a
fix
new
it in a
government
single
comes in,
lifetime.
bro, and they're like, blame the other government. That's nothing to
No,
do with us.
but the thing is, America, despite the fact that you have different governments and minor different policies, their overall, especially foreign policy, remains consistent
Yeah,
all
but
the time.
how does foreign policy
Their foreign policy,
involve to this
when it
subject?
comes to the America's foreign policy over other nations, over oil, over the OPEC nations, over the
But what's that got to do with Africa
petrodollar,
governing
has
itself?
never changed depending on whichever
But what's that
administration
got
came
to
into
do with what
power.
we're talking about?
But
We're
what I'm
talking
saying is
about
that African
countries
nation,
governing
yes,
themselves. I'm
yes,
saying to
but
you,
those
people you
African
call
nations,
dictators like Gaddafi were doing a very good job.
No, but that's the thing. He was doing a good job on his own behest and his own country, and he was only going to last through his lifetime. Once his reign was over, the shit was going to fall apart, and exactly that's what happened to Libya
But
once
you're saying that about
Gaddafi
how
went.
George Floyd was gonna die, Gaddafi was gonna fuck up. But it's all just speculation.
Dude. This is what happened to Libya. The minute Gaddafi left, the minute Gaddafi was deposed, the country fell apart. If the country had a robust system that didn't depend on a single individual, that had a system in place which would have carried on regardless of who's in power, then Libya would still be prosperous. Libya would still be a single nation. You know, right now there are two nations inside Libya.
Of
Two
course,
governments.
I know that. I'm Turkish. I know that already.
Exactly. So the country went to shit because it was all hinged on one person. He had one point of failure. Whilst a government, a system like the Republic, like the United States or Britain, doesn't depend. It's not held up by one individual. The system will go on for hundreds of years, multiple generations, and it will benefit multiple generations. When you think about wanting to solve the African issues.
In other systems, when someone dies, what happens? Where there's no external impetus or involvement, what happens when one person dies?
Well, if you have a republic, if you have some kind of a republic, representative republic, or a constitutional republic, then
so there's mechanisms,
there will be multiple prime ministers and presidents,
the problem with
and
Libya
the
isn't
people
because of that.
elect.
The problem with Libya is outside involvement.
Yes,
they got rid of Gaddafi and they stopped the replacement of the natural line of succession coming into play. So they've stopped that. They've broken it into two countries. They've supported Haftar. They've brought in this rebel leader who started slaving people and getting Africans and putting them in cages and all these things. Like America's behind it, England's behind it, Russia's behind it.
This is the challenge. This is the difference between the Europeans and the Americans versus Africans and the Middle Easterners. They are not left alone to govern themselves, to run a country. This is the thing that Americans love the most. They say a country by the people, for the people. But what they don't tell you is that the small print is only for the Americans and the Europeans. They don't want that shit for the Africans. They don't want that shit for the Middle Easterners. They don't want that shit for the Southeast Asians.
So
no, not a government by the people, for the people, for them.
Governance. Why should they go by the American model if it's infiltrated already with?
It's nothing to do with the American model.
Well, it's
not. It's not. Democracy is not an American model.
But 1 minute,
a representative republic is not just an American model.
There's more than one model of democracy, bro. There's all versions of democracy, right?
Yes, and the Africans can have an African model of democracy.
They can only have the model that the Europeans let them have.
Why?
Look, because that's how it is. That's part of the infiltration into your system. They create.
But that's my whole point. Is that they have a
country.
difficult job. They have the difficult job and a generational job of breaking out of that system. They can have an African democracy.
I'll give you an example.
And the Middle Easterners can have a Middle Eastern version of democracy.
In Turkey, Erdogan wanted to change the style of democracy. He didn't say we're going to get rid of democracy, but he made certain changes, right? They were all up against it. They were like, we're going to withdraw your money. We're going to shut you down. We're going to assassinate you. Like, you're flying in the airplane over your own country. Obama's sending a hit squad after you.
But what I'm saying is that that's exactly how
he's making constitutional changes that's going to help them, like you said, slip the noose of the West.
Yeah, but that's exactly what the African nations are going to face. This is what I said to Kale. They won't allow you to do these things, but you have to figure out a way around this. And this is where we're all in the shit. In all the Middle Eastern nations, all the nations that are held under the thumb of Western sort of proxy empires. The fact is that they won't let you. They will try to assassinate your good leaders. But if you have a robust system that is not hinged upon a single individual, whoever they assassin doesn't matter.
And you have to run with the system. And when you change the system, they're going to go against you. And the system itself that they're giving you is injected with a cancer that's going to basically destabilize your country.
Yeah, well, that's the $1 million question. That's the thing that all these nations have to figure out to get out of.
What we're talking about, but you seem to be a proponent of the system that's been given to people, going, no, democracy is better than a fucking dictator. No, mate.
No, but a democracy is better than a dictator because
But
of the
it's
fact that it
not.
doesn't hinge on one individual. You can't solve a multi-generational problem based on a single person's lifetime.
Why?
They simply
Why?
won't live
But
long
look at the
enough.
argument you're using. You're saying that the longer the leader's in place, yeah, the more good work he can do. But then you're offering them democracy, which only offers them a leader for 4 years. So
Doesn't
what is it ever
matter.
going to get done?
No, but that's
in
the
4
thing.
years?
This is where you're completely wrong. You think that leader is the only thing that's the only one that's going to enact change in that country just in that 4 years or in that 8 years or whatever period that they're elected for. No, the system that is in place is above. It's bigger than that individual for 4 years. So whatever small changes
You can't
that
show
person
me. You
makes.
can't show me one system that works the way how you're trying to explain it. Even democracy doesn't work like that. We can see with our own country, when the leaders change, when the parties change, when the policies change, the whole country changes. But then you want to run to foreign policy.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Some things on the surface level seem to change, but the cores don't change. This is why a lot of people talk about, there is the I don't know, what do they call it? The Illuminati or whatever the powers that be that pull the strings of these politicians. The deep state, exactly. That remains constant no matter what happens on the surface level of
in African countries,
prime ministers and
where
presidents
they've been given
that
this
come and go.
model of democracy from the West, right? Do they also come with a deep state as part of it?
No, they have to develop their own deep state. But that's what I'm talking about, that they have to develop their own version of a deep state, which will remain, and those core policies remain no matter who is at the top level, surface level of a prime minister or a president or whatever. They can come and go, but the core goal of that nation remains the same. They keep progressing forward. They keep improving. They keep becoming self-sufficient. They keep trying to unshackle themselves from the IMF as generation after generation. It doesn't matter which prime minister or president comes and goes. The values of that nation remain the same, and their aim and their goals remain the same. And the people of that nation are the only ones that can do this. This is the other part. This is the other half, which is incredibly difficult when it comes to, for me anyway, for the Middle Easterners and Africa, possibly the same thing, is that they don't have, the people are not behind this. The people are squabbling too much, hitting each other over the head. Just like, they say, you put a crab in a bucket, a single crab, eventually that crab works its way out of that bucket. You put 2 crabs in that bucket, they'll never leave that bucket because one crab pulls the other one down every time one tries to get out. And that's how it is in the Middle East. That's how it is in Africa, is that the people are constantly pulling each other down and will never allow themselves to grow and to excel as a single unit.
Banksy, let me ask you a question. In all honesty, everyone's always talking about white supremacy. All right. To a certain extent, do you believe that the rest of us just ain't cut out for this world leadership role? I can't see Middle Easterners, for a start, coming together as a group like the Europeans and getting on with each other and becoming a powerhouse. Middle Easterners seem to, like you said, have the crab in a bucket ideology, whereas these lot, they seem to get on with each other when it matters. I know what Kay always say, when it comes to oppressing Africa, they will join together. And in a way, he's right. You can see that amongst them, that they have this ability to be leaders, to be managers, to be, a more lofty position. And the rest of us seem to be arguing and fighting over crumbs. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think it's something genetic or historical, or
no? Because
how is it possible?
If you look at the history of all of these nations, look at the history of the empires in Africa. Because I myself was boldly ignorant of a lot of things when it came to the African continent's different empires, different regions, different people, and I still am. I confess my ignorance of Africa a lot, but when you look at Africa as a continent and what they did in their own continent, admittedly they didn't expand out of Africa that much, but within their own continent they achieved great things. And as we
That's
can even see
debatable.
the
I think
Northern
they did
Africans.
expand, but they did get actually pushed back in as well.
Well,
Mainly
possibly. I don't know of
the Arabs and the Islamic conquest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
They
know
were
of
pushed back into Africa.
massive expansion empires, expansive empires of African nations outside of the continent of Africa. But the Middle Easterners, they certainly can be world leaders. Of course, the
don't think
Persians,
anyone's
Babylonians, Assyrians, the Arab Caliphate.
Banksy, I'm saying I don't think people even have the inclination to want to be world leaders. Like the Chinese definitely don't. I don't think Arabs have the
Of course the
ideology of
Chinese
ruling
do.
the world. They don't. They don't. They
Dude,
don't
the
want to
Chinese and the Indians
subjugate the
are
whole world and enslave the whole world. They don't
no,
have
no,
that.
maybe not enslaved, but they certainly have global ambitions. You can't. I mean, the Chinese
They have
definitely
ambitions
have
that are on a
global
global
ambitions.
scale. But to say
Yeah.
they have global ambitions, you're making it like they're trying to rule the world. I don't think that's true.
Dude,
they just want
do you know
their
about
corner.
you
need to be politically educated because they are trying to rule the world. Every nation.
How?
How do you mean? How you can see politically what they're trying to do? They're trying to benefit from Africa, right? Which
Yeah,
if
everyone
controls
is. Everyone
Africa,
is.
whoever controls Africa controls the world. That's a fact. And look at the things that they're doing. They are trying to control the world and run the world.
Absolutely.
So you're basically saying Africa's the world.
Whoever controls Africa controls the world. That's
If
a
you
fact.
control Africa, then yeah, you control the world. But like
That's
historically,
what the
has that ever even happened?
That's what the Europeans are in power. See?
Well, you're coming back to my argument now that you lot are aiding and abetting the European expansionism into the rest of the world. You're funding their whole operation. You're providing them with cheap resources that they need. That's what you lot are doing, bro.
If we were doing that, then
You're
we'd
their
be able
friend.
to
You're their best
control a
friend.
lot of
Yeah, but
things.
this is not a willing participant. This is a person. This is,
loan.
the African nations are not
You're saying
willing
they're despotic,
participants in this. They're
thingy
just simply
installations, but really
Yeah.
and truly, when they're removed, what are they replaced with?
Well, that's why I always say that.
Why would you fight the power if the power's going to
Banksy
cut
is
you a
right.
deal?
Banksy is right. Without going into secrecy too much, is that we definitely don't want leaders. We want the code of conduct to be the leader, not an actual human being. That's what we're pushing. So he's absolutely right, and that's what we're trying to push. Code of conduct's the leader, not an actual human being.
That's what I mean. A system in place which everybody is united behind. So it doesn't matter who is your leader today or tomorrow. The system, that deep state that Khan mentioned, it's still in play. It still pushes that nation forward. That is what the Europeans did. That is what the Europeans learned from their own bloody history of many, many wars, many, many deaths. The Europeans enslaved each other long before they enslaved anyone else. And they learned from their mistakes, they learned from their practices, and they expanded and they dominated the world. And there's no denying that. The recent history of mankind is absolutely dominated by European colonialism. Yeah, supremacy, effectively. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of that has led us to where we are. We with the technology and the discoveries that we have, but nevertheless, they committed tremendous levels of atrocities along the way as they progress forward. But they didn't let it affect them. They didn't miss a beat. They still kept moving forward. They still allowed the nations didn't suffer for it, for their I guess now it is because they're riddled with such immense levels of guilt that they are literally flailing themselves.
What guilt? What flailing? Explain that.
Oh,
Explain
come on,
the
man!
flailing.
The white flagellation of, oh, we're so sorry about our past. They're like the white
Who? I've
liberals
never
are
heard this.
constantly
I've never heard this.
flagellating themselves for their
I've never heard
colonial
this.
history.
What circles are you moving?
That is so true. That is actually so true.
Yeah, it is, man. The white fucking liberal guilt is unbelievable.
I mean,
Like as if
progressives,
they were the only
they're
ones that did this shit. Look, I'm not saying that their fuckeries were not wrong. Their fuckeries were bad, but every nation on this planet would have done the same if they had an opportunity You honestly, can you point to one country in the world that is so benevolent, that is so fucking awesome, that would not do the things that the Europeans did, knowing what we know now, knowing that the achievements that they could have?
That's understatement. You know why?
What
Like,
guilt? Wait, Eunice, what
Yeah,
guilt?
he didn't give an example. What guilt?
No. What type of guilt do the Europeans have? I beg you
No,
tell us.
I'm talking about the white liberal guilt. The white liberals
yeah.
have the
What
guilt.
is that?
Conservatives
Over cheese
don't.
and wine, you mean?
Give us an example, please. I beg.
Well, come on, dude. In 2020, there were a whole bunch of police officers kneeling down. The Nancy Pelosi's and the Democratic Party were all kneeling for BLM last year. I mean, this kind of.
You're back to BLM
Are you
again.
talking about
But
BLM?
what I mean is, I'm talking about those. So you said you wanted examples. I'm giving you examples.
Yeah,
the
that's an
the Germans are so riddled with their own guilt that they invited 1 million refugees into their country. Now their women are being raped left, right, and center. So don't give me this white. They don't have white
and
guilt.
plus, like,
They
you
have
know,
a shitload of white guilt.
The thing about Nancy Pelosi, is she spoke out against Roe v's Wade, the ruling, when Supreme Court ruling, and she was pictured in a Catholic church, have you saw that picture?
Are you talking about the Catholic? With the Pope.
That is so hypocritical, isn't it? Like,
but what I mean is
the fact that she spoke out against Roe v. Wade, Supreme Court, ruling and all that.
Yeah, but
and
I mean,
her
that's not...
actually believing in a faith that that doesn't believe in it.
That doesn't believe in contraception even. But no, that's not white. That's not white guilt towards their atrocities. That is just her. Yeah, that is her.
Like, I'm just
wondering.
Nancy Pelosi, should she's from Los Angeles, right? Or she's from New York?
I have no idea.
Well, she's from California, so let's just say she's from Los Angeles, isn't it? Like, she should go to a low income area and live there, like, instead of living in like a middle class, upper class neighborhood.
These people have been millionaires most of their lives. Nancy Pelosi is a career politician.
Yeah.
You honestly think she's gonna go and live in the hood,
absolutely,
just to be with the people?
Yeah.
She doesn't give a shit about the people. Most of them don't.
But have you saw the reaction, the Roe v. Wade ruling, innit? Like the reaction from the feminists. For some reason, like, I did support the ruling for Roe v. Wade in it, because I think that's a sensible conclusion to make for the judges, saying that abortion is not a constitutional issue.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, we're moving on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Banksy. So what should Africans do when all of you lot are getting into Africa?
Well, first of all, my people are not in Africa, so I can't include myself.
Nah.
But
that's true. That's true. Your people are just.
My people have never really been that big on African slavery.
Me and Axum,
I know. We all know that, though. We all know
Axum,
that. Yeah.
But
Axum, your people in Africa, innit?
Huh?
Your people in Africa, innit?
Yeah, I think Axum, you're from. Did you say? Were you from Eritrea or?
Eritrea originally.
Eritrean, yeah. I mean, look.
So, what do you think about the Turks being in Africa, the Chinese being in Africa, the Arabs?
They are now.
All of them. Yeah.
I've heard about Chinese companies exploiting local population.
Of course, Eunice. They're taking over all over the place, man. So,
Africa
should
is
we
the
just
hub
kick them out, or what do you think?
The thing is, Africa is the hub of really natural resources in this planet.
Raw materials and stuff like that.
It is absolutely the place where all of these things are found.
Absolutely.
And so
do you
no
think
superpower is going
to business opportunity for them, or they're actually exploiting us?
Look, I'll be honest with you. I don't think anyone, no one really does these things out of the goodness of their hearts.
Yeah.
No, the Chinese,
can you
not
keep
the
telling
Arabs,
Tom this,
not the Europeans. Nobody does this shit out of the goodness of their heart.
I don't think, to be honest, I don't think that Chinese companies are going to Africa, in good faith and all that. I think some might. But I think there's obviously going to be, some conditions with regards to them operating in Africa and all that. I suspected, like for quite a while, that that foreign companies, particularly companies are from China, have been exploiting the local population. They have been racially abusing the local population. Have been discriminating in the local population. A case example was one in Kenya. when a Kenyan man went to a Chinese restaurant and a Chinese and the owner of the Chinese restaurant discriminated a Kenyan man, saying that I think there's no black people allowed in the restaurant.
Yeah. In China,
And, when you
there's
think
loads
about
of
the whole
places.
thing, I'm thinking to myself, is it?
Yeah, no, Chinese are
Are
horrendously racist.
Are Chinese businessmen and business companies, are they going to Africa in good faith?
Of
To
course
help
not.
out the local
not.
population.
This
Of course
is
not.
something.
What type of
This is
question is
something.
that? We
By
all know that,
creating
though,
jobs,
Yeah.
it does support
Axel,
the local
this is
economy
something
in
I've been
regards
saying.
to employment.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something I've been saying about the Middle East, and I think it applies to Africa. The greatest gift and the greatest curse upon these lands is their natural resources. It is the greatest resource, the greatest gift, but also it is their curse. I wish for the day that Iran runs out of oil so that the Europeans and the Americans will leave them the fuck alone. They will
Hello,
finally
everybody.
leave them
Hello.
alone.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
at
Raj.
some point, do you know what? Yeah, China is so close to the US. Literally, it's operating in Mexico.
Hey, Eunice.
And at
Eunice,
some
this-
point, the Chinese, are potentially going to penetrate US interests in the region. I suspect in the next 50 years that the Chinese government is going to penetrate US interests.
There's
in
two
the
ways
region,
there's two ways to
particularly
get control of a
in the
country.
Caribbean
One through
region and
military.
the Latin American area.
Hey,
as well.
one way through military power, the one through getting them in debt. So look at Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is bankrupt now. Now parts of Sri Lanka are owned by China now. Did you know that? Did you know that? Parts of Sri Lanka are owned by China because they defaulted on the payment. So now they own ports for like 100 years in certain areas. So they're the same thing they're doing to Pakistan, same thing they're gonna do to place in Africa. They're gonna get them in debt and then they're gonna control them through debt.
Raj, they've done this to Italy.
Yeah,
Italy
crazy
as
what they
and
do.
Spain, they own ports in those nations, let alone African
Yeah.
and Sri Lanka.
I mean, did you see what they've done in? I think it was Kenya. I think they built a train system from one area to the next, and no one uses it, but they spent billions on that train. Yeah, no one uses it, so it's because it's now got the country into debt for something they don't even use.
Well, because this is exactly what the economic hitman did for the United States. This is the Chinese are practically using similar models. They started to give quotes of overinflated numbers to do with infrastructure, and then they would get the IMF to loan that sort of developing country the money that they needed for this infrastructure, and they would build a whole bunch of useless shit. But the dictator, because the dictator was in the pocket of the US, he would pocket some of that money that they got from the IMF, and they would just build a bunch of useless shit, and that was all hinged on that country's natural resource. Now, in, for example, Ecuador, it was their oil from their rainforest, so they started to destroy the rainforest and then draw the oil. In the Middle East, in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, exactly the same thing. In African nations, for whatever natural resources they had there, they would send in these economic hitmen that would give overinflated prices for the infrastructure projects that they would recommend for this government. The government was a puppet dictator, and if he didn't go for it, they would assassinate him. They would send in the jackals. They would assassinate the dictator, replace him with another American-friendly dictator, and then carry on with the IMF. And the IMF is the shackle which is around the neck of every developing nation. That's how they use the IMF in order to. Oh, sorry, someone's.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, but IMF, it's the World Bank and like.
No, IMF
Politics,
is
innit, and all that malarkey.
Oh, sorry, it's not the World Bank. It's
Do you know
International
what China's
Monetary
doing?
Fund.
It's like,
International Monetary
do you know what China's doing? It's like going to a poor man and giving them like £1,000 and say, okay, you're now rich, yeah. And what they're doing is getting that man into debt. Basically, they're saying they're giving it, but in fact they're loaning it. What they're doing is that if he can't pay it back, then they're going to take control of him. And this is what they've done to Sri Lanka. Is literally bankrupt, and the place is just like up in flames. I didn't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I mean that's a very clever thing to do. If Sri Lanka is in debt with China, that means Sri Lanka is going to be a Chinese. It's going to be
subsidiary.
Now they're going on about
Chinese. Become a Chinese dhimmi country.
They own the
Chinese
ports.
colony.
All right, so Eunice, how do you think they get goods into Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka is an island nation. Yeah, the ports are paramount to Sri Lanka. They own some of the ports now.
I mean, that's a shame if you think about
It's
it.
not even. It's not even like they. It's not like China.
That's a shame if you think about it, especially when you're looking at how close
I
Sri
don't know
Lanka
what
is
to
to
say,
India.
brother. I honestly don't know what to say to them. I mean, I don't do politics. It's a load of shit on the car.
Oh, the guy
It's a load of shit on the car.
It's Jedi's,
How's
dude,
it doing,
listening
dude?
to us.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. You're in good
Big up,
company,
man.
man.
Bruh, bruh.
Come on, just talk in it, man. Don't worry. It's not that serious, man.
Talk to us, man. Talk to us.
What's going on down there?
Honestly,
Drop some bars.
I ain't got no bars, bro.
You're the star of the show, man. You're the star of the show.
Yeah, they heard your bars.
I ain't got no bars. I ain't got no bars at the minute. My man's fucking. My canister's not working at the minute, mate.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We heard you had more bars than Alcatraz. Come on.
I don't have any bars, mate. I don't.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, you
anyway,
can
I'm
join
out
the
of
con-
it.
We're talking about Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
And that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy how China is just, and people can't even see it. I said this like 3 years
No,
ago.
but dude, of course everybody can see it. This is what America is, the American model that they've been using for like 50, 60 years. This isn't new. America started using this when they deposed Mohammad Mossadegh from Iran. That's when they started with all of this. This model has been the same model. And the Chinese, instead of using the IMF, though, the Chinese are loaning the money themselves. So they're not using the IMF. America used the IMF as their tool for lending the money. But the Chinese are simply lending it themselves because their economy is so friggin' insane. So that's the only difference. The Chinese are making sure that the people that they give money to are beholden to the Chinese.
Yeah.
America used to use the IMF as their proxy money lending system, but the country that was beholden to the IMF was beholden to America. So that's it. That's how they did it. America just was a bit more clever around how they did it, but the Chinese don't give a shit. The Chinese are like, look, we're going to give you the money. We're going to build all this bridges.
And they're rude as well. Like,
skyscrapers.
not only are they getting people into debt, they're actually rude to the people that they're getting into debt as well. They don't give a shit about them.
Yeah.
Like, they're just
Believe
in
it or
their
not,
face.
America is in the same level of, but not the same level, but it's in a shitload of debt as well to China. America is in a whole lot of debt to China. But, the thing with the Americans is they have big guns and big bombs.
Yeah, but they probably haven't also signed something that says that if you default on the pavement, we're now going to have pieces of your land.
Yes.
Like Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka, they built the port. So basically, they built a port a couple of, maybe 15 years ago. And obviously, it cost a lot of money to build a port. And I think one of the clauses was if they don't pay back the money, or they default on the payment, China will then own the port for a set amount of time. So I think it's 99 years. So for 100 years now, they're going to have that port. And Sri Lanka is an island nation, so they can't even import things properly now without Chinese permission. It's crazy, man.
It's insane. But I mean, this is what I keep saying, everyone. Read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It will explain all of this to you. In fact, the Chinese are using the American model. They're just altering it when it comes to the funding itself. But this is the same thing. I mean, I don't know if the Chinese have been involved in actual assassinations of various countries, but I think they're not working in that way. They're not going into countries that may seem to be hostile towards them.
Yeah, but they're not. But
countries,
the thing is, America, they're not pretending to be friends of anyone. They're just going in there, and they're just basically doing. They're quite open
the
about what they're
Chinese.
doing. Yeah, the Chinese. They don't care what
Yeah,
people think.
the thing is, the Chinese, if they go to a country and the leader says, no, we don't want to have anything to do with you, they won't assassinate that leader and then replace him with another one. The Americans would. The Americans literally would send in the jackals to assassinate that leader and then replace him with a leader that's more malleable to the American economic hitmen. So that was the difference. And if the jackals, by the way, don't work like they didn't with Saddam Hussein and also Gaddafi to some extent, they would send in the military. That's what they did with Saddam. They sent in the military because they couldn't assassinate him.
Banksy, can I ask Raj a question?
Oh, Khan, how's it going?
I wanted to ask you, Raj. The other day, I saw Biden talking about Khalistan. Seems that Americans are going to use Khalistan as a reason to kind of go against India, pressuring them to kind of like not buy any Russian oil and things like that.
Why
Like,
didn't
would
Khalistan? Oh,
do you
that's
think they're
crazy.
using Khalistan as like a football, kicking it like a
Dude,
political
I didn't
football
even know that he even knew about freaking car. Okay, US-based think tank Joe Biden. He might be using it to kick Trudeau, maybe, or Canada, because Canada has a lot of Sikhs in Canada. I don't know. I mean, there's not enough Sikhs in America for him to use that as a political football. There's just not enough. I've been there. There's
I
quite
think
a
he's
lot
upset with India for thingying, isn't it? For still
What?
buying the Russian oil and that.
Yeah, but India, look, I'm against India as a nation, but they did say one thing. America basically buys more oil from certain places like Russian stuff, like what they used to in one day, than India does in a whole 6 months.
Yeah, I heard that.
Who are they to tell India who they can be friends with?
Do you know Iran has lowered its prices of oil to sell to China because Russia lowered its price, and they lowered it even below the Russians in order to sell. And the Chinese are loving it. The Chinese are just getting the cheapest oil right now because of the Ukraine situation. They're just loving that shit.
Oh, there's people that were backing the pro-Khalistani groups. Okay, I don't know enough about it. I'll have to look into it. I didn't realize that Biden was into the Indian politics. Yeah, but he's probably just using it as a way to kind of kick India because they're buying oil from Russia. Oh, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, as far as from what I saw, it was like $10 a barrel. Iran is selling oil to China, whilst we're paying £2 a liter, nearly what 12-15 pound a gallon in this country. The Chinese are literally swimming in the fucking thing. It's unbelievable how badly this country is handling this situation. The cost of living has gone up. Old people are choosing whether they should turn on the gas heater or cook a meal, literally. Or now it's summertime. They're worried about whether they should turn on the fan. And
I just turned my fan off. Just as you said that. I'll just make sure it's on a minute ago.
No, miso. I'm sure it's more than £8 a gallon. £2 a liter can't be £8 a gallon. Doesn't seem right.
What's happening at Boris Johnson then? Is he?
He's on his way. He's on his way soon.
You think he's on his way now? Did you see how the Asians stuck it in him? They left.
The Indians.
Savage, Javid. Both of them. He must have been cursing the Asians, man. I bet the P word come out of his mouth. I bet it did, man.
The P word.
Yeah, I bet it did, because think of it, two Asians, isn't it? Like Sajid Javid and.
Nah, do you know what happened, Raj? Rishi Sunak was like, "I'm out of here," and then they said to Sajid Javid, "Do you want to
go?"
And he went, "Yeah, I'll come with you."
Yeah.
Because don't forget how rich that Rishi Sunak's wife is.
Sunak's a billionaire, man. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, she's taking the cabinet with her. If my husband's leaving, they're all leaving.
Yeah, it was in back when I saw them too. I was like, "Oh no, the P words flying around in 10 Downing Street must be."
Oh, no doubt about it, bro.
Yeah, you must be cursing.
No doubt about it.
You're cursing, man. But yeah, I don't know, man. He's got more lies than a freaking cat, man. So I don't know if he'll go. They can't actually get rid of him because they've already given him a vote of. They did that vote of no confidence, and they basically won that, didn't they? He would lose it if he done it now, 100%, because he only won by a short margin.
Yeah, it makes you think, don't it? They time these things.
Yeah, and he must be cursing the LGBTQ community because he's now done because of that guy, that guy doing something.
Yeah.
He must be cursing it. The reason. Look, do you know when they say it's the straw that broke the camel's back? Now the thing that is getting him into a lot of shit now is the sleaze about. I think one of his ministers was slapping men on the bums and all that kind of bullshit, and so obviously he's cussing at the LGBTQ community. The Asians, we're all getting it in 10 Downing Street, I bet. Yeah, you didn't hear that?
No, I didn't actually. I didn't either.
Yeah, I think Rishi Sunak, he basically left because he knows the things are going to turn pretty bad economically. I think he got out before he really, before it goes really bad. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what it is to do with anything else. He don't give a shit about freaking sleaze and stuff, does he?
No, he's gonna go. This is a Theresa May moment for him. This is the beginning of the end.
But how are they going to get rid of him without they can pressure him?
No, they're gonna
the whip. Look, they can kind of like say, look, you haven't got support. You're bringing down the party. We can't
exactly. Eventually, so many cabinet ministers will start to resign that will look incredibly embarrassing, because you got to realize every time a cabinet minister of a high quality resigns, like for example Rishi Sunak with the chancellor, well, he's going to have to bring a lower tier person to become the chancellor, right?
You know
Because
what?
you can't get
Can I say that if Priti Patel leaves, all Asians going to be deported. I think. He was like, out, get out. They're all going to be deported because of the free. Imagine it, like Priti Patel. Sajid
Rishi
Javid,
Sunak,
Rishi Sunak, and who's that other one? All the Asians go. Next thing we know, we're all on the boat. Yeah.
No, man, these guys, because the thing is, Rishi Sunak, a lot of people are saying he's the one who's going to be groomed to be the first Asian prime minister of this country.
Not now. After that bullshit that he's a billionaire. Like, no,
Well, what I mean is, don't worry. You'll be surprised how quickly people forget. There's another 2 or 3 years until the next election.
No,
so there's going to be, it's surprising how quickly people forget. So he's potentially, has that possibility of, going for something like, conservative leadership. And so he has to now distance himself from Johnson, because Johnson has become toxic. And this is what all these other politicians are going to do. This is like when the Romans stabbed Caesar in the back. You know what I mean? That moment when all the knives came out, all the knives are out.
Can I just say that when you're looking at the people that stabbed you in the back, Boris Johnson, it was a Hindu and a Muslim. The Sikhs are free from this. Any deportations, leave the Sikhs. Unless the Sikhs are free from this, because I don't want him to suddenly chuck us all out.
Raj, some people are asking after you if you're going to come back again.
Where? Come back where?
Somewhere where you was before.
Where was it before? Oh, there.
Yeah, there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jordan M.
Don't mention his name, right?
Oh, I don't. He's a biggie man. Yeah, big up Hakita. Yeah, I probably will, man. I want to have a little chat. Obviously, I'll wait till Jordan M's by himself, because he's not the brightest tool in the box.
Well,
so
he only looks regular.
You know what?
He's like,
when you have the dumb kid in the class and he hangs around with the clever kids, and he thinks he's clever, but in reality, you're just a dunce yourself. Like,
who's a dunce? Jordan.
All I say is
you're saying he's just getting by.
He's as sharp as a bowling ball.
He's average. He's not like, I consider myself to be.
Wise?
No, I'm talking about. I don't look at men like that, dude, man. I'm talking about his average intellectually. Like me, I'm average. I'm not overly smart. I don't think I'm overly dumb. Like, I've got a degree and stuff. I'm average. He's average as well.
Yeah, but you're saying you got a degree, but Yunus has got a master's.
I know. Yunus is smart. Yunus is smart. He's a smart troll as well. Like, people don't realize he's trolling everybody.
Exactly.
That's when you know he's smart. Like, people take him too seriously. Like, he is trolling us as well. Yeah, he's a master kind of troller. Yeah. With the man we can't say. Yeah, he's not the smartest. He's not dumb. Don't get me wrong. But when you're hanging around with those other dudes, you'll realize he never speaks when they're there.
Who? Jordan?
Don't say his name. He never speaks.
We can't say his name. Why can't we say his name?
He looks like a freaking. You know when they put like
but sometimes
CGI
not speaking
character
is
on
the
the
smart
side,
thing to do.
Nah, man, Jordan he's an idiot. If you listen to him talk and the questions he asks sometimes, and he thinks you see, the problem is he's so stupid that he thinks his stupid questions are really clever questions, and he posts them online as if they're like he's all chuffed with himself. I'm like, dude, that was the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
The problem is he's hanging around with too many smart people, and now he thinks he's smart. What I need to tell him is that intellect doesn't rub off.
It's not contagious.
It's not contagious. Like, I can hang around.
It's not COVID.
The thing is, I've actually spoken to. I'm talking about really. I'm talking about people I like science. I'm telling you, like, when you're around smart people, and he's not smart. Like,
I don't think you're used to being around English people who are quite humble and don't show off their beggy nature like what we do as immigrants. We're all trying to impress.
No, can't.
Oh, look at me! Look how smart I am.
No,
can't.
I'm not judging.
If you're smart. All right, so if you're smart, you don't show off. It just happens.
No, but we do, innit? We got the immigrants.
I've been around. I've met two people in my life.
I'm such a good little immigrant. Look at me.
No,
I'll be the first to say I'm the dumbest motherfucker who walked the planet. But the fact is, Jordan isn't like he's showing off that he's smart. He asks the dumbest fucking questions or makes
No,
the
he
dumbest
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
straw man arguments or premises, and then looks like you can see in his face, he's looking like, oh yes, that was
Give me a
that was a
cookie.
clever
He
thing
always
I
looks
just
like he
did.
wants
You
a
lot are
cookie.
hating on the
What
guy.
is it? He
You're
always
hating
looks
on
like he wants a cookie for his question.
And
Oh
You're
yes,
hating
give
that's
me
what
a
I mean. And
cookie,
with like the
Imran.
most,
Give me a
with
cookie.
the
What's his
most
name? The Ginger
simplest
Hamza.
low-level analysis, you
I
you can
think you
just
are both
demolish
hating
his
on him. I
argument.
don't know whether it's because he's a Muslim or whether it's because he's better looking than you. But either way, you're hating.
Both. It's both.
No, I don't. No. I've spoken to
They
him
see
in real
me
life.
rolling.
I'm not going to go as far as Banksy to say
They
he's dumb. He's not dumb. All I'm saying, he's not as
he's
smart
dumb.
as he thinks. Yeah,
No,
he's
no,
hanging
he is
around with people that are
dumb.
smart. And he does do the
But
right
again,
thing.
Raj, ain't that the smart thing to do? Hang
Yeah,
around with
it
people
is a
that are
smart thing
smarter
to
than
do.
you.
Yeah, because you don't want to be like the Mong out of the group. Yeah, because you're gonna sound silly when you're trying to kind of, because even when I was like, all right, so when I had a conversation with him, his only input, Raj, in Tuesday, that Father Christmas thing, you done Sharkmas, you had a little Father Christmas. That was his only contribution, right? That was it. About a little toy that I was walking around with in 2008. That was his only contribution to
Pick
that
up Jordan,
conversation.
bruv. You know I love my
No,
brother
I like Jordan. Don't get me wrong, I
My
like
Muslim
Jordan. I just
brother.
don't think he's as smart as he thinks he is.
He's actually a lot
He's a
less smart.
token. He's a token. Look, the reason why people like him, because if you look at all
He's the
the rest of
token
Thanks, 1
convert.
minute. When you go Speakers Corner, you look at the rest of the converts here. They look like something out of freak shows. I'm not joking.
Really?
There's some weird
And
looking
all the
converts here.
ginger
All
ones
of them
as
ginger
well.
ones. There's fat ones. There's
No,
the only
ginger is
normal one is Jordan. So they roll him out here like some sort of like savior. Oh, bring
Like a
out
trophy.
Jordan. Yeah,
Like,
like a
he's like
trophy.
the trophy
All right,
convert.
but here's
Look
my
what we have
question.
done.
Here's my
We have
question.
converted
Where
him.
Where is the Sikh version of Jordan? You don't have one.
Sikh
We
version
don't
of
want
Jordan.
one. We don't
The
want
closest
one.
you lot got was Triller.
We don't want one.
Triller.
We don't want one. We don't want one.
No, come on. That guy, Ask a Sikh, isn't that chap Ask a Sikh?
Don't know who that is.
Isn't there a guy with a website, with a YouTube channel called Ask a Sikh or Ask something? The guy wears like a
we got
orange.
Yeah, no hate to Jordan.
He's a very intelligent philosophy student.
Really?
I forgot his.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
there's
know.
a Sikh guy.
No,
He doesn't come to
none of them.
Speaker's Corner. He's got a Sikh channel though. He's been to Speaker's Corner like once or twice.
Oh, Bajie
And-
God Singh. No, he's passed away, unfortunately.
Are you kidding me? That's the guy who died.
Yeah, the one with the blue turban that used to go there, used to talk to Muhammad Hijab and all of those.
But it was a
passed away.
young guy.
Yeah, it was. He passed away a long time, like 3 or 4 years, 5
Oh
years
my
ago. Yeah.
goodness. He was a
Yeah, RIP,
philosophy
man.
student. He was on the money. Some of his videos were
Dude, not only all right, so
insanely
first
good.
of all, like he was a soldier in the British Army, so not only was he kind of physically fit, he wasn't religious at the time. Do you know who his brother is? He's a guy called what's his name? He's a bald guy. He doesn't even look Indian. I forgot his name now, man. Sunny Hundur. You know Sunny Hundur?
No.
He's a bald guy. He looks more like Turkish. That's
But he
his
doesn't wear a
brother.
turban or anything.
No,
Though.
he doesn't. No, he's totally opposite of. No, neither did Bajie God Singh. He become religious afterwards, and then I'll tell you when that was his best time. You know when he had a conversation with Dawa man. Now Dawa man thought he was dealing with some normal dude. That he didn't realize.
Yes.
This guy, literally
Savage.
rinsed him. He was a philosopher, Oxford, not just some normal uni, Oxford philosophy student. Yeah. And so he rinsed him for like an hour and a half, man, in that freaking thing. One of the
That's the one I'm talking about. It was that, I think, that very video where he just went deep into shit. I was like, holy shit,
You know
this
what
guy
it's like,
did not
when you
know
start
who
a
he
fight,
was
you know what it's
messing
like?
with.
It's like, you know when you start a fight with someone, and then you realize you're out your depth. The next thing you know, you're pummeled to the ground and you're in a coma.
That was
you're like, okay, right,
that was brilliant. That guy was such a shame he died, because that was such a great mind. He actually had some. He was, and he knew his religion well. You know what I mean? He wasn't some wishy-washy kind of Sikh guy. He knew his shit.
And
Shame.
And he was the same in real life as well. I met him twice, and he wasn't one of those arrogant type of people, man. You know, sometimes I've met people in real life, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not like you was on in the videos. You're kind of opposite, but he was actually pretty much the same. Yeah. So you're saying they want me to come back? Is that what it is? If they by popular demand can't?
Yeah, I think you've made an impression.
Okay.
Oh,
I
Raj,
didn't
I was
realize both Abbas and Imran are Pakistani from Punjab. I didn't realize that. Abbas looks more.
the ones on the
He
show.
looks more. I think he's Iranian or something. Abbas. Is it Abbas?
Fuck off.
Right, so Iraqi or
Fuck
something.
off.
Get insulted.
Nah,
was,
no, he's
how
not
dare
doing
you? Only Ayatollah Khomeini looks Iranian.
No, you're right. Actually, he would pass for Iranian. It wouldn't.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be a major shock.
I didn't realize he
But nah, man, that guy is so fucking slippery. That Abbas guy. He's just he actually. I realized after an hour of verbose conversation with him.
Oh, you had a
that he
conversation
is.
with him at Speaker's Corner, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh my god, that was long
that
and
was him,
boring.
innit?
And he's just as bad as Hamza, the ginger. The ginger.
No,
hamster.
no one's like Hamza.
Darren, I love
No,
him.
Hamza's
so
evil.
No, but
Hamza's evil, man.
Yeah.
Like,
The thing is,
I'm
He's
talking like real
Anakin
evil.
Skywalker
I've met him.
of
No, dude,
Dawa.
I met him. Yeah, like when I first went to Speaker's Corner, this Muslim guy said, "Raj, I want to introduce you to some really good, learned Muslim brother, innit?" So I went over there, and that freaking ginger demon was there in the night. He looked evil, and he spoke evil as well.
Don't
Like
say
he's
that,
a devil. No, he's a real life devil.
Brother, you look like a villain in a Bollywood film.
I don't care,
thing.
man. He looked like something. He looked
He's
like
pulling evil, man.
dude. He looked like a ginger garden gnome gone wrong. Yeah, he was
But no,
a weird looking dude, man.
Hamza is the quintessential second-hand car salesman. He is literally. I'm not joking. I have on one of his own live streams. He went to a sales seminar before he started
Well, he
this
has
Dawa
got a
shit.
shop, you know. He has got a shop.
Yeah, no, yes.
Yeah, he
I
is
heard
the
it- I heard it- I
quintessential
don't-
second-hand car salesman.
Yeah, I don't. I was about to
Huh?
say something. Luckily, I didn't. Man. Oh god, I got some info about that shop. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying he's not dumb. Obviously, I just don't like. Abbas and Imran don't seem too bad though. They can have a conversation and be polite and stuff. So. Yeah,
No, don't
just
get me
don't-
wrong. I liked Imran. Abbas, no, again, he came across as slimy, and he's always trying to like score points and preach, basically give dawa.
Was
Basically, he
Imran
kept
there as well?
drawing it back to the dawa. Yeah, the doctor, the one that you
Yeah,
spoke to. Yeah. He was in the same conversation because I asked. I said to Abbas, "There's no way human physiology has changed over the last 1400 years, where 9-year-olds are suddenly more mature in 1400 years ago than they're now, because human biology hasn't changed that much." And he was like, "No, are you sure about that? Are you sure?" I said, "Yes, I am sure." And he goes, "Well, let's bring the doctor over." And Imran is a doctor, he's a medical doctor. And Imran literally confirmed my point and said to Abbas, "No, human physiology hasn't changed over the last 1400 years." And then Abbas walked away.
Oh, God. You should have just mic dropped and walked off.
That was a classic. And I said to Abbas, I said, "There you go. He just proved my point. Of course, human physiology. How fast do you think evolution works? It's not like 1400 years ago, human beings were not human beings. Of course, they were
Yeah, I mean,
exactly the
it's like
same
when
as
you
we are
say,
now."
you know, like when you look at Victorian London and you see little kids like a 11-year-old working in a factory. They're still 11-year-olds. They're just mentally
Exactly.
mindset. Their minds are more mature because they're living in a more harsher environment. Where
No,
you
it's
have
not
to
that they're
grow up.
not even their
physically,
mindset.
physically, they're still the same. Yeah, it doesn't
The
make no
mindset isn't even that much mature. They just have to take on the responsibilities that adults usually would take up because of the circumstances of their life, because of the poverty that they're living in. They just have to take that responsibility on. But that doesn't mean their cognitive ability has improved or become faster than another child in another country. The fact is that in the countries that are rich, we don't have to force our children to take on those adult responsibilities because we're wealthy enough to allow them to remain children longer. But their
Banksy,
brain development hasn't changed.
Are you happy about? Are you sad about the Roe versus Wade thing? I assume you're.
Yeah, I think it's a good ruling, isn't it?
Look, I'm pro-choice, but I think that Roe versus Wade ruling, original one, was faulty because it wasn't a constitutional right to abortion.
Yeah.
There is no constitutional right to abortion in America. You can make it a state right, you can make it a federal law. Now, this is where the politicians in America should have looked out for women and actually
it's not
made
federal law
a
anymore because
federal.
it's not enforced by the Supreme Court.
No, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. They can make a law. They can pass a federal law in America, the Congress, to make it a mandatory thing that every woman.
Oh, so was it? So
should
Roe
have
v.
access.
Originally it was a federal law, wasn't it? Now
No, it wasn't federal.
Oh, it wasn't
what it
federal,
was
right.
was there was the Supreme Court made it they said it is a constitutional right for privacy. Not that it's a law between that you have to have an abortion. Not that you're constitutionally, given God-given rights to an abortion. What it is, they said that it is a privacy right between the doctor and a patient that no one can interfere with. And so if I go privately to a doctor and say, I want an abortion, the government can't say, what are you doing with your doctor? What are you talking about? Because it's a private conversation between me and my doctor. That was where it was hinged on. The current Supreme Court ruled that that is not a thing. That is not anything to do with the Constitution. The Constitution has no place to tell you whether you should or should not have access to abortion. What they should do is that the states, right now, the states can make a law whether they can make it illegal or legal. But if the government, if the president, Biden, and the Congress and the Senate decide to put a law, enact a law saying that every state in the country has to give safe abortion to everyone every woman that needs it, that will then become the law, and every state has to abide by it.
I mean, but I see the Roe v. Wade ruling. I see it as a racial justice, because the thing is, I'm trying. I'm sounding like a leftist now. I know that, but the thing is, the reason why I said that is because it's a racist ruling, right? Because it's the Planned Parenthood.
No. It's nothing to do with racism. What happened? No. What happened was Planned Parenthood used it in order to push this eugenics racist agenda through saying, yes, abortion is everyone has to have an abortion. And then they opened up abortion or Planned Parenthood clinics in all the poor black neighborhoods. Now, admittedly, Planned Parenthood does give more than just abortion. They do smear tests, they do
but the woman that opened it was a full-on racist and a eugenicist.
But the woman who started it was a full-on eugenicist racist who wanted to eradicate black people.
So if she's going around telling people, okay, I think it's in your best interest to do X, Y, Z, where her real motive is that she's a eugenicist, you can see why there's a real kind of bad taste in people's mouths about that particular program.
Putting a little sweet upon the icing and cake on it, which is very interesting.
Cal, I want to speak to you, man, dude.
Sorry, what happened, Cal? What was the sweet icing?
You put a bit of sweet and icing on the cake for someone who wants to exterminate black people. Very interesting. That is.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, innit, like,
can you clarify? Was that Banksy put in the suit?
Yeah, but like the thing is, the reason why I support it.
I never said you, Raj. I said
the reason why I support the Supreme Court decision. I think it's absolutely correct that states should vote whether or not they should outlaw it or be in favor of abortion. But the thing is, I think for some reason in this culture particularly, it's became abused basically.
The thing is,
it has. I'll tell you why. Let me just say why. Because a lot of women, who are very irresponsible, some women who are very irresponsible, they use it as a contraception alternative.
That's the problem. That is
that's the problem. And I find it quite sick because that's a human being growing inside, and they are killing it. Like, it's just
it's
mind blowing, to be honest.
The problem is, Eunice, is that the European woman is starting to abort the children or the child that's growing inside of her, and the power structure have a problem with that.
This, irrespective if this is a European woman or African woman or Asian woman, the things I'm trying to say is that the mentality of the woman in it. Like, I'm just dumbfounded, really, to be honest. That the fact that she would actually, get rid of that child, and that child has no fault of his own, right?
Yeah, but you can't speak for all women.
Hold on, one at a time.
But Eunice, it's not African, though. This is what you got to understand. It's not African. They have a problem with it because more white women are starting to abort the children.
No, I heard about the pro-blacks in it, like.
No, but you have to understand that
I disagree with that. I just find it to be disgusting, to be honest. Like, I think that abortion should only be done under certain circumstances.
If someone's gonna,
if it's due to rape, if it's due to a child being might have disabilities or might have life-threatening illnesses and stuff like that. I think those are the options, right?
What, to kill a baby because they're just
because
going to
of
be
if it's
disabled?
because of sexual fault or
The thing
Hey,
is,
Eunice, 1 minute, 1
being
minute.
born
Are you
as
saying that?
as a disabled
Eunice,
person or
1 minute.
those
Are
are
you
the
saying
two
that?
things that should
Eunice.
those are the two conditions that should be
Oh,
aborted.
can you hear me? Eunice,
Yeah.
so you're saying that you believe that
Yeah.
if somebody, they found out somebody, say, had Down syndrome or had some kind of physical
No.
ailment,
Yeah.
they should be aborted because of that? Because you know,
No, I'm just saying, like, it should be, like, it should
no,
be
but
taken
that's
into
you.
consideration.
No, hold on. There are people out there that are disabled. You may not
Yeah.
think they're living a good life, but it's
Yeah.
up. They still deserve to live, right?
They
Yeah,
still
but
deserve to live, but
Raj,
what I'm
the
trying to
point
say is
isn't that. The
if
point
it's
is, should the parents have to take on the responsibility of a severely disabled child
Yeah,
that they know
that's the
that
point.
that
Yeah.
child is going to basically be, I don't know. So there are children literally born blind, deaf, and disabled in a wheelchair, or they would never be able to walk because of spinal issues. So should the parents have to be forced to take on that
Do you want me to say?
responsibility?
Do you want me to say to you, either they give the child up for adoption, or they take care of the child? They made the decision to have the baby, right? They never
But
took
that's
contraception.
no, but that's the thing. They don't have to. They can have an abortion, and they don't have to then have that responsibility of either giving it up for adoption or elsewhere. Now, don't get me wrong. I think there should be a cutoff point. I would say about 10 weeks, because they say that about 10 weeks is when brain activity is detected, and by that point, I would say it's this is a living, it's still not a full human being, but a potentially a viable human being. And so I wouldn't want to abort after 10 weeks.
Have you seen
but
that photo?
certainly up to 10 weeks.
But thanks. Have you seen that photo of this woman? I'm gonna try and find it. She's got a full belly, like I'm talking about. Maybe it looks like almost 9 months, and it says on there, on her stomach, she's written on there, "This is not human yet." Basically,
Yeah,
saying
I think, it's
this
been taken
baby
too
can
far,
be.
to
I
be
mean, so
honest.
this is the problem, isn't it? I mean,
Look, the problem
taken
is
too
that
far,
there are
yeah.
extremists at both ends. There are some who say as soon as the egg is fertilized, you can't touch it. And then there are others who want to fucking kill a baby at like 9 months old. It's like, dude, that is infantilized. You're killing babies now. What psychopath are you?
Absolutely.
So the problem is there are extremists at both ends, but there is a point in the middle where you can actually say, okay, we can have an abortion at this point because of either, again, I think it should be serious things. It should be life endangerment of the life of the mother,
I agree
or
with that
the
one.
baby is going to be severely
absolutely.
disabled, or some serious thing.
Yeah.
I honestly
Do you know how
don't
many?
think
Hold on, do you know how many?
abortion should
Banksy,
be
do you know how many
an
times?
easy choice.
Banksy, do you know how many times that I've seen stories of people saying, when the baby is born, this child's not going to have no life, and then what happens is that through whatever the love of the parents or the caring or whatever, they've had some form of life. Yeah, so. Who are you to do? Who are them to determine
I know, but
what's
look,
worthwhile
dude.
life?
Unfortunately, in this day and age, until, and I believe it or not, this is coming. I've already shown videos of it. There are artificial wombs that have already been created. They're growing little sheeps and lambs inside them. So until the artificial womb is fully developed, and so we can take out a clump of cells or a small fetus and insert it into an artificial womb so that it won't be aborted, but the mother doesn't have to go through the full pregnancy. Until we have that technology available, unfortunately, right now, abortion is a technology that's available to us, and
and
some
also,
people will choose it.
Yeah, what I find quite interesting is, like, I some people might view it as a as a positive win, particularly those who are engaged in the cultural and all that. Especially if like in regards to the Supreme Court ruling and all that. So you got the progressives, like creating havoc and all that, and that's just like one, and it might be considered as a, as something to hit back at the progressives with that, like with the rule, Roe v. Wade, ruling and all that.
I'll be perfectly honest with you.
And you got all those feminists and progressives losing their shit over it, literally.
Yeah,
and
but the thing is,
you've even got men. You've even got progressive men losing their shit as well, protesting.
Yeah, I know.
And
I mean,
all
those are
and
just
acting
fucking
like a
beta
complete
male
dickhead,
cuckolds.
like.
No,
It's
those
just-
are beta male
yeah.
feminist cuckolds.
Yeah,
But what I will say is, I will promise you this: when now that this ruling has been overturned and now these states are making abortion illegal, women will die. I'm not joking. There will be women, because there was literally a few years back, there was an example in Ireland. A Hindu woman was having a miscarriage, and they had to abort. The choice was to abort the child in order to save the mother. And because it was in Ireland and they were Catholics and the abortion was illegal, the doctors would refuse to abort the child. Both the mother
Well,
and the
obviously,
child died.
that's a stupid. That's a all right. So if there's a choice between the mother and the child, even somebody who's against abortion, we go, okay, the mother has the right to live. If
Yeah.
somebody's been raped or something like that, or they want to abort the
Incest.
child,
Yeah,
okay,
that should be taken. That's
the woman
mitigating
should have the
factors,
right.
isn't
But
it,
if
for
you're just
abortion,
gonna abort a child because you want to have a night of fun and then the next morning you regret it,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
that's.
you're gonna have to live with the consequences, right?
But this is the thing. This
You
is
can
the
give the
problem
baby up for
with the
adoption if you have to.
extremists. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, I don't believe abortion should be considered contraception. Contraception should be considered contraception. Use a condom, use the pill, use the million different options you have.
Yeah.
If you're that stupid and you go to that length, then seriously,
Yeah.
you have
But
to have some
unfortunately,
counseling.
yeah,
You have to have some
unfortunately,
serious life fucking choices.
unfortunately, she probably, some women like it bareback in it. So
But what I will say is, I think if you
What
put
is
enough
just
hurdles,
clarify, what is bareback?
without
I'm
bareback.
innocent. I'm innocent. I don't know what it is. Tell me what
It's
it
a
is.
little. It's a little.
Is that a little
It's a
bear when you jump on
it's
the
a
bear's back? Is that what
yeah,
it is?
exactly. There's a
Can you
bear
explain to
in
me
the
what a bear? I'm
woods,
innocent.
and
I'm an
then
innocent
you
young
jump
boy.
on its back,
What is it, Eunice?
and
Can
you
explain to
ride
me
the
what
bear.
no,
bareback is?
basic what it is, is a man, not wearing any condom, having sex with a woman.
Oh my god!
Oh, seriously?
Oh my god!
Eunice.
Oh my god! I've grown up now. I
But
didn't even know
but
that.
the thing is, I think if it comes down to like abortion as a form of contraception, there should be several barriers. Like the woman has to take counseling, she has to take certain courses. I think if you put those kind of barriers in front of someone, in order for them to go through the education of what would happen, how does an abortion actually look like, dude? I saw because there's a site I came across called Purge TV, and some of these pro-lifers put a whole video of an abortion on there. Holy shit, this thing is horrific.
Yeah, dude, this is what made me change. I didn't like before. I thought an
It's
abortion at like
fucking
a month
awful.
or 2 months was nothing. Like I just thought it was gonna be, but when I saw it, that's when I changed. I said, look, if I can see hands and I can see feet, I'm sorry,
It's
that is a
gruesome,
living
man.
being.
It is gruesome. It's really horrific. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, dude, just because I want to eat the hamburger, I don't want to meet the cow. It's like that thing would put you off vagina because it just looked fucking hell. It looked bad. But again, even after seeing that, I'm still pro-choice because I still think the choice should be available, but there should be hurdles on when you get from the point you decide I want to abort the child to the point of actual abortion. There should be several things.
All right, so let me ask you something. If somebody aborted,
Sorry, nothing is putting me off vagina. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
I'll send you that video. I'll send you that video, and then you can tell me afterwards. It's fucking awful.
The voice of reason. The voice of reason. That's the
Yeah, but like, do you know what? Yeah, when it comes to abortion or that, like, I think it should be mitigating circumstances or something like that. So it could be,
that's what I mean.
like
That's what I mean.
sexual assault, or
yeah, but we've already said that. When it comes to saying the mother's going to die in birth,
the endangerment of the woman.
Yeah, I mean
woman's pregnancy and all that. Like, those are the two things. Yeah.
That's just common sense.
And also, the fear of the child
no...
being disabled and all that could be a third condition as well.
No, I disagree.
Well, I mean, again, I think there should be an assessment made of all of these things and well considered, and multiple people should be involved in that. But the thing is, there's a lot of people who say, even in the case of rape, well, that child is innocent. That child didn't, rape anyone or did anything wrong. So why should we kill the child because the mother was raped? But the thing is, you're expecting that mother to carry that rapist child for 9 months. Are you fucking kidding? Yeah, but she has to carry it for 9 months. She has to be reminded of that rape for 9 months.
Eunice, Purple Effect says Eunice has a pot noodle after going bareback. Is that true?
That's
you know what?
disgusting, man. That's
I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that carrying the rapist's child is just part of the crime, and possibly
part of the crime.
It's part of the crime. No. Yeah, no, it's the crime of the man. The man has raped and impregnated. No, it's not a punishment.
Carry his.
It's not a punishment. No. It's the effects of the attack, of the assault.
Yes, but the woman is the one that's being punished by having to carry the rapist child for 9 months.
It's not having it. It's not having to. It's like if it wasn't an option, then that's just what you'd be doing. and
Yeah,
it'd
but
be
then
part
you're
of the crime that was committed against you. Oh yeah, it'd be really sad. And once you had that child, you can give it away.
but the fact is that you're forcing the woman to go through that whole 9 months.
No, the man forced the woman, forced a child into a woman that didn't want it, which is a severe crime. Probably
Yes,
should
but
be punishable
you're forcing
by
further
death.
punishment by making her carry it
No,
for
no,
9
no, no.
months.
No, we're not. We're not. We're just saying in a realm where abortion wasn't legal, that option wouldn't be there, and the woman would have to be cared for and attended to and counseled, and yeah, she'd be carrying that baby.
But we
That's
have
just
our
what would be
option.
happening.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah,
but we
it's
have the
but
option
we
of
exercising
abortion.
that option. But is it the right thing?
And don't you think
Because we all sympathize with a woman that's been raped and now has the child of the rapist inside of her. We
Yes,
sympathize.
but you don't also realize, but guys, you do realize that when a woman is pregnant, she goes through several chemical hormonal changes, which creates a massive bond with the child that she's carrying. So she's not going to just
Sometimes,
psychologically be
not necessarily all the
separated
time.
from this. She's going
That's
to be
not a given, but
deeply
yeah, I hear you.
involved with that baby. She's going to develop a massive connection and
That's
psychological
not a
and
given. That's not a
emotional
given.
bond.
That's not a given. That's not a given. That's a
That's not a
possibility.
given.
No, it's not. Not every mum has naturally maternal instincts that kick in once they're pregnant or once they have a child, and we know that.
Yeah, but you're
We know
risking
that, so
all
we
of
can't
that.
argue that.
You're risking all of that for a woman
Not
who's
risking,
been raped because you
but
don't
so
want
what
to
if-
abort the rapist.
So if hold on, so what if she has a bond to the baby? If she has a bond to the baby, then that's even a better chance for the baby to live and be loved.
Yeah, it means that. But
What are you talking about?
you're shooting yourself in the foot. Hold on,
Talking about-
Banksy. Let me say a bit. You're saying that a mother has a natural inclination to love their child on average. Now, if that's the case, then most mothers can even love the most ugliest kid.
Yes,
the
but
most
for the
kid.
rest of
So
her
you-
life, she's
yeah,
gonna
but
look at that baby and see the
how do you know?
rapist's
You're looking at it from a
father's
man's
face
point
in
of
that
view.
baby.
Or
It's a
maybe she knows
possibility,
from
but
a
it's,
man's point of
it's,
view.
a, it's
That
not
is how it
certain.
is.
That's not
She's
a
going to
given. That's a
see the
possibility.
her rapist's face.
It's a
in that
possibility. It's
baby's-
not a given.
She'll see
And
her
with
own
good
face as
training
well.
and support from the
Holy
family
shit.
and counselling, it may not be that.
Holy
She may see
shit.
it to. She may find
Yeah.
see it to be the biggest blessing she ever had. Like
Yeah,
not the
sure.
rape, but obviously
You
the
want to
child
make
that came
that
from
choice
it.
for her, though. You
No,
would want to
but-
make that. You don't want to let her have that decision, though. You want
But
to
are
make
we-
that
is
choice.
she
for
making
her.
that decision?
Yes,
be honest,
if you
sit
give her
down.
the option
Sit.
of you lay the options in front of her and say you can have it aborted, you can carry it, you can have it adopted. You give her the options. She then makes that choice. That's the reasonable thing to do. That's
Yeah,
the
no,
most
I actually
obvious
agree
thing
with
to do.
Look, I reckon there's probably been women that have been raped and have had kids, and I'm pretty sure they might have given them up for adoption. And they may love them, and some of them might be terrible mothers. The point is that look, when it comes to abortion, I think it's wrong. Full stop. Unless the mother's going to die in birth, or like I said with rape, I think the woman can be given the choice. But I would prefer them to keep it and then give it up for
Cheers,
adoption if they can't cope with it.
Yeah, but that's what all I'm saying is the options are available. I'm not saying you force her into any of these things. If she wants to keep the baby, she can keep the baby. If she wants to give it for adoption, she can. And if she wants to abort it, she can. These are just options. This is what I don't understand about the pro-life position is we want to force you to have the baby. They don't want to give you the option to choose to keep the baby. They
No,
want
but
to
the
force you to have the
basically,
baby.
The difference is if someone's raped, they're not making a conscious decision to get pregnant because they were forcibly put upon. Somebody that's had
Exactly.
somebody that's had a one. This is why I said to you that I would give a bit of leeway to rape and
But
incest
come
and
here.
but
going?
somebody that's just gone out and doesn't have the contraception, then gets pregnant. I'm sorry, like, I don't have much sympathy for you.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't
agree,
have.
but,
I'm not
but
saying
Raj,
that.
incest and rape as well is also different as well.
Yeah, I know,
because they're
but it's still-
choosing to commit incest, right? Whereas no one chooses to get raped. So that's why I think
Well,
with rape,
sometimes
it's a separate.
it's
Rape is a separate
incestual
kind.
rape.
No,
Yeah, but it's
just
also it can be
clarify, maybe,
incestual
so, because-
rape as well.
Lisa, just clarify. Even incest, someone abusing their kid is still rape.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're talking about that, then yeah.
Yeah. Just make sure you clarify.
I'm talking about like a brother and a sister, but
No, not that. No, I'm talking about like
no,
when
it could be
the
it could be
father might abuse
like
their
that
child.
guy in
Like a lot of people
Austria
speak
that
his corner,
kept his
basically.
daughter.
Yeah, Austria.
Yeah, that guy in
Luckily, I
Austria
got you
that
to clarify
locked his
that,
daughter
Lisa.
in a cellar for 20 years or
Yeah,
some
yeah.
shit crazy people like that. But what I mean is, what's the problem of giving choice to people? Give them the choice, but give them educated choice. Put them on courses. Send them to psychiatrists. You know, have them counsel.
But you've seen
people
what the
talk
problem
to
with choice
counselors.
is. People are aborting 100,000 babies a year just in the UK. They're doing it like it's like they're going to the shop. The point is, yeah, it's got to the point where people are getting abortions like they're going to buy some from Asda. It's not right.
Well, yeah, I think that's because abortion is too easy. That's one. That's
Oh,
why
so you're
I don't
telling me,
agree
alright,
with.
so maybe a
I
middle
think
ground might
abortion
be
should
more.
be difficult. I think abortion should have multiple stages of counseling, education. All like you go to the NHS and you say I want to have an abortion, or you go to a clinic or whatever. They say okay, legally you have to go and take this course. You have to take this. You have to read. I don't know, do this thing. You maybe even have to fucking take a test. I don't know, but either way, you put hurdles to make it difficult. So when someone thinks about, oh, I'm going to go get an abortion because I got pregnant, they're like, oh shit, I have to go through all
Right,
of
so
this.
I said last time, I felt like if someone had an abortion at 7 months, I think it's a criminal offense. Could be murder. I mean, would you say that? Because if you look at it 7 months,
I don't think. As I said, I say 10
or
weeks. After 10
infanticides.
weeks.
I mean, but would
Yeah,
you want
no.
it criminally prosecuted if someone like had an abortion at 7
Well,
months?
if it's illegal after 10 weeks, then it would be a criminal event. Yeah, it would be a criminal case. But I don't think after 10 weeks, because 10 weeks, as I said, you got brain activity, you've got full nervous system developed. It's kind of a person. You are. It is kind of, you're like killing a person at that point.
No,
10
not
weeks
like
is
you
it's
are
hard.
killing
I'm
a
not
person.
joking.
You are killing a person.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's pretty tough. And they said these people who talk about 7, 8, 9 weeks, they are insane. These people are sociopaths. They're straight up. I don't know what the hell these people are thinking. 9 months. They want to have it killed at 9 months. It's a baby, you psycho.
Let me see if I can find that picture of a woman holding a child with a full stomach.
Degenerate society, yeah.
Yeah, where she's written on her stomach, "My choice." The baby is literally 9 months.
Yeah, some of these people are psychopaths at that point. You're literally just then. I mean, as I said, there has to be a cutoff point. I'm not saying week 1, but I'm not. 8, 9 months. These people are nuts. These people are. There was a hearing, like some kind of congressional hearing or something I was listening to, or some kind of I don't know, senator. I forgot. Anyway, it was some official.
Can someone share the screen quickly so I can just show this picture of this lunatic woman?
Yeah, there was some
In my
official
opinion,
meeting.
Her kid should be taken away, man. Like, look what she's got on her stomach. Man. Have a look at this here. So when someone can share the screen, and you're going to see real madness. Real madness.
Yeah, there was this conversation. It was in New York, I think,
Have a look.
and they were saying.
Have a look. Look at this lunatic woman. Okay. She's got.
Make it a main thing. It's really small.
How do I? Is it?
No. Just right click over it and say open in a new tab.
Oh yeah. I'm actually like a right. I don't know.
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Do you know what? Some people need to get a tube tied.
No, it's going to turn into a video, but basically.
Oh, it's a video.
Yeah, look at this woman. Yeah, not yet human.
That is a freaking heavily pregnant woman
with a child standing there, basically saying that if she wanted to, she could kill her own kid.
But she actually she's not gonna do that. She's not gonna abort that. That is a fucking hell.
But
she's
the
about
point
to drop.
I'm not saying she is, but the point is she's so brazen. She can actually stand outside with a kid in her arm, saying that it's not yet human yet.
That's a bit heavy.
Yeah. So this is the kind of people that you're dealing with. Like this woman, in my opinion, shouldn't be a mother. Like they should take her kids away. Yeah, because it's evil, man.
But yeah, I mean, I said there was this New York hearing. Then they were saying like, what would happen at 9 months, and they were like, oh well, what would happen is that the woman would then, give birth, then the child would be kept comfortable, and then a conversation will commence. What fucking conversation? It's a baby, you monster. The conversation should be, do you want to keep it or we'll give it up to adoption? That's it. That's literally the only conversation. What are you going to kill a baby?
A good kind of middle ground could be that if someone has an abortion, although I want it to be illegal, could be that they're shown the ramifications of an abortion. Like shown through videos.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the educational part.
Exactly, because the problem is most people don't understand exactly what like a month-old or a 2-month fetus or looks like. You know, like when they're aborting it, it has hands and feet and stuff. You know, it's
I
not
gotta go,
something
guys.
like a squiggly thing. Oh, big up. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm doing a show with Manny now. Cheers.
Oh no, don't. Oh, God.
Yeah, would run when the sniper comes.
Oh, is that why you went? Oh no. Run, devil man! Run, devil man! Big up, thanks.
Run, devil man! Run, devil man! Run!
He left.
Yeah, G. Lost my power.
Hey, can I quickly just talk to Cal about something that was said the other day? I just want to quickly just. Where is he? Where's Cal's there?
I need to pay my bill.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I lost my card, so the card details changed. I need to pay
shit.
my bill. Yeah. I'll do it when I get in.
He's
probably
I was gonna say that Banksy ran off so quick his wig fell off. Big up, Banksy.
It's a hair system. It's not a wig.
It looks good though. I said check that wig in real life, man, and it doesn't look like a wig. You know,
You seen it? You seen him in real life, yeah?
Yeah, cool. He was at the exhibition, so I feel like just grabbing it to see if it was like sturdy, but obviously there's etiquette about these places. You can't do things like that. Yeah, crazy. Hey, Cal, can I ask you a quick question? Because I heard a couple of things being said the other day. Cal.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, can I just clarify something here? I'm going to speak about an individual called Arts. Yeah, I'll try and be polite. The Punjabi people of Pakistan are the majority, right? His particular what you call class called the Jats are the top of the pecking order. So for him to say that his people are being discriminated against is insane. They're the majority. They run the government. His particular class, the Jats, are seen as the top of the leaderboard. So I don't understand where I can empathize with the Siddi people. Did he say he could empathize with the Siddi people? Or I don't know what he was saying.
He did say that, and he said that.
He's a liar, man.
Yeah,
and he's not even dark. I don't know. You know, this guy's got body dysmorphia or something. Like the dude's just a little bit darker than me. Like, what is wrong with him?
Proper light skin.
Do you know these people in the Punjab are like the top of the food chain? It's
like
saying
Raj, we have many begs.
But what I'm saying, Misa, it's like saying you're in the white South here and you're a white man saying, oh, you're discriminated against. And you can empathize with like the black people. You can't.
He's not the only beg.
He's the top of the food chain in Punjab. There's 150 million Punjabis. They make up the government. His particular group, the Jats, are the top of the food chain, and he's not even dark. So I don't know what he's talking about, man.
I don't personally have a problem with the young man. You know what I mean? It's just that he was being disingenuous, man, and definitely practicing racism. But yeah, you are right.
Just to clarify, did he say that he faces similar discrimination as the Siddi people of India, or was I mishearing that?
Yeah, that's exactly what he says.
He's a liar, man. He's a liar. He's a liar.
in India.
Oh, they're in Pakistan as well.
Yeah, I did. Well, I did say, and brother Jay did put up some proof that they are populated in India, but he seemed to, became a bit.
No, they will be because Pakistan and India was one country. And then it was split, wasn't it? So only in 1947. So some people would have been left over in the Pakistan side, other people in the other side. But I'm not having people saying that, like saying you're discriminated against, because you're actually the people that would discriminate. Because you're
apparently there's quarter of a million.
There's 150 million Punjabis.
250,000.
So there's 150 million. Remember, he's a Punjabi. From thinking the Jats are, when you look at the caste system, even though I disagree with it, the Jats are at the top. He's not dark, even though he keeps on saying he's darker than most people. He's not. I've met him. He's basically just a shade. I'm saying, when you got, I'm not talking about Hindu. Like you have like a kind of like a pseudo kind of caste. Some Muslims even practice it a little bit. Like you got darks and all this.
It's a Sikh one, right?
No, you don't understand. It's complicated. It's a cultural thing.
No, but I'm saying like in the Sikh one, right? And it's only supposedly for marriage, right?
But the Muslims, what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. The Jats are not at the top, but they are the industry people, farmers, and that level of businessman in a sense.
Yeah, but if you're
Yeah.
looking at India right now, because there's no real kings or anything like
Mhm.
that class has been taken out almost. I'm talking about like they're near the top. So for him to kind of say that he can empathize with Sindhi people or people that have been, it's his group that are in power. If you look at the Punjab, if you look at Pakistan's government, it's run by
Mhm.
Punjabis. If you're
Right.
looking at the people that are the landowners, they're the Jats. So he
Raj,
comes on the
someone's saying they're an ethnic group. They're not a caste.
yeah, whether you want to call it an ethnic group or a thingy, the point
Yeah, but
is
they're
they're not
ethnic
at the
group
bottom.
on the cast.
But they're not at the
Tell me.
bottom. Like the way he got
No, they're
Ard was
not at the
making
bottom.
out,
No way.
he
No
was
way.
making out as though his
Yeah,
people
they're in the
are
middle somewhere,
discriminated against when
near
they're
the
the
top.
ones in power.
Yeah, they're like third from the top.
Can I say something? Like, do you know when it comes to the
They're
Jat
no
and stuff,
Brahman.
was it because was it before Islam in it that I had that
It's
that label?
so the caste here. Look, the Hindu caste system is very rigid. The caste that like Ards goes by is just more of an ethnic kind of grouping, yeah. But it's more about marriage and stuff more than people discriminating. But the point is, the Jats are at the top of that ethnic caste, whatever people think, or they think they're in the top.
So it's not caste.
It's not caste like Hinduism, where you're stuck in a job. Like with Hindus, they have a caste system where if you're at the bottom, you're stuck in that bottom caste. You can't do certain jobs or do this. It's not like that. It's more about marriage and all of that kind of stuff. Like kind of a community kind of.
But it's still some form of caste.
It's a form. It's a wrong. It's wrong. It shouldn't even be practiced. Full stop. Muslims shouldn't practice it. A Sikh
Yeah.
shouldn't practice it. But for some reason, in the Punjab, even Muslims have a caste system, and Sikhs for some reason still have this light caste system.
But it's not a Muslim thing. I mean,
Obviously, it's against Islam, isn't it?
It's
It's
a
against
cultural
Islam.
thing, isn't it?
It's a
It's
cultural
just-
thing.
These men have caste system, and on the various caste systems, the Jats are still fairly highly placed.
Yeah.
You know what,
As of today, they're probably at the top because the farming and stuff like that is the most lucrative part of Punjab. Punjab
Right, right.
is a flat.
You know
plain,
what
so
I've noticed, though?
if you
There's-
own land and you got a farm, you're going to be pretty wealthy, or not
Paddy
all of them,
fields
but you're
and
going to be
all
at a
Mhm.
good level.
Right.
I've noticed that there isn't a caste within Bangladeshi people.
Yeah. Because it's more of
Bengalis, sorry.
it's more of a northern Indian, like North Indian kind of thing for some reason. It doesn't
There's
really.
no caste system in where?
In Bangladesh.
But they
I've-
kind
I've-
of, you know what?
I've
Yeah,
never
the
heard of
Bangladeshi, don't they? To some extent, yeah, they kind of look like
It's mainly
Sri
India,
Lankans, innit?
Pakistan.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's why
Bangladesh.
they're
Kind of look
lower.
like Sri Lankans, isn't it? Like,
Listen,
some
every-
of them look like some of them, appear to look like Sri Lankans.
sorry,
Some
some of them
Bangladeshis.
is
Oh
because
yeah, because they're on the east.
in
so
the
they're kind of in
splitting up
middle.
of India,
Yeah.
they would have been generally
Yeah, our
lower
country,
caste.
Sri Lanka.
It would have been the
That-
lower
that-
caste. It would have been the lower caste that would have been leaving to go to Bangladesh, because my
Get out my
Bangladeshi
country,
friend
yeah?
just
Oh,
looks
Get out
kind
my
of.
country.
He does. He looks kind of Sri Lankan, kind of black.
Yeah, because they're over near to Sri Lanka, aren't they? That's why they're on the east. So they're near they're kind of like closer to Sri Lanka. The north. Remember the way we're from, we're mixed. We're a mixed group from the
Yeah,
north.
I know that.
And so the further you go south, it's more homogenous. The more you go to the east, it's a little bit mixed. But obviously, from where me and Ards, the Punjab, it's very mixed over there. And like I said, remember that video I showed you with lots of migrations coming into that area. So that's why the people that are up in
Hey, Raj, man.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you hate Arts, man. You hate Arts, man.
Yeah, I do that for though. He's always freaking crying
You
about him.
hate him.
I don't hate
You
him. I just think he's a
You
moron,
do,
isn't it? I just think he's a moron.
No, you do, because you brought
Dude,
him out.
anyone that admits that the reason why the people converted to Islam is because they were shagging horses, and they were then banned from horses. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have no respect for you, innit? And especially if I meet you one time and you're rolling around in hate, and you spent 24 hours looking for a man in London, and you turn up to Speaker's Corner,
Let it out.
looking like you come out of some freaking Bollywood
Let it
movie, huh? It looked like Shah Rukh Khan or something, turning up to Speaker's Corner that morning. Yeah, no, he just talks shit, man.
He can reasonably talk well as well sometimes, I'll be honest. He's not too bad.
Yeah, but
obviously, got some extremist views. He's had said some extremist comments before. I've heard them as well, and you point them out, and of course, we don't agree with them. But that could be certain times when maybe.
Yeah, but his argument. All right, so you know, a Punjabi Jat, yeah, is not at the bottom of the totem pole in Pakistan, right? They actually run the governments.
Yeah, but you're making that argument. He hasn't come out with
He said that the other
argument.
day. All right, so Cal, what did he say to you?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, he said
So
the
he's
Sydney
saying that
people that are like
yeah.
the kind of like indigenous black or people that migrated. He said I faced the same discrimination as them, or something like that, wasn't it?
Yep, he says
How is that
that they get
possible? It doesn't make sense.
That's such BS. Like,
It's so much bullshit, man. It's impossible.
this is what I mean. Like when we're just begging it, it's just so cringe.
Yeah, and then he keeps saying I'm darker than most black. I've met it, dude. I've met him 100 times, loads of times. He's not dark.
I could tell that the young
He's not white, is he? He's not white. Is he?
But he's not dark. He's like, so in terms of Asia, you have people that are quite light. You have people in the middle, and you have
basically,
dark. He's in the middle. He's in the middle.
No, but to be honest, yeah, for Pakistani, he's a bit on the darker side.
Huh?
I said for Pakistanis
he's not dark,
are usually a bit lighter.
Yeah,
From
but
what
he's
I've
not dark. The point is,
He's not dark, no.
He's what you called middle ground. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's not dark in any way.
Right, man, you hate him. Flip's sake.
All right, can we just watch this?
Let's watch the video. Let's watch the video.
10 minutes. It's not even 10 minutes,
go on,
man. Like, yeah, man. Let's see what's going on in Asia and South Pacific and Australia and them people. I wonder where they came from.
Nation is not restricted to Africa, the Caribbean, and American boundaries. Native Black people can also be found in Asia, Australia, and the Pacific. The Pacific Islanders. Pacific Islanders are the peoples of the Pacific Islands. As an ethnic/racial term, it is used to describe the original peoples, inhabitants, and diasporas of any of the three major subregions of Oceania that are Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. In fact, the term Melanesia comes from the word melanin, and it alludes to the dark complexion of these people. The countries that Black Pacific Islanders...
Oh.
Hey, you learned something new.
Melanesia. Oh, it sounds like a Maku remix.
Do you know what I was looking at? The old Mick heads. The old Mick heads. I'll show you a video.
Okay.
Yeah.
But obviously, as the woman saying, we settled all over the world, and like this is the proof.
Big up.
Big up, Freddie. Big up, Freddie, my brother. Come on. All right, let's. Yeah, this is interesting. We rewind it a little piece, because look, man.
But where did they get the blonde hair from, though? Where did they get that?
I don't know. Mixed with Asians or something. I don't know. But no, we can do that though. We can do that. We can have blonde hair. We can.
1930s.
Remember, we can have like
man looking like Everlast from Speaker's Corner.
Natural Everlast though. But yeah, the lips and the everything, and man, them. Come on, stop it.
In fact, the term Melanesia comes from the word melanin, and it alludes to the dark complexion of these people. The countries that Black Pacific Islanders come from are mainly Melanesian, of which comprises the Solomon Islanders, in which you will meet the only Black people with blonde hair, Vanuatu, and Fiji.
Come on.
The Negritos. Negrito is the collective term to refer to the Filipino indigenous peoples with 100...
Say what? Filipino indigenous people? What?
Sash.
Where's Mohib? No, Mohib was running around with the Negrito thing, talking about.
He's another.
You look at Filipinos in general, though, they are actually quite dark skinned compared to other.
I'm saying, bro, imagine that Philippines, yeah.
You ain't getting this information nowhere else, because it's fair over Black Planet. There's a big time fair over Black Planet.
I'm not scared of a Black Planet. I will agree that the ice glaciers were all
funny that you said that.
Some places were landlocked. So
this video is in my Fear of a Black Planet playlist. So it's mad. Snap. You get me? Let's play the thing, man. Anyway.
Gather a background, including the Agda, Ida, Adi, Otta, and Badak peoples. The Negrito peoples represent the most ancient civilization in the country.
Damn. The most ancient civilization in the country. Damn. Yeah. Everybody else, hold your L, man. We told you. At the root of everything, every country, everything, you can go anywhere around the world. The root, the oldest people are going to be melanated.
But who's arguing against that though? Because we know that prior
Everybody.
to
Everybody.
most people
Yeah.
know, like I said,
Everybody.
so
Yeah.
India, like the original
The
Harappans, they
whole
would have been
world.
darker people, wouldn't right?
No, they
And
would
then over
have been
time they become lighter because of the
African.
invasions.
Stop it, man. Why just don't everyone just want to give Africans their respect? If they're African, innit? Not darker people. Like shush.
What do you mean?
What is
The Dravidians
No,
or the
Rod, can't you see what Mac is saying though?
What?
Everybody denies this. Everybody goes on like it's not possible. We came from one place in Africa and we got bullied and pushed around in slavery, and that's not the case. We grew up nations,
But we
and
look,
people don't want to admit it.
Oh, so if the out of
Now we're
Africa
living in the
theory is
small
correct, then most civilizations would have originally been from the original inhabitants from Africa, right? And then over time,
No, Africans was all over the planet, innit? That's what the woman's saying, innit?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe they could have been the original kind of, when they had the lost civilization.
They was in India and Pakistan first, yeah?
Well, obviously. I mean, that was the first migration.
Right. So what?
And 10,000, what was it, 60,000 years ago?
Right. So as we obviously know, and this is that Asian subcontinent. You get me? That's that area, that region, Melanesia, all of that, Indonesia, all of them places there. We know Bali, you name it, Thailand, all of that.
Oh, even when you're looking at America, I got a documentary where there's a lot of evidence that people first migrated there like ages ago from Africa and places like that, and then settled in that area. I think since they're doing DNA tests and stuff, I don't know who's really arguing. I don't really see a
But
big
look at this
controversy.
beautiful afro of this auntie. Mad. You know what I mean? Everyone
Makes
want to buy
sense, though.
straight hair. Mad thing.
Well, if
get
you look
me?
at the Olmec heads, yeah, I'm sorry, like sometimes I'll see some of these art stuff, and I'm like,
So
that doesn't.
I'm saying, if we can go as far away as Melanesia, yeah, what the hell is the Middle East to us?
But places were landlocked before because of the ice glaciers.
just
You do
saying,
understand
I'm
that,
just
don't you?
saying,
So
I'm
people
just
are
saying.
traveling everywhere.
No, I'm just saying, for the benefit of Mezzo and a few others, yeah, just to make you know, if the Middle East is attached to your continent,
No, who
right,
said
and you don't,
Sniper,
hold on, and you don't have to cross water to go over there. Do you get what I mean? It's just an extension of your arm. It's just an extension of where you live, right? The first people to inhabit and constantly wave after wave after wave for thousands of years would only have been different types of melanated people. So now the fact that we have Europeans there, European looking people, pale Arabs or whatever they want to call themselves, in this tribe and that tribe and this tribe, yeah, shows you, yeah, that we either left those places, right? Because you couldn't outbreed us. That the science says no, that's not possible, right? We can't become a ghost population. It's impossible.
But I never denied that fact though. I've
I'm
always
just
said that the inhabitants of the Middle East, if you go back thousands of years ago, it would have been black.
Yeah,
and they would have been what?
Same with India. Then
They would have been Africans.
There would have been E1B1B and E1B1A.
Yeah,
right?
I've never ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never argued against that fact though.
Okay, cool. So when you're claiming a man's heritage, yeah, it seems
but
like you are.
it's his heritage as well, though.
Who's claiming who?
No. If you move somewhere only a couple hundred years ago, how
It's
is
not
that
a couple
your heritage?
hundreds though.
Dude. All right, let me give you an example of India. Like I showed that thing, the original war. You saw the migration. Even though the original inhabitants of the Harappan civilization wouldn't have looked like me, I still most likely have their DNA. Some of my ancestors would have been those people. They just wouldn't have looked like me.
Yeah, and some of those others of your ancestors would have come from
Yeah,
somewhere
they were
else.
from outside, yeah, and they mixed with
And
them.
you can identify that and blah blah blah. But when it comes to the African
Listen
part,
to me,
yeah, a lot of people, yeah, put that aside like it's not the major
Who
part.
is it? Well,
yeah?
no one. I haven't denied it. I don't
Listen
think
to me, right? That's what I tell you, yeah.
Relax, man. Relax, man.
You're all foreigners, yeah. You're all foreigners. You're in my
I
country,
don't understand.
right?
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Your country is very small, what you're talking about. And remember that if you lot don't breed outside of your race, yeah, it's more or less considered inbreeding because your actual diaspora is very small. You haven't left since you mixed and become what you are. You understand? And that has been due the incursion of other people coming in and
yes, but we
mixing.
still have the indigenous
Right.
DNA in us as well,
So
right?
you okay?
We're a
and
mix
then
of people.
All right, but you also have Africans.
Yeah, I didn't deny. Yeah,
Outright.
obviously, obviously the original
So
inhabitants
remember,
of India
remember,
would have come
as
from
again,
Africa.
as again, we can't become a ghost population, right? We can't. It's
Well, I
impossible.
haven't
We're the
made that
Matrix.
argument.
We're the Matrix. We're the
With the
beginning.
collectiveness that people deny in Africa,
Of
black
course,
people, and he's Baku is right, man. Because
Yeah, but
you'll
you're
say
talking
people will
about
say,
other people, like the people on this
Fear
planet.
of a black
nah,
planet again.
I'm not going to say that the
collectively, right?
original.
He's right though. Collectively, you'll get like the Middle Easterns that will tell you that there's to be an Arab you can't be black, or to be Iranian or things like that. There's no such thing as it. Especially in Asia, he's absolutely right. Even in Europe, they'll say that
Of
there's no
course
black
he's right,
Europeans.
brother Kel. Because when you check the levels, you're never gonna see a woman like this on Pakistani TV.
Yeah,
They're gonna say
it's true,
You
man.
won't.
they're gonna hey, they're
In
gonna use words
2022,
like
you won't.
you're gonna see words like swaffy when it comes to
Yeah.
Europe and us looking like this.
Yeah,
back
swap.
then,
Yeah,
the
he's right.
original Europeans. Like, please,
Yeah.
let's not play this game.
Yeah.
Because we're not saying we're African. We're saying we're indigenous. Indigenous to where? Indigenous to the planet. So wherever we lay our hat is our home, and we seeming to be. The scientists are telling us that we are first out of the Homo sapien species. We are the first people. So obviously our thing is of exploration, and we're going to move around the planet first. Yeah, the lie is slavery.
Slavery
Yeah,
is slavery just in
the
the last
lie.
1,000
Hold
years.
on.
So
Yeah, it's the last 5 minutes. Yeah, our heritage stretches into hundreds of thousands of years, right? So this is the point. Yeah, everybody wants to cut it off, and then on top of that, you want to go after the Second World War. Yeah, where a lot of people came into North Africa and and residing now, pretending like they've been there 1,000 years. Bullshit, Mr. Hangman. Because when they do their DNA, it tells them they're French, they're Roman, they're Spanish, and they're everything but African. And
That's
even if
right.
they do have a little bit of African, it's Berber, another mixed set of individuals.
but how far back does it go? Because I mean, we
Doesn't go
I
back
don't know.
far.
That makes no sense. By
only
the way.
goes back 3 or
you're
4
saying
years.
you're saying after World War II, all these
Yeah,
North Africans became
yeah,
indigenous.
enough people from Europe.
So you're saying prior to World War II?
Hold on 1 second.
Bro, you've been speaking for like an hour,
Okay.
man.
Prior to World War II, yeah,
This
you
is
could
just
even say
dead.
prior to World War One if you want in some cases, but that's those Ashkenazis trying to move to Israel. Cool, no problem, right? Everyone saw that clearly, right? But no one's seeing the influx of different people when French was there in North Africa prior in the 1930s and 20s and into the late 1800s, and then the Ottomans and all of this and all of that. We know when people came in. And we even got a term called 6th century invader. That takes you further back than any of this discussion. Yeah. You could be one of those. Cool, no problem. Yeah. But just know where your situation lies, because a lot of people don't. And DNA seems to tell them the truth, not me. Yeah. I'm not from Morocco and then finding out I'm from France. I'm not from Algeria.
I don't think Miso's. I don't think Miso's arguing that.
No,
Like,
but
with
he's
me,
gonna learn today. Hold on.
I've said to you,
He gonna learn today as an Iraqi.
that the
As an
original.
Iraqi. 1 second. As an Iraqi claiming to be an Arab, yeah, he gonna learn today. Yeah, because he's pretending that he knew already. And I'm saying,
Who's that? Who's that?
You had a whole debate on it.
Miso,
Come on, bro. You had that whole
I
debate.
don't know why you're too obsessed with this. Like
No,
this
I'm not
topic.
obsessed. I'm not obsessed. I'm just.
But I mean,
explaining
Miso, you do. I mean,
this is
like
what
I
I
said
do as
before,
a
like
teacher. I
you
have
do
to
agree
explain.
that the original migrants that come into, say, India, all these areas like Iran, would have been.
Raj,
black
I've
people,
never
right?
ever disputed that. By the way, I've always said you can't get. Listen, that's scientific. Pause. But you can't get a black man out of a white man. You can get a white man out of a black man. So if the original people would be black, the inhabitants of the planet would be black.
It's not.
No, but the other groups started mixing.
And hold on, wait. Sorry.
If you look at all these little islands, they're all African people in general.
Hold on. Yeah, because the whole entire Asian subcontinent are mainly African people. Yeah,
That's
I've
right.
always said that. Yeah,
Mm.
they just don't think so, right? Man are classing them and putting them together with Caucasian and da-da-da and Caucasoid and blah blah blah. I understand all those things, but they're the original matrix for the European, like father, right? But the father of them is the African, the East
That's
African,
right.
which is
That's
quite
right.
clear. Yeah,
That's right.
you don't need a fucking a scientist or DNA to see to understand what your eyes are letting you see. Yeah, you can see, mix, and blend in people, of course, right?
Also mixed
We're
though.
never
There's no
gonna
doubt about that.
disacknowledge that. When did it happen? Is the question. Yeah, and I'm saying in most cases, not that long ago. So no matter where you're claiming, what region, whether it's India or the Middle East, yeah, these interactions are just recent.
What do you
Right?
mean not so long ago? You're talking about what?
And not so long ago.
I mean, you need to give a time scale.
I'm talking in none of the times of the ancient civilizations that some of these people are claiming.
Okay, so you're still talking about thousands of years, though. You're not talking about hundreds.
Right.
Okay,
I'm
right,
talking
fair
about
enough, fair
for
enough.
us. It's our thing for thousands of years, and then some new sets of people have come into these regions, Iraq, or the Middle East and North Africa, yeah, with the same modus operandi.
Matthew, let me just play that
Yeah.
video again. So you're in that 2-minute video
Huh?
before you carry on with your one. It's like 1 minute just to prove.
No. We're not doing
After
that,
yours,
man.
after yours,
Play
though.
mine, man.
Yeah, after
Play mine.
yours. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, let's get back to Fear of a Black Planet. God damn it.
Dating back more than 50,000 years ago. They are assumed to be the Aboriginal.
50,000 years.
I
You
told you,
see the
60,000.
numbers. Do you see the numbers though?
This predates any Asia, India, Pakistan,
So what did I say before?
anything.
60,000 years ago, people migrated from Africa, right? I said that just like 20 minutes ago.
Wait. And when I'm telling you, yeah, that some of these interactions, as I said, 6th century, yeah, and a couple, maybe hundreds years before. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes, we know about Mongolians and things and Kushites and all sorts coming into that region, right? We know about all of these things, yeah? But we're saying outright Europeans who are claiming to be fucking African. This is
That's
madness.
right.
Or
That's
claiming
right.
to be Arab when this is madness.
That's right.
This is not what it is, yeah? They should claim their heritage, yeah? If your people came in from Damascus and came in at a certain time and settled and and blah, 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 but then we'll know who you are. Then you might be Iranian. You might be Turkish. You might be, you get it?
But they would have
Roman.
mixed
You
with
might be
they would have mixed
Greek.
with the
You
African
might
population,
be,
right?
No, it's not about mixing
come
because
on,
the
man, they would've.
African populations there, yeah, are being hidden. The numbers are being hidden. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we talk about Iraq, yeah, and I speak to Iraqis other than Meso, yeah, they're telling me half the country is that. I'm saying, is it? That's mad because what they give out the numbers for and show us and display to us is nowhere near. Do you get what I'm saying? The impression we're getting.
That's right.
But these people are forgotten people in their own country, man.
Right. In
the
every
propaganda war against these people, different.
So hold on. How can somebody be out in the South Pacific and move to or take boats to the South Pacific region, yeah, 50,000 years ago? Are you hearing the numbers? What game is this? Yeah, this is
there
what
was
I
an
say.
ice age as well, so lots of places were linked through ice.
Okay.
So
And
they
then
would have
there's
moved. They would have moved in through foot. It didn't have to be by boat at the time.
But there's no Europe before what? Before the last ice age?
8,000. I think they started moving into Europe.
11,000 years ago. 11,000 years ago was the last ice age. 11,000 years, yeah. And between 11 and 8, this is when you have the deluge or a flood that changes that whole region and many other places on the planet, right? Right.
There's probably lots of civilizations under the sea. Lost
of course.
What's the point? What's the point you're trying to make, Matthew?
So the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, if one set of people, this is one set. You can see they're clearly mixed, and you can see they've maintained their original look. So you can tell they're Africans, right? But they've been there 50,000 years.
I mean, all right. So we know there's an island that has been cut off on the coast of India.
You can't even do DNA.
Nobody has been there for 60,000 years, and there's black people on the island that have been cut off. So we know the original people that migrated what come from Africa, right? I mean, I don't know who's arguing against
So
that.
now, when we're talking about Harappan, hold on. When we're talking about the Harappan civilization, how many thousands of years are we talking?
You're talking about around 6,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years ago.
Between 6 and 5,000, right? So, like, this is what I'm trying to say with the numbers of what Africans was doing. You understand? That's 50,000 years. The migration that some people talk about is 60,000 years. Some is 100,000 years. Then there was an expulsion 200,000 years ago. You get what I'm saying? So there's been many supposedly out of Africa theories, but the one they're sticking to is something else. I don't know what that is. Yeah, because it's a complete lie to say that Africans stayed in Africa and were isolated for thousands of years, as some would claim. Yeah. The evidence speaks volumes and speaks the opposite. Do you get it?
But who's saying that Africa? If you believe in the out of Africa theory, you obviously people have then moved out.
I don't
believe around the world. I don't know who's going against that.
Hold on.
There is a movement though, Raj, man.
If you live somewhere 50,000 years, are you not from that place?
Yeah, obviously you're from that place.
Right. So this is why we say we're not indigenous to Africa. We're indigenous to the planet. Because when we decided to move there, bruv, you can't even put a time on. Or you supposedly put a time on, but it's in a time when nothing exists.
Yeah, but who on this panel or in the chat is disagreeing?
Yeah, but
with
Raj,
the
it's not
Africa
about on the
theory
panel.
that people have moved out from Africa thousands of years ago,
but Raj,
migrated around the world.
Are you missing the point, Raj?
I don't know, maybe I am.
You're not listening on purpose.
Maybe you
I'm
are.
not listening on purpose. I'm saying that other people are probably arguing against that, but I don't think the people on this panel are.
But it's not about you, Raj. It's about collective. Because I've heard
but they have indirectly they have
black people in Asia.
Big up Uncle Matthew, man.
Hold on, 50,000 years is not the highest number that we're going to come across in this video, and I knew that anyway, right? Just when we're dealing with the Aboriginals in Australia, they supposedly migrated to there from Africa 70,000 years ago. So when we're talking history and timeline and I beg enough of y'all be quiet. Because there has to be Africans in Africa at these times for them to be leaving out on boats, 50 to 70,000 years ago when some people didn't even know what a wheel was.
That's right.
Until just recently. So, like, bruh, there's a lie going on here, and we're here to uncover the truth. Fear of a black planet.
Are you playing my one or you're playing your one? You've just played
Fear of a black planet again. That is my answer. Let me just play the video, man.
Original inhabitants of the archipelago. Many of these Negrito groups still live by hunting and gathering, trading wild meat and forest products to the Filipino farmers around them in exchange for rice or corn. They also practice some marginal cultivation.
Beautiful, sister. Come on, man. What are we doing here, man?
That's right.
Doing it. Look, man. Come on, man.
Look, Somalia.
She looks like she come from the horn.
Yeah, Somalia.
That's what I said. Li. You get me? You know how we do. Looking like little Ray and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here? Look at the Jaria and the Gillette going on. Like, allow it, man. Drop us out. You know what I'm saying? Fading, ghost population. No, man. Lied on populations. Oppressed, pushed to the bush populations, to the more rural parts because they can't live in the cities where all different people have come now.
Oh, yeah, that's facts.
That's where the mixing's going on. These villages are left alone, isolated. They're not messing with no one. No one's messing with them. Everyone's just trying to hide them so they can get on with the new image of what Filipino looks like. You know, when you see the tourist guide, you ain't gonna see none of these. Anyway.
Sad.
The Australian Aborigines. Aborigines are Australia's indigenous people. Recent government statistics counted approximately 400,000 Aboriginal people, or about 2% of Australia's total population. A current theory...
2%. 2%. Who do you think the rest are?
There's obviously some cons people, innit? The white
Europeans.
But we know
all
the
types of Europeans. Yeah, all types. Greeks, Turks.
Wait, Maku. Remember they wiped out the whole indigenous population of New Zealand.
Right. In Tanzania, in Tasmania. That's right.
No one's left. No one.
That's right. That's
mass genocide, innit?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, they treated the Aborigines
and they treat them fuckery in Australia right now.
Black friends. He said that black people are friends. Khan said that.
They're in a similar situation too.
Khan was mocking it, man.
Yeah,
he thinks he's being clever, innit, by taking a piss on the sly, innit. But man,
what's happening is the racist energy that Khan.
What it is, you know the Aborigines. Hold on, you know the Aborigines and the Red Indians, or what you call indigenous, they have a similar problem. They're put in these kind of like enclaves, and they got massive alcohol problem. Yeah, and it's a freaking disgraceful situation.
Yeah, but when we get checked DNA, their majority DNA is African. Massive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When we get to these DNA things of all you peoples, yeah, the majority of the DNA, whether it be the South Pacific, whether it be the Americas, whether it be anywhere of all these people, Brazil and all of these places, yeah, majority, over 50% of their DNA is African.
That's right.
50%? Nah, I don't agree. 50%.
Over 50%.
No.
Over. Yes, because everything else is an admixture.
That's right.
And if you've got the predominant, if the black gene is the predominant, the melanated gene is the predominant gene, what's going to happen? You ain't winning.
Right. Can't you get that up after though?
Yeah,
nah, it must be.
I got bare videos, man. Don't worry.
Yeah,
they've been mixed for thousands of years, so the DNA is going to be mixed up now.
Yeah, they're going to get this work. 6 minutes. We're just dealing with the apples, man.
Yeah,
OG Africans. Let's find out how long they've been there.
He holds that those early migrants themselves came out of Africa about 70,000 years ago, which would make it...
Boom. What did I say? Huh? 70,000 years ago. I knew that number already, long time ago. Like, yeah, I ain't watched this video.
Of course.
I'm saying they migrated, they got on their little canoes and yeah, with a little bow and arrow. I mean, with the boomerang technology that they left out of Africa, because maybe that's what Africans was doing. Some Africans from the East Coast where they were from. Do you get what I'm saying? Well, messing with boomerangs.
They were finding the wind with it. That's
Okay.
right. Talk about it, brother.
It's not too far from a boomerang. So, you know,
because I was always one to say, if Aborigines are African, where are the Africans that look Aborigine? Yeah. And until I started looking, and then I was like, oh my days. Done that argument.
That's
right. They're in Africa, black as day, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Okay. Cool. No problem. Safe. Yeah. And off the coast of Niger, yeah. What's it called? New Guinea. Yeah. Go there and you want to see Abo.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go by boat. I just checked. There was no landlocked. Australia wasn't landlocked nowhere. So they had the only way to get there was through a boat, through sea. So some places
they swam.
No, because some places.
How do you think they got to Madagascar?
So originally, look, there's a whole place of the earth were landlocked through ice glaciers, right? And then they melted.
No, not everywhere.
I didn't say everywhere. There was parts of the world.
Bruv,
yeah,
I'm saying what you're calling Europe, bruv. What you're calling Europe, yeah, and North.
Where's he gone?
Yo. I think it's probably his internet or something.
Probably a technical issue.
I was gonna.
But trust me, man. I agree with everything Kel was saying about no friends, because obviously my experience of it is people like Khan, innit? Going like your friend and going like laugh with you and joke with you, and then behind your back, you're fucking nigga. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
What has he done? What's Khan done now?
He's being himself, man. He's all good, man. He's nothing wrong with him.
Did he say anything?
I'm just saying, you get people like Banksy and all these different people. You got to work alongside them. They go on like they're for you or whatever, but they don't give a fuck about you.
Banksy's like straightforward with his views, man. He's never trying to be
Banksy's a racist. Banksy's a straight racist.
I don't know, like, but he's
no
I don't
going
believe he is,
around that bit.
But I say at least but he's not trying to befriend you, is he? He's just telling you straight, right? He's not.
No, I'll never befriend a pussy hole like him.
I'm
anyway.
not saying that. I'm not saying he's not trying to like lie to you. He's
Like
telling you
black
how
people will stick to themselves if you ain't noticed.
Well, there's nothing wrong with people sticking to themselves, is it?
That's good. So that means I couldn't be a friend like a person like Banksy, could I?
I don't have a problem with them I don't have a problem with them loving their race. I have a problem when they want to come in our organization, dictate and control, and act like they're doing something for our people. To me, that's method acting, as I always say. You know,
being concerned for someone and at the same time and mocking them and fucking ridiculing them. That doesn't make no sense. That means you're concerned.
Freddie, sorry, I now figured out.
Yeah,
you know when,
Freddie,
you know that I don't want to say that person name, that lunatic talking about renting. Do you know why she said that? Because there's a documentary. I'll try and play it next time. Where I'm now gonna have to throw the Asians under the bus. Where in Birmingham, the Asians were like discriminating against black people to rent out properties. I think it was on Channel 4 like a couple of months ago.
I know, but that's nothing new though. Because I got family in Brum, innit? All over the winter. So that's nothing new. That's why when she was saying the shit about renting, the lies about renting, I shut her down straight away.
You see,
you're not doing no favors. If you're taking money, who's doing the favor? You know, you're not. There's no favor involved.
Nobody. But I do agree with Brother Keldo, man. Trust me, bro. The friend thing, I don't know, because if you got friends like Khan and Banksy and all these different people,
we just needed to sort out a couple of things.
Right.
That's
a good conversation.
Yeah, me powers back. I got me powers back, man. Yeah,
it was a good conversation, definitely. It's just a shame.
Let me finish. That discrimination, if you define it right, it's that like keep a dislike for somebody, which is not really got a valid reason to it. You know what I mean? You can't justify it, right? So, for example, that's the definition. You agree, right, Maku? Right? So, when is it right to say this is going to sound wrong, but it's sounding right again? When is it right to discriminate against somebody, like dislike them, or say, for example, I'm not picking on anybody's race here, right? Just say that it could be anyone's race. Say someone's known for a certain activity, right?
Are we really doing this now, just as we get to the city people?
Let me do this now.
Huh? Come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? This video's only 6 minutes, bro.
It's the wrong time. Like I think we let the video.
Allow it, man.
We're gonna go into a whole conversation.
I'm just gonna intellectually beat you up, man.
It's too complicated. It's like a Pandora's box. You're gonna open up.
No, say somebody was a.
I will tell you afterwards to that guy. I will explain to you after the video.
You will get clapped down.
Yes, AD, my secret brother.
Where was I?
Clap it, man. We got it. Clap it. I ain't afraid, buddy. If I'm gonna bring some points up, that's all. Come on, I'll watch the video with you guys.
Yeah, watch the video and then like because it's a long conversation.
Look, man. I was saying these men look like the pygmies. They're pygmy ancestors, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can find pygmies in Africa who look just like
pygmies.
Huh?
They look like pygmies.
Yeah, man. If you look at in the face, I mean, like they're not pygmies.
It's all like
anymore,
phenotype.
Yeah.
Hey, he looks like he's got a Nigerian Ghanaian nose.
Bell pepper. I was gonna say the bell pepper. You know the good old
there you go.
African bell pepper. There's nothing wrong with that. You get me? He's even got Gillette and da. But saying that, these men are found as they are in Africa. So that's what I was more interested in when I was doing my research, to find Aboriginal type looking people in Africa. Do you get it? Because it would only make sense. If they left there 70,000 years ago, it wasn't all of them. Do you get it? It was a portion of them that left and went there. So where's the rest? Because it said in my country, when we first arrived in that area that we're calling Nigeria, there was Abos there. and they seem to run them off or something.
Yeah, but you can see even through the
I beg
statues
to
like the
differ.
Olmec. Hold on, Mecca. You can see through the statues like the Olmec heads. You can. It's obvious they have phenotypes from Africa. There's no way getting around that. So we know that people have migrated around the world.
So the
and all that kind
question
of stuff,
is,
and then mixed with other groups. That's what's happening in India. That's what's happening in Egypt.
That's what we're
what's
saying.
happening everywhere.
But these ones ain't really done no mixing. Sorry.
Yeah, they haven't because they were isolated for
Right.
whatever reasons.
So the ones that are isolated
levels
until
probably
the
went up.
Europeans, well, Australians are not isolated. I mean, Aboriginals, they've been messed with. So what we're seeing now is a
Now
watered
they are
down
messed with,
version.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah, now
saying
they
it.
are,
Yeah. This is why some of them are blonde and because of the European
They tried to
interaction. But they were so dark, it didn't really make much difference.
They
Showing the
tried to
predominant.
Europeanize the thing. They used to take the schools, made them
No,
lose
it's
their
not
language.
that. It's
Yeah, that's what they
abuse,
did. They
bro,
tried to
and
brainwash
rape,
the kids.
it's kids that they bred. Do you get what I'm saying? They rape.
Yeah, they're trying
these
to
women.
enlighten them and make them into more European.
Right. So I'm saying those ones that you see that are dark skinned with blonde hair and that's the best they could do. I'm saying. So these people, the way they look now, for us is like mixed.
No, the blonde hair and the hair was
Right.
way before.
The original Tasmanian look, is now gone, right?
Yeah.
Because they've been messed with. Do you get it? Especially when we're talking Aboriginals in Australia.
No,
Come
but
on,
their
bruv.
hair and stuff has been there since the dawn of time. And
No,
when the
he's
Europeans
right.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's 2% of the population they are.
Raj is right.
I'm
When you
saying,
look at the
yeah.
Tasmanians, they look more quote unquote.
They got the same ridge, right, Zulu? They got the
No,
same
I'm talking
kind
about
of
the hair. Do you know the straight hair?
the
Because
kind
they
of
have
look.
more straighter hair,
You're like,
don't they?
okay, that's where they got.
No, the Tasmanians don't have straight hair. They got curly hair.
No, they got
Okay.
curly. They got but they got the
African,
same
like
features.
proper African
That's what
hair.
he means. Yeah.
So they would
They got
reflect a
this-
more, unmixed version of that.
Mm-hmm. Right. So when they say the Tasmanians have disappeared, they definitely did. And some of them disappeared
They
into what
buck
you're
them
calling
people and they call
Aboriginal.
them
or-
devils, blood. That's medium.
Right.
That's
But those little pygmy people, again.
But
And then they made them into a cartoon called the Tasmanian Devil. See? Okay.
Oh, yeah, Tasmanian
You see-
devil.
you see-
they called them
You see
devils
the
way
political
before the
science.
cartoon,
You see the
though.
political
Way before
science.
the cartoon.
Oh, okay. You see the
They
political science.
came to civilize that region, innit? That
See,
whole
they
region.
called us devils
They-
first, you see.
You know some of these old
they
cartoons.
civilized
Yeah?
it with genocide, innit?
You know these old Warner Brother. Oh my god! When you look back at some of them, are freaking so racist. They're banned most.
Yeah,
of them.
especially Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry had that big,
Unbelievable, man.
the stereotypical, big black woman.
And this is only like 60 years ago. It's not like it was 150 years ago.
Nah, that's why. Trust me, I've suffered racism, but nothing like Bourne and them, innit? Like me and Bourne are the same color, but we definitely ain't got the same experiences, bro. Telling you, them man are going through it over there.
Yeah,
If you
America's
cough,
a mess.
man, you get 50 bullets. Fucking hell. Nah, mate. We probably listen to the same music, probably got the same skin color, but we ain't fucking the same, bro.
Are you seeing what's happening in the police custody in UK, bro? Do you know that they're choking black boys in the custody in the police station, bro?
Yeah, that's been
About that
happening.
thing.
That's been happening, Kel. I'm not surprised about no
Yeah.
white genocide.
Yeah.
But anyway,
be honest
let's
with
play
you.
the rest of the video. Let them get this work, man. Because it's about to turn city out here.
The cities. These are not really native to Asia, but rather migrants from Africa to Pakistan and India many years ago. The African ancestors of the cities are said to have
Did you say? Sorry. Did they say
does ours look like
migrants?
this?
Wait.
Okay.
Did they say migrants or did they say slaves? I think they say migrants, meaning they migrated there, meaning they traveled there. Yeah, you see the slavery fuckery. It's gonna come soon. Don't worry. For some of the others, it's gonna say, oh yeah, they got there via slavery. That's how they got there. That's why there's large populations of Africans in India and because of slavery. Bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? We were already there. We are those people. These mixed versions of us that you're calling Indians. It's mad. But you're going to disrespect the original people who gave rise to these people. This is crazy. Because where's the Dravidian now? Where is he now?
The Dravidians are in the south, but I've done a DNA test and I got some Dravidian DNA. What I'm saying, we're a hodgepodge of people. Some of them were indigenous. Some of them come from Caucasus. Some of them come from there. The original inhabitants of India were definitely, you know, from Africa, and then the Harappan civilization. They were kind of
Hold on.
probably
When you say they were from Africa, why from Africa?
because that's how they migrated into India, didn't they? They originally came from Africa. Around 70,000 years ago.
But why is it that everyone has to come from Africa? Why can't African people?
Yo, Khan. How much European have you got?
What? Khan was fully European last
I
time.
mean, not Khan. Raj, sorry.
None.
None,
Are you
yeah?
sure? I haven't. No, I haven't.
What is it? What's the breakdown?
I think I've got my DNA test. It's some from Tajikistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then the rest was Punjab and a little bit from the south. From my mum's side, when she done a DNA, there was like mainly from India, but there was a little bit of Finnish DNA, like 3%. So there is migration, but these DNA tests only go back 3 or 4 maybe 6 generations.
Raj, did you publish your details, your findings?
Yeah, I've got some weird relatives suddenly popped up. I don't know why I did it.
Did you put a show up about it? Did you?
Yeah, of course I did, man. Of course I did.
And you showed it on the screen, yeah?
Yeah, I did the whole thing, man.
You showed your percentage, and there was no European in there.
No, there was no European in there. I can show it now, actually, and it was.
Well, once you said,
my main tribe is Punjab. That's what it said. I was like, yeah, big up.
So some of them other stans, though, those are mixed individuals, though.
Yeah, but you have to go further back. I'm talking about thousands of years to prove.
No, but they are the Europeans in your body. Those when they make Tajikistan, bro. That is not
They're the white
Indian, and that is not African. So,
so if you want to say the Tajiks are white, they're definitely from the Caucasus. So they're kind of
so then that's the bit. Then.
European-ish.
They just gave you another title, but
they're basically
clear,
Turks.
How much percent was that?
I'll have to double check. I haven't seen it for a while, man.
Anyway, let's go on with the cities, man. Because right now, you don't look like these people.
Who have been taken to India and Pakistan as slaves, domestic servants, concubines, palace guards and soldiers, or ventured servants, sailors, and free merchants, considering the commercial interaction between Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and Eastern Africa.
Definitely not you, man. In your own end. Go on. Where's AV now? Yeah. Oh, this is my country. I think it might be there.
These are my descendants as well. Like, just because we don't look like them now, our DNA.
You're their descendants.
DNA in us, right?
You're their descendants. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Right. If this is your descendants and you're treating them like this in your country.
No, these are your ancestors. No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you should be having more reverence for these type of people, man.
Right.
To be honest, I can't
understand. You should treat everyone equally. You should have reverence.
That's the way round.
No, I'm saying, have you got respect for your elders, Raj?
To make you what you are as a Punjab
so that's
or whatever.
what I'm talking about. They're not getting respect in their own fucking country,
that's
bro.
disgraceful. No doubt about it.
What do you want about them?
So what I'm saying, everyone should be treated equally, right?
So who do you think?
Bro, if they're not getting respect in their own country, don't you think they need a bit more respect than an average man?
I would say they need the same respect. Everyone,
they're
being treated. They're being mistreated.
If you respect, if it's a senior, do you believe in seniority?
Yeah, but I mean, some of them are true. I mean, you're talking about senior, you're talking about in genealogy, though. So there's other groups out
in real life, though. Do you show reverence to the people that came before you? Yes or no, man?
Of course, but you can't
compare
that.
What are you talking about then?
Yeah, but then I can use the same thing that the Aryan invasion. So I have to do reverence to the white man. They come before mixed in with as well. So
The white man came before
into
Asian. Is that what you're saying?
What's that?
You're saying the white man came before the Asian man? What are you talking about?
I'll have to show a video because it explains it properly, exactly what happened in North India. After this, a 2-minute video. We played it before anyway. It explains the kind of events that happened in India. It's complicated.
Yeah, it's sad too. It's sad and complicated as well, man. Because it's a shame that if I go India or Pakistan, none of these people are represented in 2022. So you know what I mean? That is a fucking disgrace. And it leads back to the no friendship, isn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, Matt. Let's play the CD, man. Jeez.
The Andamanese.
Uh-oh.
The Andamanese are the various indigenous peoples of the Andaman Islands, part of India's Andaman and Nicobar Islands Union Territory in the southeastern part of the Bay of Bengal in Southeast Asia.
That's the tribe I'm
All
talking about.
Andamanese traditionally lived a hunter-gatherer lifestyle and appear to have lived in substantial isolation for thousands of years. It is suggested that the Andamanese settled in the Andaman Islands around the latest glacial maximum, around 26,000 years ago.
Oh, come on. Do you hear the numbers? 26,000 years ago. Come on, family. Y'all don't exist. So these are your ancestors, bruv. Like, this is what we're trying to say. These people populated the whole of the Asian subcontinent and the globe.
Yes, I agree. I don't know.
We've been going around the globe and going to
I
things.
don't know who in the chat is going to disagree. Like, anyone disagree in the chat?
People would disagree, man. People would disagree.
Yeah,
trust
but
me.
collectively there is disagreement, Raj.
Well, how there's an all right. So there's an island. This island here, where these people are from, has been cut off from India for whatever reason for thousands of years, and this is what they look like. So we know the indigenous people that moved into India look like this. I mean, there's no argument about it.
I'm so glad they cut the islands cut off from the rest
I'm
of the
so
people.
glad you just said that, because
I'm not gonna
some
lie,
people-
they would have been dead already, Max. Do you get what
They
I'm
would have,
trying to
no,
say?
they would have probably mixed in with the.
No, I think they would have been dead in it because
Nah,
obviously there's nobody represented. There's none of these people represented in the country today.
Are these the ones that kill, man? Hold on,
what the white man done.
Yep.
These
I'm
men
saying?
kill reporters. Yeah.
When they
They're
come
not
over,
bad.
they
Oh
start
man,
fucking, just
what is he
bodying
trying to fool? Like they're not
Yeah.
savages.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? These are your ancestors, man. Look in their eye, man. Look at them Egyptian eyes.
Genocide and rape.
Look at them Egyptian
Built
eyes.
some of your
I've seen the
countries, you
eyes.
know that, innit?
Yeah, I've seen the eye on the eye of Haru and that.
Can someone in the
On a
chat disagree
statue
with
and
this
that,
so
and
I can see disagreement? Because it seems like I don't see anyone disagreeing from my.
disagree.
There is disagreement, though, Raj.
I'm saying in this, I'm not saying it in the world. I'm saying on these panels that I don't really see anyone disagreeing that these are the indigenous people of India.
I'm glad you said it.
Well, do you know how evil you are? You got to kill someone for the skin color.
It's
You've
mad.
got to be a fucking sicko.
When they say a picture paints a
Upstairs,
1,000 words, yeah, it's done. Raj said it. These are the regional people of those areas and regions and the untouched 26,000 years ago. Who gonna argue with that? Are they Harappan? Hell no. Are they older than Harappan? Hell yes. Are they older than Indus Valley? Anything? Kush, Hindu Kush, India as a construction? Of course they are. You get it? 26,000 years, bro. Like, allow it, bro.
Bro, if India and Pakistan been warring for centuries, isn't it?
Not
What
that
the
long.
fuck makes you think these people won't be brown bread? What makes you think that they wouldn't have been killed? Like, what makes you think that, bro?
I said there probably would have been kind of like, what do you call kind of breeded with each other probably, and then they would have been light. That's what I'll show a video after
No,
this.
Asian, man saying Asian people are not these people. No, I'm saying Asian people are mixed.
Yes,
from
the
these
North
people,
Indians
like what Raj said, like what
of
Raj
lots of
brought the
different
video last
races.
time. Sorry, like
Yeah,
you brought the
it's-
video last time. Like, look, the original
I'm gonna play it again.
Dravidians.
It's only 2 minutes. It explains
Yeah,
everything best.
hold on. The original
2 minutes.
Dravidians, yeah, that came to that region, who were these people, like looking, or many types like them. You get what I'm saying? And then they mixed, yeah, with another set of people, yeah, later on to create what we call the modern day Indian. So
No, and
they're
then
a
you
sub-
had the Aryan invasion in around 3,500
Right.
years ago.
But that only
Then that
affects-
thing
hold
created
on.
was called the North Indian. The
No,
North Indian is a mix
that
of
is
people.
out of the mix already. That's not out of the original. That's out of the mix.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like-
So
it's a
they're
lot
now
of
even
mixes.
more diluted. Hold on.
Yeah,
They're
I'm
even
not-
more diluted.
yeah.
Right. So I'm just giving people a perspective why some they're seeing the picture of you and the picture of this brother and saying, nah, how are these people this? Nah, it's a fade thing. Yeah, and it's a mixing thing. We don't fade in color. It's just the mixing. If you mix with another set of
Mac, if anyone disagrees, all you have to do is show the island.
Eurasians.
The island has proven who the original. It's just clear cut because they've been cut off. No one can argue against it because these people have been separated.
We don't
from India
even
for
go.
thousands
We don't
of
even
years.
want to go to Mesopotamia.
Separated by what?
Later.
By sea. By sea.
Okay.
Yeah. So at some point, the sea levels will
Hold on.
probably rose because of the
hold
ice
on.
glaciers melting.
Hold on. They only moved
4,000
there
years ago.
24,000 years ago, right? They've got man who lived further away, yeah, in New Zealand and all of this 70,000 years. There's other man 50,000 years ago, bro. What are we talking about?
Well,
They
the sea levels were lower as well, so it was easier to travel.
SME, they had boats, all of them.
I didn't say that, but some of the places were connected through ice glaciers and things like this in certain areas, and certain places like Australia, they had to go by boat because there was no connection between the land.
Bro, as I said,
and then the water rose 12,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. That's why they separated afterwards.
They said that, but who believes them? Who believes them that the water?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a
rising
theory, right? It's not. It doesn't. These scientists aren't gods. They
right.
don't know 100%.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's a theory, right?
Yeah, it's a theory, but remember that they are pre any of those circumstances. So they're pre-ice age, and they're in the part of the world where that didn't even really have much of a matter. You're saying the water rised. We assume it might have still. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
but
a theory.
more
It's not,
that there were movement of the plates is more realistic to overstand. But these distances and these times that they're saying these things are happening and continents are splitting apart, and when it was Pangea, bruv, it's just madness. You know what I'm saying? It's like 200 million years ago. Like,
did we know most of the dates are just kind of plucked from thin air? Like I don't really take the dates too seriously.
this is why we can't say, right, us as supposedly what you're saying is Africans or whatever, or indigenous to the planet. You can't put a time on our existence. I beg to differ on what they're saying. Homo sapiens started here. It just doesn't make no sense to me, bro. We've got older stories than this.
Yeah, no. The scientists are making theories up, right? And we've seen in the past they can be wrong. So I just take the theory that I think probably best explains something, but I don't take it as fact. I'm like something might come along in a month's time, and then it changes that theory, and there's another theory after. We've seen that time and time again. So whatever I'm saying is just the theory that I think is the most plausible as of today.
I hear you, but what could you see the lies that are going on? Because if the numbers that we're talking about for a set of people to be going around different parts of the world and settling, and as I said, once you're there 1,000 years and 100 years, it seems people are claiming the full heritage of the thing. So I'm saying, if you there 50,000 years, ain't you from there? Why are we saying you from somewhere else? And all right, you originated in Africa or whatever because those people share the same DNA as you. But why can't it be that, yeah, you lot just migrated there a long time ago, time before time before time, and it seems time before time because of anything of modern history that even exists is gone. It's out of the question. You know what I'm saying?
And the wickedest thing is we definitely know the black woman can breed any race. That's proven, isn't it? And the white woman can't. So when you're talking about intermixing and interbreeding, it's going to favor the black race.
What did you say? What did you say? I didn't understand.
It's only recent.
No,
it's only recent.
I'm saying there's studies that's been taken place to prove that a black woman can conceive any race from her womb. Like have a full Jackie Chan, have a full, you know what I mean, Amir Khan or whatever.
Jackie Chan.
Oh. No, I don't know, but you know.
You should have said Bruce Lee, man.
But she can have anything. So it's going to be hard to outbreed the black person.
All right, I get what you said. Sorry, I get what you said.
Their genes are going to be more dominant.
Yeah. So even if a white woman has a baby with any other race,
but can you understand?
You can still see the race of the other one more than the white race.
If I said that I watched the documentary years ago that explained it, man migrating are the first people to migrate to China, right? And they put a number of 20,000 years. Does this seem unreasonable when you've got a people here of 26,000 years. There's a 6,000 year disparity, or enough
We know the
time.
time scales are wrong.
Wait. For them to go on the mainland and go to other parts and different parts and maybe settle, do some stuff, build some structures, it seems. I don't know. You got what I'm saying? Before the first existence, of the first supposed civilization in that region. But yet people migrated there 20,000 years ago. But the first hint of a structured civilization is the Harappan, and that's only 5,000 to 6,000
Well, we
years
got
ago.
Göbekli Tepe now. They said that nothing was 6,000 years older. Now we know it's 12,000 years. That's just changed in the last since 2008. So we don't know what else we're going to find. There could be another civilization that's 40,000 years old. We don't know.
There you go, my broski.
Is always accompanied by security.
Oh, yes.
The arrow shooting sentinels are a constant fear. The sentinels were first contacted by the government in 1991. The contact party under the administration is always accompanied by security. The arrow shooting sentinels are a constant fear.
Not that you lot are bringing germs.
Yeah, they have to be careful, don't they? Because they could kill them through some form of germ warfare.
I think these men know that. Pure disagreeable to them.
It would have been funny if they're getting close and all of a sudden 50 arrows shoot.
300 business.
Yeah. I wonder what they thought when they saw them, because they've been isolated for such a long time.
Therefore,
It is yet to be discovered what the residents of North Sentinel Island call themselves. They have been indexed as contacted sentinels.
Right.
Gifts of coconuts are means to overcome limited communication and uncertain vocabulary. Coconuts do not grow on these islands, but they are valued by the sentinels.
Oh, they managed to get on. The white man was killed, though. The white guy got killed. No, I shouldn't laugh at that. Sorry, dude.
They know that you're their descendants.
Showing the genital. That is always there. That is what?
The white guy come with the Bible.
Oh, fuck you up, bro. What do you mean? Bye-bye. Yeah, you better duck out.
Yeah.
I want no smoke. Fuck you up.
Yeah, they gave food. Like the other guy just come with a Bible and preaching. He got freaking killed.
I've seen these guys firing at helicopters. No, they ain't going for shit. They're like the midget version
What is
of the
he
Yeti.
doing? Look at him. He's doing like dancing like a lunatic. He's lucky he didn't get shot in the head.
Man don't even speak their language, innit? Sound like Tarzan, bro.
They will tell you, F off, you little bastards. Go home. They're probably telling them to go home, innit?
These words are familiar to the Jarawa tribe. We do not know if the sentinels understand it.
Thank you. Told you, man. They don't know nut shit. Bro. Oh, shit.
He's getting too close, that one.
Yeah, move from there, man. You might catch COVID.
I think they've had experiences with these people before and they ain't been quite pleasant, you know?
Yeah,
They don't play games.
Don't
play games, bro.
They protect the island now.
These people are not stupid.
Yeah.
Something for nothing. They know man wants something. What's your arm, boy? Just don't try to come on the island, though. Speak for you.
They must think we're crazy, like the way we live.
Just throwing coconuts.
What do you hit one of them? I don't even know where they're chucking them.
Yeah, did he just hit her with a coconut?
Yeah.
I think that might have been her brethren, you know, because he was doing
hit her
some
in her
rocky
back, bro.
throws.
He hit her in her back. Straight.
Yeah, her brethren was doing some proper rocky throws. You know.
Lucky
Bam.
didn't start a
You look,
war.
come on, man.
Lucky
You
didn't
look.
start a war.
No, that was good.
Got conked with the coconut. Look, man's got his borer though. Allow it. It's a trap. It's a trap. Yeah. You lot look mixed race to them. Mulatto.
Well, they are mixed race, aren't they?
No, you are.
No, the people on the boat are as well.
Yeah, the people on the boat. Look. Man's like, what is that? Must be a great grandson or something. You're a long way from home. Send the things, fam. Man don't even have to rob, man.
They got a bag. Why don't they just chuck the bags in there?
Precision with the ball.
They need to make a show out of it and get them on camera.
Imagine that in your head top. Grim Reaper business.
Yeah, they were chucking them and they had bags full of. I think they could have chucked a couple of bags in the sea.
You think they're telling us the truth about these people? They only
No.
contacted them in 1998 and rare and all this rubbish. 1991, whenever it was. Bullshit, man.
I'm pretty sure I heard the description of it was in the 60s, or I'll have to double check originally, and then they didn't contact them again for a long time after that.
Yeah, I don't believe none of that.
Can I play my bit? Or are you going to play your video, Mecca?
No, let him play his video because I won't mind to see some propaganda and thing. That'll be love, man.
Who's
That
Mike?
was a bad boy video, though, Jets. Just shush, Raj. Wait, man. You're like a 2-minute video.
I'm not even arguing with you, lot.
Anemones peoples include the Great Anemones and Jarawas of the Great Andaman Archipelago, the Jangle of Rutland Island, the Onge of Little Andaman, and the Sentinelese of North Sentinel.
Whoa. There's enough of them. Calm down. Slow down. Let's go again. Because that was a lot. I thought it was just one set of dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? They're everywhere, man. Everywhere.
Settled in the Andaman Islands around the latest glacial maximum, around 26,000 years ago.
26.
The Anemones peoples include the Great Anemones and Jarawas of the Great Andaman Archipelago, the Jangle of Rutland Island, the Onge of Little Andaman, and the Sentinelese of North Sentinel Island.
No.
The Sentinelese are famous for active and resisting outside influence and have been known to finish off anybody seeking to invade their islands. Most of the Andamanese look very African, though they have this unique facial look.
Oh, come on, man. You saw it, innit? Look like Sissy and Titi and them gal there. You know what I'm saying? Bola and that. No, allow it, man.
The Tamil.
Mud.
The Tamil people are a Dravidian dark-skinned ethno-linguistic group who trace their ancestry mainly to India's southern state of Tamil Nadu, Union Territory of Puducherry, and to Sri Lanka. Tamils constitute 5.9% of the population in India and 15% in Sri Lanka. They may not consider themselves black, but they're
Come on. What are we doing here, man? Slow it, man. We know what it is, man.
We know.
All these admixtures from the originals. You get me? That's what I'm saying. Like these Sentinelese people on their island looking outwards and people coming towards them, they're just gonna look like their descendants, right? Who definitely been mixed in with or whatever. Do you get it? But they're gonna recognize them as descendants, not ancestors or nothing. No, you should be looking the other way. You come into the island, looking at them and saying, "Yeah, those are your ancestors, fam." Before you got mixed in with other people, right?
Very dark complexions and facial features are a dead giveaway. Another group of Indian people with a dark complexion are the Telugu. There are some suggestions that these people may have a kinship with the Horn of Africa people, but it's scientifically unconfirmed. One thing about them is that they are considered to be most original and indigenous.
Definitely
Yeah,
got the look about her, innit?
some
Yeah,
connection to the
East
horn, yeah.
Africans.
Okay, yeah. Say nothing, man. We're good, man. We're good.
Right, you could see her shoulder locking any day.
You get
You
me?
remember
Just,
that
yeah,
dance there?
Escusta,
That's
yeah?
it. That's it.
Proper. You get me? Far from home and that. Or maybe she's
Ooh.
home. Because this ain't this oldest people in the end, yeah? Let's go.
Unconfirmed. One thing about them is the dark complexion are the Telugu. There are some suggestions that these people may have a kinship with the Horn of Africa people, but it's scientifically unconfirmed. One thing about them is that they are considered to be most original and indigenous tribe in India.
Mad. Oldest and original tribe in India. Don't look like Raj. Mad thing.
But I said to you, we got mixed out, didn't we?
Definitely related to the Bajans, man. This gap in the teeth business.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you cheeky.
Oh, yeah.
Say that.
Yeah, boy.
Love it. No, but trust me, we're all related, man. Do you know what I mean? We're all related. I just wish
Barbados Pithecus, mad.
I just wish we could treat each other with humanity, man. Some type of humanity, you know what I mean?
Well, the darker the
I
melanin,
don't even want
yeah.
fair treatment from this lot because you're never gonna get that. That's impossible. I
It's
just
because of
want
your
my
melanin. It's because of their melanin why they're getting hated on. The sun don't
That's
hate on
exactly
them, but
where it is.
yeah, everybody
And
else
their
is.
historical achievements and their intellectual potential.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We everywhere, man. We everywhere. As I said, we're indigenous to the planet. So I don't know.
That's right.
Well, in all of these distinctions and names and all of that, good luck with that. Yeah, because if you're even fighting for your rights, you're fighting for your indigenous rights because you're indigenous to the planet. Like, please, all this Nigeria, Africa, oh yeah, we just say it because it kind of gives you a location and what the general population look like, me or whoever. You know what I mean? Just for argument's sake, we say. But at the end of the day, I always, if you're trying to be sovereign, yeah, you have to claim these words indigenous, yeah, to the land or to the whatever, to all in these government documents and all of that. Yeah, the only word that you're looking for is not black or whatever, it's indigenous. But anyway, let me play it.
Yeah, you heard that little throat clear, innit? Come on, Slash.
All right. Stay. Make it true.
The Papuans. These are the indigenous people of Papua New Guinea and West Papua.
Come on. Yeah. Run that violence, my guys. You know what I mean? Fake Druidians and that. Like, you run
And
that
look how
violence.
far apart some of these countries are. 8-hour flight.
I know.
Fucking
But anywhere
crazy.
they are, they always seem to be, the oldest, the most indigenous. You get what I'm saying? Like, they always seem to be heavily melanated.
Crazy, bro.
That's
Crazy.
right.
Man, we're naming names after the Melanesia and that. Yeah, whatever, man. Like, come on, man.
I swear, Dan, I never knew that before the woman said it, you know.
See, I wasn't the only one, man.
Nah, serious.
I didn't know Melanesia was after melanin.
I thought it was pretty obvious, but
Many of them look full African with kinky to woolly hair, broad noses, and dark to brown complexions. The indigenous Papuans are divided into hundreds of ethnic indigenous groups thought to have inhabited the island of Papua for perhaps over 40,000
I don't
years.
know where it was.
They comprise of over 820 language groups, the highest of any.
Wonder where the Aztecs went. And the Toltecs and the Mayans, and I wonder where they went.
And the Olmecs, where they?
Yeah, those heads are definitely.
Yeah, because boy, them features, right?
I agree with you. The features
Hold
on
on,
the
wait.
Olmec
Man was
statues are
carving
definitely
it on the sides of their supposed pyramids, and they class that as a form of hieroglyphics. Interesting. But these nose shapes and all of that, that brother that was earlier. Let me go if I can find him again. Yeah,
But you know that those pyramids, they didn't build them; they found them.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! That's the real apocalypto.
They found the pyramids in
you
South
get me,
America.
my
They're
G?
already all built.
This is the real apocalypto. This is what it would have looked like, not what they tried to sell us. Yeah. Not what they tried to sell us, because this makes more sense. This is what I've seen in images. This is what Quetzalcoatl looks like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I'm saying to man. Like, put the pieces together and then it starts to make sense. Yeah.
Hair, broad noses, and dark to brown complexions. The indigenous Papuans are divided into hundreds of ethnic indigenous groups thought to have inhabited the island of Papua for perhaps over 40,000 years. They comprise of over 820 language groups, the highest of any country on Earth. In a sociological sense, most Papua New Guinea people could be considered Black. Genetically, however, they are part of the broader Melanesian people. They carry the Black identity, though, and to any Western foreigner, they would easily be labeled Black. They are our brothers and
Come on. This family, man. Stop it.
That's right.
sisters. Thank you for watching to the end, and see you in the next one.
Yeah, you went in, sis. You went in, sis. I got
That was fucking educational, bro.
Big up Snipes and
super
Deadly.
educational, bro.
Big up.
You get me?
Can I share my video for 2 minutes?
Go on.
Let me show you a video for the Punjab. Just so that, because people are explaining, but this is easier to just show you, innit? This is what I believe. Obviously, it doesn't mean it's 100% real, but this is the theory. The Punjabis.
65,000 years ago, the first humans.
You got European to tell him as well.
What's that? So this is the origin of the Punjabis, the North Indians.
Punjabis. 65,000 years ago, the first humans left Africa and made their way into the Indian subcontinent. 10,000.
Pause.
Yeah. I can't hear. What would you say?
Pause. Because those people were just the Andaman Island people that we were just looking at, right?
That's what I'm saying. So the water levels were lower at the time. So obviously, like
so when I
people moved across.
When I said
see where it said the bay, that is actually where the island is. It's just been cut off.
Cool.
They
I know
probably
where they are.
went over by boat.
Right, exactly. So, do you get what I'm saying? Because look at the numbers, 65,000 years ago. Like, you know, like, anyway, let's move forward, man. You get what I'm saying?
The Indian subcontinent. 10,000 years ago, farmers from southwestern Iran mixed with these hunter-gatherers and formed the ancestral South Indians, who would create the Indus Valley civilization. In the centuries after 2000 BCE came the second set of immigrants from the Eurasian steppe, known as the Aryans. These two cultures merged with one another to form a group called the ancestral North Indians, and the Punjabis are the direct descendants of the Sanskrit-speaking warriors. The Punjabis are the...
Yes, I mean, that's pretty clear, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what's controversial about that. Well, you don't agree with it now?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, mate.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm saying, where do you sit on that?
I'm a mix of all of them, right? I'm a mix. If I was to do a DNA test going back all the way back to the beginning,
not to
I'd be a mix of
65,000. You haven't got 65,000 worth of DNA in your what? What's going on?
And plus that video was a bit too peaceful.
You saw it. It said
4,000.
Yeah,
it's a quick, just kind of quick.
4,000. Then it went down. Hold on. Then it went down to more recent. Yeah, as recent people came in and then created you lot. Mad. So
yeah, but we still have the DNA of the previous people as well.
That's fine. That's fine. But those previous people are still there. This is the lie and the conspiracy that's going on. Yeah. And they're direct descendants without the admixtures that you have. And then later on, even mixing with you guys. Do you get what I'm saying? to create
Well, it's like
other
Egypt.
admixtures.
Egypt,
It's
the
normal,
Egyptians
fam.
that you see now were not what the people would have looked like originally, right?
That's
Right?
look. This ain't got
It's the
nothing to
same with
do with
India,
Egypt,
same
bro.
with probably Mesopotamia.
This
The
has a
people
lot to
originally would
do
have been.
with the east coast of Africa. That's what it's got a lot to do with. So anyone's people who's been living there for hundreds of thousands of years, yeah, deciding to go over to different parts, like we said, to create these
Oh, look
civilizations
who's
and
here,
the
Mo.
basis
I was going to go.
and the
Come on.
basis of these
See what
things.
another Asian
Yeah.
says.
So
What do you
that's,
think, Mohib? Do
that's
you agree with that migration theory? 'Cause remember, it's a theory. It doesn't mean it's.
You're right. You're still alive. You're still alive.
Yeah, still alive, man, surviving, hanging on by the threads, isn't it?
Or the black guy's gonna beat you up, kill you, and nothing like that. No.
Dude, I'm actually more in
Nah,
agreement.
it's more the other way around. You see, it's more the other way around in India, isn't it?
I'm actually in
Oh,
agreement.
shit.
Like, there's only, I'm actually more in agreement than disagreement. So I don't know what there is to be up.
I had to miss it.
I'm not
I
arguing
follow
against
it,
what
so I
they're
missed
saying.
it. What are they saying? What are they saying? What are they saying? Oh, we say they then. They and us, is it? Is it they and us? Go on, then.
No,
What are
you're
they saying?
bringing you're
This
bringing
instructional
No,
the
video
you said
will review
you
methods.
said they. Yeah.
The vehicle is turning left.
Oh, what the hell's going on? Anyway, I need to go, man. Big up to everybody, man. Take care, man. Shit.
Big up, Raj.
big up,
Big up.
big up, Raj.
Big up, man.
Big up, big up,
Yeah,
big up, big up,
peace.
mate.
Big up, Raj.
Yeah. So we say Ivy. What? Good say.
Nah, he was just gassing.
Yeah,
He was
no,
just
no, no.
gassing.
Yeah, but we found the
No
root to
one
your
got nothing to
we
say,
found the root to
like
your
Harlem,
Negrito
you just say any old shit and
Mohib.
try and play to
Yeah,
subject.
I think I've always said that there's a, because you see like Oriental people and you see Asian people, there was like it was actually used as a derogatory word to describe the people of a darker complexion, so in the subcontinent, so where the Philippines kind of meets, so they were described as negritos, so to identify them as black.
But you're saying you're Filipino, yeah?
No, I'm saying that like the if you look at the Filipino tradition, it's quite interesting because they're the only ones that preserve this idea of a black Jesus, peace be upon him. So they do, like, I think there's a march that happens in the Philippines.
No, but you
And-
said you was a Negrito. You traced
yeah,
your
I
thing
think
back and you're
if I was in the Philippines, I'd be identified as a Negrito. That's what I'm saying.
you
So
would be identified or you have some DNA
because
relation.
you see that
Nah,
we're not
man.
the same skin complexion. Where I'm from in Bangladesh, as I said, there's people that look quite Oriental, and there's people that have the darker skin complexion. So it is that kind of borderline. And if you look at the languages, there's
Which
words
one are
that-
you then? Which one are you? You saying you them? That's what
I mean,
you were
I
saying.
don't identify with color like that, but my mom considers me a black man, so I basically yeah.
She does what?
This is gonna cause trouble.
Yeah, my mom considers me a black man.
Why?
What
do you mean?
Well,
Is that
she just
Mohib,
said
yeah?
like you should be a proud black man, and you
Does
know,
everyone
like,
agree? Does everybody agree now? Mohib is a black man.
Well, he
I
could be.
definitely-
He could, as I said, someone said you could be a fish if you like.
I
This doesn't
definitely.
matter.
Yeah, man. It
Doesn't
doesn't
matter.
really.
Doesn't matter in these
But
new
Matt, you were
times,
saying
you
that
know.
you were saying that everything's
What?
kind of rooted back in Africa, right? You're saying everything like is rooted back in Africa, isn't it? And I don't disagree
Yeah.
with that. I think like everything kind of stems from.
Are you submitting? Are you submitting, Mohib? Are you submitting?
No. What I'm saying is that you. I think you lack a lot of wisdom, AV. So like,
I don't like wisdom, man. I got my own thinking, and I don't know anyone's thinking.
So then
I'll make
why
my
are you
own
asking
mind up. You get me? If
Well,
someone
why are you
tells
asking?
if
Why are you
someone
asking?
tells me,
What do you believe, AV?
Let me tell you then. If someone tells me, I'm going to say, yeah, you're right. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to say, all right, maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. It depends on the
No,
fact.
I'm saying, what do you believe on the Africa First Ferry in Pakistan, India, all these countries?
So what I get by Maku's presentation, right? And you guys, the way you bring it up, the argument, yeah? You want value for the African man or the African people, yeah? Which is fair enough, which is right, of course, because the value.
Sorry?
The value.
Value.
The
Say that
value.
again.
Let me
Repeat
finish.
that again, because you're waffling.
Let me finish. Let me
Repeat
finish.
what you're saying, because we didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So what I get by Maku's presentation, yeah, and some of the guys when they're bringing up the this argument, right, is that they're putting a value on the African descendants of African people, right? Or African man, if you want to say it that way, mankind, right?
Alhamdulillah.
No.
Let me finish. Then I might link up. Because in the past ages, the African mankind has been devalued. You know what I mean? Through all kinds of wrongnesses, as we know, we talked about them.
Yeah,
so
even
I
in
don't
India.
disagree with. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. And so you should. So you should. But let me finish, man. Let me finish, man.
When you talked about
let me finish, man.
Hold on, you said
Yo,
it yourself.
let me finish. You in my mouth, yeah? Let me finish.
But hold on, let me
finish.
yourself. When you talk about
no, you're not my mouth, man. Shut
let
up.
him finish. Let him finish.
Shut up, man.
Let him finish.
I don't want to say shut up, but I have to. Yeah, because I got my own mouth. Let me say what I gotta say. Yeah. So I agree with that. A value should be placed where the value has been displaced. The value should be placed there. I agree with that, Maku. Right. So I agree with your efforts. I know what you're doing, right?
No,
and
you don't.
That should be done. Yeah, maybe I don't totally, but I think I'm right somewhere
You got
along
it
the line,
wrong.
right?
You got it wrong.
Maybe. But then let me finish.
I will.
I would say though, yeah, this is all evolution you're talking about, right? And evolution could have gone this way or that way. It doesn't make me better than you. It doesn't make you better than me. You get me? It doesn't make me better than you.
I don't
It doesn't make
understand
you
what
better
you're
than me. You
talking
get me?
about. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, Maku
about.
will understand that. Maku understands what I'm talking
Brother
about.
AB, this is exactly what I'm saying.
There were so
really
many
don't.
countries involved in that small video.
You
It couldn't
misquoted,
have just been
man,
down
and all
to
sorts. Like,
genetics and
what are you
evolution.
doing,
It had to
AV,
be
man?
down to murder and genocide. Do you know what I
Are you
mean?
trying to incite violence or something? Like, what? What's going on? I don't
No,
understand.
I'm trying to get the gist
What did you
of
get
your.
from the video?
I missed what I said. My
There
phone
are a
overheated.
lot
That's why I got cut
of
off.
Africans, yeah, or descendants of Africans,
Yeah.
or ancient Africans,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
in the Asian subcontinent, and we've
So,
always said this.
yeah.
We've
And
always
that's
said
fine.
this.
What's wrong with that?
Right?
What's
So
wrong with
we're
that?
saying,
I'll tell you what's wrong with that, and I'll tell you why you
hold
left.
on, you
He's not
guys,
talking to you, man. Hold on.
the admixture of a admixture of a admixture of a admixture, yeah, don't get it, right? That those original people that reside in your countries, yeah, those original woolly-haired people of many varying different descriptions and hair types.
You're saying they come from Africa. That's what you're saying.
No, they're saying that, right? They're saying they carry African DNA, so therefore they must be Africans. Cool, no problem.
So what?
Right?
So what's
what
up
we're
with that,
saying,
man? They got from that. Yeah, carry on.
So when
yeah,
you're saying
but how
readjust the
they've
balance
been
of racism,
hold on, other than where they reside peacefully, yeah, and trying to stay away from the general societies and blah blah blah. In a lot of the countries that these people reside, they are marginalized, living
Discriminated against. I
well,
see.
kind of separate themselves from
Yeah. I see
general
what you're saying. Right.
society,
Okay.
right? And then
Okay.
that
But
society
you're not really pointing that part of the case out, Maku, because I'm not hearing that, man.
No,
I'm hearing the
just making
evolution
clear.
part, but I'm not hearing that part.
I don't deal with evolution. What do you mean evolution?
No, but that's what I've been hearing from you. But the part of the discrimination, I ain't heard that much in your argument this evening. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. I'm not.
The
I'm not
discrimination
disagreeing with
is
your.
that you never knew about some of them, right? That is already showing you that you've learned something new today, and there are people
It's fine, man.
in the place that you claim home. Hold on.
It's cool, man. Relax, man. It's cool.
In the place that you claim home, yeah, who
It's
have been
cool,
there
man.
a lot longer.
Relax. It's all one word. I understand. People would have moved about a lot of times in the past hundreds of thousands of years.
but brother
I know
AV,
that.
we came on this
Right.
conversation.
So that's what we were saying. That's what we were saying, and
It's
that's what
logic,
it is.
man.
Right? Yes? It is
Yeah,
logic.
yes, evolution.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're saying
Evolution.
it's not evolution, it's just people moving,
Not evolution,
migrating,
sorry, geography,
or traveling. Sorry, or traveling
Geography,
around
yeah.
the planet.
Yes,
but for any
Yes,
kind of fade or thing, there has to be the process of interaction with other people. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the only time that people start to change color, or the hair becomes a little bit more kinky or curly or whatever. It has to be that another set of people or another type, a phenotype, they interacted with. And if that happens, that is only in recent times, right? So we don't mind that it's happened, and in some case, it's never happened.
I don't
But
mind. I don't mind this happened either. You can't control it.
No, but the joke is,
What's happened has happened.
Hold on. The joke
and
is
there's no need to control it. Yeah, carry on.
the joke is they've been marginalized. Those,
You can't,
those,
you can't,
that's
we can't
the
control
point
it on
that
the
you're trying to get
panel,
to.
but
That's the
there's
point you're trying to
wicked
get to,
people
right?
in
I
your
see.
country. No, 1 second. We can't control it on the people, but on the panel. But let's get it right. There's wicked people in your country that are controlling it now, because you won't see none of them people on TV or radio in
Those are the
Pakistan
people.
or India.
So,
Do you
yeah,
get
man.
what I'm
Okay,
saying?
buddy, I'll
So
agree
there
with
are
you on one
evil,
point.
wicked people that are subjugating them, even though we can't do nothing about it. There's people that are doing something about it. Does that make sense?
Those are the people interested in throwing coconuts at them. Like
I didn't see that part.
you
but
don't
I didn't see
give
most of the video, but I heard
you
say.
don't give something for nothing.
But brother Snipes,
Yeah.
what if I was to tell you that information what you did is very beneficial to us, but the Asians, European, they know who we are, which is why they practice the racism. They know all this.
That's the
anyway.
biggest fact ever.
Of course they
They
That's
know
the
all
biggest
this.
fact
You
ever.
know?
A white man
Yeah.
told me already that
I didn't
obviously
understand that,
man's
yo. I'm
lucky.
sorry, man. I didn't
No,
understand what you're trying to say there.
1 second, bro. A white man's already told me that I'm lucky because I know my history. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? He doesn't
white
know
man
where
told
the
you that,
fuck he comes from.
So you listen to the white
This
man, yeah?
white, huh? No, I'm saying to you, example of what white people know about black people.
They know
They
who we
know
are.
that
Yeah,
we
you listen
know
to them,
our
yeah?
history. Does that make
You
sense?
listen to them, yeah?
Yeah,
you
the
know your
Asians,
history, they
the
respect
Asians know who you are, the Middle Easterns, and they all know who we are, which is why they use a set of code of conduct, because they have to control the reality. If they didn't have the unethical code of conduct, then black people would rule the planet again. This is
You're
but they
being a
have
bit
to have
vague.
the
Kel, man, you're being a bit vague, man.
and in rule, hold on, and in rule, who said it was gonna be? It's gonna be anything like what we got here? Car. That is not necessarily our way. You get what I'm saying? Some of us live in nature and we live in small communities, and some of us live in cities and have structures and all of that, right? So there's two, and the city livers, the city dwellers, like us and our ancestors right now, yeah, compared to the ones that are older and want to live more rural or more in nature, because we need to go back to that. Because living in these big cities with all this pollution and all this fake hay fever and all of that, because of the pollution,
And all this racism.
yeah, racism to a certain extent. I'm not so
Where
much
you live,
bothered
though.
by that. That's only a system within a system, right? And if you're silly enough to fall for the trappings of racism, I don't see there's much trappings, because if you're caught being racist in a lot of circumstances, you will be
I
dealt
don't
with
think
accordingly.
it's in your face nowadays, man. It's very, very
Yeah,
discreet.
of course,
Very
it is.
discreet.
That's
Very
what I try and
discreet.
tell people.
It's very
there when you want to
discreet,
get a
but
job.
0 to 100.
It's there when
it's
you want to buy a
also,
bus ticket, train
It's a code,
ticket.
man.
If you want to apply for a job,
Yeah.
it's there.
Brother
We know
Avi, can I
where
ask
it
you?
is. We know
Brother
where it
Avi,
is.
can I ask you a question? Why did me identifying as a black man? Why did that make you feel that I was submitting
No,
to the black race?
I'm just winding people. No, Kel wouldn't agree with you. Kel wouldn't agree with you. Kel is Mohib a black man?
These things probably upset him, innit?
I've never
To
seen
be
that,
honest,
bro.
they might upset you a bit, innit, AV? That Asian
Here's
man
the thing.
identify as black.
No, but here's the thing. You
Does
Avi,
it
you said that you
wind
don't
you
care
up?
what people
Get
think.
out of my country, everybody.
Because I think you asked the question before.
You didn't say that to the white
do
man when he came there and subjugated you for 200 years. Yeah, that's what I mean. All of a sudden you got mouth. Shush. Yeah, sorry, go on, brother.
I think I think AV asked the question about he said something to do. Yeah, you said something
when he's a black man.
No, you said something before brother Matthew the presentation. You said something to do. When is the limit for you to kind of say something without it class being racist? Do you remember when you asked that before?
Yeah. I said what I said was I defined, we kind of put a definition to discrimination, right?
Yeah.
What I said before, what I put this definition to discrimination, which I said roughly was if you keep a dislike for someone without a validity, right? Without a valid reason, you can't justify it. So discrimination would happen at that point. If you enact it out, it's an action as well. It's not only a thought, right? But if you had a reason to discriminate against someone, that's what I was saying, Kel. I was saying I can't put it. I had a few examples in mind, and it was
No,
just
I
the
get
right
what you're
examples.
saying.
Self-preservation
I
is a
understand
reason to
exactly what you're saying.
discriminate
Yeah, man.
against someone.
And the
AV,
thing
What I'm trying to say is that
and
there's a reason
one
you
sec,
don't allow
bro.
certain
AV,
people to come near your family. You get me? That's a
AV,
good
can I ask you a
example.
question?
You don't allow
Can
them
I ask
coming
you
near
a
your
question?
family because they're a danger to your family. That's a
AV,
good
can I ask you a
example to put
question?
there.
Do you
So
think
that's valid in the
self-preservation? Do you think self-preservation is one of the main reasons why they're racist and obviously prejudiced towards darker skinned people?
No. Prejudice and just racism, discrimination is
No,
more. It's more.
I'm saying in places like
more than that.
no, let me rephrase the question. I'm saying in places like India, because they don't,
Yeah,
because they know they don't
no, I agree
belong
with
to
you.
the country,
Yeah.
they don't
To that
belong
level,
to
yeah.
nowhere
People,
near there.
yeah, it's the same
And
as the
basically
English.
they
Yeah,
rape. Yeah, exactly. They're just like the
it's the same as
Europeans,
the
rape,
English here. Yeah, it's the same as
genocide,
the English
and
here.
all of that
They're
to
gonna
build
look
the
at themselves
country.
and think.
Do you think that it's a threat
Yeah.
for them? Yeah, it's a threat for them. So obviously they
But
have
that's
to
what we
put down.
That's what we're discussing, Freddie. Whether it's a valid
Okay,
threat or not. Whether it's a
all
valid
right.
threat. Because
Well,
some threats are valid when you're
What is he
actually
talking
real.
about? Sorry,
You know
well,
what I'm saying?
Avi, I will say, anytime a non-African person has to deny or control African human
You got
rights.
any non-African friends, Kel? I want to ask you. Karen, sorry.
Hold on,
Karen,
brother. Yeah.
Sorry.
Anytime a non-African person has to, and this is a political scientific strategy, anytime a non-African person has to deny or control African human rights with their face expression, body language, mannerism, or the label that they associate themselves with, or any form of a joke or a comment that they have to remove the African rights in order to make themselves feel comfortable, then you're definitely practicing racism.
Discrimination or racism.
Yeah, racism.
Yeah, but you know what I was getting at, Kel? I was saying, like what Freddie was saying, we were saying people feel threatened, right? It's self-preservation, yeah? That the natural inclination for someone is to get...
What? You're cutting up, man.
Everyone race, I don't care what anyone says. But
Someone's ringing your phone,
is
I
it
think.
valid? Some threats are valid. You know, like that. What? Remember that Troy story where the guys come in the horse and they come in someone's kingdom and they come out the horse and they take over the kingdom. You remember that one?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That one was a valid threat, but they didn't see that.
AV, you're coming in and out, you know, bro. You're coming in and out.
Your volume's dog shit right now.
You're coming in and out, bro. You need to repeat that again.
Pause.
Pause. But yeah, man, obviously, obviously, I know white people and Asians and all the rest of them are scared of them. Do you know what I'm saying? They're never going to admit to a black planet because obviously it's some sort of inferiority slight to them. Black people in these that are indigenous to these countries have never tried to make claim. We've never ever tried to make claim. We've just got on with our lives, and we're still being persecuted. So I know these people are evil deep down, and it's not just one set of people. It's all over the world, bro. It would be different if the African people was coming off the island and saying we own shit. They've never done that, bro. Never. So I can't see what's going on. Why all this persecution? You know what I mean?
Well, remember, our natures are different, brother. You know, we are from the sun. They are from the mountain or the ice or the sand. The nature is different, brother. African people, sun people, know how to value and share resources and justice and equality. They don't know how to do that due to their environmental geographical climate where they're from. So to ask them to show justice and equality, given the fact that where they're from is going to be very, very difficult for them to do that, which is why I always say, brother, that to think that they're going to change, whether they're in religion or not, you know, they cannot be redeemed, you know. So we have to focus that our natures are not the same. It's not being disrespectful to them, you know, but it's the reality. Our nature is not the same.
Right. You're right.
It's not
My
the same,
nature's not the same as some black man. Look at Reggie. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Me and him have got nothing in common and never will have anything in common apart from he's black and I'm black. So I understand that. I definitely understand that. You know what I mean? Like, even our own African people are not going to have nothing to do with them, and that's just the God's truth.
He also the unsynchronization.
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because what Brother Sniper did was a beautiful presentation and stuff, right? And it resonated. But for the non-Africans, it's like we've got to try and control the reality. So they're gonna say or do certain things, which is basically unethical code of conduct racism. But for us, it's gonna resonate.
Got a question for Kel.
Yes,
Kel,
yes.
got a question for
Yeah.
you. Right, this relates to what I was trying to describe, yeah? About the
Right.
valid discrimination. So
Right.
you, right, if you had a house, right, if you had a house there, right, and someone came to rent it off you, right? But you have got an inclination or you've got good reason to believe that certain people are racist against you.
Yeah.
Yeah? Would you rent that house to those people? And don't
I
tell me
can't
yes,
hear.
no.
I can't hear, brother. I can't hear. I can't hear you. I can't hear.
Yeah.
Perhaps you
So
can stay
you
in
got
place.
you got a spare house. You got
Yeah.
a house to rent out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
a person comes along. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, 75%, because you got experience, and these people. Yeah. This person's racist.
Yeah.
Right. They look down upon you really. Yeah. And they hate you really. They got that in them. Yeah. In their heart for you. Right. Are you gonna rent your house out to that person?
I'm gonna be honest.
They're not telling you any words that would indicate they're racist, but you know it from your experience.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and that right. I'm gonna be very, very honest with you. I don't let non-African people in my house at period. Unless
okay. Why is that? Why is that?
Because the reason why is, and this is, this is something that I was raised upon certain types of strategies. What I do, if I'm out on the street,
But AV, you can't act surprised because Asians do the same. So why
Let him speak. Let him speak, man. He's speaking. Let him speak.
Yeah, but the difference is, right? The difference is the reason why a Pan-Africanist political science will do that is because historically, whenever we have been around non-African people, they mistreat us, and whenever we have defeated them in war, right, and we come to a truce, like when the Sudanis defeated the Arabs, and they seem to use their religion or some form of a spiritual thing, and then they will manipulate and then segregate black people. So how I was raised,
right? So you think they're racist, yeah? In some way or form, you think they're you think they are racist somewhere?
No, I'll say all non-African people practice on ethical code.
Racist, yeah, okay.
All of them.
So you ain't gonna rent your house out to them. You ain't gonna rent your house out to them, right?
I'm not gonna let them in my house. I'm not gonna let them in my house. Yeah.
To you, that is valid discrimination.
No, to me that's betterment because it's protection.
Right.
To me, that's learning from history. To me, that's learning.
Yeah, but that's what
I can't understand why.
I was saying. He's putting reason to
one second here, bro.
You get me?
No, AV, one second, my brother. 1 second.
Yeah.
We've got to learn from history, bro, man. Come on, man. Like if thousands of incidents have happened and it's historical facts that these things have happened. Like we can't just fucking brush it under the carpet and say, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? It never happened. And it was a long time ago. We still have to learn from it. You know what I'm saying? We still have to learn and teach our children how to cope with it moving forward. Do you get what I'm saying? So these are where all these theories come from. They're not conspiracy theories because it's based on reality. History.
Yeah, history is not conspiracy. History is fact. Yeah, it happened.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I ain't saying. I'm not saying brush it under the carpet.
We have to thrash it out and come up with theories to combat this. Do you agree?
But with Kel, he's made a judgment from history upon everybody on the human race, which is fine. That's his mind. That's his thinking. But he believes he's been fair by doing that. You get me? He ain't gonna rent that house out to anyone that is non-African because he believes their treatment won't be right. He believes he's gonna be racist.
But the thing is, AV, The thing is,
No, go on, let him finish. Let him finish. Let AV finish.
what you got to understand is right. What you got to understand is right. There is a historical mistreatment, right? And when you understand human nature,
I get you,
is
man.
that
I got it.
when you're going through pain, whether it's a hit, you don't want to keep getting hit all the time. You want to kind of like protect
I
yourself.
got it, man. I get you. I get you. And that's what other people are doing too. So people, when they're saying we're not, they're doing the same as you. Exactly the same as you were doing.
No, because
They're doing
the thing,
exactly the same as you, man.
no, they're not doing the same because Asian
They
African
got
people
other reasons.
haven't subjugated Asian people. We haven't subjugated the Middle East.
You don't understand, man.
The Europeans.
You're talking about treatment from one people to another, one person to another. You're talking about treatment. They also go upon treatment, their experiences, what they've experienced from other people, the way they've treated them. So they might be black people, white people, Asian people, Turkish people. They're going to have judgments on everyone, as you do as well. You say non-African people, other people are a bit more like specific, you know. But
as Africans,
everyone can go upon the experiences and treatments.
I know, but as Africans treated them bad, AV. As Africans treated them bad. The Africans.
You don't know that, man. You don't know until you ask them personally. What's your reason? What's your reason? They might tell you, man.
AV. Historically in Manchester, that's not the case. Historically in Liverpool, that's not the case. Historically in the Midlands, that's not the case. Historically in London, that's not the case, bro.
Look, Freddie, look. You know, you met some white racist man in your life, yeah? You have done, same as me and same as everyone here, right? We all would have done because we live in England, right? And we grew up with it. And in certain ways or another, we would have faced it. And you remember them faces. You remember them people. You remember them attitudes. And if you come across those certain type of people again, if you even think you're coming across those certain type of people again, you are going to be on the defensive. You are going to say, nah, shit that. You get me?
No,
that's what I'm saying. Treatment makes you the way you are. You're product of your environment.
I just think.
Hold on.
They've received.
So then, AV, why do you think then black people are cautious? Why do you think black people are cautious of Asian people? Why?
I don't know, man. They're racist. All of you are racist.
You think it's racism? Or do you think
every one of you are racist, man? Tell my country.
You're a joker, AV. You made me laugh too.
Do you think it's the feeling of togetherness, as ethnic minorities, and then being sold out by your brothers?
God save the Queen, man.
Exactly, for that reason.
I'll be honest with you, AV. I'll be honest with you. When I see Europeans, Middle Easterns, and Asians, they have a very interesting strategy, right? And basically, it is we're going to be the victimizers and the victim, and we're going to pretend that we're the victim and make African people the victimizers. So they'll have this type of behavior where they'll act nervous around you, or they'll.
That's a statement. That's a statement.
Can I finish?
You can justify that. I got 2% on my battery. That's what we'll let you know, right?
Okay.
2%. Right, Karen.
They've got like a behavior where they'll act like you're some form of some form of a monster that has mistreated them.
Right. Yeah.
But the reality of it that we haven't mistreated them at all. Me personally, I'll be honest with you, I'm very
not you.
I'm very cautious.
I don't know unless you have.
I'm very cautious of all non-African people and stuff. Like when I see them,
I'm you ain't, man.
No, I really am. I'm being honest with you.
You love all people, man.
No. I can get them, but I'm very cautious with them. I'm not like how can I put it?
I don't believe it.
No, I really am, honestly. I don't trust neither one of his. I'll be honest with you. No, I'm being honest. Honestly. Truly, I'm not lying to you. I'm being honest because the way how you collectively.
I wouldn't trust Asians as well. I don't trust Asians either.
Well, it's not just Asians; it's Europeans, Middle East.
I definitely don't trust Asians, man.
African people on the continent.
I don't trust many people actually.
It takes a while.
I'm very like, you know what I mean? So I understand that there's a mindset that they have, which they try to neutralize and psychologically destroy the African mind.
Kel, let me jump in. Kel, some people have got valid experiences, right? They've experienced like racism, for example, what you mentioned Freddie earlier, right? But some people's ideas are from rhetoric. Rhetoric is a bad idea sometimes. When you talk, right? Some people are talking and some people are listening, particularly in pubs when they're drinking or something like that. rhetoric becomes racism at one point, I reckon, because it
Are,
becomes generalization.
are you of any faith, AV though?
No, I'm a racist, man.
No, I'm just saying in general, like, are you Sikh,
That's my
Muslim,
faith.
whatever?
That's my faith. I'm racist.
All right, cool. I know. Yeah, we gotta have a serious conversation sometimes. Still, because obviously
Yeah, I got
we've had a
1%.
lot of
I got
mockery.
1%.
We've had a lot of
1% on my
mockery
phone,
today.
Freddie.
So we've got
I
to get
got
serious
1%
at
on my
some
phone, man.
point. Huh?
I seriously got 1%. I got 1% on my phone.
Okay.
So
But get
what you say, what I
serious
want to say.
though, because when Asian people are talking about
I'll try.
Islam,
Okay.
I'll never make
So
jokes.
some people got
You
rhetoric.
make, does that make
Some people
sense
got
though,
rhetoric.
AV?
Like Freddie sometimes got rhetoric as well, right? Because some
Yeah, but I'm
rhetoric is
saying
wrong.
to you,
It makes kind of themes, People listen to it, people speak it, and
No,
everyone's following it.
I understand we've
You
got
get
to
me?
be light-hearted,
Not all the
innit?
time.
I understand we've got
Sometimes
to be
it's valid.
light-hearted.
Sometimes someone's experience is valid, and they've been victimized for real, so they got a certain defensive on their minds and their actions all the time, and against certain people as well. Yeah, like maybe black
Yeah,
people
but
on Asian people on black. Or
listen,
as it
yeah.
fell
When you're trying to have a
yo.
serious, when people, I often notice it when people are trying to have a serious discussion about their race, like black people, it always turns out to be some sort of mockery or joke or some sort of Black Panther.
This ain't a mockery or joke, man. In between
No,
the jokes, we're making some points.
I'm not saying you're doing it, AV. I'm just saying in general, when people get confronted with the truth, because the hard truth
I'm a joke, man.
sometimes
I'm
is
a joke. Mackie will tell you
it's
that.
a
I'm a
bitter
joke.
pill to swallow, innit? So when you get the truth confronted in your face, you normally like to go around the corner and change the subject and go on to something else. You get what I'm saying?
Which is classed as racism, brother. Which is
yeah, I've noticed it a lot, bro. I've noticed it a lot.
Yeah.
I
Because
am,
anytime you have to deny African human rights with a joke, a comment, or your face expression, body language, mannerism, or a label that you ascribe to, whether it's a religious label, you're actually practicing racism. And this is the thing, they don't realize it, but you actually are practicing race. You deny it, rolling the human rights.
Bro, guess what, family tree? I'm saying we have to theatrize or whatever they call it. I don't know the word for it, but we have to come up with these different theories, bro. Because right now, if we don't try and combat the problem we're facing, no one will help us. So we have to go through these theories. No matter how mad they sound to the non-African man, it has to be talked about. You get what I'm trying to show you? It has to be thrashed out. Even though you don't like what you're hearing, it's reality. It's you know what I mean? It's the world we're living in. Do you know what I'm saying? And you can joke out our reality and deny our reality, but it's pointless.
Because the youth has to know. I said this many times, even in lectures and lecture. The youth have to understand political science. They have to understand, because I don't think people know how to explain racism properly. If they understand that it comprises of whenever a non-African person has to deny or control your human rights in any of that runs the world, or in any form of body language or mannerism, this is classed as racism, because they have to control. Like Brother Maku put that video on. As I said before, and that we understand that we were there first, but to a non-African person, it's like you're reminding them that they came last. So they have to use the ism of racism to keep up with what was before them, which is why you get all these jokes and laughs. And I appreciate the presentation of Snipes, because it's needed. It restored the conscious mind, but they can't help but to practice, which is why I'm not being extreme, which is why I was taught to keep away from them. You know what I mean? Be polite.
You was taught some good things then, because at the end of the day, I only mix because I'm already in it. I'm already in it. I've been in it. I have to mix it. Like, I can't. It's too late for me to go back. I've led such a sheltered bubble. Like I was in such a bubble, thinking everything's going to be cool for me and my family, and my loved ones around me, that I've just accepted certain Western ways. You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong with like mixing. There's no wrong with mixing, brother. Like if you have to go in certain institutes because we don't have it, that's not the issue. But it's the strategies of not allowing your African consciousness to be swallowed. That's the issue. Sometimes we have to be in institutions, or sometimes because we don't have businesses, we have to work with them, interact with them. But it's the strategy of not allowing their consciousness to remove yours. This is what we were taught when we was younger. So there's nothing wrong with mixing. You know what I mean? You have to, you know, it's not about mistreating them, as you know. We're not like that anyway, but you have certain codes and conducts because they all practice unethical code of conducts and they've done nothing about it, brother. That's the sad thing about it. And they're in religions that typify justice and equality. So it's not about
definitely.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
most definitely, man. I've 100% noticed that, and there ain't nothing wrong with sticking with your race.
Yeah.
Or seeing your race as your salvation and your future. Your race lies, like your future lies in your race. There's no problems in that area at all. And like, let's exclude the outside races for now and crack on with what we're doing. There ain't no problem with that because every other nation does it gladly without even mentioning it.
Yeah. Because I mean, as I said, non-African people, man, personally, you can get along with them. I mean, panel, you know, like Khan and etc. and that they're fun, you know. You can, but at the end of the day, man,
jokers,
at the end of the day, and that they're not going to go to their community to dismantle white supremacy and that. And every African person has to understand that. You can laugh.
Neither are my black friends though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the black people don't have the power, Jay. This is the thing. They don't have the power to do it. The non-African people do, though. You know, they definitely have.
We're
it.
not interested.
Every
non-African person, yeah, I agree, man.
Every non-African person has the power to go into their community and destroy white supremacy. I don't know if that's true.
That's not true.
I believe they got a part to play, though, Jay. Because they can't be all on us.
Let's no wait. Let's don't.
I can't do that.
Stick with the point that was just made. Don't jump the gun. Stick with the point that was just made. Like, yeah, I don't believe that every individual non-African has the power to enter their community and destroy white supremacy.
Oh, destroy. Okay.
I believe collectively they could.
No way. If we can't do it, how can they do it?
Because they proved it with the vaccine. They proved it when the whites went to the government and said, "You don't sort this out, this vaccine, and sort out these jobs, we're popping heads off." And the government said, "Okay," and they allowed people to go and do certain works under the vaccine movement, and that they have the power to destroy it, man. They just don't want to.
Destroy what? Sorry. What was they trying to destroy?
No, when the vaccine movement.
He's saying every non-African person's got the power to destroy racism. And to me, destroy is a big word.
No,
collectively they do. Collectively they do.
And we already established that at the top.
I don't know.
Yeah, they don't care about racist white supremacy. They don't care about that. That's just a cog in their machine. They don't subscribe to that necessarily.
Cosmic Kitty, what's good?
Every day, these people push me too far, and I'm ready to pop. You understand me? And you don't want to do like this because I will be extremely dangerous.
That was off key. Proper.
Oi, she sounded like she had some gins riding her.
Hello.
Pause. But destroy Kel's a bit deep because you know what I'm saying. There are white people that
I told him this before, Freddie. That it's a heavy responsibility. I can't put that on my friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, the white boys I grew up with, or my Greek.
We don't even challenge it. We don't even challenge it everywhere we see it.
Yeah, I can't do that.
We pick and choose.
Well, we don't have the power to do that, though.
As a collective, you and I pick and choose. So,
and then the other bit is there's no collective.
Why would I expect more from somebody else than I'm actively doing?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
That's the question that we got to ask ourselves. Now, if you are a super duper top activist run off your feet, fucking trying to battle white supremacy, then I could see why you might be like, yo, what you lot on? But do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you just enjoy passing on a good post on WhatsApp or Instagram and jumping on a panel and having your say, then I don't know, man. I just don't. Like for me, I'm of the thought process that listen, you lot should all be concerned, and it shouldn't just be our problem. So when I see that lack of empathy, or when I see like people just don't really care, or they're more interested in their thing, I know all of that down. But at the same time, I got to put some of that down to human nature.
Yep.
I just know when fuckers is going on in man's face, people are active, and I think that goes for a lot of us, black, white, whatever. You know, it takes seeing stuff to really connect with it. You know what I mean? Because we've been desensitized to it to an extent by all different forms of media, based on all different kind of subjects. So, like, you know, I also know about how white supremacy, or even those that use white supremacy to control others, I also know how they manipulate the white people, and how the white people are also victims of the elitist agenda. And by white people, I'm using that in a broad sense. I'm not saying everyone's a victim, I'm not saying everyone's innocent, but there's definitely far more than a few individuals that just might not go. You know, I don't even know. It just doesn't work as a blanket statement. That's what I'm saying from my experience. It doesn't work as a blanket statement. But yeah, I would say a majority of white people don't give a fuck about other people's struggle. Like, let's be real. People like Banksy and you know, from the Middle Eastern to the Mediterranean to the European to the whatever. Like, there's loads of them that just don't identify and don't understand and misinterpret. There's people, English people, British people, that think, you know, there's black people that don't identify with it. You know?
Hey, Banksy's like the Iranian Pavlov. Yeah, the man that come to the country and want to get fully indoctrinated into the system, and now seem to be caping for the British, he assumes is the British ideals, when that's not true. You know what I mean? You've been sold a lie, because their policy of immigration and all of that is an open door one. They've never had no problems with letting people in their country.
Is that it gives you something. It gives you something to do, and something to keep you company when you have the yearning for a woman, and there is no woman there.
True.
You know,
You're right.
People will plug their lives with all sorts of fuckery. Yeah, man. It's like, bro, sad people, man. I get it, man.
Sad. I just heard some crazy statements coming out.
That's why I always try and encourage man to get a wife, bro.
You immigrant. I was just thinking. I started to feel a little bit prejudiced. Like you.
Yeah, go lie down with something. You get me? That's what I'm saying.
Like, you immigrant, some of my bitch. Like, I was thinking, like, what, bro? You can't do this. Iranians and Africans and West Indians are all classed as ethnic minorities. I don't know what's going on. Like, bro, we're all in the same boat together. Some people think they better than us.
Empathy for immigrant women when you pay to fuck them all. So, you know what I mean? All the ones you've met, you've paid to fuck. So,
yeah,
your view of them is low.
And
the men try to beat you up, so they intimidate you.
One thing I do agree with, though, only the Africans who are synchronized are gonna have to destroy white supremacy. No other
where they are, maybe where they are. If it's, as I said, like, you have to go to Africa and these different parts and see what the thing is going on there. But I'm telling you, bro, it's very. You talking about political science? Yeah, Africa political science can leave you dead at the dinner table. You know what I'm saying?
I'm the same, brother. As you know, as a Pan-Africanist movement, I definitely know that it's gonna have to take the Pan-Africanists actually.
You don't sound like the police. Like
I know, it's mad.
the war on terror, the war on drugs,
Yeah.
the war on white
on
supremacy.
Africa. Yeah.
Well, there is, you know, we are.
But you know what?
victims of
Listen,
white
I
supremacy.
mean,
we pledge to. We here at the Black Liberation Party, we pledge to destroy white supremacy.
Yeah, it's true. Don't add up. Yeah, don't add up.
It has to go because I don't believe
Ideology is that
African people should
it's
be
ingrained.
subjugated.
It's
Yeah.
ingrained into society. It's not just as simple as going anywhere and destroying it, bro. You're not just gonna burn down the building.
I just said, like
Yeah,
the way my brother's thinking, he's gonna get a lot of Africans killed, and these men don't want to be on the front line. They want to do administration stuff and strategies and all of that from far away. Like,
listen,
I'm
what
really,
you saying, what Brother Kel's saying is good,
and
but
they ain't
it's
got
just
no base.
outdated.
No, it's not good. Because there's no
Outdated,
base.
fam. That's all it is.
What?
It's,
To get a
it's
base,
like,
bro, to go to Africa and supposedly find somewhere and make a base for our weapons and all of that. One spot with all these
is that what you
drones.
said?
I never
all
said
these drones and all
I
these
never said one
satellites
spot,
and all this
brother. I
stuff.
never said one spot, brother Snipe.
Bruh,
I
you
said it's
can't
gonna
even.
take a
I
whole.
wouldn't even advise
the platform.
I wouldn't even advise like all the African world leaders meeting up.
Yo,
But I'm not talking about
They
them
would
meeting
get
up.
blown
I'm
up.
talking about
Rayhan, what's good, brother?
I'm good, bro. What you say, man? You good?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What you saying about all of this?
No, I'm good. No, I'm just listening. I like no, I was just saying, anyone seen the film The Platform?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's kind of similar like to the way we're living right now. That we're all from a different country, from
Right.
Africa,
Right.
from the Asian continent, Middle East, whatever. We're all dealing with the scraps that come down to us. So when the scraps come down to us, we're just fighting. So we're gonna fight each other no matter what race we are, what color we are, because the people on
What's
top
the scraps?
are passing. The scraps are, what comes from the elites. They pass it down to us.
What? Passport now?
The
food,
the
platter.
food, the wealth, whatever is distributed
Yeah.
after what they've taken,
Okay.
what they have. And then when it comes down to us, it's gonna keep going down. It's gonna go down to those
Us being we're in England, yeah.
Yeah,
Or-
we're in England.
Okay.
We've come to this country. Our parents come to this country, and they try to build something. But we've come into their land. So they're passing down. They see it as that we're gonna stay on top. We're gonna pass down those things to you, and let you lot fight. So we're between Asians, blacks, Moroccans.
Yeah,
and stuff.
but
We're gonna fight.
unfortunately, when you get here and you turn around one of the tins of food that they've passed down, it is made in India, made in Ethiopia, made in Congo, and you come to find out that the food that you think you're getting passed down from is your shit. Because they stole the shit from you lot, from your
Right.
But I heard that.
It's a different analogy. It's a different analogy because we got to keep it realistic. We ain't never gonna give these guys the credit to say, yeah, you man got a house autonomous of, like you never got the house off the back of people, blood, sweat, and tears. No, it's why you got a house. It's how you got the house.
Yep.
You didn't just build a house fair and square like everyone else. You get me?
Yeah, but when I look at the people that got the house before me, they went for the same struggle. They had to live in they had to live in a house with 10 people.
Where are you from, Rayhan? Where are you from?
Huh?
What country? What country are you from?
For me, I'm from the Asian subcontinent. But I haven't, you know what? To be personally, I haven't got it like the way. It's not like that for me. But that's how I see it. I feel like we're all kind of like, there is discrimination between our own like ethnic minorities.
No, man. There's no discrimination. We don't. No.
There shouldn't be.
How?
There shouldn't be because we all came on the same
We
boat.
said we just don't trust y'all. We used to trust y'all, and we just don't trust y'all again. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
It makes
that's
it
fine.
very difficult. So, like, yeah, we do have Asian friends and all of that, and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's a screening system because, bro, I've been burnt in the past.
It
You know what I'm saying?
definitely is.
I've been
No,
burnt
I
in the
agree
past
with you in
by
that sense. Yeah, with you in that sense.
sold down the river, looked down the eyes of my Asian sister in the
That's
courtroom.
100%.
Like, yeah, she wants to prosecute me proper. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, rah, well, no love.
But you see, like look at
You know what I'm saying?
look at Preeti Patel. She's Asian, but what has she done for the
You men are
Asians?
resigning. You lot are resigning right now.
But that's what I'm saying, innit? Because at the end of the day, if you're in that system, you've got to show that you're prosecuting your own. You got to show that you're pleasing the elite.
Right.
So now on a lower
Right.
level, how can you imagine when you come into the corner shop? It feeds down.
It does.
In housing,
It does.
in everything. If it comes down, it comes up because we're trying to compete. We're trying to get to the top where they are on the elite level.
No, I don't think African people are.
I think you're sitting in a different. You're sitting in a different
No,
position.
no, that's not how it should
Remember.
be. I know you're saying that African
No,
people.
listen, I think that's more of a
Listen.
sub-Asian thing where you
Listen.
care about money and
No.
you live for money.
Listen,
Because if Africans was living for money, we'd be in a better
No,
position.
because all Asians.
You
I
lot are
don't think
feeding
that's what
off
they're
us.
living for.
My brother, my brother.
Wealth and all that.
Even down in the little convenience store, yeah, there's an old uncle who's there during the school run to get me to keep an eye on the kids and blah blah blah. Right? You
Yeah.
lot got cash and carries. You lot got all sorts and blah blah blah. You're in a different position to us, and to do that, you had to step on
I ain't got
a
that,
few of
but
us.
but I get what you're
I'm
saying.
just saying.
Yeah, I
Like,
get
you
what
had to
you're saying.
step on a few of us, and remember, we're the biggest consumers out here. So it's only smart to be around us because we spend a lot of money. We come into your store and buy cigarettes and this and that and blah blah blah. And yeah, let me get that, Mr. Fink. Give me that brandy up there. Whatever. We support the cause, but we just doing what we doing. Yeah, because everybody knows our worth. Yeah, we're the only ones who don't know our worth in that sense of Black Friday. Bloody arseholes. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they know the worth and the strength of the melanated coin. Do you get it? Because we just like to buy things. We'll buy cars. We'll buy this. We'll buy that. We'll buy computers. We'll buy everything. We will buy everything. You lot will sell everything. Yeah. And then you lot have maximized on the black hair products and skin products and all of those type of things. You know what I mean?
Personally, I haven't like Michael, I agree with Asians trying to kind of get into every market. Like, I've seen that they have that in them,
right?
But it's more of like a supply and demand thing. Like, I personally haven't grow up in that kind of lifestyle where, like, my family kind of, they've got all these shops and businesses and stuff like that. I can't really kind of relate to it, to be honest. But I know what you're saying. But I feel like in the community that they're in, they've kind of sensed out, okay, you know what? If I can sell something and there's a black community, there's a Mexican community, there's a Chinese community, I'm going to tap into it.
Listen, I see it as this, yeah. The whole society is built a certain way, right? When you get wealth, you move out, right? So now this small convenience store, this cash and carry, this paid for certain people to go to university and and become accountants and and architects and all of that. So now we've got the second generation. First generation were the hard workers, small businesses, small shops, whatever, just in a job for most of their life until they, retired or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying black as well, right? Yeah. So we're not complaining about, oh, you got better than us and We saw their parents or you lot's parents work hard, yeah, through hard work, solid working, right? Build up you guys, yeah, build up themselves, obviously, like have a nice house and all of that, but the main focus was you guys. The big car was for you, for the next generation, right? So and it's paramount, just like how Africans think, and West Indians think as well. Yeah, education is key. Yeah, so they want their children to do better than them because some of them don't even speak English that well, right? But they've managed to attain some form of wealth or some form of business and, you know, some form of income for many years to raise you, send you school, do whatever, you know what I mean, university. Oh, okay. Do you get what I'm saying? Whether you did it at home or you went away to uni, it's neither here nor there, but everybody's struggle on that is the same, right? But what we find is that once people reach those positions now, the second generation now, they've got into those jobs, their mind is not set like their parents anymore. Yeah. They didn't go through the same struggle to earn money. Do you get it? They came in at 25K, blah, 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 because man's a qualified accountant. He can be a, you know, bookkeeper. He can do anything. There's so many jobs. And then in other cases, it's IT, innit? Right? A part of the Asian community, that's a lot of y'all do IT. Yeah. So there's money in that. There's no lie, right? But again, it's taking you away from your people. You might decide like you want to travel now. You want to move to I don't know, Oxford, for example, buy a house. Now this is splitting up the thing. There's no community. Even though I know that some people do that and they look after their family, but it's separate, isn't it? Some people want to live in Hadley Wood and rich areas, you know what I mean? They want to live like the Joneses.
That
So
you know what, Maku, like, you know,
Mm.
when you mention IT, like, for example, I've suffered racism as well, yeah. Like when I went, like, I'm an IT graduate as well.
Right.
Like even when I went to my first job, yeah, in Mayfair, we're talking about Mayfair.
Yeah, yep.
I went there and I'm gassed because I'm like, I'm in Mayfair. Yeah, I'm coming from East London and I'm like, wow, I'm going to Mayfair.
Right.
When I got there, I had an interview with a director. This is like a funding, like a management funding, like business and stuff like that. They got real estates everywhere,
Right.
banks, whatever. When I walk in there with the director, he said the first thing, you know, he kept quiet. He didn't say anything to me. Towards the end of the interview, he said to me, I bet I support Liverpool, yeah? Big up Liverpool fans. And he said to me, oh, I bet you support Liverpool because you're a Mo Salah fan. You're a Mo Salah fan.
Right.
So, as an Asian, yeah, this is what, you know, like we have our own,
sly
like,
one,
yeah,
isn't it? It's a sly one.
So I'm like, no, I support Liverpool since I was like 7-8 years old.
Yeah.
Like, then on my CV, like my work experience said that I worked in East London, and he said,
Right.
"Oh, okay, was that owned by your relatives?"
Wow. Just assuming, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
So you know, in Mako, check this. Yeah, I passed the interview. I passed the assessment stage. Like, I'm competent.
Right.
And then to turn around, just for him to say that, I walked away. The recruiters never even called me after that because they knew that they didn't want an Asian
man.
face.
That's offensive, man. That's
Yeah.
offensive.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that's
what
what
it
I'm
is?
saying. That's something that
bro,
I've
we're
suffered
saying.
personally.
They didn't want an Asian face like yours because maybe, obviously, you not looking to get rid of your heritage as quick as another Asian. But another Asian man would have went in there, and as soon as he said, "Oh, is it my shop? Is it your people's shop?" He would have said yes, and then he would have laughed at all the stereotypical jokes because that's how you lot do, innit?
That's how
Like
they
you
want.
turn the blind eye to racism, innit? For once, it benefits your pocket. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Well, there
will
was
be
the
more.
recruitment agency that kind of they had outsourced. So the recruitment agency didn't really know what they wanted. The recruitment agency is focused more on getting people into them. Like they get
No, but
commission.
do you believe there would have been Asian people that would have went to that interview and laughed with the man?
Maybe because wait, hold on, because the recruitment agency never saw me. They never saw what I looked like. All they knew, they saw my CV. They said, "Oh, you fit the criteria." I went for the assessment, passed it, aced it. I'm more than
I'm not
competent.
saying what you done. I'm saying your cousin or your brother or one of your people that you used to
I
go
think
school with.
it was because you was a Liverpool fan still, but
No,
Maybe,
I just think because
you know, if it was a Liverpool fan, yeah. But when you mentioned
I
Mo
just think
Salah, I was
because
like, yeah, this is
you
now,
know
now
what,
you
I
hit
don't.
me.
I think it's because you came across a bit too authentic, innit? Like you didn't come across like your normal, typical Asian that's up the arse of white people. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Yes, bro, that's factual. Look at Pretty Patel and all the rest of them.
I think, but you was if you sounded like you sound now, then you would have sounded like completely humble and submissive and blah blah blah. So like maybe because you didn't react to the things that he's saying, do you get what I'm saying, in the right way? They want you smiley, they want you bobble headed, they want all of that. Yeah. They want you because they know there's 101 Asians, as you said, that study IT and blah blah blah. I've got so many. Man have to go to other countries to get a good job and can get a good job. Even go back home. You understand?
My point was like we from those kind of people, we suffer racism left, right, and center as well.
Yeah, it's
Do you know
soft,
what I'm
it's
saying?
soft. Subtle, as we said, subtle.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like I couldn't really say like it's on the same level.
And as I said, we protected our Asian brothers growing up. This is no lie. When they were out pee bashing and doing all sorts of horrible profanities to Asians, it was us who had man's back. We was brothers then. Do you know what I'm saying? We was brothers then. My brother,
Especially
we're
in
family.
East London. Especially in East London.
And then later on,
And in Birmingham, and in Manchester.
But this is why I kind of reference to the film The Platform.
And then
when the scraps come,
man turned their nose up at man. That's what I'm trying to say. Some, not all, but as I said,
I agree with Ray, when he says when the scraps come in it, but because black people do it all the time as well to fit in to line their
going
the other way
hold
round.
on. I'm not going to besmirch Freddie or his character or Kale. Do you get what I'm saying? In an interview, I'm not doing that. I'm not in a job with Kale or with Freddie, and then I'm trying to gain higher position by pinpointing and highlighting Freddie's turning up late and Kale's always. I think he's smoking around the back and all of that type of stuff. And, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. The snaking, the smiling in your face, give you tea, but will stab you in the back. That's all we're trying to say. Not everyone, not every Asian. This is why I said my Asian screening process, from young days has been like, because I've been burned. As I said, I've been open-hearted and loving, and as black people are to everybody around them. Like, you're all my family. What? What, you want to pick up my Asian brother? I'll punch you in your face. Are you dumb? You know what I'm saying? Like, no one ain't doing nothing to anyone I hold dear as a friend, right? Right, I'm the ruler of my environment, and trust me, it goes a long way. Do you get what I'm saying? Because where I'm from is rough and terrible, and you can die on any corner. So you need a guide if you come from outside the area and you're a friend of mine. Do you get what I'm saying? In the area to walk around, like I'm not going to protect you from every situation, but at my tender young ages there, but I'm a little bit wise enough to know how to behave, what to do, what to say, and da. But I'm saying, going to school, my Asian brothers was getting terrorized by the white boy. The one thing the white boy wasn't scared of, was the Asian youth. He was scared of the man them. Right, you scared of the man them, like, but I see my white boy pick up bin for Asian youth. Like, come on in, you can, Hey, listen, and I'm looking at the Asian brothers like from my estate, and I'm saying, bro, you gonna deal with this or what's going on? Man, I got weapons in their hand, but I can see in their eye that it's never gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, try and fight for your rights, bro, like your elders did, and I looked after them as well. When man wanted to rush them or do certain things to them, I was like, no, you're not doing nothing to my brethren, bro.
And it was systematically as well. We did it systematically.
I'm not saying we don't sell out, because obviously you see the job interview Ray described. Fucking my man would have said, "Oh, you're a Nigerian butt scratcher," to Reggie, and Reggie would have said, "When can I start?" It's not really like we don't do it.
You know what I mean?
But we don't do it to the extent of the Asian.
But
the Asian have run up the white man's ass at the same time disrespected the black man.
Look,
Do you
it's
get what I'm
fine.
trying to
It's
say?
fine.
And that's
Yeah.
what I
Look,
don't rate. I don't
listen.
rate that.
You
One
see,
of
like, I
my
don't know, like I
listen.
think like I grew up in a different period where
Mhm.
that was true to a certain extent, and there was a lot
Who
of
goes
like,
on now, big man? 2022. So, bro,
yeah, like what I'm trying to
You
say
know,
was
you've got
like,
that Ghanaian, Nigerian, Jamaican, Igbo, and you know you got at least one of each of those people as a friend. You get me? And if things went left or you needed something, you could rely on them. This has always been a fact for all different non-African people. Yeah, they
Right.
can always turn around to Mike and ask for anything, and I'll be there to get it. And
Right.
I've got same people from them in vice versa. I got a Turkish guy who, if I phone him now, he will come and help me move yard and do whatever, bro. When all I need my people or my black community, no one ain't fucking there, fam. People got things to do, people got families, people got kids, and da. But sometimes it seems only the non-African is willing to get up from his yard and leave his ute and and get in his van and come and help me. So I can't
yeah,
have the same biases that some of my
that's
brothers
what I
have.
won't diss them. I won't diss
Mm.
them. I won't diss no white
But as I
people.
said,
Maybe
everybody,
around unsynchronized black people.
no, hold on,
Right.
everybody got to know their role though. Who's top of the food chain? If I'm not top of the food chain and my people are not top of the food chain, then I'm fucking lying and dead. Not
Wait,
even
wait,
lying
wait,
and
Kel,
dying.
Kel,
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm finished. Then all what I
one,
said would have
one,
been a myth and a lie because
one
in
minute, Maku,
reality, go
because
on,
I just
Sammy.
want to get what Kel's saying.
Mm.
You're saying what's the word you use, Kel?
Maybe he's
Where
around synchronized Africans.
synchronized. Kel, get that out of your fucking vocab now.
on
Get that
synchronized.
out. Kel, you're not
Go on.
talking about black people when you're saying that.
Yeah,
What
What are you doing?
unsynchronized?
How can we be synchronized? We never have been synchronized. Did you just listen to the video? What Maku?
Beloved, I said on synchronized, not synchronized. On
But we're
synchronized.
not even
I know,
unsynchronized.
but
We're
bro,
just
Oh, with the,
that sounds too robotic, bro. We don't
why does
work
it?
like them. We're not nothing like them. They
as I said.
synchronize to rape and fucking pillage and genocide us. Asian people have synchronized to subjugate us. We don't synchronize for them things. We're not gonna do that. That's not
I
our
think,
route, bro.
I think you've misunderstood it, brother. You, a person
Explain it to me
who's
again.
unsynchronized, right? If he doesn't understand his reality, that you have to rely on one another and help each other out. That's if you can't do that, then you're unsynchronized.
No, you're not hearing thing. I'm saying like if your people can't help you, yeah,
Right.
you have to have formed friendships and relationships with non-Africans because this is the area is and where you grow up is dominated with these people. It's a different environment to up north where you're segregated. So I understand where you're all coming from, but I'm saying where we're coming from, it
It's
can't
different.
that kind of format. Yeah, it can't even work. Even Shakara knows it can't even be that because he's got to work with Europeans to get certain things done. He's got to appeal to them.
Every
He's got to
day.
take forms. He's got to go to the council. He's got to go to appeal to certain rules and regulations that deal with education. Do you get what I'm saying? Like he's got to deal with them.
That's
You get what I'm
different.
saying? There's no way.
You can have temporary solutions,
And
brother.
even in that
Right.
structure, you've got
Right.
to still have someone who's got a heart. Because like sometimes, yeah, it just be that white
Hey,
person
brother.
who be that angel. 1 second, because we're
Sorry.
saying that we don't even know what angels will come like. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. They'll come black, white, Chinese. That's why you always got to be polite and respectful to everybody, because you don't know where your blessings coming from, fam. Yeah, it could be the little old tramp who comes and gives you a coin, and that coin you flip it, and it brings you luck on something, and and then all of a sudden your fortune has changed, and you say, "Oh, bless that guy." You know what I mean? Because if I never did it, or maybe I never give that offering to that person begging, you know what I mean? You don't know, bro.
So by that one, so by non-African people helping it, does that change the reality of racism on African people globally?
No, I
Bro,
think
bro,
that
bro,
I think
bro,
hold on
you're
one
not
second.
understanding.
I think as the individual, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the person offering help and offering assistance. It's got nothing to do with the individual relationships and how that person effectively moves about and works in their community. Yeah, not black community, just their community in general, which will involve a lot of black people if they're black or if they're African or if they're West Indian or whatever. You get me? And some of us have just got the mixed bag. You get what I'm saying? Where we are got one foot in Rasta, one foot in this, and one foot in that growing up. You know,
Bro, it's
but
too
knowing
mixed.
man's culture.
Right.
Most definitely. Yeah.
Bro,
And
it's too as the video just displayed, isn't it? There's black people all over the world. So for us to get on this one homogenous code and this, we've tried and it's not working, especially to subjugate people. But that's what we're gonna have to do to get out of our position. We're gonna have to do what the Asian people done and what the white people done. This is the structure we're living in, though. We're living in a
and some have already conformed. The fact is, hold on and listen.
Now, 1 second. How do you think we'll make money unless we can't make money in a capitalist society unless someone starves? Does that make sense?
Beloved, African people, right, were synchronized and they were to fast away from all these celebrations, which we put our money towards these institutions, right? We will be okay. Charity. If everyone paid charity, there'd be no homeless people, there'd be no starving people.
No, bro. Let me tell you why. Because that's unsynchronized, brother. Because of the simple fact that the people who control the organizations of charities and that are these very same people who subjugated us. Do you get what I'm saying?
Brother,
they're the ones.
You know,
they're
brother,
the ones.
I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about charity,
They're the
giving
ones.
money to one another. I'm not talking about charity organization. I was using the word charity. That if we were to spend on one another, brother, that's a form of charity, not the organization.
I think we do. I think we do. I think we do.
We do. We definitely do.
When you get on top, what are you gonna do different from
I
the people?
proved that on numerous occasions, and I think JEDI's proved it and all of that in the sense of that we do support our own. We wear our own people's garms. You know, like we've changed that.
I know
for a
you've
long time.
attended the H Suite at some stage, and so have I. I drove from London to go there. So we
Unless
each
a
other.
brother's gonna come out with some fly trainers, that's the only thing that's gonna stay the same.
You know what I'm saying, Max, because we've been supporting each other forever.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's bigger than support, isn't it?
I've been on camera.
We've got to duplicate what the other races have done, and I don't think we've got the capability.
Brother. If we
again, to what end?
supporting each other, brother, where's that institution?
Hold on, my brother. Because to what end? Because when I'm supporting my younger brother by wearing his diamond cut clothes at Speaker's Corner, the hat, the coat, the thing, when I'm doing it for my brother up in Birmingham, Step Nicely, you get me? And we're wearing the
ancestry stuff, isn't it?
Ancestry, man. You get me? When we got the whole ancestry tracksuit, all of that. Oh, look, I even got the ancestry on right there. Right. Anyway, so
talking about
as
that.
I said,
I'm not talking.
Nah, but yeah, they might thing on the Gucci hat or the, you know what I mean? But no problem. Yeah, like, rah, how much is that, Max? What you balling? Anyway, but what I'm saying, we do support our own, right?
We do.
And the funny thing about that is because it depends on the mind again of the person you're supporting. Because my young brother, he just wants to pop bottles, go places, segue. He's in that generation, that age group, right? His friend is Mo Stacks, so they're doing different stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? They're not thinking conscious yet. They're doing tattooing, they're doing gangster grills, they're doing all sorts of entrepreneurial stuff, making juices. Yeah, man, selling juices at the back of the fucking range, and these are young men. Do you get what I'm saying? My young men have got money. But listen, if you don't show, right, that what you're doing makes money, they will never listen to you. So this is why it wasn't only about consciousness, right? It was also about material shit, because that's all they gravitate towards. Yeah. I can come there with the biggest beads and the biggest wooden unk, and it wouldn't even faze them. Let me get too big watch and put it on my wrist and have a little bling. You know what I'm saying?
That's fucking
And then
true.
all of a sudden they're like, okay, this man knows what he's talking about. Yeah, because I'm myself. I got my own
Bro,
businesses.
you know
And
why?
blah blah
Like,
blah.
we're not
No,
we're not
that's
talking
fact.
about that though, brother
No,
Snipe.
No,
but
that's
I'm
no, but
saying
what
just
man
to
can
get
say in
Brother,
to
brother,
listen.
bro,
what I'm
bro, bro,
referring
bro,
to,
bro,
brother,
bro,
Just to
brother.
get
brother
them to
Kel,
hear
it's
you, my brother.
2022, brother
Sorry.
Kel. We can't use 1865 philosophy in 2022. We can't,
I'm gonna
bro.
give you a blueprint, brother.
Right.
I'm gonna give you a blueprint, right? In Birmingham, right? Black pounds contributed, right? And big up brother Cypher and bought a building, brother, right? Called the Legacy. You understand? That's black pounds, brother. The Nation of Islam was down there, Shakara was down there. Every UK black people were in that place. Black pounds, brother, bought that institution where black people can go in there, teach in there if they want weddings, funerals or whatever they want to do
Hey,
in there.
brother, I know this
Oh,
because I was there.
brother,
I was
beloved,
there
you were
the day,
there.
you know.
You were there
I
as well.
know, I
And
know, I know.
what I'm
Yeah, I
talking
was
about,
there
brother,
the day.
We saw the video.
what I'm
We saw
talking
the
about,
video.
brother. Hold
But
on, brother. Let me finish. I'm
Sorry,
not talking about
sorry.
chains and trainers. I'm talking about putting our money together, brother, and buying institutions in the UK. Canary Wharf needs to be owned by black people. You understand? Like it was in the
I'm
past.
not.
I'm talking about those things, not chains or
I can't.
or feelers or knives.
I can't subscribe because
Bro,
obviously that's a substance within the system, betterment within the system, which we're generally doing anyway. As I said, a lot
it's
of us have got
true.
our own businesses, we got our
True.
own wealth, we're doing all right.
True.
You get it? And our youngers are
Yeah.
doing even better than us, and they
Bro, all
definitely
my mates.
graduated uni and all of that. And as I said, I got a daughter in uni. The other one's
Yeah,
just finishing
yeah,
school right
yeah,
now, and then she's
yeah.
gonna be going to uni at some point, bro. The pattern is pattern. Everyone's patterning
Yeah,
their thing, right?
my child's mother, she's one of the
Mm,
youngest headmasters in her whole borough.
right.
Black headmaster in her
Yeah,
whole
and my
borough.
cousin's a black
You get
headmaster
what
as
I'm
well.
saying? So it's like
Blaismore.
we're doing stuff, but you get what I'm saying? This
Mm.
homogenous thing where we're gonna fucking come together and do it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna work the way you're
But
describing
brother, you went
it.
to the Legacy, didn't you, brother? You said you
Yeah,
went there, didn't you? You
yeah,
see,
yeah.
now one of my kids are in uni as well. But you know what, brother?
Mm.
My money goes on my family and black people
Of
institution.
course, brother.
Well,
Of
See,
course.
brother,
bruv,
and that's
So
as
how
I
it
it
said,
should
needs to
be.
be, brother.
So it
That's
should
how it
as
be.
I
needs to
said,
be. That's how it needs to
as
be,
I
brother.
said, if it
But
needs to
what
be.
you're talking about for us to elevate might be to get more into capitalism, go more up these people, like what the Asian have done, and we ain't capable of doing it.
We
No, you know
are,
what
brother.
happens. You know what happens.
Brother, we
No,
are,
Listen,
brother. We are, brother.
I
We
can't
are.
see Doroy fucking switching up his attitude and doing everything and going into work and saying yes, 3 bags full to the no white man. He's not doing it. It's
you
not
know
in his
what?
nature.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
we
going to
don't
teach his
support our
son to do
own.
it either.
Bruv, this is England where the motherfuckers are tight-fisted. We can't get no money out of these motherfuckers. Yeah, hit the PayPal, hit this Cash App. You know what it is. Banging stream.
Hey Max,
Come
can you
on.
see half of the man them on the estate going to work and taking disrespect from these people?
Well,
I
as
can't
I
see
said,
it personally.
it's not
Not
happening.
like the Asian
As I
man
said,
will
it's not
go
the
to
reality.
work, hear that they've cracked some pee jokes in the office, and he'll still come in the next day, and the next day after that, and the next day. Black people ain't built like that. We don't worship money.
The black people are capable, just like in Handsworth, just like in Brixton, but brother, we did those things a long time ago, brother. If we did it then, we can do it now. If we built civilizations way before,
No,
we
but
can build it again.
I'm saying the
There's no
modern day
excuses, bro.
society
To build
though,
that civilization,
brother
boy.
Kel, yeah, the modern day society is built different. So as I said, these younger ones now they've got the money. Before, where we had the money, we didn't have the sense. Now we've got the sense, we don't have as much of the money. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? So it's same for them. But we're trying to heads them up because they're very wise, they're very sharp, they're very on point, academically and all of that. And when it comes to the computer and tablets and social media, they way a stratospheres ahead of some of us. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're trying to utilize that by saying to them, listen, all right, you're making all this money, you're thinking, some of you got big jobs. I got one Somali youngster. He's just got a job in finished uni and went straight into a job in the NHS, and he's making peace. He's like, bruv, I'm making thousands a week, cuz rah, rah, rah. He goes out shopping and comes back. He's happy, man. I'm happy for him. Do you get it? So I'm saying, like, this idea of what you're trying to sell, it's not gonna work. The where we're living is too broad and too thin, and it's too diluted in how people are living to say there's a black community. There's no such
But
thing, bruv.
it's
This is what
part,
we're saying.
bro.
There's
It's
us, the black folks, and then there's conscious folks. There's community-based folks who who think about the community or do community-based stuffs, and that's where you get the Pan-African. You can do the Pan-African classes in those buildings and all of that. We have all of those things
no, bro.
for
We need
many
our
years,
own
all
buildings,
over
bro.
London.
But
We've got
brother,
that,
we need
bro.
our own buildings, bro.
I've got
You see?
millionaire goons who
Own.
bought
Kel,
blocks and
Kel,
stuff. You know what I mean?
Kel,
Whole
you know,
buildings and stuff. So
you know what? Even if you build those buildings, how many of the younger generations are going to join you? When I speak to some of the younger generation, they don't
they're not
really,
on that, man.
they're not on that, man.
Now, brother,
You know what? You want some
all
of the
due
younger
respect to you,
generations
brother,
are talking
all
about
due respect
when it
to
comes
you,
to
Brother
we're
Kel
talking
don't
about
realize. Brother Kel don't realize. Three, four of my youngers have got building money in their bank. What the fuck are they worrying about building for? They're trying to get more things together.
Right.
some of the
Do you get
younger
what I'm trying to
generations
tell you?
know more
And
about
then
money
I'm
than
saying
you
to
do about.
even get into their mind, brother Kale, you have to come correct, because as I said, I'm the trendsetter in my ends, yeah, because I'm a road man. Man know me from the road. Man know me from beating up people, smacking them up. Or you calling me African, calling me a bubble, blah blah blah, from you, yeah. Grow up, everyone knows me. I cut everybody's hair, the top barber in the ends, all of that, right? Top sportsman, tops everything, yeah. So I'm saying, when I switched from the road to business, yeah, it was to show my brothers that, look, you don't make more money than me, yeah. If I was When I was back making money, yeah, if I had this mindset of business that I have now, yeah, imagine what I could do, and the respect and admiration I got because I had a business. You get what I'm saying? Because I could really be in your house, mum duct taped up. Do you get what I'm saying? And taking what I want. I could really be like that. I could have been that guy. Do you get what I'm saying? But life is thing. I think that my parents gifted me with a bit more gumption than to, I had this prediction of seeing the future. So if I
But
go
that's what I'm
down a
saying, Matthew. Like
certain route,
when it came to business, you cutting
mm,
hair. Are you gonna
yeah.
really say, I'm not gonna cut this Asian person's hair or this white person's hair because he's white or Asian?
No, that's not even in my thinking.
You,
I
you,
think,
you,
I think,
in that
I
sector,
think,
that's what that's
I
the
think,
service that you've got
I
to
think a
offer.
lot
That's
of
the
those
service that you've got to
communities.
offer.
One second. I think a lot of those communities fed and brought up my children. So,
Facts.
I was definitely appreciated of every customer. As I said, I've got customers who are top Asian influencers now on Instagram and YouTube and the world now, writing books and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, you used to come in my shop and sit down and listen to me ramble on. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I've
So
always
it's
said,
mm,
I can't knock what Irish people done for me. They showed me how to make money. You get me? I can't knock them, bro. I'm not gonna lie with you, bro.
no
Irish
way, no way.
people that I know, they're blessed blood, just like black people, like the Irish ones I know. You get what I'm saying? They don't fuck about. They got no time for none of this. You get what
And
I'm
as I
saying? At
said,
the end of the day,
I'm
and
I'm glad
identify.
they're fully
I'm glad that I'm
sympathetic
in
to
the
the
Pan
plight,
Africanist
and they're fully
community.
empathetic as well. So I can't have no problem with them. If you're sympathetic and you're empathetic, fucking hell, man, I can't have no problem with you.
And
Especially if you're looking to put money in my pocket.
being
Nah.
third generation, really, well, really third generation of my family, yeah, but first born in England. Do you get what I'm saying? So my mom wasn't born here, and my grandparents, but my grandparents were the first ones to come here. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's been three generations in a sense, right? Yeah, because my mom came here when she was like 5 and shit. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, I'm the first generation and I've seen the other two generations of everybody's people in a sense, you know. So
But
the
you weren't
original
raised on
owners.
But this
Pan-Africanism
next
though, brother Marshall, was
generation,
there?
I want nothing.
I was more than
Wait,
no
Hold
one
on,
more
brother.
than me. Hold on 1 second.
Go on,
No
brother, go
one
on.
more than me. When
Yeah.
when you talk about Pan-Africanism in the area where I'm from, and where I'm from is where Shakara's from, right? But I'm the elder in this situation.
Wait,
So anything
Kel,
I
can I
say,
tell you?
1 second, when anything I say, yeah, has more, not authority, but more, you know, resonance, because I can, the person he's quoting, I spoke to that person, and that person's my elder or something. You know, the elder of his elder is my elder. You know, there's levels to this. You can't be a new baby Pan-African telling me about Pan-Africanism, basically. You know what I mean? I'm OG in
True, it's true
Pan-Africanism.
in a little
Yeah.
way, man. Because
And
man's heard this rhetoric for about 35 years now, bro.
since I
20
was a
years.
youth, you get
It's a
me?
lot.
Since they were
But
taking me to the meeting halls, till
I
my
was
uncle was running
Pan-Africanism, and I know
the
about
branch in
And at
East
the end
London.
of the day,
so
at the end of the day, bro,
for me.
the youth them I know, they're into crypto, producing, rapping,
Right.
fucking
Yeah,
making
see, that's what I'm
videos,
saying.
running
Yeah,
online
yeah.
businesses. They're not interested in working for no white man or Asian man.
But that's what I'm
Trust me,
saying. Like
bro.
when to be
Trust
honest,
me,
even
they're
when I
so
speak,
entrepreneurial and creative, they'll make it on
100%,
their own. Like black
100%.
kids will make it on their own. You believe me, fam?
Even like sorry, is it Trilluminati Cole or something? Sorry, bro,
Yeah.
if I got your name wrong. Even when I speak to some of the Asian, they're like, I don't want to do what my dad did, working the off license,
Right.
or working this
Who
and
the
that.
fuck wants to do that stink shit?
So
That
how are you
stink.
gonna sell it to the?
Hold on, please, Fred. Because, like, as I was saying, we got to put respect on that generation, because that hard work sent man to uni.
Mm,
That shop there, that off
that's where
license there,
it
sent man
hurts.
to.
So you know what I'm saying? Certain
Yeah,
people,
but
when they,
obviously the modus operandi, even for the parents, is for you to do better, right? But what I'm saying is the society then gets its claws in, because once you get into that mode of thinking, it becomes a separation thing. It becomes, let me get my own yard. Maybe I might even move to the south of Spain. I might even I'm going here. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. It's a separation thing from the family cultural ideals that we all grew up with. You all know this is true when you leave home, right? But the idea in this country, when you get wealth, is to move away or move to a better area.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me when I see all the celebrities and stars that grew up the way I grew up, yeah, and a success story still walking around my ends.
Hey, nah,
I
didn't mean stinks in like smell,
no.
Stinks in like obviously working, going back to cash and carry for 40 years, like to get a little bit of change. What man can make in a month or two, like
Yeah, I know.
100,000.
No,
They
the
must.
road. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean, because they're more entrepreneurial. As I said, they got boxes of money, bruv. Like, you know, in shoe boxes and stuff. Like, bruv, the levels is different. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no,
Of some of these young
definitely,
youths.
The
You know what I
levels are
mean?
going sky high, bro.
Yeah,
Forget
man's
about
pulling up
working
on me in the
with
range.
right.
How's a 27-year-old pulling up on me in the range like it's normal? Like, what one big bro? You get me? Like, yeah, I got a few I got a few gums in the boot. What you buying? I have to show improve. Like,
But
yeah,
this is
like
what
it's
I mean.
minor. Hold on. But you're outside my business. See how it works? Yeah? This is the respect and how it works. You're outside my business, right? Opening up your range, yeah? But you rate me because you're coming here and you can see I can spend a bit of guala with you. I'm your big bro. So I'm spending with my own. I'm doing that economics thing, that man one thing. But to what end is what I'm saying? It's only for my little brother's benefit. And he's going to take the money and do whatever with it. He
Yeah,
gonna
but
go
then this is where
hold on.
solutions
These
come in.
youngers go clay pigeon shooting and then go put it on Instagram. Like, yeah, blah, blah. You
This
get
is what I'm
saying,
trying to say
fam? Yeah,
like to
go on.
Kel, like I understand like what he's trying to say, but how you can't, like, how you gonna sell it to these youths as well, and to the way society is right now with Instagram, Snapchat, all these kind of platforms, where they're seeing that they can make more money, not being like unified or synchronized and going out and doing their own thing to make their money. How you gonna appeal to what you're saying?
The honourable
I
Marcus
feel Kel,
Garvey said,
you're living in a mindset that might be true at a certain time.
No,
But right now,
there's no such thing as might. That's a European word. We don't believe in might. The Honourable Marcus Garvey said that you have to be
Marcus
salesmen,
Garvey was also like,
and you have to sell the product of being black again, no things, to your people. It can be done. It will be done. There's no if, it's or buts about it. It can be done. It's possible. It's possible if you want liberation for your people. As I said, I grew up on Pan-Africanism. I was part of the organization, so far. Pan-Africanism taught me about maths, everything. You know what I mean? I'm very successful in education thing, all them types of stuff there. But the thing is, if my people are not liberated, then I'm not nothing, because it's all about collective, not individualism. It can be done. It's possible. You can be in areas, go to school, segregate, learn things, and build up whatever part in
but
Africa
don't you
you
feel
are.
like you're discouraging like the individual that can actually reach school? You're telling him that he can't really be nothing with Pan-Africanism.
No, you're not, because you're facing racism. Racism collectively is what subjugates the youth from progressing. You cannot be an individualist thing.
But
You
there's
cannot
so
beat
many black
racism on your
youth.
own.
There's so many people that make it. You're not even looking at that. That's the thing. You're not even looking at the people
No,
that
that
actually make it.
you've made it when your people are prospering, not when you're prospering. There's no such thing as you've made it. That's not African. Africa, it was built upon collective mindset, not
But
individualism.
even
That's
Africa is
European
split into
mindset.
so many different kind of
It doesn't matter. It
countries.
doesn't
Different.
matter. It was still built on a collective organization. This is what you failed to understand.
Yeah, but
Regardless of it
that's
being in
probably
different
what it
tribes.
was originally. But
Right.
right now, how is Africa looking right now?
Well, whether it's looking how you believe it's looking, the fact of the matter is, if it was built on collective organization, then it must return back to that
Yeah, but it's
one
got
word.
to change with the times, isn't it? So
So because it's
whether or not
different
the end
times,
goal's
we
the
have to
same,
separate.
they've got to change
Yeah.
with the time.
I ain't seen Asian people change with the time. They're still collective.
I've never
Or
grown
Middle
up
Easterns or European.
I've never gone up. Listen, I've
Yeah.
never gone up to go into like meetings and societies where I've got to you got to think a certain way, you've got to be in a certain way. Yeah. Besides, like my religion probably dictating that, that's a different thing. But I've always felt like, okay, you know what, you've got to strive to do what you're good, get the best results, get the best grades. That's something that my parents always taught me. But never said that to me like, oh, you know what, you're Asian, so you've got to live up to the Asian standard. You've got to collectively do something. Do you know what I'm saying?
But your community is organized though. So for you to say that
It's
to
not
me,
organized. It's not organized.
it's
How
going
is
to
it organized? Because I've just told you there's Asians in our community. Why is there Asians in our community selling drugs? Why is there Asians in our community saying, I'm not going to be a shopkeeper.
Yeah.
I'm not going to open up a business. I'm not going to run laundry. I'm not going to do all that.
Shall I remind you that
Why is there a
in
shift?
UK,
Why is there a shift?
but shall I remind you in UK, right, that African descendants, Asian descendants, they were gangsters and they used to sell those things and build up properties, etc. Are you forgetting that? You're talking about drug dealing like it's a new thing. They've always done that.
Anyone that's a gangster that sells drugs, what's their aim purpose? Is to build
We're
up
not
their
on about
family.
gangsterism. You said drug dealing as if it's new to Asian people prospered on that. African descendants did the same thing. They were gangsters in the UK in the 50s and the 60s and stuff, right? So you saying that now they want to be drug dealers instead of
No, I'm not saying they want to be drug dealers.
Hold on.
They
But it
want
was the
to
drug dealers. But it
want
was
to
the
make the
drug
money for
dealing that got
themselves.
those
Whether it's
shops
drug
around there.
dealing,
Yeah, it was the drug dealing that got those corner shops and etc. You understand? I know about these things because the African Caribbeans, the
yeah, it
African
might be so.
they've done the
I
same
don't know
thing as
how they
well.
got their money, but
You
it
see?
might be so.
Okay,
But
so it's not a claim that you can use, can you? See?
no, my point is
Right.
that if a certain society are trying to make money, I don't think there's any collective kind of thing. Like, yeah, have you been in a certain position? You might just be like, I'm gonna sell to an Asian person. I might sell to a black person. I might sell to a white person. It's whatever the demand is. So supply and demand comes into it. And
It's
that's what I feel
possible.
like certain people might have
Right.
in their local, whether it be in the local borough, they've chosen to kind of say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna supply this because that's what my local demand is. And anyone can do that. And it's having that financial backing. I understand that from parents and from generations from before.
I don't feel that. I think in the hair industry, it's different. It's slightly different. It's like import export, right? And some people have significant powers of persuasion or something because it seems like they can get all the hair products, skin
Yeah,
products, whatever.
but you know,
Products,
Mako, you know what that
you know
is?
what I mean?
Because they've got the money already.
It's
That's
not
all it
about
is.
money. It's not about money. When it comes to wealth, there's definitely not about money. Remember, if we're the biggest consumers, then that means we're the biggest spenders. That
No,
also
definitely.
means
But
that we
if
might be.
Mako, me and you got together now, yeah, and said
Mm.
I've got the money to supply those hair products, then anyone that is gonna want that demand is gonna come because we've got all the stocks there.
You think you can just squeeze into a market that's already
No,
thriving?
yeah,
And,
that would be difficult, but obviously if we've got money to kind of say that, you know, we're always in demand,
yeah, it might not be a good investment. Just like football, buying a football club, it might not be a good investment. But
you know what I'm saying? Does race play a part to that? Because if we can open up shop now, me and you, we can open up a shop. We've got hair, we've got sprays, we've got combs, we've got everything that the community that we're serving in has on demand all the time on a good price.
Yeah.
Do you think whether it's the black community, the Asian community, the white community, they're gonna give a fuck? They're gonna look at the price. They're gonna say these lot.
I
Yeah,
don't
every
even
time I
see
go
it
there,
as that. As it's in my community, we've got that across the road from each other. We've got the Ghanaian woman who has a little hair supply shop with clippers and everything, and then we've got the big Asian one across the road. So sometimes I walk up Ruskin Road and I look and I said to myself, bruh, I'm gonna support my own and go to Auntie shop. If she ain't got what I need, then I'll go across the road. But I'll go and check Auntie first to get it and spend money with her. You know what I mean? Because like it's big business, in it. It's like dog eat dog, innit? But it's like people try these things and maybe they jumped on it a bit late or whatever, but maybe they got their suppliers or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still going back to some cash and carry that might be Greek or thing when it comes to hair products and all of that. Everybody got to make their money, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna look
So
at it like that. But me, I'm gonna look at it as
I
like,
know I see the science behind it, like the hair
Yeah.
products thing. Like if black women stop fixating on other type of women's hair, because Asians ain't doing nothing wrong in selling Asian women hair, right?
yeah.
Yeah, they're not
No, not
doing
even
anything
that.
wrong.
Yeah, just not even that.
I'm
They're
just saying, for
yeah.
example, they're not doing anything wrong in doing that, but it's just the mindset in it of the black women to say that I need my hair like this. Who's doing that? That's the European, because the impression they're giving you, shampoo ads, everything you see on is a European woman flicking her hair, doing whatever.
Marketing.
Yeah, right. So that's the mind control. That's the, emotional stimulation and mental stimulation that they're doing, of subconscious stimulation that they're putting into the minds of the women. So yeah, when we look at those places, we look at all the sides in it and realize, okay, that's how these men are making money. You've caught on to something. You get what I'm saying? But obviously they see fully what the mind control is or whatever, and they're willing to supply and demand, like you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously, it's like a
but
bit
now,
surprising for me that when I walk into I've been into like a shop where there's all African products being sold, and the person behind it is Asian.
Yeah,
I'm
therefore,
like, wow.
normal.
But when I look at it, it's like the way they're marketing it. That's the difference. They're
Well,
marketing
I
on
don't
another
even know.
level.
I just think that it's, again, if the cash and carries is owned by your cousins, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have access to stuff that other people are not quite easily and might have to pay more money on, and don't have the Kaneki where a cousin will just give it to man for the first trial to open up the
But
shop
then,
and
but
help.
then that falls
You know
into
what I
why
mean?
we have to have a Pan-Africanist mindset. See?
No, it's not about Pan-African mindset.
Oh,
It's just
so
the
what? So
mindset.
hold on, brother Snipes. Right? If you had a holistic of controlling your dopamines and a code of conduct based upon Pan-Africanism, the black woman would never ever go into a shop with people who don't look like them. She would never do it. Or would the black man ever do it? But because you don't have a code of conduct and Pan-Africanist mindset, you
No,
believe
to be
that the
honest, Kel,
non-African
yeah.
people are your friends, and in actuality, and that they just want to reap business to put into their community, but you don't.
Kel,
Well,
if I walked into shop that I
the
looked in,
sad thing about that, Kale, is that the African mindset is where I'm coming from. I don't need to be pan-African.
Mm.
I'm an African. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm steeped in my culture and grew up with my culture. So that's never going to be a problem for me or in doubt or thing. And I've been to my country regular. You know what I'm saying? To know what's going on, what it's about, and what it's like. And I'm telling you, some of the African mindset is very European, my brother. It's non-African. You know what I'm saying? So like they have a mindset over there where they're like trying to be like the Joneses. You know, they want to be like the aristocracy, the posh, the British, you know what I mean? They want to do all that. And that could be the common person. He wants to live in a mansion and, you know, look after his family and have a yard and a big car and all of that, Japanese model, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of mind control and stuff going on even within Africa. African people like Nigerian people like Asian movies, and they like Spanish series and drama and all of that. They're like, bruv, I'm like, bruv, let's watch some Nollywood. You know what I'm saying? I'm there, I'm teaching them about their history, and some of them ain't got a clue. They're like, teach us, professor. I'm like, right, you don't even know that your ancient ancestor was this and this and this and this and this. They're like, yeah, well, nice, very interesting. Here, have another Guinness. You're very interesting, brother. You're very smart. You're very clever, professor. Yeah? To show you how futile what you're thinking and what you're saying is, bruv. To have a pan-African mentality or mindset. What about an African mindset? And I'm saying the African mindset is multiple. It's nothing you can fathom. It can be anything at any one time. Yeah? It can be nice. It can be horrible. It's like the weather. You know what I'm saying? We're like nature. We're like nature. We're wild. Yeah, but what I'm saying, our nature can be many ways. We can be wild thing, but we definitely civilized. You understand? We are the civilizers of the world. Yeah. So we don't need to look far, but I'm saying that we pick up things also. We can say people take stuff from us, but yeah, we also take stuff, the good stuff sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes the bad stuff, but yeah, sometimes we take the good stuff from people. You know what I mean? And add it to our culture and say, yeah, this is how we want to live. This is how we want to think. The king of any part of Nigeria or whatever, you talk to him. This nigga bougie than a motherfucker. This man study top education in England and all of that type of stuff. Can speak multiple languages and because that's what required of the modern day monarch. You can't be no idiot.
Yeah, but brother,
They never
Snipe.
were no idiot, for example. But I'm just saying, you can't be no idiot. So this Pan-African mindset, compared to the African mindset, as I said, it's going to come country and a clash because
Of course, there will be a clash.
African,
There will be.
sometimes some Pan-African mindsets are more African than Africans. Do you get what I'm saying? In a sense, like how Africans think, they don't think like that. Do you get what I'm saying? And they're very diverse in their thinking. They can be volatile too, as I said. At any moment, you gotta watch your back, bro. It's like, man, just yeah, I hear you, brother. Yeah, Pan Africa, take you and lead you to the ditch where they're gonna bury you. Our people are very fickle, fam. You just gotta know. You just
I
gotta
know,
hope.
brother, the
You gotta
unsynchronized
live
one.
in
I
hope.
know,
It's not
bro.
about unsynchronized.
It is,
Yeah?
brother.
You
It
think
is.
it's unsynchronized
It
because
is, brother. It
according
is.
to what parameter? The parameter still set under a European mindset. Think about it. Yeah. An African mindset might not require you to be like that. Might require that if you kill someone justly, that's okay.
Well, any
Yeah.
African
So
descendant that goes against the
go on.
best interests of their liberation, brother, we have to call that unsynchronization.
Well, then we're
organism,
all
brother.
unsynchronized then. Because we are not free, right? We're all enslaved in some form of way. So let's try to get ourselves out of whatever thing. Because what I'm hearing from a lot of brothers and yourself is comfortability within the system. So you don't think that you're being oppressed or thing. You just want betterment within the system. That's cool. But say it. If you want freedom, then go somewhere and be free. Well, free as you can be. Do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Because
Well,
wherever black people
now
are, bro.
times have changed. Hold on. And only recently as times have changed that our movements have been restricted. But prior to that, our movements were not restricted. We could fly back and forth to our countries and or fly to Africa for 150 pounds, depending on where you're going. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, man's getting Gambia for 1/5, like, back in the day, like, you know what I mean? Not more than 4 or 5 years ago. So, things have changed, yeah. But I'm saying that what you're saying is Pan-African mindset, for me, is different to what, as I said, I grew up with. You know what I mean? And I grew up with the best of them. You know what I mean? I know thing. Yeah, I respect Shakara's pops and all of that. Yeah, but my OGs are OG like him, and there's far more of them. Mans who own bookstores and all of that in the ends. Like, yeah, who got all the knowledge and different organizations that man was associated with. And, I've been in them lecture halls with my brother, Captain Rambo's doing his speech, and, man have to just be there support, But it's all kind of people from the community who believe in certain types of thinking. And it's very small. You
And
would
it will
expect
be.
more. You would
It will
expect
be.
more. Do you get what I'm saying? Considering what people know. And what people know doesn't seem to affect how they live. This is why I say, in showing them the right way, yeah, you have to kind of jump into their world. Did you get it? To try and, you know what I mean? Like, you have to
Yeah,
show
you
them,
have
like,
to enter
yeah,
the spirit. You have to
I ain't
enter
got
the spirit
no.
sometime.
You
Yeah.
have to show and prove. How is black economics working for you? Well, I'm a black man. I got a black business. If you want to call it that, I got a business, right? I've had multiple businesses, yeah, and that's where my color didn't matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I'm the owner of the business. I'm not just a worker. Do you get it? I say I'm a barber, but I own barber shops. That takes you into different realms. You get it? Of contractual, of being the manager, of thinking, of supply and demand, and employing people, and all of these type of things. This is my role. This is what I've been doing. To get it? So as I said, I showed my youngers. Listen, if you're gonna wash some of this money where you got this money from, I'm not gonna ask. Yeah, you're gonna have to open a business of some sort. Yeah. My first business was a design consultants. Do you get what I'm saying? To show, man. Well, it wasn't. It was like my second business, but yeah, my first business was a barbershop. Yeah, and then my second business was a design consultants. Yeah, and then I had a music shop selling CDs and computer bits and all of that, and then later on another 2 barbershops. To get it? So like, I've had businesses like, and none of them have been failures. I just choose to move on and do like anybody else. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yeah, this whole Pan-African thing, it don't feed belly. Do you know what I'm saying? It don't
does,
feed belly.
brother. It does, brother.
I don't know.
But it returns back to the serious of those who use the business to liberate and build, because we can provide each other with businesses, but are we providing with the technique to know that you have to against the system?